Regarding the eavesdropping on the thoughts of a wealthy daughter, the entire family takes flight. Boxing champion Mu Qingqing finds herself traversing into the body of a missing 80-year-old daughter of a wealthy family, lost for 2 years. Upon awakening, she is scolded and beaten by Wang Lao'er, who intends to sell her to a lecherous old man who preys on young girls. "Do you really think this boxing champion is a pushover?" she retorts. "If you try to catch me, I'll make sure you can never enjoy any pleasures again." With a disdainful glance at the old man, she vows to make him feel the consequences of his actions. Upon her arrival, she is unexpectedly gifted with a gossip system that allows her to witness and alter the destinies of those around her. Her love-struck mother finally regains her senses and joins forces with the eldest son of the Su family to fight back. Meanwhile, the false daughter attempts to incite her uncles against the protagonist, only to become another pawn in the story. Chapter 1. Transformed into a short-lived daughter of a wealthy family. "Get up, you wretched girl. What time is it? Are you trying to starve me?" A frail little girl, dressed in tattered clothes, lay motionless on a rough earthen bed. Wang Lao'er, enraged, glared wide-eyed as he forcefully yanked the girl from her resting place. She fell to the ground with a thud, hitting her head and immediately developing a swollen lump. Yet, she showed no signs of waking. "I guess you need a good beating to realize you're awake." Wang Lao'er then kicked her hard in the stomach, sending her sprawling into the corner of the bed. Curled up and clutching her abdomen, the girl's face contorted in pain. At that moment, Mu Qingqing struggled to open her heavy eyelids, tasting the metallic tang of blood in her throat. What had happened? Her entire body ached. As she reached for the excruciating pain at the back of her head, she exclaimed, "Damn it." There was a sizable bump, and her hand was smeared with a hint of blood. Before she could grasp the situation, Wang Lao'er swung a stick at her, cursing and demanding, "Quit pretending to be dead and get cooking. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death." Mu Qingqing caught the stick mid-swing. As a boxing champion, she knew very well the risks of angering her. But whose tiny hand was this, so small and covered in scars? With a forceful tug, she pulled the stick towards herself. To her astonishment, this delicate hand belonged to her. She widened her eyes, surveying her surroundings. Where was she? The room resembled a dark dungeon, with drafty windows and cobwebs clinging to the corners. Where were her celebrations? Her fine wines? Her reward sports car? Her spacious apartment? And who was this old man before her? Confusion clouded her mind as unfamiliar memories flooded in. She had inexplicably entered a novel titled aspiring to become a wealthy family, becoming the lost daughter, Mu Qingqing, who had been missing for 2 years. The reason for her current predicament lay with her scoundrel father, who had abandoned her in the mountains after catching her with a nanny at the age of 6. She had been rescued by the wandering Wang Lao'er, who had brought her home, where she endured hunger and cold, often subjected to violent beatings. Just yesterday, after getting caught stealing, Wang Lao'er vented his frustrations on her, leading to his demise. And now, here she was, trapped in this wretched place with nothing to her name but a conniving old man. Yet, the heavens had not forsaken her completely. They had bestowed upon her a golden opportunity, a gossip system. But where was this system? As she pondered, a clear voice echoed in her mind. "Host, the gossip system has arrived. If you wish to eavesdrop, seek out Guagua." What was this? "Do not underestimate me, dear host. Everyone in this world has secrets to unveil, including the likes of Wang Lao'er. Despite his age, he has committed numerous vile acts, from stealing chickens to abducting a little girl, causing familial ruin in the process. That old lecher was truly despicable." Mu Qingqing gritted her teeth in anger. At that moment, Wang Lao'er, seeing her still playing with the stick, shouted, "Is this amusing? If I don't beat you, you'll never wake up." He remained oblivious to the change in her demeanor. Attempting to strike her again was a fool's errand. Gathering her strength, Mu Qingqing seized a nearby wooden stool and smashed it onto Wang Lao'er's foot with all her might. He howled in pain, dropping the stick and crying out in anguish. With a pained face, he limped toward her, his wrath palpable. Mu Qingqing smirked, her eyes glinting with mischief. Men like him, feeble and frail, were beneath her notice in her past life. Yet, he had inflicted countless injuries on her past self, and it was time he experienced the consequences of his actions. With a burst of energy, she rolled to her feet, grasping the stick he had discarded. Before he could reach her, she swung it with fervor. "Ah!" "You wretched girl, have you had enough? How dare you strike me?" His cries only fueled her determination. As he attempted to reclaim the stick, Qingqing delivered a swift kick to his uninjured leg. Though she was only 8, the soul within her was that of a boxing champion, well-versed in the art of combat. She knew precisely where to strike for maximum pain. Wang Lao'er collapsed, begging, "Stop. I know I was wrong. Have mercy." Though fatigue washed over her small frame, Qingqing persisted, "I might consider sparing you, but first, give me your phone." "What do you need my phone for? Are you planning to report me?" "Don't wrongfully accuse me." Wang Lao'er, bruised and sniveling, looked at her with fear in his eyes. He was nothing more than a bully who preyed on the weak. "Will you hand it over or not? If you refuse, it'll continue until I've beaten you to a pulp." Her youthful voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. When had this girl become so fierce? Wang Lao'er's frail frame could hardly withstand further punishment. Reluctantly, he retrieved an old flip phone from his pocket. Qingqing snatched it and quickly dialed her mother's number from the novel. "Hello, is there something you need?" A hoarse, gentle voice answered. Silence enveloped her as she momentarily forgot how the original owner spoke to her mother. "Hello? If you don't respond, they'll hang up. Wait. Is someone with you?" This voice was eerily familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Su Wanhua sat bolt upright in bed, feeling unusually drowsy lately, unable to wake in the mornings. "No, who are you? If you wish to find your daughter, come to the 2 grass huts in front of the large willow tree in Qianzhuang village, Nanning County. Do not disclose this to anyone, especially not your husband or the nanny." Chapter 2. Letting you experience the life of a eunuch. Why can't I tell them? To find your daughter, you must remain silent. Qingqing promptly hung up the phone and tucked it into her tattered clothing. Wang Lao'er gaped at his phone being taken by this audacious girl, unable to protest. "Get up. Hurry and get out, or do you want me to beat you again?" With a stick in hand, Qingqing threatened, causing Wang Lao'er to scramble to his feet, ignoring his injuries as he limped away. After he departed, Qingqing collapsed onto the Kong. Utterly drained of energy, her petite frame could hardly withstand such turmoil, and her head felt heavy. Though the bleeding from the back of her head had ceased, pain still throbbed intermittently. She lay on the bed and soon drifted into slumber. "Wake up quickly, host. A big event is unfolding. If you don't rouse yourself, you might become the main attraction." Qingqing jolted awake, startled by the urgent voice in her mind. What does big event mean? How could I possibly be the main attraction? That scoundrel Wang Lao'er intends to sell you. He is sending people to capture you right now. You must flee at once, that old rascal. I should have broken a leg of his to prevent him from ever leaving his home. But where can I hide now? If I leave, what will become of my wealthy mother if she cannot find me? No need to run. Wang Lao'er and his men are already at the door. However, your wealthy mother has arrived too, so you are saved. Qingqing chose to disregard the first half of the system's message and rejoiced at the latter part. Just then, the dilapidated door was forcefully pushed open with a loud bang. "That little girl is in there. You promised me $300. You cannot go back on your word." Wang Lao'er strutted in, resembling a lapdog, flanked by 2 men. "The money is absolutely yours as long as she is presentable. You shall receive it immediately," one of the men, dressed in a suit and looking like a businessman, replied with a stoic expression. "Host, they intend to sell you to an old man who delights in young maidens. If you are captured, you will endure immense suffering. Damn it, they're all scum. Today, I will ensure that your 3rd brother can never rise again to commit such vile acts." Qingqing dashed into the courtyard, thankful that Wang Lao'er had never bothered to tidy it up, as it was strewn with small stones. She quickly scooped up a handful and pocketed some as well. Not only was she a boxing champion, but she also excelled in marksmanship, second to none. Wang Lao'er spotted Qingqing gathering stones in the courtyard. "See how pretty this girl is? She may be a bit thin, but with some care, she will be even more beautiful." The 2 men looked at the shabby girl before them, her hair in disarray cascading over her shoulders, arms marred with countless scars. Despite her dirty face, her features were exquisite, especially her large eyes, which sparkled like brilliant stars. The man in the suit scrutinized the girl, a smile creeping onto his face. "Very well, 300 it is. I will take her now." With that, he gestured for the stocky man beside him to seize Qingqing. "Do you still wish to capture me?" Here, have a stone, and let your third brother savor the taste of impotence." As the burly man approached her, he paid no heed to her words. Suddenly, he felt a sharp impact in his groin, causing him great pain. He clutched himself, realizing he had been struck in a most vulnerable area. "Hurry and catch her. Why are you holding yourself like that?" The suited man snapped, irritation evident in his tone. Qingqing continued her assault, hurling stones with precision, striking the suited man in the same tender spot. He let out a yelp, doubling over in agony. Wang Lao'er watched in confusion as the suited man writhed in pain, then turned to Qingqing, who was now beaming at them. "Only you left, old scoundrel. Let me show you what it feels like to be a eunuch." Another stone flew through the air like a shooting star, striking Wang Lao'er in the same vulnerable area. A chilling scream escaped him, sending shivers down the spines of the other two men. Qingqing reveled in her triumph, continuing to bombard them with stones as their wails filled the air. "Host, host! Your wealthy mother has arrived. She is finally here." Outside, Su Wanhua, hearing the agonized cries, assumed her daughter was being mistreated and rushed inside. What was happening before her eyes? A filthy little girl was fiercely pelting stones at three large men, the cries of distress emanating from them. At that moment, Qingqing caught sight of her. "Wow, is that my wealthy mother? She is truly beautiful, but alas, she will soon meet her end. Why have that conniving couple arrived? Wasn't she told not to inform them? My foolish mother, she is about to be harmed by them. She trusts them so blindly. My scoundrel father is no good, he is about to lose both his company and his fortune." Su Wanhua halted in her tracks, her body stiffening in shock. She gazed at the girl before her, who remained silent, yet the voice emanating from her was undeniably youthful. Turning to the two men behind her, they appeared nonchalant, with one even leading a charming little girl clad in an exquisite dress, smiling sweetly. That innocent voice could not have come from her. Could it be that filthy little girl in front of her? No longer contemplating, she rushed forward. Kneeling before Qingqing, she examined her closely. For 2 years, she had searched, mistaking every girl who bore a slight resemblance to her daughter for her. Each time, she was met with disappointment. Gently, she wiped the grime from Qingqing's forehead, and the girl gazed at her in silence. "Ah, my mother's skin is so lovely, like a freshly hatched egg. I wish to give her a kiss." Su Wanhua was utterly bewildered. Who was this scoundrel father? What was this talk of losing her life? As she cleaned the grime from Qingqing's forehead, a black birthmark became visible. "You are my daughter, you truly are my daughter. Qingqing, mother has finally found you." Su Wanhua embraced her tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. "This is so difficult, I must expose this pair of scoundrels. Perhaps mother and I will soon meet the king of hell." Su Wanhua, hearing her daughter's inner thoughts so clearly, was taken aback. Could it be that they shared a mother-daughter connection? Behind them, Mu Hongda and the nanny Lu Yuelon approached. "Wanhua, is this truly real? Do not let it end in disappointment like before." Mu Hongda spoke calmly, as if searching for someone other than his daughter. "This scoundrel father is the one who cast me aside. It infuriates me, I want to expose him right now." Su Wanhua was stunned. Could it be that the scoundrel father she had spoken of was none other than Mu Hongda? Chapter 3. The Scoundrel Father and the Nanny Family of 3. Her husband came from a humble background, yet he was handsome and sunny. She fell in love with him at first sight and pursued him fervently until he finally agreed to marry her. However, her parents opposed the union, as she was a daughter of a wealthy family. They could not bear to see her marry beneath her station. Yet, due to her persistence, they financed a business for her upon their marriage. Initially, she believed he truly loved her, and throughout their marriage, she treated him with care and affection, resulting in a harmonious relationship. In the past 2 years, in her quest to find her daughter, she entrusted all company affairs to him. While she was out searching, he would call every night to check on her, concerned that she might be exhausted or hungry. Could it be that all of this was merely an act? Host, there is a juicy revelation. What? Oh heavens! My mother is far too unfortunate. This little girl is the child of my scoundrel father and the nanny. My scoundrel father allowed my mother to adopt the daughter of his mistress to alleviate his own guilt. Oh, my scoundrel father has truly lost his conscience. He has forgotten who enabled him to live such a luxurious life. Without my mother, he would struggle his entire life without ever achieving such extravagance. Mu Hongda, aware of his modest upbringing and the lack of wealth, had always known that education could change one's destiny. He worked diligently to gain admission to university, where he was regarded as the campus heartthrob, charming numerous girls, including Su Wanhua. He was also an ambitious man, having been captivated by the lavish lifestyle Su Wanhua offered, leading him to marry her immediately after graduation. In his hometown, he had a sweetheart, none other than Lui Welon. Su Wanhua turned to look at the three of them. Others might think they are a family of three, with each person holding the hand of a little girl dressed like a princess, her cherubic face glowing with a rosy hue. Upon closer inspection, she bears a striking resemblance to Mu Hongda. Lu Xiaoxiao's chubby little hands are held by both individuals, her large, watery eyes scrutinizing the disheveled and filthy Mu Qingqing ahead, filled with jealousy and disdain. "Mommy, why is she so dirty? Don't hold her, she'll soil your clothes," she exclaimed. Su Wanhuan, however, gazes at her daughter, whose tattered skirt looks as if it were scavenged from a refuse pile. The malnourished visage of her 80-year-old daughter appears scarcely taller than when she lost her at 6. In stark contrast to the daughter of the mistress, her own child ought to enjoy a life befitting a princess, yet has fallen to such depths. Her heart crumbles under the weight of anger and resentment. "Do not call me mommy, no matter how filthy my daughter is. I shall embrace her," Su Wanhuan shouted, barely containing her fury. She gently cradled her daughter, weeping profusely. If this were indeed true, then she had nurtured the daughter of the mistress, while her own child had been cast away into the mountains by the husband she had cherished for years. What about her company, her wealth, her very life? Could it all be as he claimed? At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao's voice, tinged with tears, interrupted her thoughts. "Daddy, Mommy won't let me call her Mommy anymore. She doesn't like Xiao Xiao. I promise to be good. Please don't find Qingqing, just let Xiao Xiao be, okay?" Lu Xiaoxiao wept heartbrokenly, her tears flowing like a cascade of pearls. Beside her, Lui Welon glared at Su Wanhuan's back with venomous hatred. Mu Hongda regarded the filthy girl ahead, noting a certain similarity to the child he had discarded. He had left her here. Could she truly be his daughter? A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "Why are you yelling at Xiao Xiao? That child may not even be Qingqing. If you long for a daughter in the future, let's see who will comfort you," he retorted. Su Wanhuan looked at her daughter, her eyes swollen with tears. How understanding her daughter was. But why wouldn't she speak? Mu Qingqing hesitated, unsure whether to speak or remain silent, fearing that acknowledging her identity might provoke her wretched father. Just as she wavered, her father spoke. "Wanhuan, she isn't mute, is she?" "Our Qingqing is definitely not mute. Let's go," he asserted. "You're the one who's mute, it's you, this wretched father, who doesn't wish to find me. I bet you see me as your daughter, and want to whisk my mother away. Mom, you must recognize me. She is my daughter, even if she were not. I would care for her," Su Wanhuan declared resolutely. Lu Xiaoxiao cast a look of venomous resentment at Mu Qingqing. For the past 2 years, she had enjoyed the privileges of a wealthy heiress, indulging in luxuries. If this Qingqing was found, what would become of her? Having observed the scene for some time, Wang Lao'er seemed to grasp the situation. The elegantly dressed woman was indeed the mother of this wretched girl. If he had raised her for the past 2 years, wouldn't he stand to gain something? He approached Su Wanhuan, clutching his groin in pain. "Madam, I found her in the mountains 2 years ago. I've cared for her with the best food and drink for 2 years. You want to take her away just like that?" I truly feel reluctant. He feigned tears, secretly watching Su Wanhuan's expression. "Mom, don't believe this old fool's words. The original owner was beaten to death. By him, these scars on my arms are from years of abuse. The 2 men beside him were sent here to sell me to an old man who desires a child bride." Su Wanhuan glared at the old man, then glanced at her daughter's arms, marred by intersecting scars. Unable to suppress her fury any longer, she delivered a resounding slap across his face. Wang Lao'er, already aged and recently battered by Mu Qingqing with stones, staggered back, landing on the ground. Tears brimmed in his eyes, but had yet to spill. However, Su Wanhuan retaliated with another slap. The sound resonated, leaving everyone in a state of shock. After years of marriage, this was the first time Mu Hongda witnessed her, a woman of high birth, strike someone. "What have you done to my daughter? How dare you claim to have treated her well, while planning to sell her to an old man? You inhuman monster, you deserve to rot in prison," The two men, who had been silently observing, exchanged glances when they heard her mention prison, and quietly retreated towards the door. Qingqing spotted the two men backing away and shouted, "Catch them, they're trying to escape." As the sole man present, the responsibility of apprehending them fell solely on Hongda, yet he merely cast a cursory glance and made no move. Upon hearing the commotion, the two men turned and bolted for the exit. Qingqing, pulling stones from her pocket, hurled them with precision. One struck the bend of a suited man's leg, causing him to crumple to one knee. Desperate, he struggled to rise but was struck again by another stone on his other leg, collapsing completely. The suited man's legs seemed to lose sensation, rendering him immobile. In retrospect, she owed her proficiency in this technique to an elderly practitioner of traditional medicine from whom she learned about acupressure. Inspired by a moment while watching television, she wondered if this technique could be applied to boxing for a competitive edge. Subsequently, she studied acupressure books and sought guidance from a traditional medicine teacher, proving her hypothesis correct. Chapter 4. Impressive. Killing two birds with one stone. Host, please do not let them escape. There are two abducted little girls in their car. You must save them, or they will truly suffer. Boo-hoo. What? There are two abducted little girls in their vehicle? Unforgivable. Watch me crush them. Su Wanhua's shocked gaze shifted towards the two men, yet against such formidable adversaries, she felt utterly powerless. She turned to the only man present, Hongda. Hongda, hurry and apprehend them. There are two abducted little girls in their car. Is my mother doing her homework? How could she possibly know about the two abducted girls in their vehicle? My worthless father is even more terrified and dares not intervene. He is utterly petrified. Hongda glanced at the robust man ahead, who was struggling to lift the kneeling suited man. At this moment, upon hearing Su Wanhua's words, the muscular man turned his fierce gaze towards him. The intensity of that look made Hongda tremble with fear, his body shivering as his eyes darted elsewhere. Forcing him to confront them was akin to sending him to his doom. Did that wretched Su Wanhua want him dead? Hongda cursed silently in his heart while feigning a pitiful demeanor. Just as he was about to speak, the nanny interjected, "Sister Wanhua, that little girl is quite formidable with her stones, isn't she? Let her continue throwing them until she brings that man down. I'll call the police right now, and they will arrive shortly." "Yes, let her throw a few more stones," Hongda echoed. "Coward. At a crucial moment. He wants to rely on a defenseless little girl like me." Su Wanhua regarded him with disdain. His once masculine image had completely shattered, and she found herself believing her daughter's sentiments more and more. However, at that moment, the burly man stormed in front of Lu Yulan, snatched the phone from her ear, and smashed it violently onto the ground. With a resounding crash, the phone shattered into pieces. Lu Yulan stared in shock at the man, who glared at her with rage. He swiftly slapped her across the face, leaving a red, swollen mark and drawing a trickle of blood from her lip. "You filthy woman! Dare to call the police? I'll make you regret it." Both he and the suited man were fugitives wanted for murder, and they had come to this remote mountain to abduct children precisely to avoid detection. Once they gathered 3 children, they could smuggle them out of the country and no longer fear the repercussions of their crimes. But with this damned woman threatening to call the police, she was effectively pushing them into the fire. Well done. Finish off that mistress. Better yet, strike her face so she can no longer seduce anyone else. Qingqing silently cheered for the burly man. Su Wanhua, hearing the voice, looked at the faces of those present, but none showed any reaction. It seemed she was the only one who could hear it. Lu Yulan covered her bruised face, tears streaming down like pearls from a broken string, looking utterly pitiful. Yet the burly man was not one to show compassion. He retaliated with another vicious slap, perfectly mirroring the first. Lu Xiaoxiao, witnessing her mother being struck, rushed forward, using her pudgy little hands to strike the burly man with all her might. "How dare you hit my mother? I'll make you pay." The burly man looked at the beautiful little girl before him, far more captivating than any he had previously abducted. He suddenly scooped her up, grinning as he stammered, "Just right for 3. I'll sell you for some cash." Lu Xiaoxiao screamed in terror, "Let me go. Don't sell me. Daddy, Mommy, save me." Lu Yulan, seeing her daughter being carried away, grasped Hongda's hand. "Hongda, please save our daughter." He taking her. Though Hongda was terrified, Lu Xiaoxiao was the daughter he cherished dearly. Noticing the burly man's mention of needing 3 children, he stepped in front of him. Let my daughter go. There's another girl here. Take her instead, and we promise not to call the police. He pointed shamelessly at Mu Qingqing. Exposed, huh? Lu Xiaoxiao is your true beloved daughter. Mother, you must see this clearly. They are a family of 3. How heart-wrenching. Su Wanhua's eyes dimmed, a wave of desolation washing over her. She stood before Mu Qingqing, her voice sharp. Mu Hongda. She is your biological daughter, Mu Qingqing. How can you trade your own flesh and blood for the nanny's child? Who truly is your daughter? Mu Hongda regarded the filthy girl behind her, noting her resemblance to Qingqing. If she were indeed Mu Qingqing, he could not afford to let her live. He could use this opportunity to eliminate her. She was not Qingqing. Qingqing was not so savage. Swapping her for Xiaoxiao was perfectly suitable. Impressive. Worthless father. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Do you think I would allow you to trade me for the daughter you cherish? Mu Qingqing raised the small stone in her hand, aiming it at the burly man. He recoiled in fear, glancing at Mu Hongda before retorting, Your mother. Take this. As his stammering voice fell, a large foot clad in tattered shoes came crashing down on Mu Hongda. His slender, delicate frame, though slightly plumper over the years, had never been conditioned for confrontation. Before the robust man, he appeared as a mere child. When struck with such force, he had no means to defend himself, collapsing to the ground as he clutched the impacted area, pleading, Let my daughter go. You wanted to sell her for money, right? I can give you a lot of money if you just spare her. What a devoted father. Who would believe he isn't her biological parent? Yet I am also your true daughter. You heartlessly abandoned me in this mountain. It is clear what love and indifference look like. Mother, please do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. Su Wanhua's eyes reddened as her hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. Yet the pain in her hands could not compare to the anguish in her heart. She had always believed herself to be happy, but at this moment, she felt utterly foolish. Her husband, along with his mistress and their child, lived under her roof, and she had been oblivious, treating their child as her own. How naive she had been. Surely, Lu Yulan would be laughing at her in the dead of night. Meanwhile, the suited man kneeling nearby seemed to regain some composure, stammering, Hurry, get up. Come help me. The burly man, referred to as Stammer, carried Lu Xiaoxiao towards the suited man, while the girl cried out, continuously striking him with her small hands. Yet the man appeared impervious to her blows, supporting the suited man as they made their way towards the exit. Lu Yulan's eyes were swollen from crying. She had only 1 daughter, and she could not bear the thought of losing her. Yet she dared not approach, having been petrified by the 2 slaps she had received. She cast a disdainful look at the filthy Mu Qingqing, rushing over to grab her forcefully. Hurry, throw stones at them. Don't let them leave. Quickly. Xiaoxiao is about to be taken away. That wicked woman, still expecting me to save your daughter. You were partly responsible for throwing me into this mountain. There's no way I would rescue your daughter. Chapter 5. Teaching you a lesson, I'll end you. I offer you 1 million. Provided you strike those 2 with stones just as before. 1 million. Does this scoundrel father think that money belongs solely to him? It is all my mother's, but consider this as interest owed to me. Uncle, 2 million, and I will strike immediately. Mu Hongda, observing the 2 individuals approaching the door, spoke urgently. All right, I agree. Mu Qingqing took a few stones and struck at the bends of their legs. They immediately felt numb and fell to their knees with a thud. She intentionally struck a few at Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao cried out in pain while Lu Yulan scolded, Wretched girl, be more precise. You've hurt my daughter. If she suffers a single injury, I will not let you off. Su Wanhua stood protectively in front of Mu Qingqing, her gaze sharp. If it weren't for her, your daughter would have been taken away long ago. If you think her aim is poor, you can rescue your daughter yourself. Lu Yulan, taken aback by Su Wanhua's fierce demeanor, wiped her tears and feigned fear as she glanced at Mu Hongda. Hongda Wanhua. I was just overly worried about Xiaoxiao and spoke too harshly. Mu Hongda, concerned, approached Lu Yulan to comfort her but expressed dissatisfaction with Su Wanhua. Wanhua, why are you so harsh with Yulan? It's understandable for her to be worried about her daughter. It must have hurt Xiao Xiao terribly. In the past, Su Wanhua would not have thought much of it, but upon hearing her daughter's true feelings, she realized that this duplicitous pair dared to flaunt their affection in front of her. Her temper flared, and she was on the verge of exposing them. Mu Qingqing noticed the fury in Su Wanhua's eyes, her hands clenched tightly, her complexion dark as if she might explode at any moment, and inwardly fretted. "Oh, mother, have you finally seen through this shameless couple? Please don't expose them now, or it will be disastrous."
Su Wanhua relayed her clenched fists.
"Why would it be disastrous? I have been blind to their deceit for so long. I should have exposed them long ago. Your inheritance has almost been entirely siphoned off by them. The company has been undermined, and properties like the villa have been mortgaged away. They're just waiting for your demise to escape without a trace, and at that point, your family won't uncover anything. Revealing it now and seeking divorce will only benefit them." "Oh, my unfortunate mother." Su Wanhua staggered slightly, her body swaying as if she might fall. After years of diligent effort to build the company, she never expected to have become a mere pawn for someone else. "Mu Hongda, you ungrateful wretch. How dare you transfer my assets? None of the family property was brought by you before our marriage. It was all given to me by my parents out of compassion. And you've moved it all away." A wave of bitterness surged in her throat. Mu Qingqing steadied Su Wanhua with her small, frail hand. Feeling her daughter's support warmed her heart. At least she had found her daughter. Tears welled in her eyes. "Qingqing, I promise to take good care of you, and will never let you leave my side again." Mu Qingqing sensed the original owner's longing for maternal love and embraced Su Wanhua. The original owner has longed for maternal affection for so long. Alas, let me take care of this pitiful mother in her stead. Su Wanhua, perplexed by the term's original owner and take care of a pitiful mother, managed a bitter smile. Indeed, her current state was quite pitiable. She cast a fierce glance at Mu Hongda, who was tightly holding Lu Yuelan's hand, both of them anxiously watching the door, while the robust man knelt, clutching the struggling and crying Lu Xiaoxiao. They dared not rush over to rescue the child, fearing he might suddenly rise and strike them. The robust man, filled with rage, found himself unable to stand, and as he watched the child thrashing in his grasp, he struck Lu Xiaoxiao across the face with a heavy hand. "I told you to behave. I'll teach you a lesson." His iron-like hand struck Lu Xiaoxiao's face, causing her delicate features to redden and swell with pain. An 8-year-old child, cradled in someone else's palm, had never endured such torment. Frightened by the fierce man, she stopped cursing and merely screamed in agony. "Well done. You should hit harder."
Mu Qingqing applauded internally.
Lu Yuelan, witnessing her daughter as suffering, cried out in despair. "Please don't hit my daughter. I beg you. I can give you money, a lot of money." Mu Hongda, frantic as a cat on a hot tin roof, shouted, wanting to rush to save his daughter, but fear held him back. At that moment, he felt a scorching gaze directed at him from behind, and upon turning, he met Su Wanhua's fierce glare, causing a chill to run through him. He violently wrenched his hand free from Lu Yuelan's grip. "Wanhua, don't be angry. I was only concerned about Yuelan's worry for Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao is like our child. You're worried too, right? Isn't it natural to hold the nanny's hand tightly? Treating another's daughter as one's own. How utterly foolish of you." Su Wanhua's expression was stern. She had never spoken to Mu Hongda with such severity before. Mu Hongda felt guilty, although he had poisoned her and knew she would soon die quietly. He still feared her family's power enough to hesitate in confrontation. "Darling, I was wrong. But look at how pitiful Xiao Xiao is, being beaten by that brute." Lu Yuelan's eyes flashed with hatred, yet she feigned a gentle demeanor. "Sister Wanhua, Hongda and I grew up together. We are like siblings.
Please don't think of it that way.
You've been so kind to me. How could I do anything to betray you?" Feigning innocence.
Keep pretending.
"You've given birth to a child together, yet you still claim siblinghood. Are there siblings who share a bed and have children together? Oh, mother, please don't believe their lies and forgive them." Mu Qingqing fixed her gaze on Su Wanhua, fearful she might once again be swayed by their words. Meanwhile, Su Wanhua had already discerned the couple's ulterior motives. Forgiveness was out of the question. Her gaze was calm as she observed their theatrical performance. It would be a pity if they weren't actors. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao was being struck even more fiercely, crying out for her parents to rescue her. Chapter 6. Asking for 3 million isn't excessive, is it? Lu Yuelon could no longer bear to watch her daughter's anguished cries and rushed forward, attempting to pull her daughter from the robust man's arms. But her strength was no match for that of a man, especially one as strong as an ox. The robust man, seeing Lu Yuelon, grew even angrier and contemplated calling the police on her. He delivered a heavy punch to Lu Yuelon's chest, causing her to stagger back several steps and fall to the ground, her chest aching as if it had been struck with a hammer. Watching her daughter weep inconsolably, she struggled to her feet and charged back to reclaim her child. The robust man, now enraged, swung another punch to her temple, knocking Lu Yuelon unconscious. Seeing Lu Yuelon fall, Mu Hongda rushed over, cradling her limp body. "Yuelon, please wake up. You can't be hurt. Wake up." No matter how he called her, Lu Yuelon remained unresponsive. He glared at the robust man. "If you've killed her, I'll skin you alive." Such true love. Mu Qingqing couldn't help but marvel at Su Wanhua's composure. At that moment, Su Wanhua understood whom this man truly loved. Although her heart ached, since love had faded, this man was not worth her longing. The robust man, hearing Mu Hongda's words, grinned foolishly and pulled out a small folding knife from his pocket. Pointing it at Mu Hongda, he stammered, "If you dare come closer, I'll skin you alive." Mu Hongda's face turned pale with fear, and he dropped Lu Yuelon, retreating several steps. Lu Xiaoxiao, seeing the glinting knife, turned pale, her cries coming to an abrupt halt. The man in the suit looked at the terrified Mu Hongda and chuckled. "This gentleman desires your daughter. Give us 3 million.
And I will hand her over to you right now."
Selling the 3 girls would barely yield 1 million. Earlier, he heard that little girl demanding 2 million, and he readily agreed. Asking for 3 million is hardly excessive, is it? Before Mu Hongda could respond, several police officers sprang into action. They saw a man kneeling on the ground, brandishing a knife, while tightly holding a tear-streaked little girl. They immediately drew their weapons and shouted, "Drop the knife and release the child, or we will fire." The burly man, witnessing the police's agitation, trembled with his knife. He was a fugitive now caught by the police, and he knew he would never escape. Rather than languishing in prison for a lifetime, he thought it better to take someone down with him. He cursed the audacity of those who dared to call the police. Today would end with mutual destruction. Stuttering, he lunged the knife toward Lu Xiaoxiao, and the police, seeing this, fired, hitting the man's wrist. The knife slipped from his hand, leaving a shallow cut on Lu Xiaoxiao's face, with bright red blood seeping out. Seizing the opportunity, several police officers quickly subdued the man, rescuing Lu Xiaoxiao from his grasp. Upon seeing the woman lying on the ground, they called for an ambulance. Lu Xiaoxiao, touching the blood on her face, cried out. One officer comforted her in his arms. Meanwhile, Mu Hongda was shaken, his heart racing at the sound of gunfire, his gaze vacant. What a cowardly father, incapable of being a man, reduced to such fear. Mu Qingqing silently scoffed. Su Wanhuan's gaze was also fixed on Mu Hongda. How had she ever fallen for such a selfish, timid man? She couldn't help but feel that her years of dedication were in vain. The police examined the scene and took their statements. When the ambulance arrived, Lu Yuelon was lifted onto the stretcher. Lu Xiaoxiao insisted on dragging Mu Hongdao along to accompany her mother.
Mu Hongda awkwardly glanced at Wanhuan.
Wanhuan, I'll go with Xiaoxiao to the hospital. You all should head there first, and I'll catch up with you later. Su Wanhuan ignored him, pulling Mu Qingqing into the car. She too wanted to witness the unfolding drama, yet feared for her safety. Rest assured, host, enjoy the spectacle without concern for your safety. Mu Qingqing felt a surge of relief. There would be excitement and luxury to enjoy. Sitting in the passenger seat, she listened to Guagua narrate the unfolding story, occasionally murmuring to herself, the Su family has suffered too much. Alas, in the end, they failed to recognize the heroine, resulting in such a tragic fate. Su Wanhuan was focused intently on driving, navigating the rugged mountain roads with care to minimize jolting for her daughter. Upon hearing those words, she suddenly slammed on the brakes. What kind of fate could be deemed so tragic? Su Wanhuan looked at her daughter, wanting to ask, but those were her innermost thoughts, and she feared that voicing them might harm her daughter's fragile spirit. who wishes for their innermost feelings to be overheard. She also worried that if her daughter learned the truth, she might never share her thoughts again. Qingqing, tell me you are Qingqing, right? The girl who called me was you, wasn't it? You remember your mother, don't you? Su Wanhuan's voice quivered, her eyes filled with hope. Mu Qingqing's gaze remained calm, yet inquisitive. In her past life, she had been an orphan, discovered by a coach who recognized her boxing talent, forcing her to train daily to win matches. She had never seen such a look on his face. Only when she won would he give her a fleeting smile. But when she lost, the training turned even more brutal. It wasn't until she turned 18, after her coach perished in a car accident, that she gained true freedom. Yet, she had never encountered such a gentle, yearning gaze. Yes, the one who called was me. But why did you bring that worthless father and the nanny along? They were the ones who threw me into the mountains. Su Wanhuan could no longer contain her tears, embracing Mu Qingqing and weeping uncontrollably. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let them come. If I had known they were the ones who abandoned you, I would have killed them. Mu Qingqing felt warmth from her mother's embrace, her eyes stinging with emotion. Mom, don't be so foolish as to trust that scoundrel and the nanny. You're only 30. Find a man who truly loves you and kick that worthless dad to the curb.
Wanhuan, initially sorrowful.
Couldn't he help but smile at her daughter's words? Through her tears, she chuckled, while Mu Qingqing, with a defiant pout, declared her stance. Su Wanhuan was amused by her daughter's little adult demeanor. Who knew her daughter was such a clever sprite? She gently ruffled Mu Qingqing's hair and continued driving. Mom's side profile is quite beautiful. But how could she have such poor taste in men, ending up with such a despicable scoundrel? I will definitely help her choose better in the future. As Su Wanhuan drove, she could hear her daughter's thoughts, and a blissful smile graced her face. Chapter 7. Is this a melon patch? Su Wanhuan arrived at the local police station, and the two cooperated with the officers to provide their statements. As they were leaving, Mu Qingqing informed the police that Wang Lao'er had previously abducted a girl from our village. Wang Lao'er from our village is a witness. If you bring him in and interrogate him, he will confess. This was something she had gleaned from the book. Being in a remote area, there were no surveillance cameras. Wang Lao'er could deny everything, and with the passage of time, there was no evidence to convict him. Wang Lao'er had seen Wang Lao'er sell that girl to traffickers. He was too timid to speak up, especially since Wang Lao'er was his brother. He had kept it hidden all along. The police nodded, asking how she knew this. Wang Lao'er confessed while drunk. She certainly couldn't admit that this was from the book. The two exited the police station and drove straight to the city. After 4 to 5 hours of driving, Mu Qingqing had slept for the same duration. When she awoke, she found herself lying on a luxurious bed in an extravagantly decorated room. This grand mansion was truly impressive, filling her with delight. Yet, looking down at her tattered clothes, she felt a stark contrast. Cautiously, she opened the door. Wow, this mansion had 2 floors. Standing in the upstairs hallway allowed her to overlook the entire lower level. 4 doors lined the second floor. Wealth certainly equated to extravagance. No wonder so many people rushed to become wealthy. She approached the adjacent room, where the door was ajar, and heard Su Wanhuan's tearful voice. Big brother, what should I do? That scoundrel has deceived me so cruelly. Now that I found my daughter, how are we to live? An enraged voice came through the phone, clear enough for Mu Qingqing to hear. That bastard. I always saw him as a gigolo, but I never expected him to be this ruthless. Don't worry, sister. Big brother, let him succeed. You say you found Qingqing? Hurry, and bring her over. We all miss her. Su Wanhuan wiped her tears and replied with a soft before ending the call. Turning around, she saw Mu Qingqing at the doorway. Qingqing, you're awake.
Come.
Mommy will take you to bathe. We're going to your grandmother's house. Your uncle and Anne are eager to see you. Host, hurry. This is wonderful. Finally, we can enjoy the spectacle. Guagua wants to see a big melon, la la la. The system even sang a little tune for the sake of the spectacle, truly deserving the title of Guagua system. Su Wanhuan led Mu Qingqing to the bathroom, and as she removed her tattered clothes, the scars covering her body were revealed. Su Wanhuan's eyes reddened again. Did Wang Lao'er do this to you? Mu Qingqing nodded. Su Wanhuan gently traced the old scars on her daughter's back, some still fresh. And tears flowed unbidden as she cursed that wretched Wang Lao'er. Mu Qingqing soaked in the bath, the water at a perfect temperature. Su Wanhuan tenderly cleaned her daughter's dirt-covered skin. Her hair was tangled, making it difficult to wash. Su Wanhuan carefully combed through it, fearful of causing her daughter pain. After bathing, the tub was filled with murky water. Mu Qingqing was rinsed off again, and Su Wanhuan wrapped her in a towel before allowing her to step out. In a state of bliss, Mu Qingqing felt as if her steps were lighter. Su Wanhua opened the wardrobe, revealing an array of exquisite dresses alongside several pairs of trousers and long coats. Qingqing, which one do you fancy? These are all garments your mother has purchased for you over the years, eagerly anticipating the day she could find you. As she spoke, her voice faltered with emotion. Please don't cry. Now that we have found Qingqing, you should be smiling. Mu Qingqing gently wiped the tears from Su Wanhua's face. Su Wanhua clutched the frail little hand, declaring from now on, with you by my side, I will only smile. Ultimately, Mu Qingqing chose a charming white princess dress, layered with a silk long coat that felt delightfully smooth and cool against her skin, effectively concealing the scars on her arms. Joyfully, she followed her mother downstairs. Upon reaching the garage, they exchanged their vehicle for a brand new BMW, setting off towards the Su family estate. The Su family comprised 3 sons and 1 daughter. The family's business was primarily overseen by the eldest son, who also resided with their parents. The second son, gifted in medicine, established a pharmaceutical research company in Massachusetts, receiving substantial national support, truly thriving in his endeavors. As for the youngest son, he was the most handsome among them, having been discovered by talent scouts at a young age and starred in numerous television dramas. His exceptional acting skills eventually earned him the title of Best Actor. The only daughter, Su Wanhua, was the youngest and the cherished daughter longed for by her parents, yet she ultimately fell victim to a scoundrel. Had her parents known of her plight, they would have undoubtedly sought to exact vengeance upon that wretch. Upon arriving at the luxurious villa community where the Su family resided, a haven for the affluent, they ventured deeper into the estate, where the cost of the properties escalated. After a lengthy drive, their vehicle finally came to a halt. Su Wanhua took Mu Qingqing's hand and led her into the villa, which featured a grand fountain and artificial hills. Such a spacious setting seemed a bit extravagant for its purpose. Mu Qingqing's thoughts lingered in a past life where living spaces were exorbitantly priced, recalling that a mere square meter of housing could cost over 10,000. She pondered how many competitions she would need to win to afford even the slightest portion of this estate, forgetting that the wealthy rarely lacked for money. As she reflected, the system suddenly erupted with excitement. Host, a major revelation is approaching. Quickly, distance yourself from it. She has a penchant for slandering others. With wide, glistening eyes, Mu Qingqing scanned the surroundings for the source of this warning. Could it be her? She is still conversing with my mother. Hearing her daughter's voice, Su Wanhua regarded the young girl with suspicion. Aunt, this must be Qingqing. How adorable. She bears such a striking resemblance to you, Su Sahan beamed, bending down to gaze at Mu Qingqing, even reaching out to touch her cheek. Startled by the system's alert, Mu Qingqing instinctively stepped back, evading the touch. Su Sahan's hand hovered in the air, her expression momentarily awkward, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes before she resumed her smile. How dare you shy away from my touch, you ungrateful child. Just wait and see how I deal with you in the future. Perceiving the hint of ire, Mu Qingqing resolved to keep her distance from this scheming girl. Su Wanhua, fearing a misunderstanding, interjected, Qingqing has just been found, and is a bit shy around strangers. Please don't take it personally. She has endured much hardship in the mountains, and is simply adjusting. Su Sahan maintained her smile, though it did not reach her eyes, as she linked arms with Su Wanhua and entered the grand hall. The elder Su couple, along with the eldest son and his wife, were already seated on the sofa, waiting. What a revelation! Is this a melon patch? I adore melons, one after another. Mu Qingqing found herself stifling laughter at the system's playful remarks. Yet the revelations that followed were far from humorous. The daughter brought by Su Mingze is an impostor. They have concealed the true daughter, intending to sell her in Africa. Su Mingze was framed by this false daughter, leading to his company's bankruptcy and subsequent imprisonment. Once released, he sacrificed himself for her. His wife fell ill with gastric cancer after his downfall, requiring money for treatment, yet the fake daughter absconded with all their funds, resulting in a tragic demise. The Su patriarch and matriarch, oh, how dreadful. All present stared at Mu Qingqing in disbelief, save for the ever-smiling Su Sahan. What they had heard felt like a curse or perhaps a lamentation, striking them like a heavy blow to the heart. Yet, they did not hear the little girl speak. Had they imagined it? But the next moment, her voice rang out again. What is wrong? Why do you all look at me like that? Do you find me adorable? Or, do I resemble my mother? Su Mingze was the first to recover, rising from the sofa and approaching his sister with an elated expression. Is this our Qingqing? She looks just like your mother did as a child, as if sculpted from the same mold. Mu Qingqing regarded him, feigning innocence, nodding in agreement. Uncle, you surely are the company president. You possess such charm and style. It's unfortunate you have found yourself with a false daughter. Su Mingze felt flattered by the compliment. Disregarding the latter part of her statement, he joyfully scooped her up and headed towards the sofa. I'm a girl, you know. Although you are my uncle. It feels quite awkward to be held by such a handsome man. Unable to contain himself, Su Mingze chuckled heartily. Our Qingqing, doesn't he enjoy being held? Does she? Come sit here. He gently placed Mu Qingqing between the elder Su couple, then turned to lead Su Wanhua upstairs. The elder Su couple, gazing at her as if she were a cherished treasure, presented her with a collection of lavish plush toys, dolls, remote-controlled cars, and a colossal transformer, all items that would delight a girl of her age. However, Mu Qingqing found herself unmoved by these offerings, for beneath her youthful exterior lay a 25-year-old woman. Internally, she scoffed, Grandpa and Grandma, I do not desire these gifts. Cash would be far more appreciated. In the next moment, as if responding to her unspoken thoughts, the elder couple produced 2 cards from their pockets. Qingqing, this card contains 800,000. Consider it a welcoming gift from your grandmother. And this one, dear, is from your grandfather, containing 30 million. Keep it a secret between us. The kindly elder whispered close to Mu Qingqing's ear, igniting her excitement.
Wow.
I am also wealthy now. Once I grow into this little body, I shall indulge in some attractive companions. The elder Su couple exchanged glances, taken aback by their niece's unexpected boldness. Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. I promise to work hard and repay you when I grow up, ensuring you both enjoy long, prosperous lives. The elder couple beamed with delight. Yes, yes. We await that day eagerly. Meanwhile, Su Mingze's wife, Sun Wenxiu, pulled out a card of her own. Qingqing, I do not have much to offer. But here is a card containing 500,000. Use it as you wish. Such affluence all around. Am I dreaming? You are all so wonderful. I adore you. From this moment on, you shall be my benefactors. Anyone who wishes you harm shall face my wrath. The Su family stifled their laughter at her earnest declaration. In her heart, Mu Qingqing cheered, pinching her own cheek to confirm her reality. Ecstatically, she leaped off the sofa and approached Sun Wenxiu, saying, Thank you, Aunt. You are truly beautiful. May I give you a kiss? Sun Wenxiu, flattered by the sweet compliment from the adorable girl, leaned in.
Mohink preset her soft.
Sweet lips against her cheek, exclaiming, Aunt, you taste delightful. I like you. Sun Wenxiu's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she was cradled in his arms. Receiving a gentle kiss on her cherubic cheek, the elderly Su couple beamed with tears of joy, delighting in the sweetness of a child.
Meanwhile, Shushian,
who had been watching from the sidelines, clenched her fists in frustration, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Her mother had gifted her 5 million, a sum her family had never bestowed upon her before. She cast a disdainful glance at Mu Qingqing, who had sensed the scrutiny and turned to meet Su Shihan's envious gaze. Was it true what Qingqing had said, that this daughter was a mere impostor? The jealousy and animosity radiating from Su Shihan were palpable. Feigning a smile, Su Shihan approached Mu Qingqing, asking if she could hold her.
Mu Qingqing,
leaning slightly toward Sun Wenxiu, replied, I'm sorry, cousin, but I'm allergic to perfume. Perhaps next time. I refuse to let you hold me, scheming girl. You only know how to slander others. It's best to keep my distance from you. Su Shihan's expression darkened. This was the second time she had been rebuffed. Was it that she disliked her, or was she deliberately antagonizing her? Sun Wenxiu noticed the overpowering scent of perfume surrounding Su Shihan. In disbelief, Su Shihan quickly regained her composure and retreated to the farthest sofa. Aunt, are you pushing me into a pit of flames with such words? This false daughter has never looked upon me with favor and will undoubtedly consider me a thorn in her side. Who knows what she might do when no one is around? Sun Wenxiu, feeling as if she had committed a grave error, looked anxiously at Mu Qingqing before retrieving a card from her pocket. This is our mall's wireless shopping card. Simply present it at any Su-owned establishment, and you may take whatever you desire. Aunt, this is quite generous. I adore you, dear aunt. Mu Qingqing gazed at the card with starry eyes, her small hand reaching out to grasp it. From the far end of the room, Su Shihan seethed with jealousy. She had long coveted that card, yet it was bestowed upon this little child. Indignantly, she exclaimed, Mother, she's just a child. What use will she have for this card? Besides, at only 8 years old, she lacks maturity. If she is deceived, the loss will be considerable. You are the one lacking maturity, you scheming girl, a white lotus. In your pursuit of a man, you have driven my beloved uncle to bankruptcy and imprisonment, and upon his release, he was slain while protecting you. You absconded with my uncle and aunt's medical funds, leaving them unreachable, which caused their suffering. My uncle and aunt have suffered immensely. I shall expose your crimes and uncover their true daughter. This time, the Su family truly heard her voice. Though she had not spoken aloud, it was unmistakably Mu Qingqing's essence. Sun Wenxiu gazed at her with excitement, disregarding the false daughter. Her foremost concern was the whereabouts of her true daughter. Just as she was about to inquire, Su Mingzi called out anxiously from the hallway, Wenxiu, please fetch my card from upstairs. Sun Wenxiu glanced at her husband, who had always retrieved items himself or sent the maid. Was there something amiss? She gently placed Qingqing down and ascended the stairs. Earlier, Su Mingzi had overheard Qingqing's entire tirade and had learned from his sister that she could hear Qingqing's voice, and that it conveyed the truth. His sister had expressed a desire to shield Qingqing from the knowledge that they could hear her inner thoughts, not wanting her to feel like an anomaly. He worried that if the false daughter were to learn this, she might conceal the true daughter even more deeply. As Sun Wenxiu made her way upstairs, he followed closely behind. My dear, I fear you may not find it. Perhaps we should search together. Uncle and aunt truly share a deep affection. Are they so eager to kiss even in daylight? How embarrassing. The two paused momentarily, puzzled by the niece's peculiar thoughts. Su Wanhuan stifled a laugh, while the elder Su couple's faces crinkled with additional lines of mirth. Su Shihan found their laughter baffling. What was so amusing? Mu Qingqing too was bewildered, as it seemed no one had spoken. Su Wanhuan embraced her tightly, pressing her cheek against Qingqing's. Qingqing, are you enjoying your time at Grandma's? Yes, I adore Grandma, Grandpa, and Aunt. Of course you do. Each of them has gifted me a card, and I have become quite the little heiress.
Mu Qingqing beamed,
feeling the 4 cards in her pocket, her eyes squinting with delight. Yet, Su Shihan's acerbic voice shattered her blissful mood.
Aunt,
my grandparents have each given her a card worth several million. My mother has also given her a 5 million card, along with a Su-style black card. For someone so young, she now possesses over 20 million. You must keep a close watch on her, lest she squander it all. Jealousy breeds contempt. The false will always remain false. Once the genuine arrives, I will expose you and ensure you leave swiftly. It is not merely 20 million, but rather over 40 million. Do you not realize how envious that would make you? The elder Su wished to silence Mu Qingqing, as the 30 million he had given her was a closely guarded secret. Yet, even with his hand over her mouth, Mu Qingqing remained silent. Su Wanhuan observed her parents and then fixed her gaze on her daughter, her expression one of indignation. Cousin, have you squandered the money Aunt gave you? What does it matter if Grandpa and Grandma give me money? Are you envious? No need to worry about how my mother manages my funds. I am more responsible than some who squander money recklessly. The 100,000 Su family gifted her was merely flung at the villain. under the delusion that he held any affection for her. Little does she realize she is but a walking ATM. Moreover, she even pilfered Grandma's Buddhist prayer beads and sold them for 1,000, and stole Grandpa's jade guanine, selling it for 500,000. She has stolen so much jewelry from Aunt. If this continues, the Su family will be impoverished. Grandma, my prayer beads were stolen? I had painstakingly acquired them from a high monk for 1 million. Grandpa, it cannot be. My jade guanine was secured in a cabinet. I just took it out for admiration. Oh no, I think I forgot to lock it. Grandpa's expression darkened as he hastily ascended the stairs. Moment latte. He descended with an even graver countenance, his eyes fixed on Su Shirhan with intensity. Meanwhile, Su Shirhan shot a venomous glare at Mu Qingqing, biting her lip in an attempt to hold back tears. Cousin, I am not jealous of you. I merely worry that you are too young to manage money. Please do not distort my words. Besides, I have not squandered my funds. Still deflecting. Your phone is filled with transfers to that scoundrel. And your nightstand is overflowing with receipts from purchases for him. Are you saving those to blackmail him when he casts you aside? It's so frustrating. I know. Yet I cannot expose her. It's utterly stifling. Unbeknownst to her, the Su family could hear her inner thoughts, their warmth towards Su Shirhan waning. The elder Su had grown increasingly displeased with her since sitting down, particularly after discovering that his jade guanine had truly vanished. He had paid 5 million for it, considering it a treasured addition to his collection, and now it had been sold for a mere 500,000. His blood boiled with indignation. Host, the juicy gossip is here. It has arrived at the door. Guagua is ready to indulge. Mu Qingqing paid no further heed to Su Shirhan, wriggling free from her mother's embrace and darting toward the entrance. Su Shirhan believed the child had fled in anger, her heart secretly amused. Su Wanhuan followed her daughter outside, where Lu Mu, Su Shiyu's adoptive mother, awaited with her sister, Lu Shiyu. Mother Lu was dressed in a dazzling manner, her face adorned like that of a matchmaker. Beside her, Lu Shiyu wore old clothes that had been washed countless times, her hands burdened with heavy plastic bags, which left her palms red and sore. When Mother Lu saw her preparing to set them down, she scolded, "Are they really that heavy? Don't leave them on the ground. It's unclean. I provide for you at home, yet you can't even carry a few bags. Truly useless." Tears welled in Lu Shiyu's eyes, but she dared not retort. Host, I find the female protagonist utterly pitiable. It's no wonder she becomes so ruthless later. Even the drama of it all seems less appealing now, the system remarked. Upon hearing the system's words, a small figure dashed forward, stomping her foot firmly on Mother Lu's. You bully Sister Lu Shiyu, I'll crush you. Lu Shiyu, holding the heavy bags, was taken aback by the child's innocent voice. Did this little girl know her? At that moment, Mother Lu cried out in pain, her expression dark as she pushed towards Mu Qingqing. As a boxing champion, Mu Qingqing deftly evaded her, causing Mother Lu to lose her balance and crash onto the ground, making intimate contact with the cement. Mother Lu scraped her palm, blood oozing forth. Lu Shiyu hurried to assist her mother, but was met with a fierce slap across her face. Confused, she wondered why her good intentions had resulted in punishment. You wretched girl, who told you to put the bags on the ground? You've dirted them. Your sister's family will look down on us.
Muhin clenched her fists,
Glaring at the fallen Mother Lu. What kind of wicked mother are you? The bags only contain potatoes, freshly dug from the earth. How could they be dirty? Is she even your daughter? What kind of mother treats her child so harshly? I can't bear to watch this any longer. I want to strike her. What should I do? My hands are itching. This is no real mother. She is a vile stepmother. Lu Shiyu, wake up. As the protagonist of this tale, having endured so much suffering, how can you not see this wicked woman is not your true mother? Chapter 10. Let this little demon enact justice on behalf of the heavens. Lu Shiyu, holding her stinging face, was momentarily dazed. Her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Mu Qingqing, who had clearly spoken moments ago, yet now remained silent. She shifted her gaze back to Mother Lu. Was it truly as she claimed? Was she not her biological child? If that were the case, perhaps she could find solace in it. For even dogs in this household were treated better than her. What are you staring at? Hoping your real mother dies soon? Hurry up and come help me. You worthless brat, she's my child. I can hit her. I can scold her. That's her fate. She deserves it. Mother Lu's eyes were cold and her words cruel, as if she intended to rise and strike Lu Xiu again. Sawanhua, rushing in, overheard Mother Lu's distorted views and angrily retorted, "You gave birth to that child, so you should love and cherish her. What kind of mother are you? You resemble a wicked stepmother more than a true parent." Her comforting gaze fell upon Lu Xiu's face, and she gasped in surprise, seeing a resemblance to her younger self. "Fear not, little girl. If your mother continues to treat you so harshly, you must leave her. You are free and should not endure such treatment, even if it comes from your biological mother." Lu Xiu had never experienced such concern from others, her eyes reddening as she nodded. Mother Lu, unfamiliar with Sawanhua, had never seen her before and assumed she was not part of the Su family. Infuriated by Lu Xiu's nodding, she clambered up to strike her again. "You vile woman! How dare you hit my cousin? Eat this!" Mu Qingqing proclaimed, swiftly kicking Mother Lu's knee. Mother Lu collapsed before Lu Xiu, and Mu Qingqing burst into laughter. "Ha! The wicked stepmother finally realizes her mistake and must kneel to beg for mercy from my sister. You little beast, I'll make you pay." Mother Lu glared at Mu Qingqing with venomous eyes, yet despite her efforts, her knees seemed unresponsive. Fearful, she began to wail, "My legs won't move. You little brat have crippled me. I'm your mother. Come help me." Lu Xiu, witnessing her mother's desperate cries, instinctively moved to assist. "A wicked stepmother, and I, an 8-year-old girl, have rendered you crippled. Are you jesting? Are you plotting to bully my sister? Cousin, don't help her. She isn't to your real mother. If you assist her, she'll only take her anger out on you." Mu Qingqing's words stopped Lu Xiu in her tracks. Her mother always found ways to strike her, tormenting her, and her sister would incite even harsher punishment. She could hardly bear it. She had questioned her own identity as their biological child, yet with the birth certificate as proof, she had no choice but to accept her fate. But today, someone had told her that even if she were her biological mother, such treatment was unacceptable. She mustered the courage to live for herself. Mother Lu's wailing grew louder, her voice filled with rage and accusation, drawing the attention of the Su family in the living room. Spotting Su Shirhan trailing behind, Mother Lu's eyes softened with feigned affection. "Shirhan, your adoptive mother has been crippled by this little beast. She can no longer stand. You must stand up for her." She believed the Su family would speak on her behalf due to Su Shirhan's presence. Like a shrew, she pointed at Mu Qingqing, her arrogance unabated. "You little beast, kneel and apologize to me. Su old master and Su old lady, this little beast has crippled my legs. Call the police and have her imprisoned for life." The elders of the Su family, following Mother Lu's pointing, turned their attention to Mu Qingqing, their expressions darkening. She was their cherished daughter, and to hear her referred to as a little beast and to demand her imprisonment revealed a heart full of malice. Noticing the elders' discontent, Su Shirhan hurried to assist Mother Lu, tears streaming down her face as she feigned a victimized demeanor. "Host, I can't bear this any longer. The wicked stepmother and the scheming girl. No wonder the protagonist suffers so much in their presence. Humph. Good deeds should be rewarded, and evil must be punished. Let this little demon enact justice on behalf of the heavens." After conversing with the system, Mu Qingqing swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Su Shirhan's face, leaving a distinct imprint of her small fingers. Su Shirhan's head throbbed from the blow, her eyes wide in shock, her expression twisted in rage. "Why did you hit me? Cousin, I'm sorry. I saw a big fly on your face and feared it would bite you, so I couldn't help but swat it away." "Ha! What a relief. I wanted to hit you. You scheming girl, just as wicked as your mother. You both deserve to spend a lifetime in prison." Seeing her daughter's face turn red and swollen from the slap, Mother Lu lost all restraint and lunged at Mu Qingqing. Yet Mu Qingqing only laughed at her. Mother Lu found her smile irritating, and as Su Shirhan called out to her, she paid no heed. At that moment, Su Mingzi rushed over and scooped up Mu Qingqing, evading Mother Lu's grasp, though a long scratch remained on his arm. Su Wanhua also hurried to them, relieved to see her daughter unharmed. But her heart ached upon noticing the blood on her brother's arm. Mu Qingqing, her cheeks puffed in indignation, glared at Mother Lu. You wicked stepmother, unable to malign me. You still wish to harm me. Uncle, hurry and break that wretched wind needle. Her wickedness might infect you too. Su Mingze observed the little one speaking so audaciously and resolved never to cross her in the future. Madame Lu gazed at the long scar on Su Mingze's arm, etched by her own hand, and a wave of trepidation washed over her. Approaching Su Shirhan, she wept. Shirhan, it was a moment of impatience. You are the treasure in your foster mother's palm, and how could she strike you so fiercely? It was unbearable for her. Su Shirhan caressed her swollen face, her eyes glimmering with resentment, feigning a look of grievance as she turned to Su Mingze. He, in turn, observed Su Shiyu's bruised cheek, reflecting on the joy she had brought to their lives over the past month, even if she was but an illusion. Yet, in his embrace, Mu Qingqing cried out, No. Uncle, if you let them go, your beloved daughter will be lost forever. Su Shirhan glared at Mu Qingqing, indignantly asserting, Why not? My father has let it go. Your words hold no weight. Chapter 11. A conspiracy between mother and daughter. Upon hearing Qingqing's words, the Su family regarded Madame Lu and Su Shirhan with no apparent surprise. It seemed they could not hear Qingqing's innermost thoughts. As Su Mingze and his wife descended the stairs, he discreetly texted Su's elderly parents about their ability to perceive Qingqing's thoughts, reassuring them that everything she said would be the truth, and instructing them to ensure Qingqing remained unaware of their ability to hear her. Madame Su hurriedly approached Madame Lu, linking arms with her. We owe you much for caring for Shirhan all these years. I have yet to properly thank you. Let us not linger here. Come inside and rest. We shall converse amiably, and let us dine here at noon. Standing among the Su family, Sun Wenxiu unexpectedly took hold of Madame Lu's other arm, warmly ushering her inside. Dear foster mother, I have yet to express my gratitude. Madame Lu, flanked by these two affluent women, felt a surge of pride and followed them into the Su family's living room, while Su Shirhan stood there in a daze. The two men of the Su family exchanged glances, offering silent admiration for the women of their household as they cheerfully entered. Mu Qingqing, witnessing this turn of events, descended from her mother's embrace and ran to the bewildered Su Shiyu, grasping her rough, swollen hand. Sister, let us go inside together. Fear not. Qingqing will protect you. No one shall bully you. Hearing the soft voice, Su Shiyu felt a warmth spread through her, as no one had ever promised to protect her before. Though she was but a child, it brought her comfort. Su Shirhan, still in a state of confusion, observed her despised sister being led by that annoying little girl and snapped, Su Shiyu, do not bother. I will fetch the potatoes myself. However, Mu Qingqing tightened her grip, insisting, Sister, there's no need for you to carry anything. I shall have the maid bring them. Come with me, you are my guest. Shall we go together? She is the protagonist of a story. Opposing her would lead to dire consequences. From this moment, she must align herself with the heroine and elevate the Su family to greatness. Su Shiyu heard this inexplicable voice and confirmed that it belonged to the little girl holding her hand. She cast a hesitant glance at Su Shirhan, who had always been a figure of authority she dared not contradict, fearing only reprimand and punishment. Before Su Shirhan could issue further commands, Mu Qingqing boldly led the way forward. Frustrated, Su Shirhan stomped her foot, her eyes blazing with fury. In the living room, Madame Lu was encircled by Madame Su and the eldest daughter-in-law, engaged in conversation. With a radiant face, Madame Lu boasted of Su Shirhan's upbringing, believing these affluent ladies admired her for raising Su Shirhan so well, otherwise they would not be so warm towards her. Little did she know, the Su family feared her escape, worried they might never find their true daughter and granddaughter again. Mu Qingqing led Su Shiyu into the hall, and upon seeing her daughter, Madame Lu called out loudly. All eyes turned to Su Shiyu. Is this Su Wanhua in her youth? How remarkably similar. Lu Mingze remarked. This girl resembles my sister too closely, yet she is unfortunate to have such a mother. Sun Wenxiu pondered, could she be the illegitimate child of my sister? Su Shiyu lowered her head, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, while Su Wanhua squirmed under their gaze. Madame Lu, in a panic, spoke up, causing Su Shiyu to flinch and turn to leave, only to be halted by Mu Qingqing's small hand. Fortunately, your foster father passed away 5 years ago. Otherwise, you would have lost your virtue. How did she know this? She could glean such information from her chores and hardships at home. But how could she know about that fateful night 5 years ago when her foster father attempted to take her purity, a secret even her mother was unaware of? Foster father? Shouldn't he be called father? She thought, recalling her mother's intentions to sell her off to Africa. The Su family was stunned, realizing the cruelty bestowed upon their daughter. Yet, they observed how Madame Lu doted on her other daughter, praising her moments ago. At that moment, Madame Lu felt exposed. Glaring at Qingqing, she is my biological daughter. Can your words sever our bond? She is registered in our household, with a birth certificate. How can you even mention that birth certificate? It belongs to your first daughter, who passed away at 1 year old, and you fortuitously adopted my sister, raising her as your own. But since you bore your own daughter, alas, if you acknowledge her as your daughter, then she deserves to be here with you, as a mother should not treat her own daughter so harshly. As Qingqing spoke, she firmly pulled Su Xiu to sit on the sofa beside them. Madame Lu shot her a fierce glare, but then noticed Su Shirhan approaching with a look of affection. Shirhan, come and sit. Let your foster mother admire you. The Su family's nurturing has transformed my daughter into a television star. Indeed, she is your biological daughter. One cannot help but adore her. Su Shirhan hesitated momentarily, her steps faltering as she nervously replied, Mother, please do not be angry. My foster mother has raised me as her own for so long. It was merely a slip of the tongue. This mother-daughter act is quite extraordinary. They are indeed biological. How could she possibly change her words? The two women harmoniously exchanged words, while Qingqing's thoughts reached the ears of every member of the Su family. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck, while they could accept that Su Shirhan might not be their biological daughter. The realization that the two were conspiring to deceive them ignited their fury. Madame Lu's eyes widened with fear as she trembled, about to speak. But Sun Wenxiu's face turned ashen, her glare piercing through Madame Lu. Chapter 12. Far yet near, tell me, Su Shirhan, are you truly my daughter? Have you and your mother conspired to deceive the Su family, thinking us easy prey? Sun Wenxiu's countenance was grim, sending chills down their spines. She could not endure the thought of others exploiting her daughter's name for deceit. Madame Lu and Su Shirhan's hearts raced, realizing they had been discovered. Yet, how could they relinquish this luxurious life so soon? Suddenly, Su Shirhan fell to her knees before Sun Wenxiu, pleading, Mother, I am your biological daughter. Have you forgotten we underwent a paternity test? We cannot let my foster mother's careless words cast doubt upon our bond. Clinging to Sun Wenxiu's legs, she wept uncontrollably, knowing that if one lacked resolve, they might easily be swayed. My goodness, this is a classic ploy. If she were not destined for the stage, it would be a shame to waste such talent. Aunt, do not be fooled by her. The paternity test is genuine, but the hair does not belong to her. Sun Wenxiu seized upon this revelation, her voice rising in intensity. Whose hair was used for the paternity test? Who is my biological daughter? Aunt, your insight is commendable. Unmask this false daughter and safeguard the lives of the Su family. Sun Wenxiu suddenly felt the weight of her responsibility, knowing that the lives of the Su family were at stake. Suddenly, Su Shirhan, who was clinging to Sun Wenxiu's thigh, paused, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at her. Mom, can't you trust your daughter just once? I truly am your daughter. Throughout this month, I have never asked anything of you. If I were an impostor, would I remain silent? Such brazen excuses. To be confronted with the truth yet still deny it. How remarkable. If it weren't for my system of gathering information, I might have believed you. Do you still dare claim that you want nothing? Have you not pilfered enough from the Su family? Not to mention the treasures of my aunt. How many pieces of her jewelry have you stolen? That imperial pink diamond necklace, the 9 jade egg pendants, the ruby and diamond ring, and more. Sun Wenxiu's mouth fell agape. Those were her cherished jewels, kept safely in her vanity drawer, never misplaced. With no significant events in recent days, she hadn't even checked them. Had they all been stolen? Host, there's more to uncover. Su Shirhan is truly a despicable character. She infuriates me. What? Speak quickly. Qingqing urged impatiently. What? Su Shihan, you scoundrel. She actually took sultry photographs of my aunt and sent them to a drunken old man, meeting him under my aunt's name, and lured her there. Before Mu Qingqing could voice another complaint, Su Mingze sprang from the sofa, marching furiously towards Su Shihan and delivering a resounding slap.
Hand over your phone now.
His eyes burned with fury as he reached for Su Shihan's device. Seated nearby, Lu Mu, though trembling with fear, felt a pang of sympathy as she rushed to her daughter. Do not strike my daughter. If you must hit someone, let it be me. But Su Shihan forcefully shoved Lu Mu aside, fuming. Who is your daughter?
Do not speak nonsensically.
I am a member of the Su family, and do not believe that raising me means you can claim me as one of your own. She had never witnessed her father so wrathful. He had always been tender with her. Was it possible he had discovered her deception? Trembling, she retrieved her phone from her pocket and offered it to Su Mingze.
Dad.
You must be misunderstanding something. There's nothing on my phone. I truly am your daughter. If you don't believe me, look for yourself. Su Mingze examined the chat history, his confusion deepening as the screen revealed nothing but mundane conversations. Was Qingqing mistaken? At that moment, a youthful voice chimed in. For the sake of wealth and luxury, she even forsakes her own mother. How heartless. Of course, her phone is devoid of incriminating evidence. She conducts her misdeeds using another. Hidden beneath her bed in a box filled not only with her phone but also receipts for items purchased for the antagonist.
Mu Qingqing mused internally.
As she observed Su Mingze darting upstairs, the elder Su couple recognized that their eldest son was genuinely furious. He held his family dear, and anyone who sought to harm them would face his wrath. Within moments, Su Mingze returned downstairs, holding a box. Su Shihan crumpled to the floor, realizing her fate was sealed. How could she have been discovered? She had concealed the box beneath her bed, insisting on managing her own room when the maid offered to clean. The Su family had believed her to be a sensible and obedient child, praising her frequently. Little did they know the truth. Su Mingze opened the box, revealing a phone and numerous receipts. The phone was secured with a fingerprint lock. He thrust it before Su Shihan, demanding she unlock it. Uncle, are you foolish? Would a wrongdoer willingly present evidence of their misdeeds? Since it's a fingerprint lock, why not have her try it? A wave of apprehension washed over Su Mingze. Though mocked by his niece, he recognized her concern and would not take offense. Following Qingqing's suggestion, he had her attempt to unlock the phone, but Su Shihan stubbornly withdrew her hand, refusing to comply. With no other option, he summoned 2 bodyguards to force her fingers against the device. Finally, the phone unlocked. As Su Mingze scrutinized its contents, his pupils dilated, blood pounding in his veins. Gripping the phone as if he might shatter it in rage. Even if she is not your biological mother, you cannot share such photographs with a drunken man, nor arrange a meeting with him. What were you thinking? His voice roared like a beast, silencing everyone in the living room. Do you still consider yourself human? Su Shihan, tell me where my real daughter is. I might overlook this matter. Su Shihan sat limp on the floor, her gaze vacant. Lu Mu supported her, weeping profusely, raising her eyes in supplication. She truly is your daughter. Please do not doubt her. Though she has erred, she is still your child. Su Mingze could no longer heed their fabrications, demanding, what kind of daughter would push her own mother into peril? Tell me, where's my daughter? Su Shihan remained mute, as if in a stupor. Oh, my poor uncle, your true daughter lies far yet near.
Why do you still inquire of them?
Far yet near. Chapter 13. Emotional intelligence of the simple-minded. Could it be her? All eyes turned eagerly toward Lu Xiu, seated beside Mu Qingqing. She, too, was Lu Mu's daughter. Were the Lu family allowing their biological daughter to bask in luxury while condemning their true daughter to hardship? Tears welled in Sun Wenxiu's eyes as she rushed toward Lu Xiu, but Su Mingze intercepted her. Wenxiu, let us conduct another paternity test. If the results align with our hopes, we shall acknowledge it. With tear-streaked cheeks, Sun Wenxiu nodded earnestly.
Su Mingze approached Su Xian,
plucking several strands of hair from her head, causing her to wince. No longer would he feel pity for this deceitful impostor. He then turned to Lu Xiu, asking, Young lady, may I borrow a few strands of your hair? However, Lu Mu hurriedly stepped in front of Lu Xiu, a protective mother's instinct igniting within her. No one shall harm my daughter. Not even a single strand of her hair shall you take. Our bodies and hair are gifts from our parents. The decision lies with me. Initially, Lu Xiu believed her mother was acting to shield her and felt a flicker of joy. Her mother finally understood the need for protection. Yet, her words revealed a fear of allowing her hair to fall into the hands of that man. Qingqing turned to Lu Xiu, observing her tanned face, and softly remarked, "Sister, do you truly think she resembles your mother? She lets you live in a doghouse, starves you, and makes you work. When you fall ill, she never buys you medicine. And look at your sister. Has she ever toiled in the fields? She dines on meals prepared by your mother and sleeps in a plush bed, while you attend school clad in fashionable attire." But Lu Mu angrily retorted at Qingqing, "Xiu, do not listen to this wretched girl. You are my daughter, born of me, and I know this to be true." "Wretched girl, what nonsense is your aunt speaking?" Su Wanhua, witnessing Lu Mu shout at her daughter, rushed over to push Lu Mu aside. "Our Qingqing is still young. She cannot endure your furious shouts." With a smile, Qingqing remarked, "Now this is how a mother should make her entrance. Sister, your mother resembles Su Shihan more than your own." Lu Xiu felt a surge of emotion as she resolutely tore several strands of hair from her head and handed them to Su Mingzi. Lu Mu collapsed to the ground, wailing, "This is the end. Damned Lu Xiu. Why did you give him your hair? Are you intent on ruining your sister's life? The true villain is you. Wicked stepmother. Not only do you allow your own daughter to revel in the wealth of others, but you also wish to sell someone else's biological daughter into servitude, eradicating all future ties. It is you and your daughter who have ruined lives." Lu Xiu glared at her sobbing mother, her head lowered, causing Lu Mu to flinch, silencing her cries. Lu Mu was furious, having been intimidated by this wretched daughter. After years of beating and scolding her, how could she endure such a fright? "You ungrateful wretch. What kind of look are you giving me? I am your mother. Hurry and help me up. You disobedient daughter. You dare to disregard your mother's words. Even giving your hair to others? What on your person belongs to you? Everything is from me, your mother. How I wish to silence her with my worn-out socks. To suffocate her with her own audacity. Where does she find the courage to utter such shameless words? All yours, is it? You intend to sell me off. And all the money is yours too." Lu Xiu fought to suppress the desolation within her, her heart turning to ashes as she confronted Lu Mu. "Am I truly your daughter? Is this how you treat your own flesh and blood? Making me sleep in a doghouse, competing with dogs for food? Even dogs receive a piece of meat, while I am left with nothing. The dogs eat better than I do." Tears streamed down Lu Xiu's face. Yet Lu Mu remained unrepentant. "It's because you misbehave that you sleep in the doghouse. Not letting you eat meat is to prevent you from getting sick. I am doing this for your own good, yet you blame me. Truly ungrateful." Lu Xiu managed a bitter smile, her repressed emotions surging forth, her eyes ablaze with indignation. "I made a mistake simply because I did not finish my work in the rain that day. That was my sin, and I am punished to sleep in a doghouse. Why must I be the one to labor while my sister does nothing? And you dare claim to be my mother? From this day forth, our mother-daughter relationship is severed." Qingqing immediately applauded, declaring it a splendid move to sever ties with such a vicious foster mother. "I have long disapproved of this cruel mother-daughter duo." Yet Lu Mu, enraged, rose from the ground, her brows furrowed in anger. "You ungrateful girl. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? I birthed and raised you, and you dare to sever ties just like that? Not a chance." Lu Xiu's gaze dimmed, resembling a deflated balloon, her body swaying weakly. Sun Wenxiu steadied her frail form, pity and affection shining in her eyes. "Fear not. Once the paternity test results arrive, even if you are not our biological daughter, I will adopt you and treat you as my own. As for this venomous woman, she shall pay for her deeds." Has Aunt finally realized who your true daughter is? How touching. I could almost cry. Sun Wenxiu tightened her grip on Lu Xiu's hand, tears brimming in her eyes. Could she truly be their daughter? Lu Xiu's gaze was filled with confusion, yet a spark ignited within her. Was this noble and beautiful woman truly her mother? Overcome with emotion, she fell into Sun Wenxiu's embrace. At that moment, a bright and cheerful voice echoed from the doorway. A tall and handsome young man appeared, holding an exquisite red gift box. Upon witnessing the scene in the living room, he paused in surprise. Mom, what has happened? Brother. Mom and Dad suspect I am not their biological daughter and want my sister to take my place. Dad, how could my sister possibly be fake? I won't allow her to replace my sister. Su Boyong glared at Su Mingze. This is the brother who dotes on his sister so much that he has given her all his possessions, even to the point of sacrificing his own organs for her. Who is speaking? Su Mingze scanned the room and spotted the little girl by the sofa. Could it be her? Just as he was about to question her, Su Mingze was pulled upstairs by his collar. Reluctantly, Su Boyong was pushed along. Uncle is truly formidable. Go discipline this foolish cousin. And make sure he doesn't let that fake sister lead him around like a puppet, or he will meet a tragic end. Fuming at the childish taunts, Su Boyong felt his nostrils flare. When had he ever been foolish? He wanted to scold the little girl, but his father covered his mouth, muffling his protests. Yet the sound continued. Foolish cousin, stop resisting. Go accept Uncle's punishment. But with Uncle's rather simple-minded emotional intelligence, I doubt he can correct my cousin's foolishness. Alas. Chapter 14. If I cannot have you, neither shall you have me. Su Mingze nearly slipped down the stairs upon hearing those words. When had he ever been deemed foolish? His intelligence was quite high. Suddenly spotting Su Boyong's amused expression, Su Mingze slapped him on the head in frustration. Su Boyong grumbled in dissatisfaction. Did you not hear them say, I am the foolish one? With another slap from you, I'll be even more foolish. Perhaps what they say about your emotional intelligence being foolish is indeed true. You little brat, just wait until I catch you. Su Mingze chased after his son up the stairs. Su Shihan watched as her only loving brother was taken away, her heart filled with anger. The two elders of the Su family sat on the sofa, their emotions tumultuous. Glancing at the nearby box, they picked up the receipts inside. A Chanel suit, 500,000. A Rolex men's watch, 200,000. Luxury handmade men's shoes, 20,000. The two elders of the Su family were engrossed, yet their hearts sank into an icy abyss. Grandpa Su trembled as he held a receipt, realizing that his jade guanine had been sold for 500,000, barely enough to cover a fraction of the expenses. How could she dare to keep such receipts? Did she think the Su family was made of dead men? Grandma Su's eyes bulged with rage as she clutched a receipt, anger coursing through her. Her Buddhist bead bracelet had been sold for a mere 10,000. The two restrained their fury as they examined the receipts, realizing the total exceeded 10 million. Who had given her so much money? Mu Qingqing noticed the fury on her grandparents' faces, each holding a thick stack of receipts. She couldn't help but exclaim, Grandpa and Grandma, do not be upset. Money is merely a material possession. It can be earned again. Please do not let your anger affect your health, as your hearts are not in good condition. In the previous life, this fake granddaughter had caused their hearts to fail, nearly leading to their demise. Though Grandpa was saved, he could only sit in a wheelchair. And she had even pushed him into the river to drown. Grandma fell ill from heartbreak and was smothered to death by her. Such tragedy, alas. The two elders exchanged pale glances, their eyes shifting to Su Shihan. At that moment, she glared fiercely at Lu Xiyu, her face pale and lips tightly pursed. Fists clenched.
Shushian felt unwilling.
She could not bear to leave the mansion like this. She would not allow her sister, who had bullied her, to live a life of luxury. Why was she not the daughter of a wealthy family?
Why?
She forcefully pulled Lu Xiyu from Sun Wenxiu's embrace, her face a mask of sorrow, yet filled with anger and restraint. Sister, she is my mother. Do not steal her from me, please. Is your mother unkind to you? Why must you take my things? I beg you, return them to me. Lu Xiyu, suddenly yanked away, felt disoriented, almost losing her balance. Thankfully, Sun Wenxiu reacted quickly, grabbing her arm to steady her. Sun Wenxiu, exasperated, shouted, Su Shihan, do you not realize your mistakes? Even if you were truly my daughter, I would unhesitatingly cast you out. You do not deserve to be my child. Then does she deserve it? I made a momentary lapse in judgment that led to my mistakes. Can't you give me another chance? Su Shihan cried, her face streaked with tears. Yet her finger pointed accusingly at Lu Xiyu. Sun Wenxiu looked at her with disdain. No, do you not understand what you have done? You cannot even compare to Lu Xiyu in any way. A person as vile as you deserves to be imprisoned. These words pierced Su Shihan deeply, igniting her emotions. Her eyes filled with rage. She could not allow anyone to claim she was inferior to her sister. In a fit of anger, she rushed to the coffee table and seized a fruit knife from the platter, her expression twisted with a cold smile as she approached Lu Xiyu menacingly. If I cannot have what I desire, neither shall you. Just as Su Mingze was descending the stairs, he shouted, "Do not harm my daughter." He hurried down, but it was too late to intervene. Sun Wenxiu's eyes glistened with tears. Upon hearing her husband's call, she confirmed that Lu Xiyu was indeed her daughter, her beloved daughter. As the knife drew nearer, Sun Wenxiu pushed Su Shihan away, desperate to shield Lu Xiyu with her own body. The pain of a knife piercing the body did not manifest. Instead, a piercing scream echoed. There was no opportunity to thwart my attempt to cling to her legs. I offered you an apple. Qingqing seized an apple from the nearby fruit platter and hurled it at Su Shihan, who was wielding a knife. Su Shihan let out a shriek as the fruit knife clattered to the ground. Before she could react, another apple struck her forcefully on the back. With a thud, the apple rolled to the floor, half of it crushed, a testament to the force behind the throw. She crumpled to the ground, wailing in pain. Lu Mu, filled with concern, rushed over to examine her injuries, lifting her shirt to reveal a large, bruised area on her back. You little wretch. How dare you injure my daughter like this? Just wait until I call the police. Quick, call the police. Anyone who doesn't report this is a coward. Qingqing giggled cutely, revealing her small tiger teeth, appearing utterly innocent. Lu Mu's face turned ashen with rage, yet she found herself unable to retort. At that moment, the elderly members of the Su family, recovering from their earlier shock, urged, "Eldest son, hurry and call the police. We must have this wicked mother and daughter apprehended before they harm anyone else." Lu Mingze nodded and swiftly pulled out his phone to dial for help. Su Wanhua clutched Qingqing tightly, feeling a wave of dread wash over her. Who would have thought that in such a dire situation, it would be an 8-year-old girl who turned the tide? Her daughter was indeed the blessing of the Su family, and a smile of happiness crossed her face. Sun Wenxiu, trembling, checked her own body for injuries, her heart pounding with fear. Lu Xiyu crawled up from the ground and embraced her, sobbing like a child. Why did you take the knife for me? What is the meaning of my existence? Dying would be a release. It was not worth it for you to shield me. Her parched lips uttered these words as tears streamed down her face like a broken dam. Sun Wenxiu looked at her, heart aching with compassion. After finishing the call, Su Mingze approached and enveloped them both in a tight embrace, equally overcome with emotion. It's all my fault. I should have been more vigilant. You are our daughter, and it is our negligence that has subjected you to such suffering. Lu Xiyu, sensing from the little girl's heartfelt words that she might not be Lu Mu's real daughter, pondered whether she truly belonged to them. She stood in a daze. As Sun Wenxiu gently patted her hand in comfort, Sun Wenxiu cast a disapproving glance at Lu Mu and Su Shihan, who were both sobbing at the door. Upon hearing the police were being called, Lu Mu hurriedly helped Su Shihan up and tried to flee, only to be stopped by the bodyguards summoned by Lu Mingze. You think you can escape? Not a chance. His gaze was fierce, like a knife, sending shivers down the spines of the mother and daughter. You harmed my daughter and subjected her to so much suffering, yet you wish for your own daughter to enjoy wealth and luxury. You two are truly heartless. At that moment, Su Shihan pushed Lu Mu aside and crawled to Su Mingze's feet. Father, I truly didn't know that my mother wanted me to replace my sister. I always believed I was your daughter. I swear, I had no collusion with her. Su Baiyang, witnessing his sister wielding a knife and now feigning innocence, questioned his own intelligence for ever trusting her. Su Mingze, uninterested in casting her another glance, turned away and muttered, Chapter 15, The Return of the Scoundrel. Lu Xiyu stood rooted in shock, unable to fathom such fortune, such wonderful parents. Su Mingze softened his previously sharp gaze, looking at his daughter with tender affection. His heart ached for the suffering she had endured, and he felt an overwhelming urge to avenge her plight against the mother-daughter duo. Su Shihan lay helpless on the ground, yet continued her manipulations, crawling to Lu Xiyu's feet and begging for forgiveness. Sister, please forgive me. It was all my mother's deceit that led me to take your place. Please forgive me.
Lumu, stand, stared blankly at Sushihan.
Unable to comprehend that her cherished daughter would place all the blame on her. Mu Qingqing, observing Lu Shi's expression, felt a surge of fear. This foolish sister. Are you not the protagonist? Where has your intelligence gone? This is merely a ploy by the scheming sister. They are the ones who are insatiably greedy. You have suffered so much in the Lu household, and she just tried to kill you, have you forgotten? Oh heavens, someone please awaken this foolish sister. Do not forgive them. They intend to sell you off to Africa.
What?
Sun Wenxio's eyes turned red as she kicked Su Shirhan away. Where are the police? They need to lock these two trash away and investigate what they intend to do to my daughter. She cursed Su Shirhan vehemently before gently taking her daughter's hand. Do not fear, my child. They will never bully you again. They are trash, and they belong in the refuse. Lu Xiu nodded solemnly. Just then, several police officers entered the living room, and Su Mingze explained the situation, subsequently escorting Su Shirhan and her mother away. Su Shirhan, seemingly in despair, fell silent. Yet her eyes cast a venomous glare at Lu Xiu, indicating she had no intention of letting this pitiful protagonist go. Do not worry, host. The protagonist possesses a protective aura. Even if she were to be framed, the chances of it succeeding are slim.
Huh.
Can they really remain in prison for life? The mechanical voice continued, soothingly.
Delightful.
Truly satisfying. The Su family listened to these thoughts, collectively absorbing the relief. No wonder they could not harm the protagonist. They dug their own graves. They squandered the money meant to sell the protagonist to Africa, and when the main antagonist heard about the funds, they immediately hung up. In the end, they had to resort to human trafficking. Mu Qingqing cast a sympathetic glance at Lu Xiu. The Su family felt vindicated. Su Shirhan deserved her fate. Though uncertain about who the protagonist truly was, they surmised it was likely the genuine daughter they had just discovered. Lu Xiu felt confused, vaguely sensing that the protagonist referred to her, yet she knew her own appearance well enough to realize no one would ever fall in love with her at first sight. Meanwhile, the Su family, looking at the daughter and granddaughter they had regained, felt a complex mix of emotions, particularly Sun Wenxio, who would sacrifice her life for her daughter's safety, yet was unsure how to assist with this tangled fate. Her gaze shifted toward Mu Qingqing. Qingqing,
I must thank you.
Had it not been for you, I would likely be in the hospital now. My daughter and I could have been separated forever. From now on, anyone who dares to bully you will face my wrath. Mu Qingqing blinked her bright, sparkling eyes, her face radiating innocence. I won't let such a wonderful aunt get hurt. Anyone who dares bully, you will have to contend with me. Aunt, you should take care of yourself. I fear that if you face others, it might only lead to your demise. Let me handle the fighting. Oh, the woes of fate. Why must there be no capable men in the Su family? The women of the Su family and the elder gentlemen turned their gazes towards Su Mingze and Su Baiyang. The father and son exchanged glances.
What?
Useless men. The weight of that label hung heavily upon their heads. The other members of the Su family, witnessing the twisted expressions on their faces, could not suppress their laughter. The elder matriarch of the Su family remarked, "It is all our Su men's fault. From the oldest to the youngest that we must rely on women to fight. This time, we owe it all to Qingqing." The elder gentleman's face, previously contorted with laughter, instantly fell. Am I not counted among the men of the Su family at my age? Qingqing beamed even brighter at the praises from the Su family. At the lunch table, the Su family gathered, chatting and laughing. The elder matriarch inquired, and Su Wanhua's smile immediately faded. He has matters at his company and cannot join us. Let us eat without him. Do not mind him.
Oh.
Why did grandfather have to mention that scoundrel? Mother will be saddened again. As a daughter, it pains me to see her so.
Mu Qingqing,
noticing her mother's troubled expression, reluctantly pulled 4 cards from her pocket and placed them in her hand. Here, these are cards from grandfather, grandmother, and aunt. There's a lot of money in them. Mom, take them. Don't be sad. Let us go out and shop. Su Wanhua's eyes reddened with emotion at her daughter's thoughtfulness as she held the 4 cards, smiling. Mom, you don't need these. Keep them for yourself. Having you is enough for me. Really? Over 40 million, though. Honestly, I'm worried about you spending it on some scoundrel in a fit of infatuation. It's better if I keep it. At least if you end up with nothing, we'll still have this money. If only I were older, I would invest it. Su Wanhua's hand faltered. Was this something an 8-year-old should ponder? How much hardship had her daughter endured to become so mature? Brother, could you invest the money from these 3 cards on my daughter's behalf? Su Mingzi took the cards, pondering how his niece had such financial acumen at such a tender age, while his own son, at 22, only knew how to spend money without a clue about investments. Su Xiang was engrossed in his phone when he suddenly sensed a chilling aura behind him. Just as he turned to investigate, a phone rang. Su Wanhua glanced at the caller ID and hesitated to answer, but with so many family members watching, she pressed the answer button. The call was not on speaker, so while others couldn't hear the conversation, they could see her expression shift from dark to furious. Chapter 16. Louis Wellon is pregnant, noticing her family's gaze upon her. Su Wanhua suppressed her anger and simply hung up after a curt HM. The matriarch of the Su family observed her daughter's troubled demeanor and was about to inquire further when Mu Qingqing's inner voice broke through. That scoundrel father of mine brought his mistress into our home and asked if my mother would mind having her in the house. Does he think my mother would simply kick her out? Does he think my mom is naive and easy to bully? As her daughter, I will not tolerate such a despicable father. Then the system chuckled heartily. Don't be angry, host. I have a little secret to share.
What is it?
My scoundrel of a father has been cuckolded. Su Wanhua was taken aback, startled by her daughter's thoughts. Heaven has eyes. Let him be a father to someone else's child. And he even hired a nanny to take care of her. Imagine his face when he finds out Louis Wellon has put a green hat on him. I can't wait to see that expression. It must be a sight to behold. Su Wanhua stood there, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. After saying this, she noticed Su Wanhua's expression was amiss. Perhaps her mother wished to spare the Su family from worrying. She playfully stuck out her tongue and changed her tone, though she was unaware that everyone already knew the truth, while Su Wanhua felt powerless to conceal it. At this moment, the matriarch of the Su family could hardly eat. Her face darkened as she called Lu Mingzi aside. Wanhua, you need not hide this from us any longer. I will take charge and ensure she gets a divorce. We can consider that little bit of wealth as gone. You must not endure any more grievances in that household. Tears welled in Su Wanhua's eyes as her voice cracked. He even threw my precious daughter into the mountains, causing her to suffer. He is unworthy of being called human. My wealth will not benefit him or that vile woman. The matriarch's eyes reddened with fury as she exclaimed, Damn Mu Hongde. We, the Su family, have treated you well, yet you dare to bully my daughter. The Su family is not to be trifled with. Rest assured, Wanhua, whatever you decide, the Su family will stand by you. Grandma is formidable. Don't worry, Mom. Qingqing will help you, and we will send that scoundrel father of mine to hell. Mu Qingqing clenched her fists, rallying for her mother. Su Wanhua embraced her daughter, finding solace in her presence. Her daughter was her everything. The meal was hearty for Mu Qingqing, while the Su family barely touched their food, filled with indignation. The matriarch lamented the misfortunes faced by the women of the Su family. Driving, Su Wanhua noticed Mu Qingqing in the back seat, burping contentedly. This had been the best meal she had since arriving. It was so delicious that she had overindulged. Concerned about her daughter's well-being, Su Wanhua stopped at a pharmacy to buy digestive tablets, fearing that overeating would upset her stomach. Mu Qingqing accepted the medicine with her small hands. In her past life, she had often experienced hunger and feasting, yet no one had ever bought her medicine. She popped a tablet into her mouth, savoring its sweetness. Perhaps this was what a mother's love tasted like. As Su Wanhua parked in the garage, her hands trembled slightly as she opened the door for Mu Qingqing. The child grasped her hand reassuringly. Mom, don't be afraid. We're going to confront that scoundrel father. He made you angry, and I will not let him off easily. Her innocent voice seemed to possess a magical quality that calmed Su Wanhua's heart. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a dining table laden with several plates of food. Mu Hongda and Louis Wellon were smiling as they served food to their daughter, presenting a warm and harmonious scene that would lead anyone to believe they were family. Spotting Su Wanhua at the door, Mu Hongdao intended to redirect the food he had been serving Louis Wellon to Lu Xiaoxiao's bowl instead. Lu Yuelon's smile faltered as she slowly stood, stammering. Sister Wanhua, I know your head is still healing, and there's no one else at home to take care of me. Hongda brought me here to stay. If you mind, I can leave immediately. Su Wanhua's gaze was sharp, as if she could see through all pretenses. Lu Yuelon felt the weight of her stare and instinctively recoiled. Mu Hongda quickly stood to support her, his gentle voice attempting to melt the winter snow. Be careful. Watch out for the baby in your belly. Mu Qingqing covered her mouth, feeling a wave of nausea. Scoundrel father. Do you even remember who your lawful wife is? How dare you show such concern for your mistress in front of your original family? However, at her tender age, she lacked the understanding that scoundrels have no boundaries. Mu Hongda gently helped Lu Yuelon into a chair, then turned to Su Wanhua, his face ablaze with anger. What kind of look is that? You frightened Yuelon. She's pregnant. If you scare her, it could be a disaster. Oh, this wretched man. How can I endure this temper? Mu Qingqing rolled up her sleeves, ready to charge at him. In her past life, she had a fiery temper and could fight, leaving others only to receive blows. Yet, she forgot that now she was merely an 8-year-old child, and rushing in could lead to her own misfortune. Su Wanhua grasped her small arm, stepping in front of Mu Hongda and raising her hand, delivering a resounding slap. Mu Hongda's face contorted with rage as he covered his struck cheek, astonished that she would dare to hit him. Lu Yuelon's eyes widened in disbelief, while Lu Xiaoxiao began to cry loudly, Don't hit my godfather. He is a good person. I don't like my godmother anymore. Mu Qingqing shot a disdainful glance at the sobbing Lu Xiaoxiao, then ran to Mu Hongda's side, clutching his hand with innocent eyes. Mom, is this really my father? Why is he dining with another family of 3? This is his home, right? Should we leave? They seem to not want us here. Mu Hongda was at a loss for words as he looked at the little girl before him. Su Wanhua, with an air of authority, declared, This house, this family, belongs to me. I will decide who stays and who leaves. Mu Hongda, even your own daughter believes you are a family of 3 with them. Do you not realize how excessive you are? Gently grasping her hand, Mu Hongda earnestly explained, Wanhua, you still do not understand me. My heart belongs only to you. No one can sow discord between us. I will only ever marry you. As for Lu Yuelon, you know she is alone, and I cannot bear to see her suffer. Plus, I care for Xiaoxiao. She is your goddaughter, and you wouldn't want her to suffer outside, would you? Chapter 17. A brother is on the way. Scoundrel father. Your acting skills would earn you an Oscar in Hollywood. It's no wonder my infatuated mother hasn't he seen through you all these years. As for suffering, are you truly concerned about the child in her womb? Lu Yuelon told you she might be having a boy, and you are so eager to bring her home to care for her, worried there might be a mishap. Oh, scoundrel father. I truly wish to tell you that the child in her belly is not yours. Now, you may not believe this, but when you see her lover, you probably won't recognize him as you have met long ago. Mu Qingqing muttered to herself, while Su Wanhuan nearby listened intently. Her curiosity piqued about who this lover might be. However, the conversation fell silent afterward. Su Wanhuan abruptly shook off Mu Hongda's grip, her face twisted in disdain. She had no desire to glance at him again and turned her attention to Lu Yuelon, who sat composedly in a chair. Are you pregnant? Where is your husband? If he knows you are expecting and does not take care of you, he does not deserve the child you bear. I can provide you with the money to terminate the pregnancy. Lu Yuelon bit her lip, her complexion pale, occasionally glancing at Mu Hongda. At that moment, Mu Hongda's expression darkened. After all, that was his child, a long-awaited son. No one could take him away. Enraged, he exclaimed, Su Wanhuan, your heart is quite black. Why do you meddle in their marital affairs? The child's father must have his reasons for not caring for them. Su Wanhuan, far from angered, laughed. What? Mu Hongda. Is her husband you? Why are you so agitated? My suggestion for her to terminate the pregnancy is for her own good. It would prevent the child from being neglected. Xiaoxiao is still so small and needs care. Her arguments left Mu Hongda speechless, unable to counter her claims. Meanwhile, standing aside, Lu Xiaoxiao glared at Su Wanhuan, her hand resting on Lu Yuelon's belly. You must not terminate my little brother. No one can take him away. You're so mean, mommy. I no longer like you. Lu Yuelon looked at the two who defended her with a smug expression. Mu Qingqing caught sight of this and felt quite displeased. She glanced at the eager Lu Xiaoxiao, whose rosy, plump face contrasted sharply with her own thin, beanpole-like appearance. Her mood soured further.
Mom.
That little chubby girl is so annoying. You're clearly considering her mother, yet she shows no gratitude and only desires a brother. I don't like her. Now that I have found my place here, there's no need for her to take my spot. Lu Xiaoxiao, her face puffed up in anger, protested. I am not a replacement. She ran to Mu Hongda, hugging him tightly. Daddy, didn't you say you would take care of us for a lifetime? That mean girl wants me to leave, but I don't want to leave. This is my home too. Indeed, little girls are easily deceived. They reveal all truths. Mu Hongda furrowed his brow. He had indeed said that, but now is not the time to bring it up.
Mu Hongda.
You still wish to care for them for a lifetime? If so, I can facilitate that for you right now, Su Wanhuan remarked coldly. Lu Yuelon stood up, pulling her daughter closer, quickly saying, Sister Wanhuan, don't take what the child says seriously. She's just a little girl and speaks nonsense. However, Lu Xiaoxiao, clinging to Mu Hongda, cried out, I am not lying. You adults are the ones who said you were going to have a little brother, and he would live in this big house too. Mu Hongda, in a fit of anger, slapped her chubby face. Lu Xiaoxiao's expression crumpled, tears streaming down her cheeks. You adults lie and even hit children. I no longer like you. With that, she dashed into her little room and slammed the door shut.
Mommy.
Her temper is so fierce. I'm scared. I fear she will hit me.
Mu Yinging, feigning fear, clung to Su Wanhuan, secretly smiling. Su Wanhuan comforted her,
casting a glare at Mu Hongda. No, how could I ever abandon my own daughter? Mu Hongda hurriedly explained, his gaze softening as he looked at Mu Qingqing. I do care for our daughter. Yet, he continued, can they stay here for now? Once I find them a place, I will have them move out. Scoundrel of a father, utterly shameless. I wish to send you on your way, Mu Qingqing silently cursed. Su Wanhuan raised an eyebrow, caressing her daughter's thin face. I am not unreasonable. After all, she has worked here for many years. If she wishes to stay, let her. But she must remember who the true owner of this house is. This pair of illicit lovers wish to share a roof, and she would grant them that. However, their comfort would depend solely on her mood. Lu Yuelon's face grew paler, her hands clenched tightly. She detested being belittled by others, but her position as a maid left her with no room to argue. Lowering her gaze, she nodded obediently, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mu Hongda felt an ache in his heart watching her. Su Wanhuan, no longer wishing to witness their exchange, took Mu Qingqing's hand and led her upstairs.
Mu Qingqing,
filled with worry, did not want to face her demise so soon after her arrival. Su Wanhuan seated her on the sofa and pulled out her phone to make a call. Elder brother, please send Lin Sa over.
Who is Lin Sa?
Su Wanhuan ended the call and smiled. I have asked your uncle to send Lin Sa over to cook for us. She is an excellent cook, so just tell her what you want. She will only listen to us, the Su family. Mu Qingqing nodded, excitement lighting up her face. My mother is formidable. I no longer fear being poisoned. However, this pair of treacherous lovers will surely devise a plan to deal with us. We must find a way to resolve them so I can enjoy my life in luxury, Su Wanhuan reflected, feeling a pang of guilt over her daughter's burdensome worries at such a young age. Qingqing, you are now 8 years old. Shall we go to school? School? In her previous life, she had hardly attended school. As an orphan, she had spent a year under the care of the orphanage director before being taken away by a coach, leaving her with nothing but training. If not for her excellent memory and her secret book purchases, she would have remained illiterate. Attending school now could remedy her childhood regrets.
All right.
I want to go to school. Mu Qingqing clapped her hands in delight, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Su Wanhuan felt a wave of relief. Although her daughter had missed 2 years, her eagerness for education remained intact. She made another call, which Mu Qingqing did not hear, as she was engaged in a mental conversation with Gua Gua. Gua Gua, will I encounter any dangers at school? Why have you been silent for so long? Are you broken? Host, due to your series of actions altering the plot, a butterfly effect has occurred. The storyline requires further refinement. However, being a boxing champion will likely put others at risk, Gua Gua explained. That is true, Qingqing thought, contentedly clapping her hands. Chapter 18. The new maid the next morning, Monday, arrived. Su Wanhuan had already communicated with the school and was set to take her daughter to class. Qingqing was thrilled, dressed in a pink athletic outfit and stylish sneakers, carrying the beautiful backpack her mother had purchased. As she descended the stairs, a stranger in her 30s emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. However, the dish appeared overly dark and unappetizing. Feng Shuimei glanced at the mother and daughter with disdain. She proceeded to the dining table, but her clumsy movements caused some sauce to spill. She hurriedly grabbed a few paper towels to clean it up, leaving her hands and the table covered in sauce. This watermelon is quite large. Guagua finds it hard to swallow. Host, your scoundrel of a father is truly reckless. Had it not been for your mother's protection from the Su family, he would have been kicked out long ago. What other misdeeds could that scoundrel commit? Just look at this woman. She clearly is not a good person. Her chest is heavy like a cow, her hips sway as if they might break free, and her face is plastered with makeup. Does she not fear it falling into the food while cooking? Host, you may have misjudged. This woman is not simple. Let me explain further. Wow, a web of deceit. It seems not a single soul is genuine. Su Wanhuan listened intently, occasionally studying the woman as her daughter described. However, what she overheard next shook her faith in humanity. This woman is indeed entangled with Lu Yuelan's lover. Quite impressive. This lover is quite the character. She managed to persuade Lu Yuelan to have your father hire her as a maid, thus providing her an opportunity to seduce him. What a clever scheme. Your scoundrel father plots against my mother, Lu Yuelan schemes against him, and this lover plots against Lu Yuelan. This is more captivating than any television drama. This melon is quite unpalatable. I feel like vomiting.
Wanhua stood frozen, utterly shocked.
She never imagined that a seemingly normal family could conceal such repulsive secrets. Yet, she was eager to witness the expression on that scoundrel's face when he learned the truth. Just the thought of it brought her immense satisfaction. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Feng Shuimei, donning an apron, was vigorously wiping the table with several paper towels. Annoyed by the doorbell, she tossed a wad of paper towels aside and twisted her slender waist to open the door. Who are you looking for? She inquired. Is this the home of the eldest daughter of the Su family? Who are you? Lin Saw, uncertain, asked, mistaking the woman before her for someone who had entered the wrong place. Feng Shuimei swept her gaze over the middle-aged woman and coldly remarked, You must be mistaken. There is no eldest daughter of the Su family here. With that, she attempted to close the door. Su Wanhua's expression darkened as she spoke icily. Lin Saw. I'm here. Please come in. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lin Saw pushed aside Feng Shuimei's hand and squeezed herself inside. She was holding a 5-tiered thermal lunchbox, her face beaming as she looked at Su Wanhua on the steps. Miss, the young master asked me to come early so that you and the young miss wouldn't go hungry. The young miss must be starving. The young master had me prepare many delicious dishes for you. Lin Saw placed the tiers of the thermal lunchbox on the table, and as the dishes were unveiled, the aroma filled the entire room. How fragrant! Let me see what delicious food my uncle has brought us. Qingqing dashed downstairs and was greeted by the enticing spread on the table. She picked up her chopsticks and eagerly grabbed a crystal dumpling to taste. Don't eat too quickly, young miss. Sit down first. If you enjoy it, I'll make it for you again, Lin Saw lovingly advised, gently wiping the soup from the corner of Qingqing's mouth with a tissue. Delighted, Qingqing, with her mouth full, exclaimed, Thank you, Lin Saw. This is truly delicious. She couldn't resist and grabbed a slice of salmon, marveling at its freshness and tenderness, leading her to take several more pieces.
Wanhua,
watching her daughter indulge like a little glutton, smiled and approached the table. Lin Saw, you haven't eaten yet, join us. Lin Saw quickly waved her hand. Miss, I ate before coming. You and the young miss should enjoy it while it's hot. It won't taste as good when it cools down. Seeing her daughter relish the meal, Su Wanhua picked up her chopsticks and also selected a piece of salmon. Just then, Lu Xiaoxiao emerged from her room, drawn by the delightful aroma.
Wow!
So much delicious food. It smells amazing, she exclaimed, reaching for a crystal dumpling, only to have Mu Qingqing swiftly knock her chopsticks away, glaring at her coldly. This breakfast was brought for me by my uncle. There's none for you. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes flared with fury as she looked at Su Wanhua, expecting her to intervene. Suddenly, she burst into tears, crying, "Godmother, you're not helping me. She won't let me eat and even knocked my chopsticks away. My hand hurts." Before Mu Qingqing's arrival, she had been the cherished one in the household, receiving all the treats. Now, even her godmother wasn't on her side, and her heart was consumed with resentment. Hearing the cries, Lu Yulan hurriedly exited her room. She looked at her daughter, distressed, and asked, "Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? Who bullied you?" "It's her. She won't let me have breakfast." Lu Xiaoxiao sobbed, pointing at Mu Qingqing. Lu Yulan glared at Su Wanhua, who was focused on her meal and had not offered even a glance in her direction. Annoyed, she said, "Sister Wanhua, you are Xiao Xiao's godmother. How can you allow Qingqing to bully her? Xiao Xiao has been spoiled by you for the past 2 years. How can she compete with Qingqing, who has been wild outside for so long?" Su Wanhua's gaze turned icy. Did Lu Yulan truly believe she was unaware of the circumstances that had led to her daughter's wildness? "Are you treating me like a maid while putting on airs of authority? Qingqing is my daughter. Whoever bullies her should leave. As for your daughter, just look at her. Has she even moved from her chair?" Mu Qingqing, with a stoic expression, pointed at the crystal dumpling. "She's just a glutton who wants to eat my uncle's dumpling. I won't let her have it, and she cries like a baby." Lu Xiaoxiao's tear-filled eyes widened in fury, her small hands clenched tightly. Suddenly, she spotted Mu Hongda coming down the stairs and ran to him, hugging his leg. "Godfather, I'm not a glutton or a crybaby. I just wanted to taste that beautiful dumpling." Mu Hongda gently picked Lu Xiaoxiao up, his expression softening. However, as they reached the bottom of the stairs, he turned serious and looked at Mu Qingqing. "Qingqing, it's just a dumpling. What's the harm in letting Xiao Xiao have one? Why speak so harshly to her? Scoundrel father, deadbeat father, you only care about that daughter of yours, right? If she wants to eat, I won't let her." Su Wanhua felt a pang of bitterness upon hearing her daughter's thoughts. It was her fault as a mother that her daughter could not receive paternal affection. Unable to hold back, she retorted, "Mu Hongda, whose daughter is she? And whose daughter is Qingqing? Why should we let her eat just because she wants to? If she wants to eat, let her mother make it for her. And who is this woman?" Chapter 19. Potent herbal powder. Su Wanhua pointed at Feng Shuimei, who was busy in the kitchen.
Mu Hongda is gazeflicked.
Unable to meet Su Wanhua's eyes, as if hiding some unspeakable secret. Yet he feigned concern, saying, "She is the maid I hired. The house needs someone to cook and clean." Seeing Lin Saw standing nearby, he added, "I assure you, I'm compensating her appropriately." "You haven't paid her a dime. You're just reluctant to let her go because of her figure, aren't you? How shameless." Su Wanhua's expression was one of disdain, and as her gaze fell upon Lu Yulan, her guilty demeanor betrayed her current feelings.
Mu Hongda,
curious to see how the woman he believed loved him was leading him into a trap, replied, "Fine. Lin Saw will only cater to us. We'll eat separately. She is our maid, and no one has the right to give her orders." Su Wanhua cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yulan, who was now blushing and gripping her hands tightly. Seeing Su Wanhua's lack of opposition, Mu Hongda, pleased, embraced Lu Xiaoxiao and sat down without noticing Lu Yulan's expression. He glanced at the stir-fried tomatoes and eggs on the table, his lips twitching. "How much soy sauce did you pour in? It looks unappetizing." Lu Xiaoxiao pointed at the dishes, complaining, "Godfather, what is this? It looks black and red, yellow and lumpy like poop." In the kitchen, Feng Shuimei brought out another large plate of food, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Come on, eat while it's hot. I worked hard to make this." Mu Hongda's gaze had not strayed from her figure since she entered the kitchen. It was June, and she was already dressed lightly. But today she wore a short-sleeved top that accentuated her ample bosom, drawing his attention. Truly, the heart of a man is easily swayed.
"Ah,
Scoundrel father, you're falling into a trap. Since none of you are good people, you may as well indulge. As long as my mother is not lost in love, you may do as you please." Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Su Wanhua shot a glance at Mu Hongda. realizing she had never noticed before that this man was not only dark-hearted but also audaciously lustful. Yet now she hoped he would soon be ensnared, so he could experience the taste of betrayal. Feng Shuimei hurried back into the kitchen and returned with a large bowl of soup that emitted a strange odor. Before it even touched the table, Lu Xiaoxiao pinched her nose and shouted, "Throw that stinky thing away. It smells like poop." But Feng Shuimei, disregarding her protests, placed the bowl directly on the table. "This is lamb offal soup. It's very nourishing. Though it may not smell pleasant, it's truly delicious.
Let me serve you a bowl to try."
She ladled a generous portion into a bowl and set it before Mu Hongda. As he met her hopeful gaze, his eyes fell to her ample bosom, and his internal resistance crumbled. He lifted the bowl and took a small sip. His face turned an alarming shade of liver color. Had he just consumed something foul? A wave of nausea surged within him, yet he resolutely suppressed it. After all, she was a nanny he had painstakingly retained, and he had future designs of bringing her to his bed. He must maintain some semblance of dignity. Louis Wellon, noticing his pallor, inquired with concern, "Hongda ji, is it tasty? Why do you look so unwell?" In her arms, Lu Xiaoxiao echoed her worry, spinning around and elbowing him in the stomach. At that moment, Mu Hongda could no longer contain himself and vomited. A foul stench filled the living room. Lu Xiaoxiao, disgusted, leapt away, retreating to a distance. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing, who had just finished her meal, set down her chopsticks and covered her nose. "Dad, what did you eat? It reeks of excrement. Surely, you didn't put that in the soup?" Mu Hongda gazed at the bowl of soup, feeling another wave of nausea. He intended to rise and head to the restroom but succumbed to another bout of retching, splattering his shoes and trousers. Su Wanhua observed Mu Hongda's violent heaving and commanded, "You, the new nanny, go to the kitchen and fetch a cloth to clean this up." Feng Shuimei, astonished, exclaimed, "How disgusting. Who's going to clean this up?" "I'm not doing it. Lin saw your nanny? Let her handle it. It's my first day. I'm not accustomed to such tasks." Louis Wellon chimed in, "Yes, Sister Wanhua. It's Shuimei's first day. Let Lin Saw take care of it." Su Wanhua's gaze grew frosty. They had clearly forgotten their place. These two women, who eagerly vied for his attention when he was prosperous, now cast their burdens onto others at the first sign of trouble. How shameless. Mu Hongda, look at these two women. One is your paid employee, and the other you treat as family. And yet, even now, they refuse to assist you. As for Lin Saw, she must accompany me to the Su family. I entrust you to handle this, ladies. Lin Saw, let us hurry. Elder brother is waiting for us. Without hesitation, Su Wanhua grasped Mu Qingqing's hand and turned to leave, while Lin Saw hurriedly packed up the lunchbox to follow. Mu Hongda stared wide-eyed at her retreating figure. In the past, when he was in distress, she would rush to care for him without a second thought. What had changed today? He glared at Louis Wellon and Feng Shuimei. Have you both turned to stone? Get over here and help me clean this up. But his anger only exacerbated his nausea. The two women looked at the mess on Mu Hongda with disgust. Louis Wellon covered her mouth, using a tissue to wipe away the vomit on his clothes. But after just a few attempts, she retched again. Hongda, I feel sick. I must be experiencing morning sickness, she said, before dashing into the restroom to heave. Only Feng Shuimei remained, contorting her face in distaste, but resigned to clean up the mess. As they exited, Mu Qingqing inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air outside.
Mom.
Thank goodness, we left quickly. I nearly fainted from the stench. Was that nanny here to cook, or to make a mess? At least we have Lin Saw. Let them deal with it. She laughed joyfully, imagining her scoundrel father suffering at the hands of that nanny. It was too delightful. Su Wanhua's face also radiated with mirth. Scoundrels deserved such treatment. It was her own folly to have once cherished him. Meanwhile, Mu Hongda rushed upstairs to wash himself, the foul odor clinging to him, making him reluctant to face anyone. Downstairs, Feng Shuimei pinched her nose while cleaning the vomit, occasionally muttering curses. She noticed Louis Wellon entering the bedroom, her eyes filled with malice. So, what if she is pregnant? Does she think she is the lady of the house?
Bah.
Just wait until I'm pregnant with his child. Let us see how she fares then. As she spoke, A wave of foul odor assaulted her senses, nearly making her retch. After all, she had learned from a video on her phone. How could she have gone wrong? The same ingredients, the same methods. Could it be the additional ingredients she had added were incorrect? She would visit the clinic in the afternoon to inquire whether the herbal powder was indeed for enhancing male vitality. With that nanny around, her scoundrel father would surely become robust, potentially providing Mu Qingqing with more siblings. Chapter 20. Do you know who he is? Su Wanhua drove to the school gate, where Mu Qingqing eagerly disembarked, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the architecture before her.
Wow.
Mom, is this the school you want me to attend? It's amazing. Su Wanhua smiled as she led her into a sky-blue office building. Upon reaching the principal's office, Su Wanhua knocked on the door. An elderly gentleman looked up, beaming at the mother and daughter. Wanhua, you've come. This must be the daughter you've worked so hard to find. She looks so bright. Yes, uncle.
Su Wanhua replied.
I must trouble you to keep an eye on her. She nudged Mu Qingqing forward. With a radiant smile, Mu Qingqing chirped, Hello, Grandpa. This old man looks so kind. Too bad, he's in for a rough day. The old man furrowed his brow, puzzled. What do you mean by a rough day? I'm perfectly well. Su Wanhua noticed her uncle's unusual demeanor. Could he hear Qingqing's thoughts too? Qingqing, he is your second great-grandfather, your grandfather's brother, and the principal of this school. You must listen to your second great-grandfather. Really? Second great-grandfather is so impressive. I'll rely on him from now on. As Mu Qingqing spoke, she deeply bowed to him. Second great-grandfather Su Jingwei, true to his name, was a man of prudence and caution, yet this little adult had him beaming, his wrinkles creasing with joy, hand outstretched to assist, but halting midair. Unfortunately, second great-grandfather won't hold this position for long. My support will soon vanish. Should I inform him? What? Why can't this principal stay for long when he is doing so well? Su Jingwei felt a twinge of impatience. The vice principal secretly wrote a letter of complaint, alleging he is having an affair with a teacher at the school. It's likely this scandal erupted today. It marks the beginning of rumors about second great-grandfather's alleged affair with that teacher. What was that teacher's name again? Mu Qingqing scratched her head in thought, while Guagua impatiently interjected, Didn't I tell you in the car? Her name is Mayu. Right, it's Mayu. I can't believe I forgot. Su Jingwei casually mentioned the name Ma, but was interrupted by Su Wanhua. Uncle, it's getting late. Let us arrange for Qingqing's teacher to start her classes. Su Jingwei glanced at Su Wanhua and then at Mu Qingqing. How did this little girl, who had never been to school before, know about a teacher named Mayu? Besides, Mayu had just graduated and had been assigned to this school for less than half a year. The notion that a man in his 60s could engage in an affair with a woman in her 20s was absurd. He dismissed the thought and picked up the phone to make a call. Shortly after, a teacher entered the room. Su Wanhua exchanged pleasantries with the teacher before leading Mu Qingqing out of the principal's office and toward the first-grade classroom. Mu Qingqing was ecstatic, happily following the teacher. In the principal's office, Su Wanhua observed her uncle's slightly grave expression and asked, Uncle, were you about to mention Mayu?
Yes.
Your daughter has quite the imagination. To say I'm having an affair with Mayu is absurd. How could an old man like me have anything with a girl in her 20s? We've never even been alone together. Su Wanhua immediately understood that he could hear her daughter's thoughts. At that moment, her doubts mirrored those of her uncle, but ultimately, she had to confront reality. Uncle, that wasn't my daughter speaking. Those are her thoughts. Her thoughts are generally very accurate. You should keep an eye on that Mayu and the vice principal. Also, Uncle, I beg you not to disclose that you can hear her thoughts to anyone, including Qingqing herself. I don't want her to feel like a freak, okay? Her thoughts? Su Jingwei found it utterly perplexing. How could someone's thoughts be heard by another? This was too bizarre. Seeing the skepticism etched on his face, Su Wanhua reassured him, Our entire Su family can hear them. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask my father. Su Jingwei pulled out his phone and made a call, still doubtful. Even if his usually composed and honest niece claimed such extraordinary things, he remained skeptical. But after the call, he believed. Wanhua, rest assured that I shall not speak of this matter to anyone, least of all to Qingqing. Su Wanhua nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and departed from the school, for she had more pressing affairs to attend to. Upon arriving at the company, she summoned the accountant to review the financial records of the past 2 years. Her countenance grew increasingly grim and frigid.
Muhongda.
You are indeed more beastly than a savage, truly, as my daughter has described. The company's financials revealed a staggering loss of 80 million. And her 2 luxurious residential properties, along with a commercial space and an office building, had been mortgaged. This was the result of her haste to support him when he claimed the company had a promising project but required substantial funding. Without hesitation, she had liquidated her real estate holdings, leading to over 100 million in losses. In just 2 short years, how could one incur such a deficit without any wrongdoing? Mu Hongda, you must reimburse me for this sum. Enraged, she seized her phone, her hands trembling with fury. Brother, the plan can commence now. All right, little sister. I have sent you the information. Do not be disheartened. 100 million is not insurmountable. If you prefer not to initiate a divorce directly, I can provide you with 200 million to start anew. Su Ming's deep, concerned voice resonated in Su Wanhua's ears, and tears streamed down her face instantly. No need. Brother, I desire to exact revenge on that scoundrel. I want him to experience the bitter taste of destitution. After a brief conversation, she ended the call, her tears continuing to flow unabated. Without the Su family backing her, she would have had no opportunity for vengeance and would likely have faced a divorce initiated by Mu Hongda. She could hardly fathom the life she would lead with Qingqing under such circumstances. Fortunately, she had this chance. She intended for Mu Hongda to lose everything and receive the punishment he rightfully deserved. While Su Wanhua plotted her revenge against Mu Hongda and Lu Yuelon, Mu Qingqing was already taking action against their daughter, Lu Xiaoxiao, at school. It was not that Mu Qingqing sought trouble, but rather that Lu Xiaoxiao desired to assert her dominance in the class. Cheerfully, Mu Qingqing followed the teacher into the classroom, immediately noticing the detestable Lu Xiaoxiao seated within. Lu Xiaoxiao's expression soured upon seeing her, and the teacher assigned Mu Qingqing a seat beside a small boy, right in front of Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao scowled, her eyes fixed on Mu Qingqing's every move. Indifferent, Mu Qingqing walked over to the boy, placing her backpack in the desk compartment. Turning, she was captivated by a pair of bright, dark eyes. What a handsome little boy. He would surely grow into an enchanting young man. I am not enchanting. Hello. I am Yi Xiaochen. The boy, with his charming face, extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner, exuding an air of maturity. Mu Qingqing beamed, grasping his soft, delicate hand. Wow, this little hand is so tender and soft. I wish to hold it a bit longer. Host, do you know who he is? How dare you take liberties with him? The mechanical voice echoed in her mind, and just as she was about to inquire further, Lu Xiaoxiao, seething with rage, kicked Mu Qingqing's chair with force. Mu Qingqing narrowly avoided falling, hastily releasing the boy's hand to steady herself against the desk. Lu Xiaoxiao smirked. Sorry, Qingqing. I accidentally kicked your chair. You won't tell the teacher, will you? The small boy glanced at Lu Xiaoxiao with displeasure before turning his gaze forward.
Mu Qingqing, fuming,
clenched her small fists, contemplating striking Lu Xiaoxiao when she noticed the latter's face flush with embarrassment, clearly smitten. My goodness. How can such a young child already be infatuated? Could it be that she harbors a crush? Indeed, like mother, like daughter. Early romance, how scandalous. The voice in her mind shrieked. Host, a significant event is unfolding. Look ahead quickly. Mu Qingqing shot a glare at the voice before turning her attention to the podium. A young and beautiful teacher stood before the class. Hello, everyone. Today we have a new student joining our class. I am Mayu. Mu Qingqing's thoughts raced. Mayu. I didn't expect to encounter the teacher who would ensnare my second grandfather so soon. Poor second grandfather, brought low by this inexperienced girl. Truly, it is the vice principal's fault for lacking integrity. He has risen to power and taken all the benefits, leaving my second grandfather in a pitiable state.
Meanwhile,
outside the classroom, Su Jingwei listened intently to Mu Qingqing's thoughts, astonished by the clarity of her voice. Knowing it was mathematics class and that Mayu was the teacher, he felt compelled to investigate the truth behind her claims. The vice principal was someone he had personally promoted and trusted. He could hardly believe he would betray him. Yet, Her words bore an air of authenticity that forced him to question. How did this transpire? Qingqing, think quickly. I need a strategy.
Qingqing, anxious.
Listen from outside the classroom. As Ma Yu taught, she noticed Principal Su Jingwei standing outside, making her somewhat nervous and causing her to stutter on several occasions. Finally, when the class concluded, she sighed in relief. Principal, how was my lesson? The principal, having heard Mu Qingqing's remark about the simplicity of the material, merely replied, it was satisfactory. Perhaps consider introducing more challenging problems. These ones are rather elementary.
Ma Yu nodded obediently.
Her lesson plans matched first-grade difficulty. But since the principal suggested increasing the difficulty, she decided to adjust accordingly. Little did the students know that this single remark would lead to a future of lamentable mathematics classes. During the 10-minute break, behind the artificial mountain and fountain in the teaching building, for figures were obscured. Lu Xiaoxiao, brimming with arrogance, pointed at Mu Qingqing, declaring, stay away from Yi Xiaochen. He is mine. Mu Qingqing, unimpressed, swatted Lu Xiaoxiao's finger away. Yours? What does that mean? Lu Xiaoxiao's face turned crimson, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Is he your boyfriend? But he hasn't acknowledged that, has he? You must have a crush on him. How shameful at such a young age, Mu Qingqing taunted. Lu Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, glancing at the two girls beside her. Go, I'll deal with her. Afterward, I'll treat you to a feast. Such generosity. Today. She would ensure that Mu Qingqing receive her due. The two girls approached Mu Qingqing, who maintained her cheerful demeanor, showing no hint of fear, but rather excitement. Finally, an opportunity to engage in a brawl. It had been too long since she practiced boxing, and her hands itched for action. If you seek a fight, then I shall oblige. Come on, you two fools, eager to be used as pawns. They charged at her, but within moments, one was crying while clutching her nose, and the other sobbed while covering her eyes, both in a pitiful state.
Too weak.
With just a couple of punches, they were reduced to tears. Behind the artificial mountain, a small figure observed, excitement radiating from his handsome face as he admired Mu Qingqing's prowess. As Mu Qingqing advanced towards Lu Xiaoxiao, the latter stumbled backward in terror. With nowhere left to retreat, she jumped onto the edge of the fountain, trembling as she threatened, if you come any closer, I will jump in. If anything happens to me, my father will not spare you. Mu Qingqing had merely intended to intimidate her, but Lu Xiaoxiao's remark about her father infuriated her. Clenching her small fist, she swung it forward. Lu Xiaoxiao, already frightened, leaped into the water before the punch could land, flailing and crying for help. Mu Qingqing pointed her little finger at her and said, the water is only up to your knees. Just stand up. Why are you shouting for help? Lu Xiaoxiao struggled and, upon hearing this, realized that the water was indeed shallow. Just as she intended to rise, she saw Teacher Ma Yu running towards her. In panic, she flailed in the water, crying out for help. Teacher Ma Yu leaped into the pool with a splash, but lost her footing, slipping and crashing heavily onto Lu Xiaoxiao, causing her head to hit the artificial rock and rendering her unconscious. Lu Xiaoxiao found herself submerged under the weight of an adult, utterly submerged in water.
Terrified,
she struggled violently, swallowing several mouthfuls of water before managing to surface. The pressure of the weight on her small frame was painful, rendering her unable to move. And she cried even harder. Mu Qingqing felt a twinge of fear and shouted for help. Yi Xiaochen, hiding behind the artificial rock, rushed out and jumped into the water. Gua Gua, come out quickly. This won't lead to a fatality, will it? Gua Gua replied somewhat speechlessly. So you are the one who instigated the false accusations against your second uncle?
What?
That's impossible. How could I be the instigator? Gua Gua's mechanical voice echoed in her ears. It turned out to be true, yet she wished to avoid blame, silently reciting, Second uncle, please don't come. Whoever saves her. You must not. Yet someone was drawn by this plea. From afar, Su Jingwei was about to take the vice principal to the bureau when he heard Qingqing's heartfelt cry. Although it was somewhat unclear, the second uncle understood it distinctly, mistaking it for a call for help. He urged the vice principal to hastily head towards the pool. Upon arrival, they found Mu Qingqing and Yi Xiaochen in the water, using their hands to support Ma Yu's head. Ma Yu lay fully in the water, her forehead injured, eyes tightly shut. The sound of Lu Xiaoxiao's heart-wrenching cries echoed in the water. Seeing her second uncle, Mu Qingqing felt a chill. What was inevitable had come to pass. Chapter 22. Does she fear my brother too? Just as the principal was about to jump into the pool, he froze in place. Second uncle, please don't jump in. Even if you save Mayu, it won't clear your name. Although you saved her, she was violated by the vice principal while unconscious and had nude photos taken. The vice principal is blackmailing Mayu with those photos, threatening her to report you, claiming you behaved improperly while rescuing her and continuously harassed her. Although there was insufficient evidence in the end, that wicked vice principal incited the parents of students to create a scene. You were forced to retire and resign. What a pity for such a good principal. Mu Qingqing gazed sorrowfully at him from the water. Su Jingwei's face turned ashen as he glanced at the vice principal, who was leering at Mayu's wet body. Wang Chong, my legs are not good. Hurry and jump into the water to save Teacher Ma.
Seeing me bend down.
Rubbing his legs, instructing the vice principal. The vice principal, in his 40s and somewhat overweight, struggled to enter the pool. After much effort, he finally got in, but slipped and fell with a splash. He climbed up, looking pitifully at the principal, who was trying to maintain composure in front of the 3 children watching him, appearing quite comical. His wet shirt hung over his round, soft belly, and his drenched pants clung to his thighs, accentuating his rounded backside, resembling a plump pig. The principal was splashed in the face with water, wiped it off, and shouted, "Hurry and save her. Don't just stand there." Wang Chong, seeing the principal's urgency, rushed to help Mayu. However, his eyes wandered unsteadily towards her partially exposed chest. Though he carried Mayu out of the pool, she showed no signs of waking. The sight of her beauty stirred something within Wang Chong. The principal, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Chong, thought, such lecherous thoughts persist. He still desires to take advantage of the young girl. If what Qingqing says is true, then you are unworthy of your position as vice principal. As the ambulance had yet to arrive, the principal instructed him to carry Mayu to the infirmary. He jumped into the pool and lifted Lu Xiaoxiao. Oh no! Oh no! That wicked man is taking Mayu to his dormitory. If she gets there, she'll lose her innocence and be photographed naked. How tragic. The principal nearly fell back into the water upon hearing this, wishing he could rush over and thrash Wang Chong. Yet when he looked up, Wang Chong had already vanished. Wang Chong, cradling Mayu, ran swiftly, sensing some movement from her, perhaps indicating she was not severely harmed. He had long harbored feelings for her. Yet the proud girl had always resisted his advances. Seeing no one following, he turned a corner and brought her to his dormitory, conveniently located on the first floor. Excitedly, he closed the door, unable to resist the allure of her beauty. He stripped down completely, removing Mayu's wet clothes as well, gazing at her enticing figure. Like a ravenous wolf, he lunged towards her. However, before he could act further, a loud knock echoed at the door, urgent and insistent. Frightened, he scrambled to find his clothes, even putting them on inside out. By the time he finished with his undergarments, the door burst open. Teachers Wang, Zhang, and Tian stood wide-eyed, taking in the shocking scene. Teacher Wang, a female instructor who had a good relationship with Mayu, rushed over and covered Mayu's exposed body with a blanket. Teacher Zhang, straightforward and candid, glared at Wang Chong. Vice principal, what are you doing? Are you planning something inappropriate with Teacher Ma? As a leader of this school, do you not understand this is illegal? Teacher Tian joined in the rebuke, but Wang Chong defended himself. The principal told me to bring Teacher Ma to the dormitory to change her clothes. I saw she wasn't awake, so I thought I'd change first. I didn't expect you all to burst in. Who told you to bring her to the dormitory? I told you to take her to the infirmary. Being a man, would I be so foolish as to let you change a woman's clothes?
Principal Su Jingwei,
Panting from running to the door, angrily chastised him. Thankfully, he had called the 3 teachers to rush over and break down the door. Otherwise, Mayu would have been ruined. What were you thinking? Anyone present can see your intentions. You are unworthy of your position as vice principal. Wang Chong collapsed to the ground, his ambitions dashed in an instant. After struggling to attain this position, it had all come crashing down due to a moment of folly. Ma Yu and Lu Xiaoxiao were taken by ambulance. Watching the vehicle depart, the principal finally felt a sense of relief. Perhaps his position as principal was secure.
Yet,
Gazing at the two drenched children before him, his heart ached even more. Why must it be this boy, Yi Xiaochen? If his brother found out, heaven knows what chaos would ensue. The last time, just because a little girl sent a love letter to his brother. He had caused such a scene that the girl was frightened into transferring schools. If he learned his brother had gotten soaked, who knows what turmoil would follow. The principal managed a bitter smile, glancing helplessly at Yi Xiaochen. I'll call your brother to come and get you and give you some dry clothes. Qingqing. I'll have your mother come as well. Yi Xiaochen pressed his lips together, his gaze downcast, displaying clear unhappiness. Mu Qingqing, feeling a twinge of sympathy, thought how he must not want to see his brother. She gently tugged his small hand, offering comfort. Don't you like your brother? If you don't, you can have someone else pick you up. Yi Xiaochen felt the warmth of her small hand enveloping his. Since that incident when his brother had caused a scene, no one had dared to hold his hand again. But it's just me and my brother at home. My parents died in a car accident.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. Your brother must have it tough raising you. Don't be afraid of him. Yes, my brother really has it hard. Being a villain is quite difficult. Later, he regretted his life because of love and hate. What villain? Is your brother really that villain? Mu Qingqing asked curiously. He asked the biggest villain in the entire story, Yi Xiaoyang. Oh my goodness, could he be the villain that fell for my cousin at first sight? Host. You are correct. Mu Qingqing was taken aback. Her perception of the handsome boy's face suddenly diminished, and she instinctively released his hand. Yi Xiaocheng felt a sense of emptiness wash over him. Could it be that he feared her brother? Observing the disappointment in his eyes, Mu Qingqing's heart softened, and she gently grasped his delicate little hand. This young lad was rather pitiable, after all, and he had just cooperated with her in rescuing someone, which spoke well of his character. His small hand felt quite pleasant to hold. Ultimately, he was his brother, and he was himself. However, upon seeing the man storming in through the doorway, she regretted having held his hand. What are you doing? Why did you hold his hand? Do you have feelings for him? Yi Xiaoyang, the imposing figure, glared at her. Is he really the villain? He looks far too enchanting. Mu Qingqing stared blankly at the furious Yi Xiaoyang before her. Guagua, are you sure he is the villain and not the male lead? Guagua sighed. This story has no male lead, only a female lead who aspires to be wealthy. But now, due to your unpredictable actions, the plot has been altered.
Sigh.
You've made me fall behind in my observations. Yet, Mu Qingqing grinned mischievously. Do you think we could turn the villain into the male lead? After all, the female lead is already in the lap of luxury. Host, you are quite daring. There are destined paths at play here. It might be exceedingly difficult to achieve. But Mu Qingqing resolutely stated, how would we know unless we try? Guagua murmured in her ear, realizing her determination. It turned out that the Yi family was the wealthiest in the city, dominating the financial landscape. Unfortunately, 2 years prior, the heads of the family had perished in a car accident, leaving behind 2 children, Yi Xiaocheng and Yi Xiaoyang. With no one to support them, their uncles and aunts had divided the family business among themselves. When the villain, who had been studying abroad, returned home upon hearing the devastating news of his parents, he found himself bereft of everything except the villa they currently resided in and the money left behind by their parents. It was no wonder the villain had developed his current demeanor. She shook Yi Xiaocheng's small hand and offered what she thought was her most innocent smile. Hello, brother. I'm Yi Xiaocheng's classmate, just transferred today, and also his good friend. Shouldn't he classmates enjoy playing together happily? Yi Xiaoyang furrowed his brows, his icy demeanor darkening further as he glanced at Mu Qingqing, ignoring her words. He knelt down, his ruggedly handsome face looming closer, his gaze softening. Xiaocheng, do you enjoy playing with her? Yi Xiaocheng, looking at his gentle brother, nodded emphatically, but then fearfully pulled Mu Qingqing behind him, as if to shield her from his brother's wrath. Seeing his brother's reaction, Yi Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile wryly. Perhaps he was indeed too overprotective. After all, he had never allowed Xiaocheng to express his true feelings. Even if he did, he would likely dismiss them as childish notions, forcing his own thoughts upon him. He often cautioned him against getting too close to girls, fearing early romance, and advised him to be wary of deceit. His brother frequently stated that being open-hearted was foolish. Furthermore, whenever anything happened at school, He would unilaterally decide on the course of action, his temper frightening off other children. Who knew if he would erupt again today? Mu Qingqing held Yi Shaoqing's trembling hand, sensing his fear of his brother, and stepped in front of him. Don't be afraid. Your brother cannot mistreat you. You are Shaoqing's brother, and though you are quite handsome, you mustn't bully him. He is my friend. Yi Shaoyang chuckled. He is my brother, and I will decide how things are. How can you claim to be his protector? Such a rogue brother. He is your sibling, not an object for you to command. Mu Qingqing's cheeks puffed in indignation. Is it not true that the villain should not treat his own brother like this? At that moment, the principal, who had been on a phone call in the distance, approached and quickly shielded Mu Qingqing. Xiaoyang, she just started school today. I assure you she hasn't written your brother any love letters. You need not worry, your brother will definitely not engage in early romance. The principal affirmed, aware of the close bond between Yi Shaoyang and his father. After the tragic loss of Yi Shaoyang's parents, he wished to take care of them, but was rebuffed by Yi Shaoyang, who, like his father, was proud and refused to accept sympathy or charity. Above all, Yi Shaoyang cherished his brother, and any threat to him would provoke an explosive reaction. Yi Shaoyang scrutinized Mu Qingqing, noting her frail frame attempting to shield his brother, when it seemed it should be the opposite. Just as he was about to scold her, a girl ran past the school entrance. Guagua's sharp mechanical voice erupted in her ear. A fateful connection is approaching. Guagua is ready to witness the drama. Mu Qingqing, bewildered, turned toward the girl who seemed familiar yet unfamiliar. Dressed in a flowing white lace gown that accentuated her figure, her long hair danced in the breeze. Her petite and exquisite face was framed by large, expressive eyes. As she approached, the youthful aura radiated from her, and she kindly regarded Mu Qingqing. Cousin? Could she be my female lead's cousin? This truly is an unexpected twist of fate. She glanced at Yi Shaoyang, who had recently appeared as fierce as ice but now resembled a docile lamb, his eyes sparkling with countless stars. Could this be love at first sight? The fateful connection? After reuniting with the Su family, Lu Xiu had changed her surname to Su, and she was now known as Su Xiu. She cast a serious glance at Mu Qingqing before shifting her gaze to the two men beside her. She recognized the principal, but was unfamiliar with the young man. As their eyes met, Yi Shaoyang's face flushed, and his heart raced. Su Xiu averted her gaze, warmly addressing the principal as uncle. The principal, Su Jingwei, nodded in acknowledgement. Su Xiu noticed her attire was still damp, and gently inquired, "Why were you playing in the water?" The principal seemed to have uncovered a missing piece of the puzzle. While he was preoccupied with the allegations against himself, he had neglected to ask why they had fallen into the water. There were still 2 individuals in the hospital. He quickly urged, "You too, explain how you ended up in the water." Mu Qingqing recounted the entire incident in detail, with Yi Shaoqing nodding in agreement. However, Yi Shaoyang's temper flared as he listened, furious at the implication that his brother was involved with her. "Just wait. I will teach her a lesson." The principal was taken aback by Yi Shaoyang's expression. Did he expect another confrontation? Alas, what misfortune awaited the school. Yet Su Xiu's gaze softened as she looked at him, her expression transforming into one of warmth, her brows unfurling, and her eyes sparkling with a long-lost smile. The principal was astonished. Could this young man be undergoing a transformation? Su Xiu was momentarily captivated by his handsome face, her cheeks flushing as she turned away. It appears there is potential for a romance. I must play matchmaker. Mu Qingqing watched the two with a twinkle in her eye, while the principal also observed them closely, causing Su Xiu to feel increasingly bashful. She scooped up Mu Qingqing and hurried toward the entrance. Yi Shaoyang gazed at her retreating figure, a foolish smile spreading across his face. His brother had not smiled since their parents' passing, and it was a rare sight. "Brother, you should smile more. When you smile, girls will like you." Yi Shaoyang lifted his dripping brother, pondering if he too had realized his feelings for that girl. Chapter 23. Cursing himself for being a coward, alas. Next time, he must disguise himself better. Otherwise, this role of an older brother would be compromised. As he carried his brother toward the exit, he stole glances at Su Xiu's figure and remarked to his brother, "Do I really need to smile? This handsome face alone is enough to enchant young ladies. You should learn from me, but don't let a little girl overshadow you. It's unbecoming for a young man." Yet, Yi Shaoqing murmured from his brother's embrace. You should have seen her fighting. She had them in tears in no time. I think having her around is quite beneficial. Knight Xiaoyang's face was clouded with anger, while the little one in his arms pouted. Despite previously attempting to teach him, she had left in frustration after only a few attempts, deeming him clumsy. Alas, this elder brother has quite a temper. How wonderful it would be if he were as gentle as Mu Qingqing's sister. Regrettably, he resigned himself and lowered his head. After Su Xiu embraced Mu Qingqing and got into the car, her small face remained flushed. Mu Qingqing teased her, "Cousin, do you like that boy from earlier? He is quite handsome." Su Xiu's cheeks reddened further as she touched her warm face and hurriedly replied, "How could that be? It was my first time seeing him. There's no way I could like him." "Stop saying such nonsense. Look at your blush. Claiming you don't like him seems false. However, judging by your denial, I shall reluctantly believe you, lest you feel awkward." Su Xiu wore a look of despair. "All right, cousin, I believe you. But honestly, you've changed so much that if you hadn't mentioned you were my cousin, I wouldn't dare to recognize you." Mu Qingqing scrutinized her with seriousness. "You are now as beautiful as a celestial being. If you were to enter the entertainment industry, you could undoubtedly be the leading lady." Guagua had once said that the leading lady earns her first fortune in the entertainment world, then opens her own entertainment company, amassing wealth and becoming a local tycoon. "Qingqing, do you really think my cousin could thrive in the entertainment industry?" "Of course. If my cousin entered, she would surely flourish."
Mu Qingqing nodded earnestly.
"Yes, cousin. You will not only have a career but also become a great tycoon. You must protect your little sister." A tycoon, her? Regardless of the truth. The mere thought brought immense joy. Su Xiu embraced Mu Qingqing and planted a kiss on her cheek. Upon returning to the Su residence, Mu Qingqing changed into a fresh outfit. Grandma Su pulled Mu Qingqing into her arms, showering her with kisses. "My dear, have you missed your grandmother?" "I've missed you terribly. I missed you and Grandpa too. I dreamed of you last night," Mu Qingqing replied, her words as sweet as honey, causing Grandma Su to smile until her eyes turned into crescent moons. "What did you dream about your grandmother?" "Grandma, are you digging for details? Should I fabricate a story instead?" Grandma Su and Grandpa Su laughed even harder. "This granddaughter is truly a little treasure." "Really?" Grandma's joy intensified. "What? A scandal? A mental illness?" Grandma Su's grip on her cup loosened, causing it to clatter to the ground, shattering into pieces. Undistracted by the broken cup, she hurriedly dialed her third son, her voice trembling. On the other end, a cheerful male voice responded. However, as Grandma Su listened to the joyful laughter, her heart sank. She pressed a hand to her chest, suppressing her rising anger, and abruptly hung up the call. Determined, her expression turned grave. None present appeared pleased. Instead, they wore expressions of sorrow. Fortunately, Uncle San isn't married yet. If he were, there would be no escaping. "My poor Uncle San. That girlfriend is a gambler with a mountain of debt, and she has practically slept with every director she has worked with. Uncle San still thinks she is pure. He truly lacks discernment. A gambler, having slept with directors?" Grandpa Su stood up from the sofa, his eyes reddening with anger. Mu Qingqing watched him curiously as he gritted his teeth, yet wore a smile. His expression was somewhat unsettling. Was he pleased or vengeful? After lunch, the atmosphere grew somber. Mu Qingqing paid little mind, indulging in the delicious food on the table. After the meal, Su Xiu accompanied her to school. As they reached the school entrance, they fortuitously encountered Yi Xiaoyang and Yi Xiaochen, who had just stepped out of a car. Yi Xiaochen wore a tense expression, clearly displeased, while Yi Xiaoyang approached Su Xiu with a cheerful stride. What a coincidence to meet again. Su Xiu smiled gently. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Yi Xiaochen slowly approached them, muttering, "How could it not be? My brother has been waiting here all afternoon without eating, leaving me to fend for myself." Yi Xiaoyang, irritated, covered his brother's mouth. "Don't listen to his nonsense. This kid has been eating quite a lot. I told him to diet at noon, and he complained." Yi Xiaochen dodged his brother's hand in annoyance and took Mu Qingqing's hand, running into the school. "Look at this little rascal, holding his sister's hand and dashing off. I wish I could hold my sister's hand too, but I fear getting hit." Yi Xiaoyang fidgeted like a shy girl, his face reddening as he slowly uttered, I want to hold your hand and run. No, I meant to say, would you like to have coffee with me? Yi Xiaoyang regretted his words, wishing to slap himself. Now that he had his own company with dozens of employees, they quaked in his presence. Yet here he was, reduced to a coward in front of this girl. He couldn't help but chastise himself for being a timid fool. Chapter 24. Let us get divorced. Su Shi looked at him in confusion. Why is your face so red? Are you shy? Connecting it to the earlier boy's words. Could he possibly be interested in her? Her face flushed at the thought. After all, it was their first meeting and she knew little about him. She politely declined. Yi Xiaoyang, undeterred, continued to smile. All right, I will invite you another day. He watched as Su Shi's car drove away before he left the school himself, a smile on his face that he had never realized he wore. Yi Xiaochen pulled Mu Qingqing's hand and ran to the classroom. His brother had told him he could hold Mu Qingqing's hand, but only hers. Was his brother being affectionate? He stole glances at Mu Qingqing, grinning like a fool, while she sat with her book, waiting for the teacher. However, instead of the teacher, Lu Yuelon arrived. Upon entering the classroom and seeing Mu Qingqing sitting there unharmed, Lu Yuelon rushed over, swinging her hand towards Mu Qingqing's face. Completely absorbed in her reading, Mu Qingqing didn't notice Lu Yuelon until it was too late to evade. The sting of the slap never came, but a muffled grunt did. Little brat, why are you blocking? Are you intentionally preventing me from hitting her? If so, you'll suffer for nothing. Get out of the way and watch me take her down. Mu Qingqing witnessed Yi Xiaochen's arm being twisted, his face contorted in pain. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. How much must it hurt for him to endure so? Lu Yuelon, you're finished this time. Mu Qingqing leaped onto the desk. Reaching Lu Yuelon's height, she extended her small hand, slapping Lu Yuelon's face. In a fit of rage, Lu Yuelon lunged at her, but Mu Qingqing nimbly jumped to another desk. Yet, as she moved, Mu Qingqing was already there, evading every attempt to strike, leaving Lu Yuelon breathless. Teacher Lu. Are you Mu Qingqing's mother? Teacher Lu, unfamiliar with Mu Qingqing's parents, assumed she was her mother. For who else would strike another child unless they were wealthy and had nothing better to do? Who is her mother? Look closely. I am Lu Xiaoxiao's mother. Lu Yuelon replied angrily. Teacher Lu scrutinized her. She had seen Lu Xiaoxiao's mother, but this woman did not resemble her. Then why did you hit Mu Qingqing? Why do you ask me? She put my daughter in the hospital. She is still there, and you dare question me? A wild child like her shouldn't be in school to harm others. Lu Yuelon spoke with fervor, displaying an unyielding attitude. At that moment, Yi Xiaochen cried out in pain, Teacher, my arm hurts. This woman did it. Call my brother to take me to the hospital. My arm hurts so much. Mu Qingqing jumped off the desk, rushing to his side, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead. Yi Xiaochen's face was pale, biting his lip tightly. Yet not a single tear fell. Before long, Yi Xiaoyang arrived, his expression terrifying as he scooped up his sweating brother and dashed out. Lu Yuelon pouted, expressing her disdain for the drama of such a small child, who rushed to the hospital at the slightest incident. After all, it was not her fault. He chose to shield others. Teacher Lu's eyes were filled with helplessness. This parent was about to cause significant trouble. The student they could least afford to provoke was Yi Xiaochen, and unexpectedly, this parent had stirred a hornet's nest. Su Wanhua hurried to the classroom, relieved to see her daughter safe and sound. Lu Yuelon glared at Su Wanhua, pointing at Mu Qingqing and shouting, Look at your precious daughter. She has sent my daughter to the hospital, and your school does nothing. What business does a wild child have in attending school? She only brings harm to others and deserves expulsion. Mu Qingqing, being pointed at, felt her temper flare. If anyone should be expelled, it's your daughter. She instigated 2 girls to attack me. When she couldn't handle me, she jumped into the pool out of fright and now blames others. What a shameful display.
You vile child.
You should be expelled. Lu Yuelon retorted, resorting to insults. In a flash, Su Wanhua slapped her across the face. You insult my daughter. I have every right to take action against you. Lu Yuelon, clutching her face, glared back. You dare hit me? At that moment, the principal entered the classroom, silencing Lu Yuelon. The principal summoned them to the office, presenting the surveillance footage from the area by the rockery and pond. Take a look and determine who bears the greater responsibility. Liu Yuelon fell silent, rushing to the computer desk to review the footage. She had always believed her daughter was in the right, and even if she were not, as a mother, she would defend her child. After watching the video, it became clear to her who was at fault. Ms. Liu, your daughter instigated 2 students to assault Mu Qingqing. As a parent, shouldn't you apologize? Why should I apologize? My daughter is the one lying in the hospital. Liu Yuelon stubbornly refused to acknowledge her child's wrongdoing. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The teacher opened it to reveal 2 police officers. Who is Liu Yuelon? Please come with us. Someone has reported that you assaulted Yi Xiaochen. I did not hit him. When did I ever assault him? Liu Yuelon immediately denied the accusation, yet she was still escorted away by the officers. Deservedly so. The mistress wants to bully my mother. Surely someone reported her out of spite. Now she will face the consequences for attacking my brother. Upon entering the room, Mu Hongda immediately began to reprimand Su Wanhua, who, filled with anger, struck him hard across the face. Mu Hongda, you need to realize who your true daughter is and who you should support. If you refuse to accept her, then let us divorce.
Mu Hongda paused, contemplating.
He had intended to divorce her, having already transferred his assets elsewhere. Now that she had brought it up, he saw no reason to continue pretending. A flicker of delight crossed his eyes, though his face remained sorrowful. Wanhua, what are you saying? You don't need to say anything. It's better this way. Just know that you 1T get a share of the assets. You are aware of the company's financial situation. This house has already been mortgaged. I had wanted to inform you that my elder brother introduced me to a project that could net the company 3 billion. If it succeeds, I would share a portion with you. Oh, my foolish mother. Don't you realize he has already transferred the assets? 3 billion and you still want to share? How infuriating. Mu Qingqing pouted, her small face flushed with anger as she looked at Su Wanhua. Chapter 25. Catching cheaters. Su Wanhua pinched her daughter's chubby cheeks, gently taking her hand and leading her upstairs. In this household, only Qingqing seemed to care for her. There was no way she would let Mu Hongda off the hook. This scoundrel had taken so much of her money, dreaming of a carefree life. Upon hearing the figure of 3 billion, Mu Hongda immediately grasped Su Wanhua's arm. 3 billion? How could I allow you to earn that alone? Though the villa was purchased by the Su family, it was marital property, and he believed he had a rightful claim. He regretted not having found the deed to the villa. Otherwise, he could have mortgaged it as well. Wanhua, don't take that to heart. Why would I not support my own daughter? I love both of you, and I do not agree to a divorce. He gazed at Mu Qingqing with concern, reaching out to pat her head, only to have her dodge away. Scoundrel father, don't even think about touching my head. I find you disgusting. He feigned indifference, yet a hint of contempt flickered in his eyes. Wanhua, what project did your brother mention? Can it really earn 3 billion? Do you still doubt my brother's capabilities? If he hadn't invested all his funds in other projects, this one wouldn't be available to me. Su Wanhua spoke with conviction, causing Mu Hongda to listen intently. A man like him, greedy and insatiable, could hardly bear the thought of losing out on a fortune so close at hand. At that moment, Su Wanhua's expression dimmed. Unfortunately, our company's books are filled with debts. My real estate has been mortgaged as well. Investing in this project requires at least 1 billion in capital. 1 billion? Isn't that excessive? Mu Hongda frowned. Actually, it's not much. Investing 1 billion could yield 3 billion in profit. The only issue is that I lack the 1 billion in funds. The villa was only mortgaged for 10 million, leaving a shortfall of 900 million. Upon hearing this, Mu Hongda fell into deep thought. The money he had transferred amounted to exactly 1 billion, but he could not let that fact be known.
Shubano continued, onda.
Over the past 2 years, I have had little contact with business owners. You, on the other hand, have interacted with many. Could you possibly borrow some money? I promise I will offer 5 percentage points above the bank's interest rates. Mu Hongda's eyes widened. Such a high rate. If he lent her the money he had transferred, he could make a significant profit. That 3 billion would be half his. Perhaps it could even be all of it. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and a broad smile spread across his face as he grasped Su Wanhua's hand. Wanhua, don't worry. I'll help you borrow that money. With such high interest, no one would refuse to lend it. Thank you, then I will take Qingqing upstairs first. Mu Hongda nodded repeatedly, watching their departing figures, his face alight with joy. Now I will become wealthy. Once I acquire this money, I will kick you aside. Mu Qingqing glanced back at her father's jubilant expression, feeling an urge to curse him. Scoundrel father. Stop daydreaming. The billion you transferred is hidden under Liu Yuelon's name. Even if you wish to invest, you won't have the money. Liu Yuelon has transferred 50 million to her lover. Now she only has 50 million left. Surprised? The money you worked so hard to obtain. You won't get a single cent of it. As they descended the stairs, Su Wanhua felt her legs weaken, nearly slipping down the stairs. Mom, are you alright? Su Wanhua shook her head, her eyes filled with disappointment as she numbly pulled her daughter upstairs. What's the big news? Hurry and tell me. Mu Qingqing urged, feeling impatient. Oh my, I can't believe it. Upon entering the bedroom, Su Wanhua heard her daughter's astonished voice. Liu Yuelon went to find her lover and caught him in bed with Feng Xiume. I can only imagine her expression. I want to see it. The lover sent Feng Xiume away and then coaxed her back to bed. She's so easy to manipulate. It's as if she's never seen a man before. This lover is quite skilled. I thought it would be something major. What? Feng Xiume brought scoundrel father to the lover's place, and now they're all lovey-dovey in bed. How thrilling! Feng Xiume is quite ruthless. I must go and watch, lurking outside the lover's door to witness the scoundrel father's expression of despair. Su Wanhua listened intently, her heart racing with curiosity. Host, hurry. Liu Yuelon is just leaving the police station and heading to her lover now. Alright, I'm going right now. Time to enjoy the spectacle. She pulled a black hooded coat from the closet and put it on. Mom, can I go out for a bit? Su Wanhua understood her daughter's intentions. Normally, she would refuse, but this time, she too wished to witness the unfolding drama. Mu Qingqing responded happily with an affirmative, and as they descended the stairs, they spotted the scoundrel father sitting on the sofa, humming a tune while reading the newspaper. Enjoy your moment. Soon enough, you'll be the one crying. Ignoring him, Mu Qingqing walked straight out. Mu Hongda glanced at her back with a snort and continued to hum a tune. She exited her villa and, following Guagua's instructions, turned right and walked straight past the villa district until she reached a residential building. This is the spot. She's coming, hurry and hide. Guagua called out. Mu Qingqing observed the line of cars at the entrance and concealed herself behind one of them. Su Wanhuan, who followed closely behind, felt a surge of excitement watching her daughter hide and quickly sought refuge behind another nearby vehicle. She surveyed the surroundings, feeling a sense of familiarity. Had she been here before? Could this illicit lover be someone they knew? At that moment, Liu Yuelon stepped out of a taxi, walked straight to the first floor, took out her keys, and opened the door with a weary smile. Shortly thereafter, loud curses erupted from within. You shameless harlot! How dare you seduce my man? I'll make sure you pay for this. The sharp sound of slapping was accompanied by Liu Yuelon's anguished cries, drawing the attention of passers-by. How dare you seduce Mu Hongda? Aren't you supposed to be his cousin? You have no shame, you vixen. I'll make you regret this. The commotion escalated with more cries and blows. Outside, Mu Qingqing felt her emotions stir as she listened, secretly cheering them on to continue the fight. Yet her curiosity piqued. She longed to sneak a peek inside.
Su Wanhuan,
hidden behind the car, was exhilarated. No wonder so many people enjoyed gossip. She had never witnessed such a fierce confrontation over infidelity before, especially involving a woman who dared to entice her husband. It was a relief to her. Yuelon, please, you've misunderstood. I bought you a nightgown and asked my cousin to try it on. I had no idea you'd think we were up to no good. If you don't believe me, maybe we should break up. No, we can't break up. I trust you. It must be her trying to seduce you. I know you love only me. I'm carrying your child. We can't part ways. Of course, I love only you, Yuelon. Don't let your imagination run wild. Feng Xiume is merely my cousin. I see her as a sister. The name of the illicit lover sounded strangely familiar. Chapter 26. The child in her womb is mine. Feng Xiume, clutching her swollen face, rushed out of the door, her clothes not fully buttoned. A few bystanders stood at the entrance, pointing and gossiping. She wiped away her tears and ran faster. Is this the mistress? She certainly looks the part. Thankfully, the couple seems to have reconciled. Otherwise, she would have caused a divorce. An elderly woman glared angrily at Feng Shuime as she fled, while another young woman holding a child cast a disdainful glance at the closed door, whispering, "Can you believe it? Didn't that woman claim to be pregnant? She must be the mistress." The young woman shrugged and, seeing no movement inside, ascended the stairs with her child. The elderly lady eyed the first floor, hoping to hear the answers she sought. Alas, those answers would remain elusive. Qingqing pressed her ear against the car, straining to hear. Frustrated, she stealthily crept to the window of the building, her height allowing her to reach the protective railing. She crouched against the wall, listening intently. The elderly woman nearby looked on in confusion. Inside, rhythmic sounds of a bed meeting the floor mingled with feminine moans. They were certainly engaged in intimate activities. As she stifled a giggle, her heart raced, but a large hand suddenly pulled her away.
Mom.
Before she could finish, Su Wanhuan covered her mouth and dragged her behind the car for concealment. The elderly woman watched in bewilderment as the two hid behind the vehicle. Was there danger afoot? Mom, what are you doing here? Qingqing asked in surprise.
I was worried about you. What if you got lost?
As if afraid of being overheard. This is wonderful. The scoundrel is here. He'll surely be furious. Before Qingqing could urge her to hide better, Su Wanhuan squatted behind the car, eyes fixed on the entrance. ISN to your mother here for the gossip too? She probably saw Louis Welon. Mom, are you feeling vindicated? There's more to come. Qingqing mused as she watched her father's dark expression approach with Feng Shuime. Feng Shuime unlocked the door, and Mu Hongda stormed inside with a thunderous scowl, while Feng Shuime quickly fled, fearing anyone might know she had brought him there. You ungrateful wretch. After all I've done for you, how dare you betray me? I'll make you pay. The sound of slapping echoed from within. Let me see who this lover of yours is. How dare you sleep with my woman and hide under the covers? Do you feel any shame? The confrontation intensified as Mu Hongda's voice roared like a beast. The sounds of fists meeting flesh reverberated through the air. Who could tolerate their partner being unfaithful with their own driver? Listening in on the drama outside, Qingqing was elated, urging them on to fight harder, hoping one would end up dead. Su Wanhuan suddenly realized that the voice belonged to Yang Wenjie, Mu Hongda's driver. They say a rabbit doesn't eat the grass by its own burrow, yet who could have guessed that some would feast heartily on that very grass?
Mu Hongda,
consumed with rage, dragged Yang Wenjie out into the open, who was clad in nothing but his underwear, stumbling as he nearly fell to the ground. You think you care for me? You treat me like a servant. What good is the meager salary you give me? And you say you care? Let me tell you, I've been involved with Louis Welon for a long time. Mu Hongda's eyes widened in fury as he pointed at the treacherous couple. You have no shame. Louis Welon, how could you betray me? After all I've done for you, transferring all my money to your name, and now you dare to turn on me? Return my money at once. Louis Welon lowered her head in shame, unable to meet his gaze. Beside her, Yang Wenjie wiped the blood from his mouth and sneered. Mu Hongda, is that really your money? It's your wife's money. Her family's money. Do you have any right to it? You sneakily absconded with it. Yet you still think of her as your wife. You're the one without a conscience. You told him everything, Louis Welon? How could you share our secrets? Mu Hongda's eyes burned with rage as he trembled, pointing at Louis Welon. But Yang Wenjie held the trembling Louis Welon close and continued, let me tell you the truth. She confides in me about everything. Moreover, the child in her womb is mine. Haha, Mu Hongda, you abandoned your own daughter in the mountains. Yet you expect to keep the daughter born outside of your marriage? This is your retribution. Mu Hongda clutched his chest in agony. Louis Welon,
how could you do this to me?
While Mu Hongda struggled to contain his emotions, he gazed at Louis Welon. Fine, I'll let you two be. Just return the money you have in your name, and I'll consider you a stranger from now on. Louis Welon looked up, questioning, really? If I give you the money, you won't pursue this any further? Yang Wenjie interjected angrily, foolish woman, he says he won't pursue us now. But once the money is in his hands, he'll come after us. You cannot give him that money under any circumstances. Yang Wenjie, stop trying to sow discord. I mean what I say. If I say I want to pursue this, I want to. Louis Wellon, return my money. Mu Hongda insisted, promising not to press charges. Louis Wellon wavered, seeing the sincerity in his eyes. Yang Wenjie, infuriated, released his hold on her. You can forget about that. She has already transferred half of it to me. We want to give you anything, even if she wants to. If you dare to give him anything, I'll break up with you. Don't break up. I want to give it to him. Mu Hongda, gritting his teeth in anger, lunged forward and kicked Louis Wellon in the abdomen, delivering a stinging slap across her face. Louis Wellon collapsed to the ground, clutching her stomach as blood streamed from between her legs. Yang Wenjie, seeing the shocking pool of red, retaliated with a fierce kick to Mu Hongda's abdomen. Using all his strength, Mu Hongda staggered backward, collapsing to the ground, his face pale as he gasped for breath. He clutched his abdomen, feeling as though his internal organs had been displaced, the pain causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Yang Wenjie, already a robust figure, exerted all his strength. Mu Hongda, inherently weak despite his outward appearance, could hardly withstand the force of the kick. He collapsed in agony. Yang Wenjie hastily carried Louis Wellon to the car, only to find an elderly woman hiding nearby. His temper flared, and he snapped, "What are you doing hiding there, old hag?" Young man, cursing the elderly will bring retribution. The heavens are watching. People like you will not have a legacy to cherish. Hurry to the hospital. Your child may not survive. Chapter 27. Your card has been frozen. The old woman quickly scurried away, eager to share the scandal with her friends, Zhang Laotai, Li Laotai, and Wang Lao'er from the West District. This was the juiciest gossip she had come across, and she was determined to spread the news. After Yang Wenjie drove off, Su Wanhua observed the motionless Mu Hongda on the ground, feeling no sympathy whatsoever. Instead, a sense of relief washed over her. Serves him right. It was as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Mom, call an ambulance. He might die, and who will we hold accountable for our money? Her daughter's obsession with wealth was glaring. Mu Hongda, in a haze, caught glimpses of Su Wanhua and his daughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. Upon returning home, Mu Qingqing joyfully finished her bath only to find Su Wanhua lost in thought on the bed. Mom, are you sad? That scoundrel doesn't deserve your tears. My dear mother, I will help you find a good man in the future. Don't be sad, okay? Su Wanhua couldn't help but chuckle despite her plight. It seemed she had fallen to the point where her daughter was concerned for her. Her eyes glistened with tears as she embraced Mu Qingqing. Rest assured, Mother won to shed tears for that worthless man. I'm focused on how we can thrive together. I want to grow the company strong so you can live as a happy little princess. Mom, don't tire yourself out. Building a strong empire is exhausting. Women age quickly when overworked. You must remain forever young and beautiful. Su Wanhua felt a surge of warmth as she held her daughter close. Truly, her daughter was a source of comfort.
Mom.
With your intelligence, achieving greatness will be quite the challenge. Perhaps it's best to focus on sufficiency. When I grow up, I'll build a strong empire and shower you with riches. So her daughter held little faith in her ambitions. But when I grow up, who knows when that will be? Perhaps I should help you find some potential stepfathers, ensuring a lifetime of wealth and luxury. Let us make it happen. Su Wanhua was taken aback and pushed her daughter away. She had just escaped one scoundrel, and now another was on the horizon. No way, Qingqing. I want to seek a stepfather for you. Let us just focus on the two of us. Mu Qingqing reluctantly nodded, her dreams of wealth dashed. Su Wanhua, amused by her daughter's forlorn expression, led her downstairs for dinner. At the hospital, Yang Wenjie anxiously awaited outside the operating room. After what felt like an eternity, a weary doctor emerged, followed by nurses wheeling Louis Wellon on a stretcher. Yang Wenjie didn't even glance at Louis Wellon, grabbing the doctor's arm in desperation. Doctor, was my child saved? The middle-aged doctor shook his head regretfully. I'm sorry, we did our best. The child could not be saved. And conceiving again may prove difficult due to a ruptured uterus. Yang Wenjie stood in stunned silence, repeating, the child is gone. The child is gone. And conceiving again will be hard. The doctor, misinterpreting his shock for grief, attempted to console him. You are still young. Your wife can recover. And perhaps there will be another chance. Yang Wenjie angrily shrugged off the doctor's hand. She is not my wife. Since the child is gone, why should I waste my time on a hen that cannot lay eggs? He turned to leave, leaving the doctor bewildered. A passing nurse tugged at the doctor's sleeve. Dr. Wang, this man is utterly despicable. His girlfriend hasn't even woken up yet. If she learns he left, it will surely cause a scene. Meanwhile, Mu Hongda was also transported to the hospital. The doctor attempted to contact his emergency contact listed as his wife, but no one answered. He then called his mother. Upon waking from surgery, Mu Hongda was racked with excruciating pain in his abdomen, but it paled in comparison to the anguish in his heart. His eyes burned with resentment, and a tempest of hatred surged within him. That wretched Yang Wenjie dared to strike him. He would not let this go unpunished. And that vile Louis Wellon. She had deceived him so cruelly. His rage ignited. He grabbed his phone to call the police. Outside the hospital, Yang Wenjie's sorrow had dissipated. Though he had lost a child, he still possessed wealth. 50 million, a sum he could never earn in a lifetime. He had intended to ensnare Louis Wellon and claim that fortune, but with her inability to protect their child, she was no longer desirable. He could find countless women with that money. He grinned broadly as he entered the bank, lounging in a chair with his legs crossed, slamming his bank card on the counter with an air of arrogance. Withdraw all the money here. Half for me, and the other half into a new card. The teller, mistaking him for a nouveau riche, smiled and began processing his request. However, after multiple attempts, she hesitated. I'm sorry, sir. Your card has been frozen. Yang Wenjie was momentarily stunned before erupting in fury.
Impossible.
I deposited money into that card. 50 million. You can't just freeze it. Get my money out now. His fierce demeanor frightened the teller, prompting her to retreat. Fortunately, 2 security guards arrived to escort him out. Fuming, he stormed out of the bank, convinced that Louis Wellon was behind this. Only she knew the card's password. How dare she betray him? He slammed his car door and sped off toward the hospital. Inside the hospital, chaos ensued. Louis Wellon had awakened, and nurses were attempting to console her, saying she could have more children and not to grieve excessively. However, Louis Wellon, in a frenzied state, her hair disheveled and face pale, screamed hoarsely, I don't believe it. My child is still in my womb. He is the son of Wenjie. I want to see Wenjie. He brought me here. Where is he? The nurses dared not approach her. Anyone who suggested her child was lost was met with her wrath, as she had just struck a nurse with the air conditioner remote. Tears streamed down the young nurse's face, and no one dared to intervene, silently watching as Louis Wellon wailed. In the ward, her cries attracted attention, and a little girl approached the crowd, listening intently. This woman is so unfortunate. She lost her child, and her man has run away. They say she may never have children again. What a miserable fate. No wonder he left her. He truly is a scoundrel. The little girl, having spent the day in the hospital, found the scene far more entertaining than her earlier boredom. She squeezed through the throngs, drawn to the commotion surrounding the pitiful woman. As she reached the front, her eyes widened in recognition as she furrowed her brow. The woman's hair obscured her face, but the voice was unmistakable. The little girl rushed into Louis Wellon's embrace, exclaiming, Mommy, what happened to you? Where's Daddy? Why isn't he here to take care of you? Louis Wellon, gazing at the small figure before her, began to regain her senses. Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao, she cried, her heart breaking. It was your daddy who did this to me. The wretched man has deprived me of my son. Your brother is gone. Lu Xiao Xiao was perplexed, having always believed that her mother's children belonged to her father. She clearly recognized how much her mother cherished this child. It was inconceivable. The child within her womb must belong to her father. Why would she want to harm her own offspring, who claimed it was his? The child I carry is Yang Wenjie's. Is it that your father is unworthy of being this child's father? Lu Xiaoxiao stared in shock at her mother. Those gathered at the door exchanged glances, surprised to discover that this tale held further intricacies. This woman was certainly no paragon of virtue. The crowd murmured softly, and just as the nurse attempted to disperse them, an irate man burst forth from the entrance. The nurse recognized him as the one who had brought Louis Wellon to the hospital. As she pondered this, Yang Wenjie had already pushed through the crowd to stand before Louis Wellon. She was overjoyed to see him, But before she could even smile, a resounding slap struck her face. She stared in disbelief at the ferocious man before her. Previously, he had been utterly compliant, never having raised his voice against her. Now, he dared to strike her. With her swollen face in her hands, tears streamed down uncontrollably. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Why are you hitting me?" Yang Wenjie glared fiercely, pointing at her and shouting, "You wretched woman, I could just as easily wish to end your life. Why did you meddle with the 5,000 I gave you? You had it frozen, preventing me from accessing it. Have you grown so bold?" Another slap followed, leaving Lu Yuelon dazed, feeling both shocked and wronged. With red, swollen eyes, she protested, "I did not. The money is accessible. I truly did not tamper with it. If you do not believe me, I will go with you to retrieve it. Fine. Should you dare accompany me to collect it, I shall believe you are innocent.
Now,
Get up and come with me." Yang Wenjie reached to pull Lu Yuelon from the hospital bed, but as she moved, a searing pain shot through her abdomen, causing her to break out in a sweat. Lu Xiaoxiao, witnessing her mother's agony, furiously struck Yang Wenjie's arm. "Do not pull my mother. Can't you see how much pain she is in? If you continue, I swear, I will kill you." Yang Wenjie shot her a vicious glare. Anyone who interfered with his attempt to retrieve his money was now his enemy. He forcefully shoved Lu Xiaoxiao aside and yanked Lu Yuelon's arm, dragging her outward. As Lu Yuelon was pulled from the bed, the pain in her feet felt like needles piercing her, and she sensed warm blood flowing from her lower abdomen. She was dragged several steps, leaving crimson footprints on the ground. Lu Xiaoxiao, having been thrown to the ground, caught sight of the bloodstains and charged at Yang Wenjie, biting fiercely into his thigh. She clamped down with all her strength, determined to tear a piece out. Dressed in thin summer pants, Yang Wenjie cried out in pain. He released his grip on Lu Yuelon and yanked Lu Xiaoxiao's hair, pulling her away. Clumps of hair came out, yet Lu Xiaoxiao, tears streaming down her face, refused to let go, clenching her teeth. Anyone who harmed her mother would face her wrath. Frustrated, Yang Wenjie swung a fist towards Lu Xiaoxiao's head. Seeing that massive fist, Lu Yuelon realized that if it struck her daughter, it could either kill or severely injure her. In a desperate rush, she lunged forward, shielding her daughter's head with her body. The punch connected with her waist, and she cried out, feeling as if her spine had shattered, her consciousness fading as she collapsed to the floor. The onlookers were stunned. How had things escalated so quickly? The nurse, equally shocked, hurried to assist Lu Yuelon, struggling to lift her back onto the bed, only to find large pools of blood beneath her. Alarmed, the nurse dashed off to find a doctor. Lu Xiaoxiao clutched her mother, weeping bitterly.
Mom, please don't die.
Please wake up. I cannot live without you. But Lu Yuelon showed no response. Her fierce gaze turned upon Yang Wenjie. My mother has suffered because of you. If she dies, you shall accompany her in death. Yang Wenjie shivered at the malice in her eyes. Was this truly the gaze of a child? He noticed the blood flowing continuously from Lu Yuelon, staining the ground a vivid red. Terrified, he took a step back, wishing to flee. At that moment, the crowd stirred as 3 police officers entered. You are Yang Wenjie, correct? Come with us. Yang Wenjie's face drained of color. Surely, they would not arrest him for this? No, she is my girlfriend. She was pregnant with my child. But Mu Hongda caused her to lose it. I did not harm her. It was a moment of desperation that led to this. The officers exchanged glances, perplexed by the scene before them, and one replied, colluding to seize his assets? Is this a report from Mu Hongda? His 50 million. After all the effort to acquire that sum, it had vanished in an instant. His eyes became vacant, resembling that of a walking corpse as the police led him away. Host, a major event has transpired, and we have missed it. The opportunity has slipped from our grasp. Mu Qingqing, enjoying a delightful meal, felt her mood dampen at the sudden outcry. She paused, chopsticks in hand. Can you refrain from startling me while I'm eating? It greatly diminishes my appetite. Mu Qingqing expressed her discontent. Host, this news is far more delectable than any meal. Let me inform you. What?
My goodness.
The food has lost its flavor. I must go and see for myself. It's too late. Everyone has already gone in. Mu Qingqing abruptly stood, only to slouch down again, finding no joy in her meal. Su Wanhua, seated opposite her, pretended to pick at her food, silently listening. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Had I known my worthless father reported Yang Wenjie to the police, I would have rushed over to witness it. Hehe. Yang Wenjie couldn't withdraw the 50 million from the bank and suspected Yuelon of meddling, so he went to the hospital to slap her. Truly a despicable man. I would love to see that slap. Lu Yuelon has lost her child and will likely never bear another. No wonder Yang Wenjie abandoned her. It seems her value in his eyes was quite low. What? My worthless father's mother is coming to cause a scene at my home? The sound of chopsticks clattering on the table echoed as Su Wanhua dropped them. Chapter 29. The Mother of a Wretched Father. Mu Hongda's mother? That cunning, spiteful, and unreasonable old woman. Su Wanhua envisioned her heavily made-up face, with bright red lips and exaggerated eyebrows. Her complexion paled, and her mouth twitched in disgust. Lin saw. Quickly closed the front door. Turn off the lights. Let us go to bed early. Mu Qingqing, intrigued, looked at her mother. Mom, what is going on? It's only a little past 5, and it's still bright outside. The lights aren't even on. Su Wanhua, her hands trembling, reached out to touch Mu Qingqing. Dear, I'm just tired today. Let us sleep early. We must not allow that wicked woman to enter. Every time she visits, it's as if she is scavenging, taking everything she can find. She takes nearly everything of value, and even sells what she cannot carry for money. As if this were not her son's home. She had complained to Mu Hongda about it. But that wretched man always insisted that his mother had endured tremendous hardships to raise him, claiming he had never seen such luxuries. He would plead to keep a few things until she left, promising to buy them later. She had taken him at his word, allowing them to take what they wanted. But in the end, that scoundrel never bought anything, leaving her to fend for herself. Eventually, his sister even took away her jewelry box. She could no longer endure it and exploded in anger, only to be reprimanded by his mother. Her face twisted in anger, tears of grievance shimmering in her eyes. Seeing Lin Saw standing there silently, she quickly urged, Lin Saw, hurry and close the door. No matter who knocks, do not open it. Lin Saw nodded and turned to the door, but before she could reach it, someone forcefully pushed it open, nearly slamming into her. A brash voice rang out. Su Wanhua, your husband is still lying in the hospital. Have you died? Why aren't you taking care of him? An elderly woman, her face marked by age and anger, stormed into the living room, clutching a live chicken, her demeanor fierce. Following her was a young woman in her 20s, her expression stern and devoid of warmth, as if she were there to collect a debt. Su Wanhua trembled at the sound of the harsh voice. Mu Qingqing, observing the two, listened to Guagua's commentary. I truly sympathize with your mother. That wretched woman is hardly human. No wonder your father is so despicable. My mother is so unfortunate, enduring not only a worthless man, but also a wicked mother-in-law. How infuriating. Oh dear. My worldview has been shattered. This malevolent matriarch brazenly shares her husband with another woman. This gossip is scandalous. She has had an affair with old Wang from across the street, driving his original wife away. Even her son, who caught them in the act, dared not intervene. What a disgrace to manhood. Is this truly my grandmother? No wonder my mother is so submissive. But if you encounter your granddaughter, do not expect mercy from me, declared Wang Tsuaping, Mu Hongda's mother. As she plopped onto the sofa, the live chicken still in hand. The rooster, confined in a net bag, had just relieved itself, leaving a mess on the sofa. Sister Lin rushed forward. Incensed, look at how filthy this chicken is. Why would you place it on the sofa? Wang Tsuaping shot her a disdainful glance. You must be the maid in my son's household. This is not your concern. Stay out of it. Su Wanhua, come here at once. Her gaze was icy as it fell upon Su Wanhua, who appeared pale and rigid with fear. Mu Qingqing, realizing her mother had endured too much, decided to intervene. With a charming smile, she approached Wang Tsuaping. Grandma, are you the grandmother I've longed to meet? My mother has mentioned you several times. But my father said you were too busy for visitors. Today, I finally see you. Is this a gift you've brought for me? Wang Tsuaping scrutinized Mu Qingqing. But before she could respond, Mu Qingqing seized the chicken by its neck and pulled. Oh no, Grandma, Is this rooster dead? It isn't moving. Wang Lao'er panicked, shaking the rooster vigorously. It seemed lifeless. This rooster cannot die. I've heard that its blood should be used while it's still alive for healing. After all my efforts to find a live one, how could it perish now? She shook it in desperation, but the rooster's eyes rolled back and closed tightly, never to open again. Her expression darkened as she pointed an accusing finger at Qingqing. You killed it. I paid 500 for this. The host lies. Others would sell this chicken for 250. She insisted that number sounded unpleasant, so she haggled it down to 200. When they refused, she offered one piece at a time, finally settling at 234, and even took 2 eggs, hiding them in her pocket. No wonder her pockets are bulging. Greedy grandmother, attempting to swindle me, are we? Just watch. With a faint, sorrowful expression, Qingqing lunged into her arms, forcefully striking her bulging pockets. A loud crack echoed as yellow liquid oozed down her pants. Qingqing quickly withdrew her arms, suppressing laughter. Grandma, did you hide waste in your pocket? It's leaking. Wang Lao'er felt the chill on her sides, looking down in fury. This wretched child, unlike my obedient granddaughter Lu Xiaoxiao. How dare you smash the eggs I painstakingly obtained? Which eye of yours saw waste? Su Wanhua, is this how you raise your children? You can't even produce a son, and your daughter is a disappointment. Hurry and fetch me a new pair of pants. Can't you see how filthy mine are? Su Wanhua bit her lip, frozen in place. She wanted to dismiss Wang Lao'er, but with her marriage to Mu Hongda yet unfinalized, this woman would undoubtedly cause a scene, gossip spreading throughout the neighborhood. Though unbothered by the rumors, she feared for Xiaoxiao's reputation. Seeing her mother's restraint, Qingqing approached Wang Lao'er, speaking sweetly. Grandma, don't be upset. I'll help you clean up. She grabbed the paper towels Sister Lin used for the chicken waste and began wiping Wang Lao'er's pants. Chicken droppings mixed with egg yolk, creating a mess that dripped down, emitting a foul stench. Wang Lao'er, witnessing the soiled paper towels in Qingqing's hand, was infuriated, raising her hand to strike. Anticipating the movement, Qingqing threw the soiled paper at Wang Lao'er's face, crying out, Grandma is hitting me.
I am scared.
Mommy, call the police. Grandma wants to kill me. She dashed away, her cries echoing. Wang Lao'er, not having landed a blow, felt something foul on her nose. Looking down, her face turned green with rage. You little brat, how dare you throw chicken waste at me? I'll make you pay. Furious, she pursued Qingqing.
Su Wanhua.
Stunned by the scene, considered intervening but realized she couldn't catch her daughter nor confront the furious matriarch. With no other choice, she called for help. Meanwhile, Wang Lao'er, panting and sticky with mess as she chased, cursed under her breath. As she passed the sofa, Mu Xiaoxiao, sitting quietly, covered her nose, her gaze glued to her phone, indifferent to the chaos surrounding her. Sister Lin, bewildered, recognized Wang Lao'er as the mother of her son-in-law, but found her behavior utterly unreasonable. How could a grandmother act this way? Attempting to intervene, she was shoved aside as Wang Lao'er continued her pursuit. Qingqing, running swiftly and glancing back, slowed down, teasingly, allowing Wang Lao'er to think she could catch up. The expansive living room and kitchen transformed into their playground of chase. Grandma, please stop. You smell terrible. You're making me sick. Qingqing shouted, fueling Wang Lao'er's fury. You little pest, when I catch you, I'll make you pay. Wang Lao'er growled through clenched teeth, but her stamina waned as she reached the kitchen, her legs trembling. Spotting a bowl, she hurled it at Qingqing. Watch out. Guagua warned. Qingqing, alerted, dodged just in time as the bowl shattered on the floor. Frustrated, Wang Lao'er threw another, but Su Wanhua instinctively stepped in front of Qingqing. As the bowl aimed at Su Wanhua's back, Qingqing swatted it away, causing it to shatter and injuring her hand in the process. Wang Lao'er, filled with rage, grabbed yet another bowl, and just as the police entered, they witnessed the chaotic scene, swiftly seizing the bowl from her grasp and restraining her. Beside her, Mu Xiaoxiao observed the entrance of 2 police officers. Finally setting aside her phone, she approached Wang Lao'er. Startled by the appearance of the officers, Wang Lao'er exclaimed, I am her grandmother, just playing around with her. Su Wanhuan cried out, "Tell me, am I not your mother-in-law? Am I not her grandmother?" Mu Qingqing clung to Su Wanhuan weeping, "Mom, she is not my grandmother. She wants to kill me. My worthless father betrayed us, absconded with our wealth, and cast me into the mountains. I don't want such a father and grandmother." She displayed her bruised hand, stating, "Look at what she did to me. Officer, she tried to kill us with a bowl. Please arrest her."
Su Wanhuan,
Witnessing her daughter's injured hand, was filled with sorrow, casting a look of disdain at Wang Lao'er. "Officers, please take her away. She threatened my daughter and has caused her this harm. Is this how a grandmother ought to treat her granddaughter?" The two police officers, seeing the little girl's bruised hand and her tear-streaked face, could not help but curse the despicable man who fathered her. How could a father treat his wife and daughter so cruelly, allowing his mother to come here to abuse the child? One officer, with a stern expression, addressed Wang Lao'er. "Madam, you need to come with us. Hitting someone with a bowl constitutes intentional harm. If she presses charges, you could face imprisonment." Upon hearing the word prison, Wang Lao'er began to wail, "I didn't hit them. They are my daughter-in-law and granddaughter. How could I bear to hurt them?" Su Wanhuan was just speaking out of anger. "Tell them I didn't harm you." However, Mu Xiuyao interjected, pulling at her mother's arm. "My mom is the mistress of this house. This is our home. What's wrong if my mom breaks a few bowls? It was an accident that she hit her. They provoked my mom, and when she got angry, she reacted. Sister-in-law, my brother is still in the hospital. Instead of caring for him, you want to have our mom arrested? What are you plotting? How malicious of you." Su Wanhuan's face turned pale with rage. "Mu Xiuyao, how dare you claim this is your home? Has your family ever contributed a single penny to this villa? Every time you come, you rob us blind, especially you. You take any clothes or jewelry you fancy, without shame. How can you say this is your home?" Mu Xiuyao retorted with disdain. "Sister-in-law, you married my brother. What's yours is his. My brother is the master of this house, so my mom is too. You wouldn't want the police to arrest her. It would reflect poorly on you." Wang Lao'er chimed in, "Yes, I'm also your mother. How can a daughter-in-law call the police on her mother-in-law? Clear this up quickly." Su Wanhuan, infuriated, declared, "You do not deserve to be my mother. Officer, please take her away. I am in the process of divorcing her son. We will have no further relations. She bullies my daughter, and I will report her to the authorities. You dare to divorce my son while he lies in the hospital? You are beyond despicable." Wang Lao'er spat vehemently. Mu Xiuyao was taken aback. Wasn't he her sister-in-law, always obedient to her brother? How could she even think of divorce? Had she discovered Louis Wellon and Xiao Xiao? "Sister-in-law, please don't act like this. My brother is still in the hospital. If you don't attend to him, and mom gets arrested, what will happen to my brother?" Su Wanhuan, seeing her sister-in-law's hypocritical face, retorted angrily. "Isn't your sister still around? When your brother was thriving, you sought to bask in his glory. Now that he has fallen, you should be there to support him. Officers, please, take her away. My daughter is truly frightened. If you had come a moment later, both of us might have been killed by them."
Su Wanhuan wept bitterly.
The two police officers, noting the disarray inside the house and the shattered pieces of bowls strewn across the floor, exchanged sympathetic glances with the mother and daughter. "Madam, you need to come with us. We will discuss everything at the station." As the officers led her out, Wang Lao'er, realizing Su Wanhuan was resolute about sending her to the station and seeking divorce from her son, began to yell curses. "Is it such a crime that my son has a woman and a child outside? Must you divorce him? Even if you do, it's my son who will reject you. My Hongda and Louis Wellon have been childhood sweethearts. You're the real homewrecker. If it weren't for you,
I would have been holding my grandson by now.
If Su Wanhuan divorces, your money will be split with my son. Don't think you can let him leave empty-handed." The officers sighed in disbelief at the old woman's words. It turned out her family was fully aware of Mu Hongda's affair and child, but had kept it from her. Such a family, indeed. The officers found it hard to reconcile the idea of a son with a mistress and a child outside, and even contemplating divorce, while aiming to claim half of the woman's wealth, was simply absurd. As they pulled Wang Lao'er outside, she clung to the doorframe, sobbing loudly. "Oh, wretched fate. I came to my son's home, and my daughter-in-law has the police take me away. My son is still in the hospital. And this ungrateful daughter-in-law refuses to care for him. She wants to divorce him just because he is ill. It is truly inhumane. Her loud wails attracted the attention of passers-by and neighbors, who gathered at the door to watch the spectacle. Wang Lao'er, sensing her ploy was working, further exaggerated her plight. "Zhou Wenwei, did I ever treat you poorly? Every time you visit my home, I buy you fresh meat and abundant vegetables. Did you not enjoy it? You pursued my son relentlessly, and he treated you like a treasure, yet now you want to divorce him. You must have someone outside and are framing my son for having a mistress. How shameless can you be?" The crowd continued to swell, many sympathizing with Wang Lao'er and pointing fingers at Su Wanhuan. Some in the neighborhood recognized Su Wanhuan and could not believe she was such a person. But faced with the old woman's emotional display, they dared not speak in her defense, opting instead to observe silently. Su Wanhuan felt her frustration boiling as she watched the crowd gather, her expression one of despair. She would not resort to petty tricks. Her upbringing of propriety left her at a loss in such a situation. Qingqing, seeing her mother's expression, felt an intense hatred for the old woman. "You old hag, let me show you something good, and may it bring you to tears." She dashed upstairs to retrieve her phone. The little girl squeezed through the crowd, pinching her thigh to summon tears, and exclaimed, "Uncles and aunties, grandpas and grandmas, look at what my father has done." She had recorded a video of her father fighting with Liu Yuelon and the man involved, which she planned to share online for everyone to see. As she cried and explained, "This man is my father," he discovered his mistress, this woman Liu Yuelon, had another man on the side. "My dad went to catch her in the act. This is the mistress's lover." The crowd grew animated, some angrily denouncing the mistress, while others sympathized with Qingqing. Qingqing, in her heart, reveled in the chaos. "Dare to blame my mother, and let us see how you face the world." This was truly dramatic. Her father had audaciously transferred all her mother's assets to the mistress, only for the mistress to refuse him. What a fitting end. Your mother, such a wonderful person, truly deserves better than to be married to your father. You should hastily seek a divorce. And what is that old woman still causing a commotion for? Does she not realize the misdeeds of her son? The onlookers were filled with righteous indignation, casting disapproving glances at the elderly lady. Wang Lao'er, sensing the hostile stares from the crowd, approached and seized the phone from Qingqing's hand. Qingqing did not resist, as everyone present had already viewed the video twice. She gazed at the screen, where her son and Liu Yuelon appeared. Upon hearing the man claim that the child in her womb was not her son's, she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. The grandson she had longed for, the star she had wished upon, was not her son's after all. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and as anger surged within her, she felt the urge to destroy something. At that moment, Qingqing shouted, "Grandma, that's my phone that I bought for 10,000 yuan. If you break it, you owe me 10,000. Wang Lao'er, her hand still raised, tossed the phone onto the ground and bitterly retorted, "What a piece of junk. Who spends 10,000 on such a phone? This video must be fabricated. The child in Liu Yuelon's womb is certainly my son's. There's no way she could be with anyone else after all these years." At the mention of the video, Qingqing smirked, "I painstakingly recorded it while lying on the ground and in the car, and I'm covered in dirt. It's not some fabrication. It's genuine." Su Wanhua, observing her daughter, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just moments ago, she had been in tears. But now it was the elderly woman who should be crying. Mu Xiueyao rushed over, attempting to silence her mother, but was pushed aside. "What are you doing? Why, silence me. This video must be false. I refuse to believe that the child in her womb is my grandchild. It cannot be anyone else's. I have longed for a grandchild." Wang Lao'er's fury escalated as she spat venomous words. "You, Su Wanhua, who cannot bear a grandchild, want to have my son divorce you? Let him leave. He doesn't want you anyway." In her rage, Wang Lao'er unleashed a torrent of insults. Mu Xiueyao was helpless to intervene, furiously stomping her foot beside her. The crowd watched in disbelief, savoring the drama unfolding before them. It was no wonder that this scoundrel was so despicable. His mother was equally wretched, uttering words that shattered the very fabric of morality. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Mu Hongda remained oblivious to the chaos outside. He had been kicked in the kidney by Yang Wenjie, the force leaving a gaping wound that required surgical stitching. A large, bull-sized injury now marred his abdomen, causing him excruciating pain. His resentment towards Yang Wenjie burned fiercely. Just then, his phone rang, and upon answering, his expression darkened further. "What? How did you end up at the police station?" Mu Xiuyao informed him of the events that had transpired at Su Wanhua's. The phone slipped from his grasp, the pain from his wound intensifying, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. It was over. His dream was shattered. How could Su Wanhua have discovered his affair with Liu Yuelon? For so many years, she had remained unaware, but now she knew. Confusion clouded his thoughts when the door opened, and a formally dressed man entered. "Are you Mr. Mu Hongda?" the man inquired, approaching him with an air of professionalism. Mu Hongda nodded in response. "Hello, I am Lawyer Zhang, and I have been entrusted by Ms. Su Wanhua to deliver your divorce agreement. If you have no objections,
Please sign."
In a fit of rage, Mu Hongda snatched the divorce agreement from Lawyer Zhang's hands and tore it to shreds. "I will not divorce. I refuse to agree to this separation. I cannot live without Wanhua. Tell her I realize my mistakes. Let her give me one more chance." "Mr. Mu," the lawyer replied, "my client has made it clear that even if you do not consent, we will proceed legally with the divorce. Furthermore, she will sue you for misappropriating her personal assets during the marriage. Prepare for a court summons." After delivering his message, Lawyer Zhang turned and left. Mu Hongda's eyes reddened as he muttered to himself, "No, I cannot get divorced. Su Wanhua, you cannot sue me. If you do, I will end up in prison.
And I do not want that.
His thoughts turned to Liu Yuelon, whom he blamed for seducing him. Otherwise, their family of 3 could have been so blissful. He attempted to rise from the bed to find her and persuade her to withdraw the lawsuit, but the pain from his wound was unbearable, and he lay back down. He picked up his phone to call Su Wanhua, only to be met with the cold, robotic voice of an automated response. "The number you have dialed is out of service." Despairing, he tried several times, only to receive the same result. Su Wanhua had undoubtedly blocked him. Lying on the hospital bed, tears streamed down his face. Regret consumed him as he lamented why he had not cherished their family. What should have been a happy home had been reduced to this. Yet, his anger burned brighter still, directed at Liu Yuelon for betraying him. Why had she sought out other men and humiliated him? He clenched his fists, driven by a desire to exact revenge. Meanwhile, Su Wanhua lay in bed with her daughter, feeling an immense sense of relief. She had already coordinated with her brother to have Lawyer Zhang handle the divorce proceedings and to sue Mu Hongda for misappropriating assets during their marriage. Regardless of Mu Hongda's willingness, the divorce was inevitable. Embracing her soft little girl, she felt a wave of happiness wash over her. This daughter was her lucky star. Were it not for her, Su Wanhua might have been unjustly blamed by that old woman. Mu Qingqing, eyes closed in her mother's embrace, was not truly asleep. She was intently listening to the gossip being shared. Wow. It truly is the case that not everyone belongs in the same family. Can you believe Mu Xiuyao was involved with a married man? They were caught by the original wife while trying to check into a hotel. I wish I could see it. Oh my, does Mu Xiuyao have a thing for bald men? That man looks like that, and she actually fell for him. Haha. Foolish girl, she was clearly deceived. That bald man claimed to be wealthy, and she believed him. What a clever deception. The original wife is quite formidable. I would love to see her throw Mu Xiuyao out onto the street. Su Wanhua, hearing her daughter's thoughts, felt her own curiosity stir. However, knowing that Qingqing had class the next day, she suppressed her urge to indulge in gossip. Qingqing, it's time for bed. You need to rest for school tomorrow. Mu Qingqing opened her eyes to look at her mother. Mom, I was just closing my eyes. How did you know I wasn't asleep?
Su Wanhua chuckled awkwardly.
She certainly couldn't admit to hearing her daughter's thoughts. Mu Qingqing sighed and acquiesced. All right, I'll sleep. In my dreams, there will be everything. Let that scoundrel sleep naked on the street, huh? Su Wanhua gently patted her daughter as she gradually drifted into slumber. That night was destined to be extraordinary. Wang Suiping spent the night in a police holding cell, feeling anxious and furious as she muttered curses under her breath. She thought of her son, feeling a pang of sorrow. And what of that rooster? She hoped it had not died completely, if it still had life left. Its blood would surely help her son recover. How she wished that Lee Dakue had come with her. At least he would have provided her some company. The thought of his strong arms and warm embrace brought a blush to her cheeks as she slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning she was released. Her lips covered in blisters, and the egg residue on her pants had dried into a hard, yellow, foul-smelling crust. With a grim expression, she exited the police station. Not spotting Mu Xueyao, she assumed her daughter had gone to care for her brother, which brought her a measure of comfort. She took a taxi to the hospital and, while passing by a ward, caught sight of a familiar little figure peering through the door. It was indeed her. Her face twisted in rage. After crying at Su Wanhua's door the previous day, she had not even washed her face. The thick foundation mixed with eyeliner made her eyes appear dark and frightening. He forcefully pushed the door open, and at that moment, Lu Yuelon was lying on the hospital bed, while Lu Xiaoxiao patiently fed her spoonful by spoonful. Wang Xueping approached and abruptly knocked over the food container. "You shameless wretch! How can you still eat? My son has treated you so well. Yet you dare to seek out other men. You have no dignity." As she spoke, she struck Lu Yuelon's face with 2 resounding slaps. Lu Yuelon's face, already stinging from Yang Wenjie's earlier blows, became even more swollen and red. Her eyes widened in terror, and her voice trembled as she stuttered, "Mom. Why are you here? Don't call me Mom. I am not your mother. The grandchild you carry is not of our blood, yet you still dare to call me that. Haven't we treated you well?" Wang Xueping glared at her in fury, relentlessly berating her. Lu Xiaoxiao, infuriated by the presence of this madwoman, lamented the mess made of the meal she had painstakingly prepared. She looked up and, with a sudden burst of emotion, exclaimed, "Grandma, you've finally come. Xiaoxiao has missed you so much." Wang Xueping shot a cold glance at Xiaoxiao, causing her to flinch. In the past, such a term of endearment would have delighted Wang Xueping, who would have showered Xiaoxiao with affection.
But now things had changed.
"You wretched girl, don't call me grandma. I have no granddaughter as old as you. Your mother is not worth anything, and neither will you be." Tears streamed down Lu Xiaoxiao's cheeks as she absorbed the harsh words. It was all her mother's fault for betraying her father. Now, even her grandmother despised her. All of it was her mother's doing. The little girl silently lamented, sobbing heartbrokenly. Lu Yuelon shook her head repeatedly, grasping Wang Xueping's arm. "Xiaoxiao is truly your granddaughter. She is indeed from the Mu family.
You can verify with a paternity test."
I met Yang Wenjie 2 years ago, and Xiaoxiao was already 6 then. He is your grandchild. Please do not deny her." Lu Yuelon pleaded desperately. Chapter 33. Reluctant to go to prison, the elderly woman, however, was filled with rage and shook off Lu Yuelon's grip. "It has been 2 years. You've been unfaithful to my son for 2 years.
How low can you be?
All the children you bear are illegitimate. Even if Lu Xiaoxiao is our blood, I will not acknowledge her. She is nothing to me." The fury in Wang Xueping intensified as she struck Lu Yuelon once more. Lu Xiaoxiao rushed to intervene but was shoved aside, hitting her head against the corner of a table and drawing blood. Seeing her daughter fall, Lu Yuelon felt a surge of anger. "If you refuse to acknowledge your granddaughter, then you shall not have peace either." With a sudden burst of strength, she sat up and grappled with Wang Xueping, hurling insults. "You are the disgraceful one. Rotten to the core. You, an old hag, flaunting your shameful behavior. How can you not feel embarrassed?" Wang Xueping, struck by these words, became even more furious. Her blows landing harder on Lu Yuelon's face, leaving distinct imprints of her fingers and drawing blood from her lips. Despite her youth, Lu Yuelon, having just undergone surgery, was no match for Wang Xueping. Lu Xiaoxiao cried out in distress, attracting the attention of the nurses. Upon entering, the nurses quickly intervened to separate the two. Wang Xueping bore scratches on her face, while Lu Yuelon was in a far worse state, her nose bleeding and her face marked with crimson prints, her hair disheveled. Such tragedy. Just yesterday, a man had attacked her, and now a woman had come to cause more harm. Would tomorrow bring yet another tormentor? The nurses, worried about the escalating situation, decided to request an additional nurse for support. As they ushered Wang Xueping out, They called for the doctor to check on Lu Yuelon. Noticing Lu Xiaoxiao's injury, they took her to the surgical department for treatment. What on earth had this woman done to incur such wrath from so many? Wang Lao'er stormed out, feeling the sting on her face, only to discover blood when she touched it, prompting another fit of angry curses. She entered Mu Hongda's room, her heart aching at the sight of her son's haggard face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mu Hongda had spent the night wrestling with his thoughts. He could not go to prison. He could not allow Su Wanhu to accuse him. Nor could he afford a divorce. Without his wife, he would have nothing. He finally succumbed to sleep as dawn broke. The sound of the door startled him awake, and he opened his groggy eyes to see a face looming close, causing him to scream, "A ghost! Stay away!" He raised a pillow defensively, fear etched on his face. Wang Lao'er was equally startled and moved closer to comfort him. In his panic, Mu Hongda swung the pillow at her, landing several hits that left her yelping in pain. Gradually, he began to recognize her. "Mom, what happened to you? Go wash your face." Wang Lao'er, pointing at her own face, rushed to the bathroom and, upon seeing her reflection, let out a wail. She had paraded around with this visage, and now understood the strange looks she received from others. After washing her face, she approached her son, who asked, "Mom, what happened to your face? Did you get into a fight?" The mention of this made Wang Lao'er seethe with anger. "I saw Lu Yuelon and, unable to hold back my fury, I confronted her. How can the child she carries not be yours? When will I ever hold my grandchild?" Mu Hongda hung his head in guilt. Suddenly, he asked, "Mom, how do you know Lu Yuelon's baby isn't mine?" Wang Lao'er shot him a glare. "You think you can hide this from me? That little vixen Mu Qingqing has a video on her phone of you cheating with Lu Yuelon. How could she have that video? Did someone leak it online?" "No wonder Su Wanhu wants a divorce," Mu Hongda murmured, quickly searching for the video online. Wang Lao'er sat beside him, watching intently. Mu Hongda scrolled rapidly, but found nothing. Then Wang Lao'er stopped him, saying, "Look at this. It seems to be your sister?" Mu Hongda clicked on the link, and both became overwhelmed. "Did your sister not come here yesterday?" "No," he replied. He hadn't seen her all night. "Is that her in the video? Stripped and beaten, left on the street for all to see? It can't be my sister. Hurry. Call her and ask what she was doing yesterday." Wang Lao'er's heart raced. She desperately hoped the person in the video was not her daughter. But those eyes unmistakably belonged to Mu Xiaoyao. She dialed the number, clutching her phone anxiously, but it rang unanswered. Her eyes reddened with worry. What if her daughter had suffered such torment and was driven to despair? The more she thought, the more terrified she became. She called repeatedly, yet no one picked up. Mu Hongda lay in bed, exasperated. Damn Mu Xiaoyao. Why is she causing trouble now? Why couldn't she have acted out earlier or later? I'm on the brink of going to prison, and my mother is fretting over her. Impatiently, he said, "Mom, that video might not even be her. Perhaps she's just at a friend's house. Her phone ran out of battery. Don't worry. I'm the one on the verge of prison." Wang Lao'er gasped in disbelief, releasing her phone and grasping her son's hand. "Hongda, how could you possibly go to prison? What heinous act have you committed to deserve such a fate?" Mu Hongda's face was filled with sorrow, tears glistening in his eyes. "It's all my fault for betraying Wanhu. I transferred her assets, fearing she would discover that I moved them to Lu Yuelon's name. But Lu Yuelon then transferred half to her lover. Now Su Wanhua intends to sue me and seeks a divorce. Mother, I dread the thought of imprisonment. If I end up incarcerated, my life would be irrevocably ruined." Wang Lao'er gazed at her son, who was in tears, feeling a sense of indignation. How could he not manage his own wife? Over such a trivial matter, he might face jail time. It was merely a matter of money. She nonchalantly asserted, "You are married. Her money is your money. Why distinguish between hers and yours? I will confront her and urge her not to press charges. If she dares to divorce you, she must share half of your assets. If she refuses, then we shall not part ways." Mu Hongda wore a troubled expression, as he wished for her to plead on his behalf, not to instigate trouble with Su Wanhua. "Mother, you do not understand the situation. If she sues me, I will certainly end up in prison. Please, beg Su Wanhua not to take legal action against me. I cannot go myself. I need you to help me." Chapter 34. Jumping into the garbage truck, Mu Hongda grasped his mother's hand earnestly. Look at your pitiful state, unable to manage your own wife. What amount did you transfer that would provoke her to sue? Wang Ping rolled her eyes, inquired. Meng Hongda lowered his head, slowly uttering two words. 100 million.
What?
100 million? Wang Ping exclaimed loudly, her eyes widening in disbelief. Su Wanhua possesses such wealth? Son, you cannot divorce her. Should you do so, you will only be benefiting someone else. It was she who sought to marry you. If you humble yourself, she would not dare to sue you. Yes, mother, you must plead with her. Stop her from divorcing me. Tell her that I will treat both her and her daughter well in the future. Mu Hongda clutched Wang Ping's hand tightly, speaking earnestly. Seeing her son in such a state, Wang Ping felt a twinge of discomfort. Her son was her pride, having gained admission to a prestigious school and married a wealthy wife. Yet, every time he brought Su Wanhua home, he did not appear particularly fond of her. Now, witnessing his humiliation and submission, she felt deeply dissatisfied. She resolved to have a serious talk with Su Wanhua. Her son had already lowered his head. If they were to divorce, that 100 million would be halved, and she believed it was only right for her son to receive a share. Though Wang Ping had not completed elementary school and was unfamiliar with legal proceedings, she had heard that in a divorce, assets were typically divided equally. As she exited the hospital room, she calculated the zeros following 100 million, her lips curling into a smile as if the money were already hers. Whistling a tune, she arrived at Su Wanhua's villa and rang the doorbell. Lin Sa had just finished tidying up the house and rushed to the door upon hearing the bell. Wang Ping greeted her with a smile, but Lin Sa, upon seeing her face, swiftly attempted to close the door. Wang Ping was quick, preventing the door from closing and barging in confidently. Is my daughter-in-law home? Does she know her mother-in-law is here? Wang Ping declared, assuming an air of authority, looking down on Lin Sa. Lin Sa, alarmed, quickly grabbed her phone. You must leave. My young lady has said that if you come again, we will notify the authorities. Wang Ping furrowed her brow, pointing at Lin Sa in anger. What do you mean? A mere servant can dictate to me. I want to see Su Wanhua. Let her come out. Does she not know who I am? Her mother-in-law? With a mother-in-law like you, my daughter-in-law must have brought upon herself a lifetime of misfortune. My young lady is not at home. Leave immediately, or I will call the police. Lin Sa, dialing on her phone, retorted, You need to leave now. Recalling the dreadful night she spent in the detention center, with officers scolding her harshly, Wang Ping hurriedly said, Please don't call the police. Is my daughter-in-law really not at home? Is she isn't? I will leave right away. She isn't here. Just go. Lin Sa impatiently pushed Wang Ping out of the door. As Wang Ping was shoved outside, her eyes darted around the living room. The pristine space was spotless, but her expression soured as she clutched the door, shouting, Where is that large rooster I brought yesterday? Wasn't it on the sofa? That was for my son. You owe me for that rooster. $500. Lin Sa paused, recalling the large rooster. The young lady ordered it thrown into the trash. If your picky self wants it, you can search the trash. Pointing dismissively at the garbage bin outside, she said, Your rooster is in there. Go find it. Wang Ping looked at the garbage bin just as a garbage truck was emptying it. Without hesitation, she sprinted over and leaped into the truck's compartment. The driver, astonished by the elderly lady's audacity, wondered what could have prompted such courage to dive into the refuse. Today, as he collected the garbage, he encountered a particularly vile and sticky substance clinging to the bin, which made him nearly retch despite wearing a mask. This old woman, without even a mask, was truly fearless. As he stood by, incredulous, Lin Sa, watching from the window, hurriedly closed the door, alarmed. Moments later, a grimy elderly lady emerged from the truck, her hair matted with refuse, clutching a dirty, foul-smelling rooster. The driver could hardly believe that she had jumped in for a dead chicken. The stench enveloped her, causing her to cover her nose with her hand, which only smeared the gooey substance across her face, inciting her ire. Lin Sa, peering through the window at her disheveled state, found it utterly amusing. Stealthily, she called Su Wanhua, who was currently driving her daughter to school. As they reached a bridge that was congested with traffic, they found themselves waiting. Upon answering Lin Sao's call, Su Wanhua received the news, while Mu Qingqing leaned forward, intrigued by the conversation. Her laughter flowed freely at the absurdity of her grandmother diving into a garbage truck for a dead chicken, and she wondered how she could endure such a stench. Host, stop laughing and look at the bridge. Your sister-in-law is about to jump into the river. My sister-in-law? It can't be Mu Shuiyao. She wouldn't jump. Where is she? Mu Qingqing craned her neck out of the car window, scanning the bridge. Su Wanhua, gripping the steering wheel, also turned her gaze to the bridge.
I support that her. Mu Qingqing exclaimed internally.
Mu Shuiyao stood on the bridge, her clothes tattered, surrounded by a few individuals trying to prevent her from jumping. At that moment, a bald man, his face swollen and red, rushed to her side and embraced her, weeping inconsolably. Seeing him, Mu Shuiyao turned and clung to him, both of them crying as if the world were ending. Anyone watching would assume they were a couple torn apart by their parents. Host, your sister-in-law, is quite the actress. Little does she know the man she desperately desires is merely a phony rich man and a gambler. A phony rich man, a gambler? It seems that wickedness begets its own retribution. Let her think herself clever and face the consequences.
Shu Wanhua nodded,
understanding from her daughter's sentiments that they were discussing the bald man. Mu Shuiyao had always left a poor impression on her, much like her mother. With her sharp tongue and relentless pursuit of wealth, she had introduced her to several suitors, but Mu Shuiyao dismissed them for being stingy, unwilling to splurge on a $20,000 handbag. On their first meeting, even the wealthiest suitor could not be expected to shower her with gifts immediately. Frustrated, Su Wanhua had ceased to involve herself in Mu Shuiyao's affairs. Host, something is brewing. The bald man's wife is on her way. Chapter 35. Flirting with a young boy. Mu Qingqing leaned out of the car window, eagerly searching. Where's the bald man's wife? What does she look like? Su Wanhua felt a twinge of curiosity. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of gossip? Especially those who had treated her poorly in the past. She had once cherished Mu Hongda as a treasure, enduring and caring for him and his family. Now, however, Mu Hongda and his family had revealed themselves to be nothing but scoundrels, and with someone tormenting them, she was naturally inclined to indulge her eyes. Yet, the traffic was clear, and she had no choice but to drive forward. Mu Qingqing had to retract her head into the car, her eyes fixated on the bridge. Her small hands clenched tightly, her heart surging with excitement. Well done. That was impressive. Even blood is oozing from the corners of his mouth. Such a cool stance. Is your wife a martial artist? Look at her pinning that bald man to the ground. Mu Shuiyao, don't run. Why are you afraid when you dare to seduce someone else's husband? My goodness. With that grip, Mu Shuiyao's hair will surely become bald. Su Wanhua drove slowly. Although she couldn't see, she could hear her daughter's thoughts, which brought her immense satisfaction. Having suffered under the hands of Mu Shuiyao and her mother, she felt a sense of delight witnessing their reckoning. The car soon passed the bridge. Mu Qingqing strained her neck to look back, but alas, there was nothing to see, and she sighed inwardly. Upon arriving at school, she exited the car and walked inside. In the classroom, Yi Shaoqing sat quietly, with his left arm in a cast. Mu Qingqing approached her seat, cheerfully greeting him. Yi Shaoqing, is your arm feeling better? Thank you for taking that hit for me. I'm so sorry for the trouble. Yi Shaoqing looked up, his eyes sparkling like stars, a charming smile gracing his lips. It's nothing. I'll be fine in a couple of days. Please don't blame yourself.
Wow.
How adorable. His skin is so tender, I just want to pinch his cheeks. Lost in thought, Mu Qingqing's hand instinctively reached out. So smooth and soft. Yi Shaoqing stood frozen, while Mu Qingqing, suddenly aware of her actions, quickly withdrew her hand. I'm not one to take advantage of someone so young. He has only 8, far too tender for my taste. Mu Qingqing silently reminded herself. Yi Shaoqing touched the spot where she had pinched, a flush creeping onto his cheeks, inexplicably happy, his smile widening. Mu Qingqing caught a glimpse and thought, it's over. Instead of charming a handsome guy, she ended up flirting with a little boy. What a stroke of bad luck. Host, don't dwell on it. He is simply not someone you can pursue. He will perish this weekend. What? Why will he die this weekend? Isn't his brother taking good care of him? Guagua leisurely explained. It turned out that Sunday was his brother's birthday, with a grand celebration at home inviting many business partners. Yi Xiaoqing found it dull and decided to play by the pool in the backyard, only to be knocked unconscious and drowned. How tragic for someone so young to die. I don't want him to perish. Mu Qingqing felt a wave of sorrow as she hugged Yi Xiaoqing, tears brimming in her eyes. Yi Xiaoqing's heart raced, allowing her to embrace him. Since the passing of his parents, no one had held him like this, and he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Looking at his adorable and handsome face, Mu Qingqing couldn't bear the thought of him meeting such a fate. Can I come over to your house this weekend? This weekend is my brother's birthday. There will probably be many people. Can we arrange for another time? Yi Xiaoqing hesitated, scratching his head. His brother had told him to behave that day, as he had important partners to entertain, and should not cause too much commotion. Is it that your brother doesn't allow you to bring anyone along? Why not ask him if I can bring my cousin? I doubt that your brother would refuse to let me go if I brought my cousin along. This is practically saving your only little brother after all. Yi Xiaoqing's eyes lit up. All right. My brother will definitely not refuse. I'd be very happy if you came. Mu Qingqing noticed a blush on his face, sighing inwardly.
Ah.
My beauty is truly irresistible. The class bell rang, and the students listened intently to the teacher. Soon, it was time for lunch break. Yi Xiaoqing held Mu Qingqing's hand as they exited the classroom. Outside, Yi Xiaoyang spotted the person he had been longing to see. Su Xiu had come to pick up Mu Qingqing. Yi Xiaoyang checked his reflection in the car mirror, adjusting himself to show his most handsome smile. Then opened the door and walked over to Su Xiu. What a coincidence. You're here to pick up your sister as well? Su Xiu, focused on the campus, turned to see him and smiled slightly. Yes. And you're here to pick up your brother?
Ye Xiaoyan nodded, grinning folly.
His usually icy demeanor softened into a charmingly naive expression. Su Xiu noticed his gaze lingering on her, feeling a bit uneasy as she adjusted her hair. Yi Xiaoyang struggled to find a topic to discuss, but found his mind blank upon seeing her. Fortunately, the school gates opened at that moment, and students began to pour out. Mu Qingqing spotted her cousin and dashed over, pulling her hand away from Yi Xiaoqing. Cousin, you've come to pick me up. Do you have time this weekend? Su Xiu smiled brightly, holding Mu Qingqing's small hand. Yes, what's up? Mu Qingqing turned to the imposing Yi Xiaoyang brother. I've arranged with Yi Xiaoqing to visit your house this weekend. Can I bring my cousin along?
Su Xiu gently tugged at Mu Yingjing, whispering.
We're not very familiar. We shouldn't intrude. Yi Xiaoyang was taken aback by the suggestion but stammered with excitement. Not familiar? It's an honor for you to come on my birthday. Su Xiu intended to refuse, but caught the pleading in Mu Qingqing's eyes. Cousin, please agree. Yi Xiaoqing will die that day. I need to save him. If you don't go, I can't go either. All right, we'll impose this weekend. Yi Xiaoyang was overjoyed, his bright eyes sparkling with delight. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoqing tugged at him for a long time, but he remained foolishly grinning at Su Xiu's retreating figure. Yi Xiaoqing wore a long face, visibly displeased. He has really forgotten his brother now that he has a girlfriend. Upon returning to the Su family, Grandma Su and Grandpa Su joyfully embraced Mu Qingqing, delighted to see her. Qingqing, can you stay at Grandma's house? Just looking at you makes me happy. There are no children at home, and Grandma misses having someone to spoil.
Grandma Su lovingly held Mu Yingjing.
However, a tinge of sadness crossed Mu Qingqing's face. Grandma, perhaps soon you'll have a child to spoil. My third uncle's girlfriend is pregnant. What a pity.
Sigh.
Grandma Su's smile instantly faltered upon hearing this. The woman brought by her third son was actually pregnant. What a calamity. Even if she were to bear a child, they couldn't let their third son be ruined by her. Grandpa Su's expression grew serious. They couldn't keep this child. What sins had the Su family committed to encounter such a situation? Noticing their troubled expressions, Mu Qingqing concernedly said, Grandpa, Grandma, I discussed with my mother, and I'll stay here for a while. I'll keep you company, all right? The two elders immediately smiled in agreement, though their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. Chapter 36. The return of the third uncle after lunch. Su Xiu sent Mu Qingqing to school. At the school gate, Su Xiu looked around, not seeing the person she hoped to meet, feeling inexplicably disappointed. Watching Mu Qingqing enter the campus, she reluctantly left. As for the villain Yi Xiaoyang, he was eager to send his brother to school, but he had business to attend to that required his personal attention. So he had no choice but to wait for the next opportunity. In the classroom, Yi Xiaocheng sadly told Mu Qingqing, "It seems my brother no longer loves me. Ever since he saw your cousin, I vanished from his eyes. The only brother who used to cherish me is gone." Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. Mu Qingqing gently wiped the tears from his cheeks, offering comfort. "If your brother marries my cousin, wouldn't you gain another person who loves you? Then your cousin's family will become your family. My cousin's parents and grandparents are wonderful. Once you become part of their family, they will love you too. By accepting one person, you will find that many will love you." Yi Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled, tears held back, his demeanor softening. "Will there really be that many people who love me?" Mu Qingqing nodded earnestly, proclaiming, "At that time, you shall be my brother. My affection for you will be unparalleled, and I shall protect you." Yi Xiaocheng's small face blossomed into a radiant smile. "Children are indeed easily appeased. You mustn't leave us. If you do, the only brother who loves you will surely go mad. If that happens, it will be our Su family that suffers." In the afternoon, Su Wanhuan came to pick up Mu Qingqing after school. As they entered the car, Su Wanhuan expressed her concern. Suddenly, her hand on the steering wheel faltered, nearly causing an accident with the car ahead. Her third brother, who was of a similar age, had the closest relationship with her. While he had been abroad in recent years, he would always send her delightful gifts from overseas. Anxious, she drove at top speed to the Su family villa. As soon as the car halted, Mu Qingqing eagerly flung open the door and dashed outside. "Host, I yearn to witness the gossip. The Su family possesses an expansive garden. The atmosphere indoors seems to be brewing some significant news. Let us hurry inside." Upon entering the living room, an atmosphere thick with tension enveloped them, alongside a distressed male voice. "You all urge me to marry. Now that I wish to, you oppose it. Fine, if you oppose my union with her, I shall leave this home and arrange our own wedding. Is this truly my third uncle? He lives up to the title of a film emperor. He is undeniably handsome. Yet, those eyes do not reveal that the girlfriend he has brought is a calamity." Su Mingho was seething with anger at the elder Su couple. And when someone dared to label his girlfriend as a disaster, he was appalled, his gaze landing on an adorable little girl smiling at him from the doorway. Unfamiliar with her identity, but unwilling to let the insult slide, he marched towards the entrance, only for his elder brother Su Mingze to cover his mouth and drag him out of the living room. Mu Qingqing sidestepped the doorway, allowing the two to exit. Though Su Mingho's mouth was covered, his furious eyes bore into her, his muffled protests unheard as his elder brother forcefully pulled him away. "What is happening? Is my elder uncle about to strike my third uncle? He deserves it. Perhaps a good beating will awaken him. If he truly marries that woman, his illustrious career will be ruined. The Su family will be left to bear his debts. The debts may be cleared, but his spirit will be shattered, lost for years. All of this is due to that girlfriend. Oh, my poor third uncle. May my elder uncle strike him hard enough to bring him back to his senses." As Mu Qingqing silently lamented, she walked toward the living room. Following behind, Su Wanhuan overheard her thoughts and assisted in restraining the bewildered Su Mingho. Observing the third uncle's girlfriend Li Jiaojiao, the Su family felt somewhat at ease upon noting her unperturbed expression. Has my third uncle's vision been obscured? Can he not see that her seemingly pure face is entirely artificial? Her nose has been enhanced, her forehead filled, her eyes widened, and her lips altered. The only thing untouched is her bosom, but that is merely due to her having nursed. Outside, Su Mingho heard every word, itching to defend his girlfriend. Yet he was held back by his elder brother. Su Wanhuan was incensed. Her typically astute third brother had chosen such a girlfriend and desired to marry her. In a low, cold voice, she warned, "If you dare to confront my daughter, I will sever our sibling bond." She informed the Su family that they could hear Qingqing's thoughts and that what she spoke was truth. Su Mingho was incredulous. The notion of hearing another's thoughts seemed utterly fantastical. Could anyone truly believe the assertions of an 8-year-old girl? With a scoff, he nonetheless vowed to keep the matter of hearing Qingqing's thoughts to himself. Together, the three entered the living room. Li Jiaojiao felt uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gazes of the Su family, fearing they might discover her cosmetic enhancements. However, she reassured herself that her procedures were of the highest quality. Her surgeon claimed even experts could not identify her work. When she spotted Su Mingho entering, she rushed to him, throwing herself into his arms. "Mingho, your family dislikes me. I will leave. I feel so uncomfortable here." Her voice dripped with unending grievance, each word a subtle accusation. Had it been before, Su Mingho would have immediately taken her and her luggage and departed. Gently, he reassured her, "Jiao Jiao. My family simply needs time to understand you. Once they do, they will surely come to appreciate you." With tears glistening in her eyes, Jiao Jiao felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Yet, constrained by her circumstances within the Su household, she nodded reluctantly, eliciting further sympathy from Su Mingho. Truly a remarkable actress. She plays the part of the wronged woman exquisitely, yet beneath it lies a scheming heart. This tactic has ensnared countless men. I must learn to employ it in the future. Su Wanhuan, overhearing this, interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Li Jiaojiao. "Third brother, your girlfriend is quite lovely. Why not take her upstairs to find a room? Your wedding plans can be discussed with our parents later." Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile radiant. "You must be Mingho's sister. Thank you for your kind words. You are beautiful as well. Mingho, I fear staying alone in a room. May I share a room with you?" The Su family, witnessing this shameless woman, felt a surge of anger, wishing to expel her. Just then, a youthful voice shattered the tension. "Absolutely. Let us stay together. Let my third uncle see for himself whether his girlfriend's backside is real or if there lies a faint scar on her abdomen." Chapter 37. Unable to escape her beauty trap, the Su family turned their collective gaze toward Li Jiaojiao's backside, questioning its authenticity. It appeared shapely. But how could it be faked? Did one simply insert something? Su Mingho noted the family's undivided attention on Jiaojiao, while she, nestled in his embrace, remained blissfully unaware of the remark. His gaze shifted to Qingqing. Indeed, she hadn't spoken. Could it truly be her thoughts? Eagerly, he seized their luggage and led her toward his room. Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled with a victorious gleam. However, once they reached upstairs, and he shut the door, he wasted no time in shedding her clothes. She misinterpreted his urgency for intimacy and clung to him, protesting, "Darling, why the rush in broad daylight? Let us wait until evening." Yet, Su Mingho paid no heed to her playful demeanor. He swiftly placed her on the bed, fervently lifting her skirt. As the fabric rose, her smooth, pale skin was revealed. "Mingho, please don't. Your family is still outside waiting for us." Her voice was soft and alluring. Yet Su Mingho felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. A faint scar adorned her lower abdomen, barely noticeable unless scrutinized. He had never observed her so closely before. Could it be true, as Qingqing had asserted, that she had borne a child? Why would she deceive him? Jiao Jiao, noticing his hesitation, felt a swift urge to explore beneath his shirt. Each time she did so, he would obediently comply. But this time, Su Mingho's gaze was frigid as he regarded her. Jiao Jiao, taken aback, wondered if he had uncovered her secret. If he did, it would spell disaster. "Mingho, I apologize. My love for you is overwhelming. I fear losing you. I was assaulted, and this is a truth I have long concealed. Since you've discovered my secret, perhaps we should part ways." Her lips trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks as despair clouded her expression. "I love you, yet I am unworthy of someone as perfect as you. I wish you find someone better." Her voice quivered as she rose from the bed, only to stumble and fall to the floor. Su Mingho, filled with anguish, lifted her into his arms. "This is not your fault. I love you. Please don't leave me. I only want you." Seeing her in pain felt like a dagger piercing his heart. He could not bear to let her slip away from his world. Li Jiaojiao clutched him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Ultimately, she could not escape her own beauty's allure. Meanwhile, the Su family waited anxiously downstairs. Thus, old Madame Su remarked, "Wanhua, go upstairs and call your third brother and the others down. I fear they might get into a scuffle." "What should we do? Get into a scuffle? They are in the bedroom. exchanging sweet nothings. Even if they know she has given birth with just a few words and a little crying, she could easily deceive him. What a foolish man! How did he become an esteemed actor without recognizing such simple theatrics? That scheming woman has told him she is pregnant. When they come down, they will surely demand to discuss marriage. Oh, how I pity you, dear grandparents, for having such a foolish son. When Guagua informed Mu Qingqing of the unfolding events, she was infuriated. Hearing her grandmother's words only fueled her inner sarcasm. The Su family wore expressions of utter despair. At that moment, Su Mingho held Li Jiaojiao's hand as they descended the stairs slowly. "Be careful. Watch your step," he said gently, looking at her with adoration. Old Master Su, fuming, glared at them, his cane striking the ground with a harsh clatter. "Third, I do not approve of this marriage." Li Jiaojiao's complexion turned pale. Before Su Mingho could respond, she fell to her knees before old Master Su. "Uncle, please grant us your blessing. I am now carrying Mingho's child. For the sake of the baby, let us marry." Su Mingho rushed to help her up. "You must not catch a chill while pregnant. Sit here. No one can stop us from marrying. I will take responsibility for you and our child." He turned to address his parents. "Mom, Dad, I will never marry anyone else but Li Jiaojiao. Moreover, she is now carrying my child. If you truly care for me, allow us to wed." Old Master Su lifted his cane and struck Su Mingho's shoulder. "Even if you remain unmarried for life, you cannot marry her." Su Mingho's eyes widened in anger. "Why can't I marry her? Is it because of her?" He was furious, pointing at Mu Qingqing, dismissing his sister's prior admonitions. Su Wanhua stepped in front of her daughter, her expression dark. "Third brother, if you dare to blame my daughter, I shall sever our sibling ties." Mu Qingqing looked innocent, bewildered as to why the blame was cast upon her. "Isn't it simply a desire to marry that scheming woman? Then go ahead. Once married, you shall bear the burden of her gambling debts, and your reputation will be tarnished, leading you to madness. Marry quickly, spare our grandparents further distress. And what about the child in her womb? Are you certain it is yours?" While you were filming, she was not idle, flitting between directors like Li Huang and Feng. "Enough!" Su Mingho shouted in despair. Mu Qingqing trembled in fear, and Su Wanhua held her close. "Do not be afraid. I am here. No one can harm you." Old Madame Su furiously slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Third, take your girlfriend upstairs. Let us all calm down and see if she truly is suitable to be our Su family's daughter-in-law after a few days together." However, Li Jiaojiao was reluctant, eager to gain acceptance and the betrothal gifts to settle her debts. Having not worked in recent days, her sole focus was marrying Su Mingho. Knowing his family was wealthy and that the betrothal gifts would be substantial, she knelt before old Madame Su, earnestly pleading, "Aunt, Mingho and I genuinely love each other. Please support us. Surely, you do not wish for your son to remain unmarried forever? He loves me and I love him. Without him, I will never marry. Can you truly bear to separate us?" Her tears flowed softly, her gaze pleading, as if anyone refusing her request would be deemed heartless. Old Madame Su glared at her, exasperated. If she were to forcibly separate them now, given Third's temperament, he would undoubtedly elope with this woman, fulfilling her desires. Old Madame Su restrained her emotions, knowing she had to relent for the sake of her son. Chapter 38. The betrothal gifts must be given. "I can agree to your marriage, but our Su family has a rule. As long as you agree to marry, I will accept anything." Old Madame Su warmly assisted her to the sofa. "Dear child, my reluctance to let you marry my son is a test, truly for your own good. You know our family is affluent, yet we are on the brink of bankruptcy. Impossible. Our Su family's business has been thriving. How can we suddenly face bankruptcy? Mother, please do not fabricate such tales to prevent my marriage to Jiaojiao." Su Mingho questioned incredulously. Old Madame Su covered her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Third, you are rarely home. Our family has been struggling for years. We are deeply in debt. You can ask your elder brother." Su Mingho turned to his elder brother, Su Mingze, who wore a troubled expression, yet internally harbored resentment. "Third brother, it is my fault for mismanaging the business. We are on the verge of collapse. If we go bankrupt, our family will be finished. Elder brother, Why did you not inform me sooner? How much do you need to keep afloat? I have some money, let me help you through this crisis. Seeing the opportunity for financial gain, Su Mingze acted up, his eyes glistening. Our family has a deficit of over 100 billion. If we declare bankruptcy, we will have to sell our villa. Over 100 billion?
Li Jiao whispered in shock.
Having felt suffocated by her own 5 million debt, she could not comprehend the Su family's staggering sum. Her expression grew increasingly solemn, yet she was unwilling to concede. After all, she had finally encountered a wealthy heir. How could it be that they were facing bankruptcy now? She needed to ascertain whether they were deceiving her. At that moment, Su Mingho rushed upstairs, returning with 2 cards and a red booklet. Elder brother, here is 1 billion. This is from the overseas villa I purchased. It can be mortgaged for an additional 200 million. Take it all and resolve our family's crisis first. My third uncle is incredibly wealthy. He is willing to part with so much for the Su family. Well done, but his girlfriend will surely object. Seeing him present such a large sum, Li Jiao leaped into his embrace, feigning distress. Mingho, you have given all the money to your elder brother. How will we manage when our child is born? Do not worry, Jiao. I still have enough for our living expenses. Moreover, as an esteemed actor, I earn tens of millions from a single film. Without hesitation, Su Mingho placed the cards and booklet into his brother's hands. Su Mingze was overjoyed, never expecting Third to have earned so much money. He secretly gave old Madame Su a thumbs up. Old Madame Su understood the implication, a trace of a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She intended to secure Third's money first. Should he remain resolute in his desire to marry, this money would be set aside for him. Li Jiao watched in frustration as Su Mingze pocketed the cards and booklet. Those were her funds, meant for her future use. Yet they had ended up in someone else's hands. Her fingers clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. Old Madame Su, noticing her expression, smirked coldly. Jiao, do not blame Mingho. He is one of us, sharing in our fortunes and misfortunes. If we go bankrupt, it will also require your effort. Li Jiao felt a surge of indignation. They were not even married yet, and already she would be burdened with debts. There was no way she would allow that. Once she received her betrothal gifts, she would leave. She had no desire to see the Su family again, yet she heard old Madame Su say, Jiao, you are aware of our family's current predicament. It will be challenging to provide you with the betrothal gifts. Mother, as long as you agree to our marriage, we can forego the betrothal gifts, right, Jiao? Su Mingho looked at her with hopeful anticipation. As Li Jiao had always portrayed herself as someone who did not seek wealth or fame, but cherished him as a person.
Now,
his mother has finally agreed to their marriage, and she would certainly be willing to do anything for him. Li Jiao could no longer suppress her inner fury. She thought it necessary to demand a bride price. Su Mingho had never seen her in such a state and doubted his own eyes, rubbing them vigorously. Realizing her loss of composure, Li Jiao's face instantly contorted into a forced smile. Mingho, you know I come from a single-parent family. My mother has only recently remarried, and her greatest hope for me is to find a good family to marry into. She has set one condition for my marriage. The bride price must be 5 million. The fox's tail has finally been revealed, hasn't it? The gambling debt of 5 million must be repaid. His mother has long ceased to care for him. This was entirely her own proposition, was it not? My foolish third uncle, you must agree to her. She will take the money and run. With the Su family on the brink of bankruptcy, who would still want to marry you? Su Mingho could hardly believe the reality before him. Covering his ears with his hands, he wished to block out Mu Qingqing's voice, yet it continued to penetrate his mind. In a fit of rage, he stammered, Are you saying you want 5 million to pay off your gambling debts? Li Jiao was momentarily stunned, staring at him in disbelief. She sought to weave a way out, but her mind was blank, and no excuses came forth. Rolling her eyes, she pretended to faint. Su Mingho, heartbroken, caught her in his arms, calling out her name. Feigning unconsciousness, who cannot do that? But I know how to treat it. Mu Qingqing dashed to the maid's quarters to fetch a large, thick needle. Third uncle. Is third aunt really unconscious? I learned how to give injections when I was abducted. Let me give her a few pricks, and she will wake up. Third aunt. Li Jiaojiao was somewhat pleased by the soft, sweet voice but grew fearful upon hearing Su Mingho's voice. Wouldn't such a thick needle be excruciating? It's fine. Third uncle. The needles I used before were even thicker. Just jab the finer end into the flesh and twist for 15 minutes, and she will definitely awaken.
Suminao visto intervin. Butsuan huasis likiao skend.
Third brother. Do not move her. If you jab incorrectly, and she becomes a vegetable, do not blame us, Qingqing. Lying on the ground, Li Jiaojiao felt numb inside. Was she to be driven to madness? I'm awake. Do not give me that needle. Third aunt. Weren't you unconscious? How can you still hear others speaking? That's quite peculiar. Mu Qingqing looked perplexed, clutching the thick needle. Li Jiaojiao stammered, her heart racing under Su Mingho's scrutinizing gaze. It was all this wretched child's fault. Calling her third aunt yet plotting against her only fueled her resentment towards Mu Qingqing. Mingho, I just woke up and saw that needle. Who wouldn't be terrified? I truly am not pretending. Host, she has more hidden secrets. Guagua is about to spill the beans. Chapter 39. Deceiving the situation. Mu Qingqing gasped, her heart murmuring. What a ruthless woman. How did my third uncle cross paths with her? Oh my heavens. This is too explosive. If she becomes my third aunt, what shall I call her brother? Poor my third uncle. Now he has such a large godson. Su Mingho trembled as he held Li Jiaojiao. He had indeed seen his brother, and they bore a striking resemblance. But siblings could often look alike, and he did not wish to believe it. His love for Li Jiaojiao was genuine, and he believed her feelings were likewise. Yet, the seed of doubt had already taken root in his heart. The Su family surrounding them remained steadfast in their convictions, looking at Li Jiaojiao with disdain. Su Mingho, still filled with concern, lifted Li Jiaojiao and carried her upstairs. Relieved, Li Jiaojiao felt she had successfully deceived everyone. Downstairs, the Su family fell into a deep silence. Old Master Su watched his third son carry that woman upstairs, his anger causing his cane to thump against the ground. From this moment on, he would consider his third son non-existent. How could he be so blind as to be deceived by such a venomous woman? Even the title of best actor was wasted on him. Old Master Su's countenance darkened, his lips quivering, his eyes seeming to emit flames. His third son had always been his pride. Every time he saw his programs on television, he watched with great interest, proudly introducing him to those around him. Others would cast envious glances, and old Master Su basked in the glory. He was furious. Mu Qingqing, observing her grandfather's rage, gently placed her small hand on his chest, coaxing him to calm down. Grandfather, do not be angry. Third uncle is merely momentarily confused. Once he sees this woman's true colors, he will surely cast her aside. Grandfather, please do not provoke third uncle further. If he storms off with his girlfriend, that would be disastrous. My grandmother handled it excellently. She made his girlfriend reveal her true nature and leave on her own. At that point, third uncle would surely awaken to reality. Old Master Su patted the head of the obedient Mu Qingqing, his anger gradually dissipating, replaced by a hint of fondness. Our Qingqing is the treasure of the Su family. Here, grandfather has a card for you. Take it. Grandfather, I don't want it. Our Su family is on the brink of bankruptcy. Let us use this money for the family business. Grandma Su smiled gently, taking Mu Qingqing's hand. Even if our Su family goes bankrupt, we will not deprive our Qingqing of her pocket money. This is your grandfather's gift to you. Meanwhile, upstairs, Li Jiaojiao opened the door, eager to eavesdrop on the conversation below. She overheard old Master Su giving Mu Qingqing the bank card and turned to Su Mingho, fuming. Mingho, your family is on the verge of bankruptcy, yet you still give that little girl money. I, your future wife, am not even given the bride price. You clearly look down upon me. Su Mingho gazed at her indignant face, pulling her into his embrace affectionately. Do not worry. I will not let you suffer. My parents may lack funds, but I can provide you with the bride price. I can still manage 5 million. Hearing of the money, Li Jiaojiao joyfully wrapped her arms around Su Mingho's neck. I knew you treated me the best. If my mother hadn't set that rule, I wouldn't want a single cent. I genuinely love you. You must believe me. Su Mingho buried his face in her embrace. reveling in the warmth of what he believed to be true love. Yet, how long could this love endure?
No one could say.
Downstairs, the Su family had reached a consensus. They agreed to the marriage, but both families must meet beforehand. Her brother would undoubtedly come, seeking an opportunity to conduct a paternity test. They could not believe that, faced with the truth, she could still argue otherwise. Su Mingze also decided to investigate this woman's background. Mu Qingqing, not idle herself, gathered all information on Li Jiaojiao from Guagua. Furious, she scolded Guagua. You only care about gossip. You haven't told me such crucial information. You're driving me mad. Don't follow me anymore.
Don't.
Host. Guagua can only have one host. You cannot abandon me. Woo. Hearing Guagua's cries softened Mu Qingqing's heart. Then promise to tell me everything in the future. Guagua promises, guarantees to tell you everything. The Su family fell silent, attentively listening to Qingqing's revelations, but the information soon ceased.
Meanwhile, Su Mingao upstairs listened intently.
But the dialogue had ended. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief, unable to inquire further, akin to having been left hanging in the middle of a captivating story. Their curiosity gnawing at them. Mu Qingqing, appearing nonchalant, sat quietly, indulging in the grapes from the fruit platter. These grapes are delicious. They are far superior to what I used to eat. I want to eat more.
Wow.
This apple is incredibly sweet. What variety is this? It's delightful. The Su family watched, their hearts aching. How much hardship had Qingqing endured outside? The ordinary foods they often consumed were a remarkable treat for her. Grandma Su, feeling particularly sympathetic, instructed the maid to bring forth all the fruits from the refrigerator. As Mu Qingqing beheld the abundance of fruits, her heart soared with joy. This is too delicious. The sweet one, the tangy and soft one. Life is truly wonderful. Su Wanhua's eyes brimmed with tears. She was determined to ensure her daughter savored all the delightful delicacies and led a life filled with happiness. Soon, it was time for dinner. As Mu Qingqing gazed at the array of exquisite dishes on the table, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Stealthily, she plucked a chicken leg from the plate closest to her and stuffed it into her mouth, cheeks puffed as she chewed delightedly. In her previous life, she had adored roast chicken, often devouring an entire bird by herself. This particular roast chicken was aromatic and flavorful, melting in her mouth, far surpassing anything she had tasted before. She relished every bite. Li Jiaojiao, noticing Mu Qingqing's blissful indulgence, felt a surge of resentment. The Su family treated her with such kindness, yet she felt neglected. Covering her mouth, she delicately complained to Su Minghao. Just the sight of that chicken makes me feel nauseous. Perhaps the baby in my belly doesn't want to see it. Could you please have it taken away? The Su family turned their gaze towards the chicken, noticing Mu Qingqing stealthily enjoying it. Su Minghao was at a loss.
Meanwhile,
old Madame Su's expression darkened further with displeasure. Realizing everyone was watching her, Mu Qingqing swallowed the morsel in her mouth and replied, Annie, does the little sister in your belly dislike chicken? Then let us remove it. I just finished eating. She then lifted the plate and handed it to the maid, nonchalantly snatching another chicken leg for herself. The tension in the air was palpable. That wicked woman. If it weren't for my third uncle, I would never tolerate her, she thought. Third uncle. You must see through her true nature soon. Chapter 40. Confrontation. Su Minghao felt a pang of guilt. Although he was skeptical of her claims about Jiao, he appreciated that she had willingly set aside her favorite dish for him. However, Li Jiao was relentless. Observing as Mu Qingqing picked up a large crab and placed it in her bowl. Minghao, just looking at that crab makes me feel ill, she feigned, her face contorting as if she might vomit. Su Minghao looked towards Qingqing, clearly troubled. This time, Mu Qingqing refused to yield. She grabbed a crab leg, the shell cracking audibly as she bit into it. She skillfully peeled it, savoring the sweet meat as she chewed.
Li Jiao.
Seeing that no one paid her any mind and witnessing Mu Qingqing's enjoyment, felt her face darken with anger. Minghao, I'm done eating. I'm going upstairs. This is too disgusting. Old Madame Su frowned, slamming her chopsticks onto the table. Jiao, your aunt still wishes to discuss your marriage. If you find it unbearable, perhaps you should go upstairs until you feel better. Old Madame Su's temper simmered. She knew that Jiao Jiao was targeting Qingqing, which infuriated her. Yet, for the sake of her son, she softened her tone. Jiao Jiao, please bear with it for a moment. My mother has approved our marriage. Let us discuss it together. Su Minghao beamed, helping Li Jiao Jiao into her chair. Slowly, she sat down, pinching her nose and inquiring, Aunt, how shall we discuss our marriage? Of course, it requires the elders' involvement. Your parents have raised you with great care and will undoubtedly have their own opinions about your marriage. It would be more prudent for both families to sit down together. Old Madame Su replied amiably, seemingly earnest about discussing the union. Su Minghao felt joyous at his mother's concession, while Li Jiao Jiao was displeased at the mention of her family. Her mother only sought money from her, and if she refused, she would use her younger brother as leverage. Her stepfather was someone she wished to avoid. As for her brother, seeing him was akin to encountering an enemy. There's no need for them to come. I can decide my own marriage, she retorted. Old Madame Su grasped her hand gently, saying, You've grown up. Your parents have worried about you immensely. To exclude them would imply that we, as the groom's family, lack courtesy. Let us arrange their flights. Once they arrive, we can discuss the bride price, and we will provide it immediately. What do you think?
Li Jiao Jiao.
Seeing the gentle expression on old Madame Su's face and considering the bride price, reluctantly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing was exhilarated as she listened, exclaiming, What kind of shrimp is this? It's so fresh and delicious. This one is also delightful. It's the best. I'm so full. How can I be satisfied with just this little bit? There's still so much food. Just as she was about to reach for more, her mother, Su Wanhua, stopped her. Qingqing, you've eaten quite a bit. It might upset your stomach by bedtime. Reluctantly, Mu Qingqing set her chopsticks down, patting her full belly. Su Shiryu smiled at her, while Mu Qingqing, with a bitter smile, looked at her cousin's enchanting face and recalled the formidable antagonist. Cousin, you must keep an eye on that villain. Don't let him ruin the Su family. The Su family paused mid-meal, contemplating who could possibly possess such power to destroy their vast clan. Who is this villain? Su Shiryu stared at her, feeling the weight of responsibility settle heavily upon her shoulders. She longed to inquire further, but swallowed her questions upon catching sight of Su Wanhua. Cousin, let us go shopping tomorrow, since it's Saturday. I want to buy a gift. Remembering that the weekend marked the villain's birthday, Mu Qingqing felt compelled to bring a present. Of course, cousin. What gift do you wish to buy? I'll accompany you, Su Shiryu replied. Li Jiao Jiao, taking a bite of food, eyed Mu Qingqing as they spoke of their shopping plans. Minghao, let us go shopping tomorrow too, shall we? I want to buy some gifts for uncle and aunt. Of course. I'll take you, he agreed. Aren't your two nieces also going? Let us all go together. Li Jiao Jiao smiled at them both, thinking that once they went shopping together, who would help her? The little girl was thinking of gifts for others, yet she didn't mention buying something for herself. She absent-mindedly caressed her belly, her eyes darkening. Mu Qingqing had long been intolerant of Li Jiao Jiao as antagonism and now felt even more displeased at the prospect of shopping together. Aunt, my cousin and I will go to the amusement park first. It's not suitable for you to engage in such activities with a baby in your belly. We cannot bear the responsibility if anything goes wrong. That wicked woman. What scheme is she concocting now? We certainly want to accompany you, Li Jiao Jiao replied, feigning innocence. I haven't seen the amusement park here. Minghao, shall we go see it together tomorrow? With you by my side, I'm sure the baby will be fine. Mu Qingqing's expression darkened, her impatience evident. Old Madame Su noticed Qingqing's displeasure and kindly grasped Jiao Jiao's hand. Jiao Jiao, you carry our Su family's flesh and blood. I cannot trust the children to go without me. I'll accompany you and your uncle tomorrow. You are our family's treasure. Nothing must happen to you, right, Minghao? Old Madame Su's piercing gaze fell upon Su Minghao, who felt his heart race. Stammering, yes, with our parents around, we can go anywhere with ease. Li Jiao Jiao, held by old Madame Su, forced a smile. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing was inwardly jubilant. Good job, Grandma. It's up to you to rein her in. My third uncle is utterly enchanted. How can he not see her scheming nature? That night, Mu Qingqing and Su Wanhua slept soundly in bed. but the thoughts drifting through her dreams echoed clearly in the ears of everyone around. Su Wanhua was a heavy sleeper, never stirred by the thunderous rumbles outside. Mu Qingqing lay beside her, comfortably nestled. The other members of the Su family, however, had a rough night. Early the next morning, Mu Qingqing, freshly groomed, settled on the sofa, observing her uncle and aunt stumbling down the stairs, sporting dark circles under their eyes. She couldn't help but chuckle. "Uncle, Aunt, you two are quite affectionate. It seems you had quite the workout last night." Aunt's face flushed red, alternating between shades of crimson and pale white. Uncertain whether it was from embarrassment or anger, her uncle directly descended the stairs and gently patted her on the head, remarking on the peculiar thoughts that occupied her mind. His dark circles were undoubtedly a result of her antics the previous night. Feeling a bit sheepish, Mu Qingqing scratched her head, as if her internal musings had been laid bare. At that moment, the entire Su family had gathered downstairs, all sporting similar dark circles under their eyes. Mu Qingqing found it perplexing that they all seemed to have had a restless night. However, when she spotted Li Jiaojiao, who appeared vibrant and unbothered, she wondered if perhaps her third uncle had spent the night in solitude. Before she could ponder further, Su Wanhua called out to her, "Qingqing, please go upstairs and fetch that bag for your mother." Without hesitation, Mu Qingqing dashed upstairs. Chapter 41. A display, for her Su Mingho's face flushed crimson, wishing he could vanish into the ground. He had not engaged in any inappropriate behavior the previous night, yet the gazes of the Su family suggested otherwise. He felt wronged. He truly had done nothing amiss. He yearned to explain himself, but how could he articulate his defense? Frustration bubbled within him as he silently chastised Mu Qingqing for the bizarre thoughts she entertained. Were these the musings of an 8-year-old? Song Wanhua's expression darkened even further. What had her daughter experienced in the past 2 years that had led her to such a mindset? It was evident that some ideological education was in order. The elder members of the Su family felt a sense of relief, grateful for their advanced age. Su Shiyu's cheeks burned with embarrassment. Hearing such words as a young woman was utterly mortifying. When Mu Qingqing returned downstairs with the bag, only Su Wanhua and Su Shiyu remained. She curiously inquired, "Grandpa, Grandma, where have my uncle and the others gone?" Su Shiyu, radiating warmth, replied as she ate at the dining table, "Qingqing, today it's just the two of us going shopping. Your grandparents have already left." Li Jiaojiao, however, was disgruntled, for her grandmother had not indulged her and had instead insisted she leave. Mu Qingqing's excitement bubbled over. "That's wonderful. I dislike her immensely. She is quite bothersome. Yet, my third uncle seems completely smitten. Only her family could expose her true nature. If her family arrives, it will be quite the spectacle. Uncle, you must prepare yourself." Su Wanhua took the bag and couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern for her third brother. After their meal, the two ventured to the mall. Mu Qingqing followed Su Shiyu, thoroughly enjoying the outing. In her past life, she had been consumed by training and had little time for leisure. Although this body was merely 8 years old, it did not hinder her from purchasing items she adored. She produced the card her grandfather had given her the previous day. Though she was unaware of its balance, the act of spending felt exhilarating. After a delightful morning of shopping, they indulged in a sumptuous Western meal for lunch. Upon finishing, Su Shiyu and Mu Qingqing, laden with bags, made their way towards the entrance. Before they could step into the living room, they overheard Li Jiaojiao's complaints. "What a ridiculous price for this jade, 50,000. I bought it for your mother, yet she never considered getting me something as future daughter-in-law." She lamented about the burdens of purchasing gifts while maintaining her energy when it came to demanding items for herself. "Your father has his eyes on something costing $1 million. How could I possibly afford that? They expect me to pay, yet they refuse to let you cover it. What's the meaning of this? If I marry you, am I not allowed to spend your money?" Mu Qingqing and Su Shiyu exchanged knowing glances, pushing the door open to find Li Jiaojiao seated on the sofa, her expression one of discontent. Su Mingho gently caressed her hair, leaning down to whisper soothing words while holding a card intended for Li Jiaojiao. "How dare she insult my grandparents by calling them monkeys? My third uncle has truly forgotten his roots."
Su Shiyu attempted to restrain Mu Qingqing, fearing a confrontation.
But as Mu Qingqing's temper flared, she moved like a gust of wind. Su Xiu could not catch her in time. Before long, Mu Qingqing found herself seated across from Li Jiaojiao on the sofa, stating, "Aunt, do you earn so little that you need my uncle to pay 50,000? No wonder you demand 500,000 as a bride price." Her voice, innocent and tinged with genuine inquiry, seemed to grasp the rationale behind such a hefty sum. Li Jiaojiao, however, bristled at the implication and retorted angrily, "What do you know at your young age? Who says I don't have 50,000? I want 500,000. What of it? Let us see if your mother will demand a bride price when you marry." With her face taut, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Mu Qingqing replied, "My mother would never sell me for 5 million. She would never part with her daughter." The thought of 5 million, with its multitude of zeros, seemed ludicrous. If your family is so desperate for money, maybe your mother should have more daughters. 2 would net you 10 million. 4 would be 20 million, 6 would be 30 million, and 8 would be 40 million. Oh wait, your mother isn't a pig. She can't bear 8. Li Jiaojiao's face contorted with rage, her finger pointing at Mu Qingqing as she fumed, "You little brat." She was so incensed that she nearly lunged at her. But Su Mingho held her back, urging her not to stoop to the child's level. Mu Qingqing, however, was undeterred, declaring, "Uncle, I'm 8 years old. I understand everything. Back in the mountains, daughters were sold for a few thousand, never 5 million. Your bride price is outrageous." With a smirk, she delivered her final blow.
Shu Minggao,
Gazing into Mu Qingqing's innocent eyes, found it hard to reconcile her words with the venom directed at Li Jiaojiao. He personally believed 500,000 was an exorbitant sum, but it was customary for marriages. Meanwhile, Li Jiaojiao's expression twisted in fury, enraged that Mu Qingqing had the audacity to call her expensive. In a fit of rage, she collapsed into Su Mingho's arms, feigning unconsciousness. He, filled with concern, cradled her gently, calling her name anxiously. Mu Qingqing seized the moment, throwing herself onto Li Jiaojiao's lap, crying out, "Aunt, what is wrong? Please don't faint." She pinched the inner thigh of Li Jiaojiao, employing a tactic she had learned from Wang Lao'er. In the past, whenever she lingered in bed, the old man would twist her thigh, causing her immense pain. Li Jiaojiao cried out in surprise, sitting up abruptly. Upon seeing Mu Qingqing sprawled across her lap, she reacted with a furious slap. Su Mingho attempted to intervene, but it was too late. As Mu Qingqing watched the impending strike, she felt a thrill of delight. After all, she had instigated this confrontation. Su Mingho sensed a shift in the atmosphere, witnessing Li Jiaojiao's hand connect with Mu Qingqing's tiny fist. Li Jiaojiao let out a shriek, revealing a bright red imprint on her palm. Her gaze turned fierce, as if she wished to eliminate Mu Qingqing entirely. Su Mingho was taken aback by the transformation in the gentle demeanor of the girl he admired into one radiating malice. Mu Qingqing, pretending to sob, wiped her tears and leaned into Su Mingho's embrace. "Uncle, Aunt hit me. I did nothing wrong. Why did she strike me?"
Shu Minggao,
About to offer comfort to the seemingly pitiful Mu Qingqing, was interrupted as Li Jiaojiao seized her collar, yanking her from his arms. Despite Mu Qingqing's prowess as a boxing champion, the strength of an adult proved overwhelming. She tumbled to the ground, the soft carpet cushioning her fall, yet her spirit burned with indignation. She had never felt such humiliation, being bested by this woman. If they thought her a child, she would show them her wrath. Chapter 42. Feigning unconsciousness and twisting thighs, she covered her face and wailed loudly, "Aunt hit me. Uncle, won't you do something about your expensive bride? Other people's brides are obedient. Why must yours be so tempestuous?" Li Jiaojiao, incensed by her words, rose to her feet, ready to unleash a kick, only to be restrained by Su Mingho from behind, though her legs continued to flail in frustration. At that moment, Grandma Su entered the living room and happened to witness the scene. She exclaimed angrily, "Li Jiaojiao, what are you doing? Do you intend to harm Qingqing?
Shu Minggao,
Do you truly believe your girlfriend is the gentle and kind person she pretends to be? If she dares to lay hands on a little girl, what else might she be capable of?" Upon seeing Grandma Su, Li Jiaojiao immediately fell silent, lowering her head and adopting a posture of feigned innocence. Su Mingho swiftly approached and, alongside Grandma Su, helped Mu Qingqing to her feet, examining her for any injuries. Mu Qingqing rushed into her grandmother's embrace, tears brimming in her eyes, and with a quivering lip, she pleaded, "Grandma, please don't blame my third aunt. She didn't mean it. It's all my fault for unknowingly offending her and making her angry. Please don't be upset, Grandma." Observing the pitiful expression on her face, Grandma Su finally sighed in relief upon hearing her heartfelt words. Meanwhile, Su Mingho stared blankly at Li Jiaojiao, puzzled by her earlier act of pretending to faint, wondering why she would do such a thing, causing him great concern. Yet, Mu Qingqing seemed unaware of her charade, crying helplessly with her nose running. "Qingqing, it is indeed your third aunt's fault. She should not have laid hands on you. She is pregnant, and her emotions are quite unstable. Can you find it in your heart to forgive her?" Mu Qingqing blinked through her tear-stained lashes, her big eyes shimmering as her tears clung to her eyelashes. "Uncle, if she is emotionally unstable, she should stay indoors to recuperate. She shouldn't come out to frighten me. I am truly scared. Third, and is really frightening." Li Jiaojiao's delicate features were marred by anger as she opened her mouth to retort, but was interrupted by Grandma Su's stern reprimand. "Third, take your girlfriend to your room. She should not be wandering about scaring others, especially when she is pregnant. She should take better care of herself. Qingqing is being magnanimous. Should this happen again, neither of you will be welcome in this house." Grandma Su's tone was strict, yet she gazed at Mu Qingqing with warmth and affection. "Grandma is wonderful. That woman, Li Jiaojiao, is hardly capable of protecting her unborn child. She jumps around without regard for her condition. I suspect it's a girl. As they say, girls are less prone to mishaps." Grandma Su frowned, pondering how Qingqing had acquired such knowledge. Su Mingho, however, fixated on the implication that Jiaojiao wished to terminate her pregnancy. Why would she not want this child? Could it truly not be his? He dared not delve further into that thought. Li Jiaojiao, feeling slighted by Su Mingho's silence, harbored resentment. In the past, he would have defended her at the slightest hint of injustice, and she wasn't about to let this slide. With tears glistening in her eyes, she pleaded, "Mingho, I didn't hit her without reason. She pinched my thigh. Look at what she did to me." Li Jiaojiao lifted her skirt to reveal her fair thigh, exposing a red, swollen mark. Just then, Grandpa Su entered, carrying 2 large bags. He covered his eyes and shouted, "What on earth is happening in broad daylight? Do you want to give others something to gossip about? Keep it out of the living room. Are you not afraid of attracting attention?" Mu Qingqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Grandpa arrived just in time. "Thank you, Grandpa." Grandpa Su was slightly bewildered. What had he done to deserve her gratitude? Li Jiaojiao, feeling both embarrassed and furious, hastily pulled down her skirt and stormed upstairs. Su Mingho, softened by her expression, followed her up.
"Ah,
Uncle, you've brought home a green hat, and you still chase after her. When you discover who the father of that child is, you likely won't have the courage to pursue her anymore." Su Mingho slowed his pace, pondering if the child truly wasn't his. But who else could it be? He was unwilling to accept such a reality, yet Mu Qingqing's thoughts echoed in his mind, hinting that Jiaojiao was indeed hiding something from him. At 19, she had witnessed her parents' divorce and had been living with her mother and younger brother. She had struggled in the entertainment industry, projecting an innocent image. 2 years ago, she had moved to America, where her career had been lackluster. A year ago, she had brought her mother, brother, and stepfather over. What more could he uncover? He ambled into the bedroom, his thoughts in disarray. Grandma Su, feeling for her son, understood that this was a knot he alone needed to untie. Leading Mu Qingqing, she approached Su Shiyu and said, "Let us go to my room. Grandma has some lovely gifts for you." Su Shiyu, after a moment's hesitation, followed without protest. This cousin of hers was quite clever. She was relieved that Su Shiyu was on her side, knowing she could rely on her in times of need. In the room, Grandma Su shut the door tightly, as if safeguarding treasures from prying eyes. She retrieved 2 exquisite boxes from one of the bags and presented one to each girl. "Open them and see if you like what's inside." Mu Qingqing eagerly opened her box, convinced it contained something precious. Inside lay a jade Buddha, its surface smooth and warm, depicting a vividly smiling Maitreya Buddha, crafted with remarkable artistry. Grandma Su helped them wear it, tucking it beneath their clothing. As the saying goes, men wear guanyin, women wear Buddhas. Grandma hoped for their safety, happiness, and a legacy of blessings in the future. Elated, Qingqing glanced at the price tag on her box. 7 zeros, 1 million. She couldn't help but exclaim internally, while Su Xiu examined the tag in disbelief, casting astonished glances at Grandma Su. Su Mingho, also taken aback by Qingqing's thoughts, was stunned. 1 million? The Su family was on the brink of bankruptcy. They could never afford such extravagance. If they had the means, he would have readily agreed to give Jiao Jiao a generous betrothal gift. He scratched his head, trying to dismiss the thought. Grandma Su placed a finger over Qingqing's lips, silencing her. Do not speak of this, nor think about it. Yet, Qingqing pondered. How could you know what I'm thinking? This jade Buddha is indeed magnificent, but 1 million is excessive. It would be better to simply give me the cash. Grandma Su, feeling regret for having purchased such an expensive gift, lamented internally. She had hoped to conceal from her son the family's financial troubles. If he learned of it, he would undoubtedly pry into the matter, and her intentions to save money for him would be thwarted. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Chapter 43. The Secrets of the Su Family. Grandpa Su opened the door, and Grandma Su anxiously glanced over. It was her eldest son, Su Mingze.
Mom.
What are you all doing? The door is shut. Is there a secret I should know about? Grandma Su relaxed slightly, playfully patting her son. What secret could our family possibly have? Qingqing bowed her head, contemplating a secret she could never reveal. I suppose my second uncle isn't Grandma's biological child. Does that count as a secret of the Su family? Su Mingze stared wide-eyed at Grandma Su. Was this truly the Su family secret? How unbelievable. Grandma Su's eyes welled with tears, her face grew pale, and her lips trembled as she sank weakly onto the bed. Grandpa Su hurried to support her, his expression somber. This was a secret meant to remain buried within their hearts forever. How had it come to light? At that moment, Su Mingho entered, puzzled as he observed Grandma Su. Among the 3 brothers, she had always favored the second, who had moved to Massachusetts for work. Whenever she thought of him, her eyes would turn red from tears. The notion that he was not her biological child was hard to fathom. Confused, he asked Mom, "Is this true? About my second brother?"
Grandma Su abruptly scouted,
cutting off his line of questioning. Her voice rang out, firm with a hint of anger. Su Mingho was taken aback, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He had never witnessed such an outburst. In that moment, he felt utterly superfluous. Quietly, he exited the bedroom, his spirits plummeting. Had he done something wrong? Was he not allowed to ask? Did they wish for him to live a solitary life while they reveled in their own happiness? Su Mingho's anger intensified with each passing moment, leading him to suspect that he might not be a biological child after all. Inside Grandma Su's bedroom, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Not a single soul dared to breathe too loudly, fearing it might further provoke Grandma Su's wrath. Qingqing bowed her head, silently mourning for Lu Mingho. What has Grandma done? Why such an outburst? It's quite frightening. Grandma Su felt a twinge of guilt. She knew such strong emotions were unwarranted. She could not blame Qingqing. After all, she had no idea her innermost thoughts were audible to the Su family. Yet, the truth about the second child being not her own was a lifelong secret she never wished to disclose. Now that the entire Su family was aware, what could she possibly do? Should she return the second child to his biological family? The thought of him discovering he was not her flesh and blood was heartbreaking. The mere idea deepened Grandma Su's frown. She could never allow the second child to learn he did not belong to the Su family. She closed her eyes, seemingly resolute. Xiu, take Qingqing outside to play for a while. I need to discuss something important with your father and the others. Su Xiu nodded and pulled the troublemaker along, dragging Qingqing out before she could fully comprehend the situation. This little ancestor was oblivious to the fact that her thoughts had been overheard. All her musings, whether appropriate or not, had spilled forth, creating a significant mess. The anger radiating from Grandma Su made it clear how serious the matter was. As Qingqing was led downstairs by her cousin, she caught a glimpse of Su Mingho hastily entering Grandma Su's room. What's going on? No wonder Uncle found out about Li Jiaojiao's secret. Whatever, it's not my concern. It's better to let him figure it out on his own than to explain it to him. I hope he doesn't scare himself when Li Jiaojiao's family arrives. Inside Grandma Su's room, an oppressive silence lingered. Mu Qingqing's thoughts echoed like a melody, her innocent yet powerful voice resonating in their ears. Su Mingho was at a loss for words. Why was it necessary to implicate Li Jiaojiao? She had been thoroughly investigated, and there was no issue whatsoever. Pure and innocent. How had she become so sullied in his mind? He sighed deeply in frustration, while Grandma Su shot him a glare, too exasperated to engage with him further. Qingqing was right. Their second child was indeed stubborn and needed to see the truth for himself. With a serious expression, her brow furrowed tightly, she uttered, "You all heard Qingqing's thoughts, correct? The second child is indeed not my biological offspring." Upon speaking those words, it felt as if Grandma Su had expended all her strength. Her body trembled with sobs, yet she continued resolutely, "I hope this matter stays buried within you all, never to reach the second child's ears. If any of you dare to disclose this, do not consider me your mother anymore. Even in death, do not visit my grave to pay your respects." As Su Mingze and Su Mingho exited the room, they were left in a daze. They could hardly believe that the second child was not their brother by blood. How could they accept such a reality? The resemblance to their mother was striking. How could he not be hers? They would rather believe it was a mistake, yet their mother had confirmed it and forbade them from speaking of it.
Oh.
I hope the second child never learns the secret. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing, blissfully playing outside the villa, remained unaware of the turmoil her thoughts had caused others. Su Wanhua felt puzzled by the unusual quietness at mealtime. They had always been so eager to eat. She headed upstairs to call Grandma Su and the others, only to be stopped by the housekeeper, Wang Ma. "Miss, Grandma Su has lost her appetite and decided not to eat. She also instructed everyone not to disturb them. The third young master has requested the meals be taken upstairs." She glanced at Mu Qingqing. "Qingqing, what's wrong with your grandmother? Why doesn't she want to eat?" Holding her chopsticks, Mu Qingqing placed a piece of meat in her mouth and pondered. Su Wanhua, sensing something amiss, turned to Su Shiyu, who shook her head.
"Aunt,
I'm not entirely sure either. She certainly couldn't reveal that Qingqing's thoughts had caused the trouble. Oh, let us just eat. Afterward, we'll head to bed," she thought, knowing her words wouldn't suffice. Su Wanhua surveyed the spread before her, her appetite waning. "Tomorrow is the weekend. I'll take you both out with Grandma and Grandpa to lighten your spirits. Staying cooped up at home, especially around people you dislike, surely dampens your appetite." She believed this was likely the reason for their loss of appetite. Mu Qingqing paused, her hand hovering over her rice. "No, Mom. Tomorrow, I promise to visit a classmate's house with my cousin, right, cousin?" Su Shiyu nodded, nearly forgetting that detail, recalling Qingqing's thoughts about rescuing that little boy. Su Wanhua affectionately patted her daughter's head, smiling. "You've made a good friend so quickly. Don't go empty-handed. Bring something along. Shiyu, please keep an eye on her. Rest assured, Aunt." Chapter 44, scolded at the Yi family early on the weekend. Mu Qingqing and Su Shiyu, bearing the gifts they had purchased the day before, arrived at the Yi family villa. The Yi family villa was situated in the northern part of the city, while the Su family resided in the south, making their journey a lengthy one. Su Shiyu drove, taking a full hour to reach their destination. "Is this the Yi family villa? It's magnificent." Mu Qingqing alighted from the car, glancing at the address given by Yi Shaocheng. Her eyes filled with admiration for the villa. As the large iron gate swung open, Butler Zhang caught sight of Mu Qingqing's enchanted expression. He promptly shut the gate again, scrutinizing her from head to toe, casting a disdainful glance. "What are you doing here? This is a wealthy neighborhood. We don't take in vagrant children. Hurry up and leave, or I'll set the dogs on you." He had heard rumors of a vagrant child attempting to seek refuge among the affluent, and, to his surprise, one had actually arrived today. Mu Qingqing regarded him with displeasure. Did she truly seem like a vagrant? What was with that condescending look? She glanced down at her attire, finding nothing amiss. With a faint smile, she cheerfully replied, "Hello, Uncle. I'm not a vagrant. I'm here to find Yi Shaocheng. This is his home, isn't it?" Butler Zhang curled his lip. "Don't think that just because you deny it, I'll let you in. Knowing our young master's name means nothing. You don't even know whose house this is, yet you dare to seek someone out. Scram. Don't think that just because you're dressed decently, I want to see you for the vagrant you are. Mu Qingqing was at a loss for words. Was this man out of his mind? Why was he so insistent on labeling her a vagrant? Did she really look like one? Suppressing her irritation, as it was her first visit to someone else's home, she tried to maintain a calm tone. Uncle, I assure you, I'm not a vagrant. Today is Mu Xiaoyang's birthday, and we're here to attend his birthday party. Upon hearing this, Butler Zhang did not open the door. Instead, he erupted in laughter. You little beggar. Thinking you can crash our young master's birthday party? Get lost, or I'll set the dogs on you and let them tear you apart. Mu Qingqing was now thoroughly incensed. How dare he call her a beggar? She kicked the iron gate in frustration, the sound echoing. Butler Zhang was infuriated. He stepped outside and aimed a kick at Mu Qingqing. She swiftly dodged, not willing to let that kick land on her. With his imposing stature, a kick from him could send her tumbling. As he missed, he chased after her to kick again. Mu Qingqing, her temper flaring, stood her ground, glaring fiercely. You initiated this. Don't blame me. Butler Zhang, seeing her defiant stance, became even angrier. He put all his strength behind his kick. Mu Qingqing knew she couldn't confront him directly, so as she ran, she spotted a brick in the corner and picked it up, ready to confront the housekeeper. Butler Zhang, witnessing such a small child brandishing a brick against a robust man like him, found it utterly ridiculous. He dismissed her entirely and continued his assault. However, the moment the brick struck his knee, he regretted it. The pain shot through him, and he cried out, "Damn you, little beggar! How dare you throw a brick at me? I'll call the police and have you arrested." What's going on, Qingqing? Mu Qingqing, visibly upset, pointed at Butler Zhang, exclaiming that he had called her a beggar and forbade her entry, even threatening to kick and hit her. Su Xiu, feeling a surge of anger, was relieved to see her cousin unharmed. Why would you strike my cousin? Has she offended you? At that moment, Butler Zhang was in considerable pain. Confronted by a beautiful young girl reprimanding him, he retorted angrily, "Are you her cousin? Let me tell you, she broke my leg. I will make sure you compensate me, or I shall have her imprisoned." His face, twisted with rage, only made him appear more menacing. Unfazed, Su Xiu stood her ground. As a granddaughter of the Su family, she had been taught by her parents to bravely pursue what was right, without fear of the consequences, which they would bear. Perhaps bolstered by this conviction, she calmly replied, "Go ahead and file a complaint. Who would believe that a grown man had his leg broken by an 8-year-old girl? If you had not acted inappropriately, my cousin would not have retaliated. You deserve it. You vile girl. I will make sure you regret this." Butler Zhang, furious, glared at her, ignoring his knee pain, and limped towards Su Xiu with the intent to strike. Seeing this, Su Xiu swiftly picked up Mu Qingqing and fled. Having endured much hardship while working at the Liu family, carrying a child was no burden for her. She dashed away with remarkable speed, while Butler Zhang, panting heavily from the exertion, struggled to keep up. Accustomed to a life of leisure at the Yi residence, he was utterly unprepared for such physical exertion, and soon found himself exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. In Su Xiu's arms, Mu Qingqing joyfully exclaimed, "Cousin, stop running. He is too tired to chase us now." Realizing how quickly he had lost stamina, she remarked, "What a useless man." They paused for breath, and Su Xiu pondered aloud, "Have we come to the wrong place? Is this not the Yi residence?" Just then, a car came to a halt before them, and the windows slowly rolled down. "Su Xiu, you are here so early." It was Yi Xiaoyang. Su Xiu turned to face the speaker, Yi Xiaoyang, who sat at the wheel of a Rolls-Royce, clad in a pristine white shirt. His handsome, clean-cut features exuded a gentle charm that made her cheeks flush. Each time she saw him, she felt an uncontrollable blush creep up. Perhaps it was his striking looks. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaocheng, his brother, had a similar effect on her heart, causing it to race uncontrollably whenever he was near. Mu Qingqing sighed inwardly, thinking that the two of them could gaze at each other endlessly. They needed to find her brother urgently. Although she had learned from Guagua about impending events, the exact timing remained uncertain. Thus, it was crucial to locate him before anything happened to ensure his safety. "Brother, where is Yi Xiaocheng? Get in the car." I will take you inside. Yes, in the villa, Yi Xiaoyang replied. Su Xiu opened the car door, and both she and Mu Qingqing climbed in. Could they truly be friends of the young master? Yet, Yi Xiaoyang had never shown interest in women. Perhaps he simply felt pity for them. Yes, that must be it. After spending many years at the Yi family, he thought he understood the young master well. He was reluctant to acknowledge his misjudgment regarding the young master's acquaintances. Inside the vehicle, Mu Qingqing noticed her cousin's flushed face and couldn't help but reflect, Cousin, do you truly have feelings for the villain? Although he is quite handsome and devoted to you, those pursuing him are like moths to a flame. If you do like him, you must remain steadfast. Or he may bring ruin to the Su family, as in the previous life. Could he indeed bring about the Su family's downfall? Yi Xiaoyang was so young. And whenever he looked at her, he wore that silly expression. The Su family was a prominent name among the wealthy. Could he truly possess the power to destroy it? Su Xiu, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at Yi Xiaoyang, was brought back to reality when she caught him glancing at her through the rear-view mirror. Her beautiful face, illuminated by the light, held a gaze that was fixed upon him. His heart raced, his hands fumbling awkwardly on the steering wheel. A smile crept onto his lips as he secretly reveled in the thought that perhaps she harbored feelings for him too. Upon arriving at the entrance, he gently applied the brakes, bringing the car to a steady halt. Mu Qingqing, glaring at the imposing gate, exclaimed, Brother Xiaoyang, someone in your household prevented me from entering. They insulted me, calling me a lonely child and a beggar, even coming out to strike me. Thankfully, my cousin carried me away, and we encountered you. Yi Xiaoyang turned to her, his handsome face displaying a hint of anger. Is there truly such a person in my family? Can you describe him? If he's one of your family members, I will certainly seek retribution for you, Mu Qingqing replied, recalling the man's large nose, small eyes, and foul mouth. His imposing stature lacked grace, and he had attempted to kick her, yet she had retaliated with a brick to his knee. Yi Xiaoyang, taken aback, began to piece together who she was describing, realizing his brother's girlfriend was rather fierce. It seemed his brother would have his hands full in the future. Fortunately, he had the luck of being enamored with a gentle and lovely sister. He glanced at Su Xiu, who was looking at Mu Qingqing with exasperation. It was one thing to be fierce at home, but she should learn to temper her demeanor in the presence of others. Yet, if her cousin had been wronged, she would feel the sting of sympathy. Just then, two elderly men opened the grand gate. Yi Xiaoyang leaned out of the window, asking with concern, Li Bo, Huang Bo, weren't you told to rest? Why are you here opening the gate? Where is Butler Zhang? Li Bo, smiling, approached the car. We don't know where Butler Zhang has gone. We were feeling bored, and since he was absent, we decided to keep watch at the door. These two men were saviors of the Yi family. Without them, the brothers might have lost their villa. Yi Xiaoyang had always regarded them not as servants, but as respected elders. Host, quickly exit the vehicle. Yi Xiaoyang has been attacked. Although Guagua enjoys gossip, it cannot condone such cruelty against a child. Yi Xiaoyang has been harmed? Thank goodness he drowned, Mu Qingqing thought, feeling a wave of relief, but Guagua's mechanical voice echoed in her mind. That woman is truly ruthless. Your cousin may also be in peril. Mu Qingqing's heart sank again. Her cousin was the heroine of the story, now her family and support, and she could not allow her to come to harm. After hearing Guagua's words, Mu Qingqing placed her hands on her hips, frowning in anger, her face resembling that of an irate little lion. Anyone who bullies me will be met with my wrath. Just watch as I, the champion, take you down. Su Xiu, hearing her thoughts, tightly grasped her small hand to prevent her from rushing into trouble. Yet, Mu Qingqing, filled with indignation, insisted, Brother Xiaoyang, hurry and take me to find your brother. I had a dream last night where he was being attacked. I was heartbroken. Yi Xiaoyang smirked slightly, replying, This is my home. Who could possibly bully him here? He found it hard to believe that anyone would dare to harm his brother within their own residence. Perhaps it was true that what one dwells on during the day manifests in dreams. Clearly, this little girl was quite concerned about her brother. At that moment, a boy's cry echoed from the second floor of the villa. Just a single cry, then silence fell. Yi Xiaoyang's expression changed abruptly. That cry was unmistakably his brother's. Without hesitation, he dashed upstairs to his brother's room, with Mu Qingqing and Su Xiu trailing closely behind. The door to Yi Shaoqing's room was tightly locked, and the usual caretaker was nowhere to be found. An unsettling feeling crept over Yi Shaoyang. Acting on instinct, he kicked the door with force. The door was sturdy, but the lock snapped at the junction with the frame, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. The individuals within the room were seized by terror, their eyes wide with fear as they glanced toward the doorway. The nanny was covering Yi Shaoqing's mouth, her gaze fixated on Yi Shaoyang standing at the entrance. She froze, a chill coursing through her from head to toe, her eyes filled with profound dread, her hand that held Yi Shaoqing's now drooping helplessly. Trembling, she stammered, "The eldest young master is not what you think. It's the young master who has been disobedient and cried." Which is why Yi Shaoqing broke free from the nanny's grasp, rushing to his brother's side, wailing loudly, his tears soaking the white shirt of Yi Shaoyang. Yi Shaoyang's gaze was as sharp as a blade, cutting through the nanny's form, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Standing nearby, Qingqing and Wang Bingfei trembled under the intensity of his stare. Yi Shaoyang crouched down, gently wiping away his brother's tears, which flowed like unbroken pearls, filled with sorrow. Through his sobs, Yi Shaoqing cried, "Brother, I didn't misbehave. They hit me. My face hurts so much." He pointed to his right cheek, where a vivid red handprint marred his fair complexion. Yi Shaoyang roared in fury, "Who struck my brother? Step forward." He had but one family member in the world, and he protected him fiercely, fearing any harm would come to him. Yet now, in their own home, he had been assaulted. His rage boiled over, his glare piercing through the three individuals before him, as if he wished to devour them whole. The nanny, trembling, cast her eyes toward Wang Bingfei. Wang Bingfei had never witnessed Yi Shaoqing lose his temper before and was too frightened to admit her involvement, tugging at Qingqing's sleeve. Qingqing, being Yi Shaoqing's cousin, had come under the pretext of visiting her cousin, bringing along her friend Wang Bingfei to get closer to him. Little did she expect that the brash young boy would provoke her. He had claimed she was unworthy of her brother. Wang Bingfei, the cherished princess of the Wang family, had never endured any hardship. She had fallen for Yi Shaoyang at first sight and vowed to win his heart. When Yi Shaoqing accused her of being unworthy, her temper flared, and she slapped him hard. Just then, she caught sight of Yi Shaoqing's car parked in the courtyard through the window. In a panic, she urged the nanny to cover his mouth. Knowing Yi Shaoyang's temperament, she understood he would surely explode with rage upon learning his brother had been hurt. Fortunately, the nanny had worked for the Cui family for many years and was accustomed to taking orders from her. However, Yi Shaoqing's cry was loud enough to reach Yi Shaoyang's ears. "Shaoyang, listen to your cousin. Your brother insulted Feifei, and she couldn't endure it, so she hit him." With eyes like daggers, Yi Shaoqing advanced slowly toward Wang Bingfei. Her heart raced like a drum, pounding ferociously. Regret washed over her. Why had she acted so impulsively? Yet, he was a man, and they had business ties. Surely, he wouldn't strike her over a mere brother. She clenched her fists, gradually relaxing her grip. Standing before her, Yi Shaoqing coldly interrogated, "Did you strike him?" "I didn't mean to. It was her fault," she stammered, but before she could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air, landing on her face. The pain coursed through her cheek, leaving it nearly numb, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. In disbelief, she gazed at the handsome face she had long yearned for, tears welling up as she trembled. "Why did you hit me?" After delivering the blow, Yi Shaoqing turned away without a glance, enveloping his brother in an embrace, his cold gaze locking onto Wang Bingfei. Enraged, she shouted, "But I'm a woman. How could you strike a woman?" Yi Shaoyang seemed to grasp something, his eyes drifting downward. Wang Bingfei, sensing his gaze, straightened her proud figure, only to be struck down by his chilling words. "In my eyes, there is no distinction between genders, only family. You are not my family, and thus deserve punishment." Qingqing, feeling a rush of indignation, approached Yi Shaoyang, her anger bubbling over. "That slap of yours just cost a fortune. Your collaboration with the Wang family is likely ruined. Wasn't this birthday banquet meant to strengthen ties with them? Now it's all gone. Do you think that slap was worth it?" She dashed out, pursuing Wang Bingfei. Yi Shaoqing, concerned, looked at his brother. realizing it was all because of him that his brother had struck that woman and jeopardized their collaboration. His brother had invested so much in this birthday banquet, and he had ruined it. Tears streamed down his face, his voice choked with emotion. "Brother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's because I said something about her." Yi Xiaoyang held his brother tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Do not blame yourself. You are my brother, and I will not allow you to suffer. With me around, you need not worry about anything. Focus on your studies." Qingqing, noticing her cousin's glistening eyes, wondered if it was tears of emotion. At that moment, the mechanical voice of Guagua broke through the tension. "Will the great villain be able to rise again? Is he destined for bankruptcy? If my cousin marries him, wouldn't that be too much of a sacrifice? Host, what are you thinking? He is the great villain after all. As long as he finds his destined benefactor, he will soar to greatness."
"Who is his benefactor?" Mo Yingging inquired eagerly, while Su Xiu listened intently.
Committing the name to memory, Chung Jiaxue. The name belonged to a woman, and she felt a pang of disappointment. Perhaps she was meant to be his destined one. Yi Xiaochen gradually ceased his tears, drying his eyes. He looked at Qingqing and said, "Qingqing, I wasn't crying. I was touched by my brother."
"Please do not laugh at me."
Qingqing regarded his swollen eyes and the red handprint on his face, exasperated. "Don't worry, little brat. Even if you do cry, I won't mock you. But you are too weak. How could you let that nanny control you? If she covers your mouth, bite her hand, stomp on her foot, or, if all else fails, pinch her waist hard. No matter what, do not let her dominate you." Yi Xiaochen lowered his head. "I was too weak. I was scared and couldn't think of anything." Qingqing caught sight of the trembling nanny standing nearby. "Why don't you let the nanny try covering your mouth again?" The nanny quickly shook her head. "Young master, I dare not. I truly cannot." She had lost her senses, realizing how fiercely the eldest young master protected the youngest. She had assisted in harming him. Casting a fearful glance at Yi Xiaoyang, she awaited his judgment. "You may leave.
You are dismissed."
Upon hearing Yi Xiaoyang's cold words, the nanny dropped to her knees, pleading, "Young master, I realize my mistake. You know my son is in the hospital, relying on me for support. Please don't dismiss me. I promise I won't dare again." At that moment, Guagua shrieked again, "Dismissal? That is too lenient. She has stolen many things from the Yi family, including a significant item in her room. Moreover, she knows the truth behind the accident that befell Yi Xiaochen's parents. Isn't Yi Xiaoyang the great villain? Does he still not know who harmed his parents?" Guagua replied, exasperated. "Do you think everyone possesses a system like yours, capable of knowing such things?" Qingqing rolled her eyes, having heard Guagua's explanation. She turned to Yi Xiaoyang and said, "Brother Xiaoyang, my family's nanny frequently steals from us. When she was dismissed, we found many of our belongings in her room. I perceive a striking resemblance between her and our family's maid." The maid's complexion was pallid, her gaze averted from Yi Xiaoyang, yet she cast a resentful glance at Qingqing. "I have never stolen anything from you," Yi Xiaoyang asserted, his astuteness making it impossible for him to overlook her evasive demeanor. As a few of them entered the maid's quarters, they discovered a splendid, intricately carved antique clock measuring 1/2 meter in length. "Brother, isn't this the ancient clock that was stored in the storeroom? How could it be here?" Yi Xiaoyang's expression darkened further as he glanced at the maid, who sat slumped like a pile of mud. "Do you have anything to say? Go tell the police." He retrieved his phone, intending to report the incident, but was halted by Qingqing. "Wait a moment. Your maid has been in your household for quite some time. She must know some secrets you are unaware of. My maid revealed my father's infidelity only after being coerced." Yi Xiaoyang's eyes flickered. Could she possibly know the truth behind his parents' demise? Chapter 47. The Yi family under surveillance. Su Xiu looked perplexedly at her cousin. Hadn't her aunt claimed to know of her husband's infidelity through her daughter's intuition? How could Qingqing assert that it was through interrogation of the maid? Did the maid harbor further secrets? At this moment, Yi Xiaoyang's gaze transformed. The cause of his parents' death had always haunted him, and he had sworn to uncover the true culprit behind their suffering. He refused to believe that they had perished in an accident. It felt akin to poisoning. He suspected that their demise was not a mere accident, yet the autopsy had confirmed otherwise. his piercing gaze fixed on the maid, who, upon meeting his cold, abyss-like eyes, shivered. Did he know there was more to the story of his parents' death? She had been pilfering from the Yi household for quite some time. If the police were to discover her transgressions, she would likely spend an eternity behind bars. If there was a chance to negotiate, she boldly stated, "Young master, I possess a secret regarding the cause of your parents' death. If you agree to spare me, I will reveal it to you." Yi Xiaoyang readily replied, "Agreed." The value of those possessions paled in comparison to the truth about his parents' demise. The maid's face revealed a barely perceptible smile as she recounted, "The day before your parents died, I was in the storeroom searching for something when the door opened. Fearing misunderstanding, I hid and saw you, young master, with 2 police officers." "Did you call the police?" Li Bo approached with the 2 officers. "Young master, did you not say you wouldn't report this? Why, then, are the police here?" Yi Xiaoyang's anticipation of the truth was abruptly interrupted, and his countenance soured. "I did not make the call. May I inquire what brings you to the Yi residence?" All eyes turned toward the officers, one of whom, a senior officer, responded, "We received a report of theft involving her. She needs to accompany us." Upon this declaration, the officers moved to arrest the maid. Yi Xiaoyang interjected, "She has stolen from our family, but if I do not pursue charges, you may leave." The officers were taken aback. "Why did you not report it sooner?"
Why now?
Yi Xiaoyang's expression grew grave as he observed the maid shaking her head vehemently, muttering, "I did not steal. I did not steal." Upon seeing Yi Xiaoyang, the maid cried out, "Young master, please save me. If you rescue me, I will tell you everything. Your parents died unjustly. You must help me." The officers, unyielding, placed handcuffs on her and escorted her away, indifferent to her pleas. Yi Xiaoyang fixed his gaze upon her, his silence heavy with resentment. If she knew the truth about his parents' unjust death, why had she not spoken up earlier? Had she warned his parents, perhaps they would still be alive. His eyes darkened. Regardless of the reason, he would uncover the truth, even if it cost him 50 million to do so. Watching their retreating figures, he felt increasingly certain that the circumstances surrounding his parents' demise were far from ordinary. Perhaps there were insiders within the Yi family, explaining why such an opportune moment for capture had arisen. Qingqing stood to the side, her face twisted in disgust at the maid. To think she would attempt to extort 50 million for her secret. I know that secret too. I would settle for 300,000, but would they even believe me? Being the good person is truly challenging. Su Xiu turned in surprise, realizing her cousin was indeed aware of everything. However, if she were to share this secret with Yi Xiaoyang, he would likely dismiss it. She gazed at him, her eyes reflecting compassion. "Host, the Yi family is not a home. Every corner is under surveillance. Your every move is being monitored." Qingqing found herself looking around, questioning the absence of visible cameras. "Host, there is no need to search. The Yi family has their own surveillance, yet there lies an invisible one within the cameras. My goodness. No wonder every action of the Yi family is so thoroughly known." She craned her neck, searching until finally spotting one in the corner of the living room. But how could she remove it? Suddenly, a phone rang. Yi Xiaoyang answered. "Yi here. Mr. Yi, our collaboration with the Wang family has been cancelled. Additionally, both Secretary Li and Secretary Zhang have called to terminate their contracts with us. How should we proceed?" Yi Xiaoyang's expression darkened. He had anticipated the Wang family's retaliation but had not expected such ruthlessness. Their cooperation with the Li and Zhang families had always been strong, and the Yi family relied heavily on these partnerships for income. Other ventures yielded little profit. Did the Wang family intend to drive him to bankruptcy? His brows knitted together, his cold gaze exuding defiance. "Agree to the termination, but we demand compensation for breach of contract." "Understood, Mr. Yi." The voice of the female secretary trembled as she continued. "There's another pressing matter. The models we hired for the advertisement have all declined. Filming is scheduled for tomorrow, and we cannot find replacements. What should we do?" "Secretary Yang, are you truly bringing such trivial matters to me? Is it so difficult to find a model?" Yi Xiaoyang's voice was icily detached, showcasing his domineering presence. No wonder Secretary Yang's voice quivered on the other end. Su Xiu cast him a glance, noticing how his formidable aura had dissipated. "Have you reached out to them all?" His tone softened, almost magnetic, causing Secretary Li to falter. Yes, but upon mentioning our company, they hung up immediately. Yi Xiaoyang deduced that the Wang family was behind this. He spoke gently, "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. I will handle it." Rubbing his temples, he lamented that today was his birthday. Yet his mood was far from celebratory. He wished he could call everyone and tell them not to come. Just then, laughter echoed from the living room. A middle-aged man entered, tall and robust, clearly someone accustomed to physical activity. His features bore a resemblance to the Yi brothers. "Xiaoyang, your second uncle heard it was your birthday and brought you a gift." Yi Xiaoyang recognized his second uncle and rushed into his embrace, feigning innocence. "Uncle, I missed you so much. Why haven't you come to see me? Did you bring me a present?" His uncle, Yi Huaixin, knelt down, affectionately ruffling his hair. "Of course. How could I forget my little Xiaoyang?" He produced a box and handed it to him. Yi Xiaoyang eagerly accepted it, exclaiming, "Thank you. How can Yi Mingchen be so close to this wicked man? Does he not realize his parents' deaths are intertwined with him as well? His life could very well be at stake because of him." Chapter 48. A major trouble approaches. Mu Qingqing clenched her small fists, glaring at Yi Huaixin. Shuxiyu, sensing her cousin's thoughts, felt a surge of anger. Moments ago, she had regarded him with respect, but now fury consumed her. Yi Xiaoyang approached his second uncle, dispelling his earlier gloom with a smile as he accepted the gift. "Thank you for attending my birthday celebration. Please have a seat." However, Yi Huaixin raised a hand, "But I have received troubling news. The Wang family has already informed all guests invited to your banquet that if they attend, they will cease all cooperation with the Wang family. It is no wonder that at this hour, no one has arrived." A bitter feeling welled up within him. Indeed, those with wealth and power can act with impunity. He gazed at his second uncle with deep gratitude. Just as Yi Huaixin turned to leave, he caught sight of two pairs of furious eyes fixed upon him. Confused, he asked, "Xiaoyang, you have always shunned female company. Have you acquired a girlfriend?" Yi Xiaoyang's face flushed red as he hurried to explain, "No, she is a friend of Xiaochen who came to visit. Her cousin came along because she was worried." He refrained from mentioning that they were attending his birthday party, fearing it might bring them trouble.
Yi Huaixin nodded.
But observing Yi Xiaoyang's expression, he instinctively understood that his heart was beginning to flutter. No wonder he had offended that girl from the Wang family. Yet, why did those eyes seem to regard him as if he had wronged them? He turned to the younger Mu Qingqing with an amiable expression. "Have we met before? Little girl? Which family do you belong to?" "Big bad man, I don't want to talk to you," Su Xiu thought to herself, but she politely replied, "You probably haven't seen us before. We are from the Su family and do not live around here." "Su family? Is that Su Ming's family?"
Yi Huaixin inquired casually,
as it was hard to believe that these two could belong to such a prestigious family. However, Su Xiu nodded. "Su Mingze is my father." "Is Su Mingze really your father?" Yi Huaixin asked again, incredulous. Upon seeing her nod, his face reflected shock followed by delight. He had been pondering how to collaborate with the Su family, and if they could become in-laws, the partnership would be much simpler. What a coincidence! He hadn't anticipated that the daughter of President Su would be so beautiful. "You young people enjoy yourselves. I will call your cousin over shortly so you can celebrate your birthday properly." "Big sister, why did you tell him?" Su Xiu thought. "This big bad man is surely scheming again. He has been looking for a way to collaborate with the Su family. And his son, a playboy. Big sister, you are in trouble." Yi Xiaoyang was equally astonished to learn she was Su Mingze's daughter. He didn't hear anything Yi Huaixin said afterward. He had always thought that daughters of wealthy families were like Wang Bingfei, arrogant and spoiled. Moreover, the Wang family did not hold a candle to the Su family. Su Xiu displayed none of the airs of a rich heiress, which perhaps exemplified the true upbringing of a noble family. As Yi Huaixin exited the villa, he pulled out his phone to call his son, urging him to come quickly and ensure he secured Su Xiu. Simultaneously, he dialed another number. With her around, even if Yi Xiaoyang won Su Xiu's affection, it would be futile. He hummed a tune as he entered his car and drove away from the Yi residence. In the living room, upon realizing Su Xiu was indeed a daughter of the Su family, Yi Xiaoyang felt somewhat awkward. "I truly did not expect you to be from the Su family." Su Xiu found his discomfort amusing. What does it matter if I am a daughter of the Su family? Just treat me as an ordinary person. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out. I will do my best to assist you. She could see that Yi Xiaoyang was facing many challenges, yet maintained his composure, and she thought he was quite remarkable. Just as Yi Xiaocheng was about to decline, he scrutinized her figure and realized she was exactly the model he had been searching for. Seeing the sudden spark of joy in his eyes as he appraised her, Su Shiyu regretted her previous words. Then Yi Xiaoyang proposed. May I invite you to be a model for our company? A model? I have never done that before. I fear I might disappoint you. Understanding now why he had been observing her so intently, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. It's nothing to worry about. Just think of it as helping me out. It's quite simple, just a few poses. If you're agreeable, I can take you over for a trial right now. Yi Xiaoyang pleaded, as he genuinely saw great potential in Su Wanqing. Her proportions and appearance were exceptionally perfect. Mu Qingqing chimed in, Big sister, you should go. I believe you can do it. Modeling is a piece of cake for you. Standing on stage, you will be the center of attention. The spotlight will be on you, making it impossible not to shine. Hurry and go. Listening to her cousin's praise, Su Shiyu felt a surge of excitement, and a smile crept onto her lips as she followed Yi Xiaoyang to the company. No sooner had they left than Mu Qingqing grinned and said, Yi Xiaocheng, let us play a game. Let us see who can hit that camera. Yi Xiaocheng looked at the camera on the wall, shaking his head like a rattle drum. I can't. If you hit that camera, it will thank you. Mu Qingqing whispered a few words into his ear. Yi Xiaocheng excitedly dashed upstairs, returning with a box of magnetic balls. How about this? Mu Qingqing took one out. These magnets are quite strong, but I wonder if I can throw accurately. Yi Xiaocheng, how about this? I'll throw first, and if I miss, you can try, okay? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiaocheng agreed. The camera was too high, there was no way he could hit it on the first attempt. But, to his surprise, he didn't even get a chance to throw. He carried the box from the first floor to the second, hitting all 10 cameras with ease, leaving him no opportunity to throw at all. With a forlorn expression, he said, Qingqing, have you played this before? Why are you so accurate? You've deprived me of my chance. Mu Qingqing smiled at him. She had deliberately not given him a chance. The wall was so exquisitely decorated. It would be a shame to break it. She crouched down to examine a fallen camera, which had shattered upon hitting the ground from such a height. Finally spotting one, she picked it up and tucked it into her pocket, also grabbing a handful of magnetic balls to take along. Seeing her stuff the camera into her pocket, Yi Xiaocheng offered her the entire box, but she declined, instead filling 2 small pouches to the brim. She thought these could serve as her weapons, something to carry with her. Host, a significant trouble is approaching. Quickly retreat. Chapter 49. A playboy, can you clarify, Guagua? Among the 3 people ahead, which one poses a great trouble? Guagua's mechanical voice trembled. I can tell you that all 3 of them are a great trouble. Mu Qingqing gazed at the trio before her, her face flushed with anger after hearing Guagua's explanation. Just then, a middle-aged woman noticed Yi Xiaocheng and remarked discontentedly, Yi Xiaocheng, where is your brother? ISNT today's birthday party. Why is it so deserted, and where is everyone? Upon hearing her voice, Yi Xiaocheng halted, his face tightening. Aunt, my brother has gone out and ISNT home. Where did he go? Asked Shui Yingying, who was seated next to the middle-aged woman, Zhao Liping. She was eager to discover whether Wang Bingfei had come to see if Yi Xiaoyang regretted his actions, hoping that if he apologized, she would forgive him. Upon hearing her father's intention to eliminate Yi Xiaoyang, she felt regret. Just the thought of his face made her unable to harbor resentment. If he were to apologize, she would persuade her father to relent. At that moment, Yi Xiaocheng stood before the mother and daughter, feeling intimidated and frightened, stuttering as he spoke. Stop being so wishy-washy, and stutter. Speak quickly. Shui Yingying approached him angrily. Yi Xiaocheng was so frightened that he could barely move. In the past, when his brother was busy with work, this cousin would often come by under the pretense of looking out for him, but she frequently bullied and scolded him. He never dared to tell his brother, for she had warned him that if he did, he would lose all the care and support from his only family member. After their parents passed away, he and his brother were left with a minuscule company. His brother worked tirelessly, while he, at just 6 years old, was left in a vulnerable position. His aunt, who was his mother's sister, had volunteered to take care of him, allowing his brother to focus on his work. Understanding how challenging it was for his brother to manage the company, he had always endured their mistreatment, believing that as long as they assisted his brother, he could tolerate anything, even being hit or scolded. Qingqing stood before him, her finger poking his forehead. Yi Xiaochen swayed slightly, struggling to maintain his balance, clearly feeling the force behind it. Just then, Qingqing, who was right behind him, quickly stepped forward to support him. Qingqing felt a twinge of displeasure as she observed him unperturbed. Each time she acted this way, he would respond with a playful squat, eliciting her mockery. What a bothersome little girl. Who are you to intrude upon our Yi family? We do not welcome children from impoverished backgrounds. Qingqing scrutinized her attire once more. At the entrance, she had been ridiculed as a beggar. She was hardly poor, being a child of considerable wealth, possessing assets amounting to millions. With a dismissive pout and a huff, she shot a glare at Qingqing. This incited an immediate reaction from Qingqing, who was accustomed to bullying Yi Xiaochen. How dare this little girl cast such a look at her? Enraged, she exclaimed, "What kind of gaze is that? Do you dare to look at me like that?" Such a lack of upbringing. Yi Xiaochen positioned himself protectively in front of Qingqing, his expression serious. "Cousin, she is my friend. Do not bully her. You little brat. It seems you've grown some courage." Qingqing retorted angrily, extending her hand to poke his forehead. Yi Xiaoyong stood there quietly, refusing to evade her antics. Previously, he might have dodged, but he had since learned to endure. Qingqing could no longer bear to witness him being bullied. She rushed in front of Yi Xiaochen and forcefully stepped on Qingqing's toes. Turning solemnly to Yi Xiaochen, she proclaimed, "Did you see that? If anyone bullies you in the future, you should respond just like this." Yi Xiaochen gazed at her with admiration, nodding silently. In that moment, she appeared as a radiant light, unlocking a door in his heart. Qingqing, wearing high-heeled sandals that left her toes exposed, let out an agonized shriek as Qingqing's foot made contact, her toes swelling immediately from the pain. Zhao Liping, hearing her daughter's wail, rushed over in alarm. Upon seeing her daughter's injured toes, her face contorted in fury, pointing at Qingqing and cursing, "You wretched girl! Where did you come from? Do you think you can bully someone from the Yi family? I'll make you pay." With that, she lunged at Qingqing. Qingqing dodged, her mouth running in protest. "Someone's attacking a child. You're truly shameless, using your status as an adult to bully a child." Zhao Liping's eyes blazed with fury, her carefully applied makeup failing to conceal her wrath. Clad in high heels, she pursued Qingqing, the sound of her shoes echoing sharply against the marble floor. Qingqing dashed around the living room, with Zhao Liping hot on her heels, yet she could not catch her. Yi Xiaochen, fearing for Qingqing's safety, shouted frantically, "Li Bo!
Flambeau!
Hurry over! They're trying to hurt Qingqing." Yet, there was no sign of anyone outside. Perhaps he had forgotten. Whenever he was bullied and cried, not a single person came to his aid. Tears of frustration nearly spilled from his eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Tianpeng, observing the commotion, stood up with a smirk. Addressing the two chasing each other, "Isn't it unseemly for an adult to chase after a child? Aren't you supposed to be a lady of high society?" Zhao Liping, momentarily thinking he would assist that detestable girl, halted in her tracks, surprised by Yi Tianpeng's interference. A knowing smile appeared on his face, as his father had informed him that the Su family had come with sisters, and this girl was likely the younger sibling. Zhao Liping seemed unaware of the girl's lineage. Otherwise, she would not dare to pursue her. How foolish to offend the Su family. Let's see how the Cui family fares from here on. Come here, little sister. With your brother around, no one will dare to bully you. Qingqing looked perplexed, as Guagua informed her that Yi Tianpeng was a notorious playboy, frequently accompanied by beautiful women each night. He had a volatile temperament, having once left a healthy girl in a vegetative state. His behavior was utterly reprehensible. She hesitated, pondering whether to approach him, uncertain if he would even be interested in a young girl. Just as she was debating, Zhao Liping lunged forward, teeth clenched, delivering a fierce slap. Before Qingqing could react, an even louder slap landed on Zhao Liping's face. "Did I not tell you not to bully her? Why do you persist?" Zhao Liping was stunned, unable to fathom that this impudent boy had struck her. Meanwhile, Yi Tianping reveled in his triumph, believing he had aided the Su family, who would surely express their gratitude. This would make it easier for him to approach the Su family's young lady. Chapter 50. Disturbance in the studio. Yi Tianping shielded Mu Qingqing behind him, presenting a self-assured smile as he gently lowered his head, addressing her. Are you all right, little one? Do not fear. Your brother is here, and will not allow you to be harmed. Mu Qingqing felt utterly bewildered. Could it be that he had developed an interest in her? Was it possible he genuinely favored young girls? Alarmed, she took several steps back. But Yi Tianping only grew more tender. Do not be afraid. I am not a bad person. If they bully you, I will take care of them. Zhao Liping clasped her face, seething with indignation. Since marrying into the Su family, no one had ever dared to lay a finger on her. Today, however, she had been struck by this insolent boy. Yet, as he was the son of Yi Huaixin, she felt she had leverage over him. But she could not allow this affront to go unpunished. At that moment, witnessing her mother being struck, Qingqing sprang to her feet, ignoring her foot's pain as she limped toward Yi Tianping, cursing, You dare to hit my mother? I will make sure you regret this.
Qingqing esse domineering nature flared.
And seeing her mother humiliated fueled her rage. She extended her long, manicured nails toward Yi Tianping's face. Fortunately, he dodged just in time, otherwise he would have been disfigured. Her sharp nails grazed his skin, leaving a deep gash. Yi Tianping, startled, recoiled from her, realizing the peril of her claws. Yet, she lunged again. Although he evaded her grasp, his arm was still deeply scratched, blood oozing down and splattering onto the floor. His expression shifted dramatically, eyes ablaze with fury, his features contorting into a terrifying visage. Qingqing, terrified, attempted to flee, but it was too late. Yi Tianping's arm swung violently towards her. She cowered, shielding her head with her hands, resigned to her fate, too frightened to retaliate. Zhao Liping, in a panic, rushed forward, pleading, Do not harm my daughter, you wretched brat. Stop. She pushed Yi Tianping, desperate to protect her child, but he was relentless, striking her daughter repeatedly. Despite her efforts, he was unyielding, and tears streamed down her face as she felt helpless. She yearned to call for help, but she had already sent everyone away. What could she do? If this continued, her daughter's life would be in jeopardy. In that moment, Qingqing regretted her earlier actions. Realizing the pain she was now enduring far outweighed any previous conflict. She cried out in anguish. Feeling her daughter's pain, Zhao Liping seized a chair and swung it at Yi Tianping with all her might. The impact echoed loudly, finally halting his assault. Clutching his bleeding head, he glared at her with unbridled rage. Terrified, she stumbled back, her eyes wide with fear, trembling as she stammered. I have already called the police. If you dare to strike me again, I will ensure you spend your life in prison. Yi Tianping's eyes blazed crimson, resembling a wild beast. He took a few steps toward her before suddenly collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from the back of his head. Zhao Liping fled in terror. After a moment of hesitation, she cautiously approached to check on him, feeling for breath at his nostrils, exhaling in relief. He had not been killed. Hastily, she pulled out her phone to call for an ambulance. At this moment, Qingqing stared in shock at the fallen Yi Tianping. Wondering if her mother had indeed killed him, she felt a pang of fear. Mu Qingqing and Yi Shaochen observed the dramatic turn of events, astonished by how swiftly the situation had escalated. The mechanical voice of Guagua echoed in Mu Qingqing's mind. Host, this melon is quite thrilling. Let's have a real-life duel. Guagua wants to watch. Mu Qingqing nodded, sharing the sentiment. She had always enjoyed watching fights. During her boxing days, she frequently viewed combat videos, each time feeling an exhilarating rush, as if every cell in her body were ablaze with excitement, yearning to engage in a match herself. Yet, in her current petite form, she could only anticipate receiving blows. Host, let's observe. Your cousin may be facing trouble, Guagua remarked.
What?
Isn't she filming an advertisement with Yi Xiaoyang?
Mu Qingqing inquired.
As Guagua chattered on. Meanwhile, in the studio, Su Xiu was undergoing meticulous makeup, donning model attire, posing according to the photographer's instructions. Yi Xiaoyang watched intently, This version of Su Xiu was extraordinarily beautiful, surpassing any model he had previously encountered. Even the photographer praised her, exclaiming, "Where did you find this gem? She is far more stunning than any model, and her understanding and execution of poses are impeccable. She would undoubtedly succeed if she debuted." Su Xiu transformed before the camera, exuding confidence and charm. Yi Xiaoyang's gaze remained fixated on her. Nearby, Wang Bingfei, who had been observing stealthily, felt a piercing pain from Yi Xiaoyang's gaze. Why was he not looking at her? Did she not possess beauty as well? What was so special about that woman, besides her looks? They were merely a bunch of little vixens. Consumed by anger and jealousy, her eyes bored into Su Xiu, seemingly attempting to pierce through her. Just then the audition concluded. Su Xiu approached Yi Xiaoyang, feeling bashful. "Did I perform well?" Yi Xiaoyang handed her a bottle of water, a beaming smile on his face. "You performed exceptionally well. You could be a professional model. Can you come for the shoot tomorrow?" Su Xiu nodded. "Yes, I have no engagements these days. I wish to venture into the entertainment industry, and my mother is helping me find a suitable agency." Yi Xiaoyang was elated to hear this. His family owned an entertainment company, and how wonderful it would be if she joined. Just as he was about to express this, Wang Bingfei suddenly rushed in front of them, snatching the water bottle from Su Xiu's hands and pouring it over her head. Though Yi Xiaoyang quickly intervened, most of the water drenched her, leaving her hair and clothes soaked. Furious, Yi Xiaoyang exclaimed, "What are you doing? Who let you in here?
Get out."
Xiaoyang, you can't treat me like this. I truly love you. I brought you a real model. What is she?" "She knows nothing," Wang Bingfei cried, tears streaming down her face as she clung to him. Yi Xiaoyang forcefully pushed her away. "Does your love for me justify assaulting my brother and bullying my family? Don't use that excuse to deflect me. You only care for yourself. Anyone who does not comply with you, you wish to ruin, don't you?" His expression was icy, devoid of warmth. "I will never love you. Leave now." Wang Bingfei's face turned ashen, her eyes vacant, as if she couldn't believe his words. When the staff pulled her away, she finally regained her senses, shaking off their grasp, glaring at Su Xiu with fury. "You're the reason he won't be with me,
Aren't you?
Try calling her a stinking bitch again." Wang Bingfei. Yi Xiaoyang's face darkened to the extreme, his fists clenched, veins bulging. Wang Bingfei had never encountered anyone daring to confront her, even if that person was the one she admired. As the eldest daughter of the Wang family, there was nothing she feared. She looked at Su Xiu with undisguised disdain. "I told you she's a stinking bitch, a vixen who entices men." Yi Xiaoyang's fury seemed palpable as he raised his hand, ready to strike, but Su Xiu stopped him, softly saying, "She's insulting me. Let me handle this." Wang Bingfei assumed Su Xiu was cowering, feeling triumphant. Su Xiu calmly regarded her, then without further ado delivered a resounding slap. "Let me tell you, no matter your influence, you cannot act so brazenly. Those privileges are bestowed by your parents. You merely had the luck of birth. Do not misuse your advantages to slander others." Wang Bingfei clutched her face in disbelief. "You dare to hit me?" Her eyes were filled with venomous rage, fixed upon Su Xiu.
"Yes.
I was fortunate enough to be born into privilege. If you can do the same, I will use my influence to bring you and your family down, everyone you cherish."
Su Xiu chuckled lightly.
Yi Xiaoyang, wanting to clarify matters, spoke coldly. Wang Bingfei stood frozen, staring at Su Xiu, before suddenly screaming, "Impossible! The daughter of the Su family cannot be her. Someone like her is utterly unworthy. She doesn't possess the grace of a true heiress." "Yiga, are you deceiving me?" Yi Xiaoyang replied coldly. "Deceive you? Do you think you are worthy of my deceit? Wang Bingfei, do not assume everyone is like you. Leave now." Wang Bingfei's eyes filled with despair as she stormed away in rage. Yi Xiaoyang's gaze softened as it turned towards Su Xiu. Noticing her clothes clinging to her form, revealing her alluring figure, he felt an inexplicable surge of blood rush through him, his heart racing, face flushed. He averted his gaze, only to see the staff openly staring at Su Xiu, their eyes filled with desire. In a hurry, he removed his shirt, exposing his sculpted 8-pack abs. Their definition akin to intricate carvings, exuding masculine strength and confidence. "Here, put this on, your clothes are wet and you might catch a cold." As Su Xiu turned, Her eyes fell upon his chiseled abs, and she swallowed hard, her gaze fixed upon him. Once she donned his shirt, she regained her composure, her cheeks flushed with warmth. The studio was filled with youthful energy, and two female staff members stared unabashedly at Yi Xiaoyang's physique, casting envious glances at Su Xiu. The male staff members were equally envious, wishing for such a physique. It was no wonder he could attract such beauty. They looked down at their own soft midsections, feeling disheartened. With a single glance, Yi Xiaoyang commanded attention, redirecting the gazes of all. It seemed that their formidable leader remained as domineering and cold as ever, his demeanor shifting only towards her. At that moment, at the Yi residence, both a police car and an ambulance arrived simultaneously at the entrance. Li Bo, Huang Bo, and several servants gathered, startled by the commotion. Upon entering the living room, they found a man lying on the floor, surrounded by a pool of blood. Their expressions filled with shock. They had merely stepped out for a moment. How could this have happened? The man couldn't he possibly be dead, could he? Two doctors rushed in with a stretcher, tending to the man's head injury, then carefully lifting him onto the stretcher. Only then did they realize the man was Yi Tianfeng. How could such a robust figure end up like this? Curiosity filled the room as they observed Zhao Liping, trembling and vacant-eyed, alongside Cui Yingying, whose disheveled hair and bruised arms bore testament to a struggle. What transpired to result in this? They wondered, recalling how the two had entered with such pride. Akin to peacocks, now reduced to this state, eliciting sympathy from all. Earlier that morning, the police had already visited this household. They were the two officers assigned to the area, and upon receiving another distress call, they promptly returned, surprised to find themselves back here. The older officer inquired what happened. Zhao Liping trembled at the sight of the blood, unable to voice a word. Cui Yingying, gazing at her mangled arm. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out the events that had unfolded. The narrative lacks a significant emphasis on the responsibilities of the mother and daughter. It was Yi Tianfeng who initially bullied them, prompting the mother to strike back in desperation. The two police officers exchanged glances, harboring suspicions but lacking evidence. They could only wait for the assaulted man to regain consciousness to uncover the truth. After assessing the scene, they escorted the two individuals to the precinct. Mu Qingqing and Yi Xiaocheng remained mere spectators, unnoticed by anyone. Mu Qingqing observed that Uncle Li was absent from the crowd. Was the anticipated confrontation finally upon them? Once the crowd dispersed, Steward Zhang halted and pointed at Mu Qingqing, scolding, "You little rascal! How dare you come to the Yi household? You must leave immediately. This is no place for you." Mu Qingqing responded by making a face at him, while Steward Zhang's expression darkened, and he stepped forward, intending to drag her away. Yi Xiaocheng, infuriated, glared at him fiercely, declaring, "She is my guest. If you dare to expel her, I will ensure you are the one who is dismissed." Steward Zhang paused, staring at Mu Qingqing with an inquisitive gaze.
What are you looking at?
"If you dare to speak to her like that again, you can consider your position here nullified." "I wouldn't dream of it," he replied, but as he turned away, his eyes glinted with malice. As the steward of this household, he was used to everyone treating him with deference, and even the eldest young master would grant him a measure of respect. The notion of being dismissed was absurd. Did he not realize that he was merely regarded as a young master here? Even his aunt and cousin bullied him, and he dared not inform the eldest young master. Now he was trying to assert himself. It was laughable. As long as he did not offend the eldest young master, others were inconsequential. His expression was caught by Uncle Li, who smiled gently as he passed by. "Host, this villain has poorly concealed his intentions. He has conspired with Yi Huaixin to eliminate Yi Xiaocheng," remarked Guagua. Mu Qingqing, puzzled, inquired, "Why must they eliminate Yi Xiaocheng? Surely it is not merely for the sake of the plot. I would hate to see him perish. This has been their plan for some time. Today marks Yi Xiaoyang's birthday, and they intend to inflict a heart-wrenching pain. Furthermore, Yi Xiaocheng resembles his father too closely, and Yi Huaixin wishes to avoid seeing that face again." At this moment, Uncle Li approached Yi Xiaocheng and kindly suggested, "Young master, why not take your friend to the swimming pool? We will handle things here. Don't go to the pool." Mu Qingqing silently screamed, but she was eagerly pulled away by Yi Xiaocheng. Chapter 52. The dangers of the swimming pool. Mu Qingqing felt despondent. She could not possibly warn Yi Xiaoqing that he might meet his demise in the pool. Yet, Yi Xiaoqing was exhilarated, leading her to the poolside. He brandished 2 remote controls, pointing at 2 half-meter-long submarines in the water, asking, Qingqing, which one do you prefer? The remote controls matched the colors of the submarines. Choose whichever you like. Qingqing glanced at the remote controls in his hands and followed his pointing finger to the expansive pool, where 2 submarines floated, appearing remarkably lifelike. They were nearly identical in design, one blue and one white. Instantly, she was drawn to the white one. It would be delightful to control it. She decisively took the white remote. Yi Xiaoqing, holding the blue one, grinned broadly. I knew you would like it. I often played here alone before you came. Now we can compete to see whose submarine is the fastest. Qingqing regarded him with a touch of sadness. Poor child. Although he lived a life of luxury, he faced considerable challenges, and now someone sought his life. Observing his naive demeanor, she mused that if she hadn't intervened, he would have logged off long ago. Let us see how I can protect you. Qingqing, let us begin. Seeing his innocent enthusiasm, Qingqing reluctantly nodded. It seemed this foolish boy had no sense of danger. Did he not realize that in this household, only his brother genuinely cared for him? Who else in this vast estate wished to protect him? Perhaps only that person. Yet they were often driven away, leaving him heartbroken in the end. Qingqing sighed deeply, gripping the remote control and fervently pressing the buttons. Before long, she shouted, I won! I won! Yi Xiaoqing appeared somewhat dejected. He had played many times before. How could he lose to her? Defiantly, he replied, let us have another round. Qingqing smiled and nodded. He had no chance of winning against her. This game was akin to playing on a mobile device. Quick reflexes ensured victory. Yet, it was far more enjoyable than a game. She could see the physical object and experience it firsthand. She found herself becoming quite addicted. As Qingqing and Yi Xiaoqing immersed themselves in the competition, Guagua's mechanical voice echoed in her mind, Host, be cautious from behind. Someone intends to push you into the water. Before Qingqing could turn her head, she noticed a figure behind her, standing at the edge of the clear water. At that moment, both she and Yi Xiaoqing stood by the pool's edge. If someone were to push her from behind, she would undoubtedly fall into the water. Seizing the opportunity, the shadowy figure feigned a stumble, and with a resounding splash, someone plunged into the pool. The individual flailed in the water, struggling to surface while gasping for air and shouting for help. Yi Xiaoqing recognized it was Steward Zhang and leaped into the pool without hesitation. He swam to Steward Zhang like a small fish, grasping his arm in an attempt to pull him to safety. However, at only 8 years old, his strength was insufficient to move an adult. Steward Zhang clung to him, as if grasping a lifeline, his body bearing down on Yi Xiaoqing's small frame. The weight pressed him downwards, forcing his head beneath the water. He struggled to swim upwards, but Steward Zhang's grip was like a heavy stone pressing down on him. Yi Xiaoqing desperately tried to swim away, but he was held firmly in place, unable to move. From the shore, Qingqing could clearly see Steward Zhang's hand pressing down on Yi Xiaoqing's head, preventing him from surfacing. Yet, despite her various skills, swimming was not one of them. Panic surged within her as she cried out for help, but no one came to her aid. The pool was deep, even at 1.70 meters. Steward Zhang could not touch the bottom. Yet, if he could not swim, he should have sunk by now. It was clear he intended to drown Yi Xiaoqing. But why was it not Uncle Li? She ceased her thoughts, focusing on Yi Xiaoqing, who was struggling in the water, bubbles escaping from his mouth as his small face contorted in pain. Her heart ached. She could not let him die. She retrieved her secret weapon, the magnetic bead, and shot one directly at the hand pressing down on Yi Xiaoqing. Steward Zhang let out a scream of agony as a piercing pain shot through his hand. Instinctively, he lifted it, revealing a deep circular wound that bled profusely into the pool. Bewildered, he scanned the surroundings, only to find Qingqing glaring at him from the shore. Her expression one of fury. At that moment, Yi Xiaoqing felt the pressure on his head vanish and broke through the water's surface, gasping for air. He no longer wished to save Steward Zhang. If he continued, he would be the one meeting his end. Steward Zhang managed a triumphant grin despite the pain in his hand. He believed that if the young master perished, no one would dare to oppose him, and the eldest young master would not suspect him of foul play. Moreover, he had tampered with the surveillance cameras, ensuring no one would uncover the truth of what transpired. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing was furious. Steward Zhang intended to drown Yi Shaoqing. As he howled in the water, Yi Shaoqing finally freed himself and swam to the shore, utterly exhausted, collapsing as he gazed back at Steward Zhang in the pool. The steward was still wailing in pain, yet he had not sunk to the bottom.
Yi Shaoqing, perpleet, queried.
Steward Zhang can swim. Why is he still shouting for help? Mu Qingqing, after smashing the magnetic ball in her hand, scoffed at him. How foolish you are. He can swim and still cries for help. He must be trying to lure you into the water to harm you. No way. Yi Shaoqing cast a doubtful glance at butler Zhang, who was now bloodied and battered, his arms riddled with gaping wounds from the blows. Cursing in pain, he splashed towards the shore. Realizing that he was making his way to safety, Mu Qingqing seized Yi Shaoqing and dashed away. If they waited for him to reach the bank, he would likely be killed. At their tender age, how could they confront a man who had lost his sanity? As they sprinted into the villa's living room, they noticed someone entering from outside. Mu Qingqing, pulling Yi Shaoqing along, rushed towards that person. Feeling as if the heavens were assisting them, they had encountered the only individual in the Yi family estate who wished to protect Yi Shaoqing. Chapter 53. Deceived to my core, Mu Qingqing tugged at the drenched Yi Shaoqing, urgently calling out, "Uncle Huang. Butler Zhang is trying to kill Yi Shaoqing." Initially, Uncle Huang felt a sense of relief seeing the two children hand in hand, playing together. Ever since Yi Shaoqing's parents had passed away, he had closed himself off, becoming withdrawn and uncommunicative, avoiding play with other children. Now, he finally had a companion, and Uncle Huang was genuinely happy for him. However, upon hearing the innocent voice and witnessing Yi Shaoqing's pale, soaked visage, he rushed over, filled with concern. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed in Mu Qingqing's mind. Upon realizing that she was about to become a murderer, she wasted no time and pulled Uncle Huang towards the pool. The closer they approached, the more pungent the scent of blood became. Uncle Huang, a former bodyguard, was acutely sensitive to such odors. When they arrived at the pool, he was met with a shocking sight. The vast pool had turned a faint crimson. Uncle Li was forcefully pressing down Butler Zhang, preventing his head from surfacing. Butler Zhang, drenched in blood, struggled weakly, the water mingling with his blood, making it indistinguishable. He was on the brink of drowning. Uncle Huang's mind was reeling. Hadn't Uncle Li claimed he was suffering from a stomachache and asked him to fetch medicine? How had it escalated to murder? Having served as bodyguards together in the Yi household for many years, he thought he knew Uncle Li well, yet everything was now turned upside down. He rushed forward and landed a punch on Butler Zhang's face, shouting, "Are you insane? Are you trying to kill him?" Uncle Li collapsed to the ground, his previously menacing expression now pale. In that instant, Uncle Huang pulled up the almost submerged Butler Zhang, who gasped for air, violently coughing up water and taking deep breaths. He had narrowly escaped death. Trembling with fear, he noticed Uncle Li charging towards them and shouted, "Uncle Huang, watch out." But it was too late. Uncle Li plunged a knife into Uncle Huang's back. Terrified, Butler Zhang swam to the center of the pool, holding his breath. Uncle Huang grimaced in pain, turning to see Uncle Li's face twisted with malice as he stabbed him, feeling a deeper hurt than the wound itself. They were closer than brothers. How could he inflict such cruelty upon him? A frown creased his forehead, cold sweat beading on his brow, his eyes filled with sorrow.
"Why?"
Uncle Li's face twisted with rage and hatred as he coldly muttered, "Years ago, my wife was killed by Yi Huaiqing. How long did you think you could keep this from me? Don't you feel guilty for hiding this from me for so long? Impossible. My father would never harm anyone. He is too good a person to do such a thing." Yi Shaoqing, catching his breath as he arrived, vehemently denied it. Attempting to confront Uncle Li, he was held back by Mu Qingqing, who feared that a knife might pierce his small body. Uncle Li's expression darkened further upon seeing Yi Shaoqing, and he yanked the knife from Uncle Huang's body, advancing towards him. "You little brat. Your father is not a good man. My wife died because of him. Not being able to kill him with my own hands is my lifelong regret. But now, killing his son will be my revenge." He stepped forward, blood dripping from the knife onto the floor. Yi Shaoqing trembled, paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Mu Qingqing pulled him behind her, grabbing a wooden toy nearby, determined to shield him. She could not let her body be the barrier. Although fear coursed through her,
She had to try.
she was a boxing champion. If only she were an adult now, she wouldn't care if a knife was pointed at her. But why couldn't she grow up faster? She lamented inwardly, her gaze fixed on Uncle Lee's every move. Uncle Lee, with a sinister smile, taunted, "Such a cowardice in you. You're even less brave than a little girl. As the son of Yi Tiancheng, you truly are pathetic. You might as well just die." The knife lunged toward Mu Qingqing and Yi Shaocheng. "Do you want to know how your wife died? You fool, you were used and didn't even know it. What other excuses will you concoct to deceive me? For years you've hidden this from me. How could you not feel remorse?" Uncle Huang, trembling, unbuttoned his shirt to reveal a hidden pocket, retrieving a letter and handing it to Uncle Lee. He had never dared to show it to anyone, fearing it would be discovered in his room. He had sewn hidden pockets into all his shirts to carry it with him. "This is a letter from your wife, Xiaomei, given to me before her death. Once you read it, everything will become clear. She forbade me from telling you, fearing you would seek vengeance. She worried about your pain."
But what about you?
Uncle Lee scoffed. "After all these years, you think a mere letter will fool me?" He swatted the envelope from Uncle Huang's hands. It fell to the ground, revealing the writing on its surface. Uncle Lee's gaze trembled as he recognized the handwriting instantly. Xiaomei and he had grown up together. He rushed to pick up the envelope, his hands shaking as he opened the letter. His emotions surged violently, and he couldn't control the trembling of his hands. "This cannot be true. You're lying. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Uncle Huang's eyes were filled with anguish, cold sweat soaking his body. But he couldn't falter. He couldn't let his dear brother be led astray. He lamented. Not only was Xiaomei violated, but she was also threatened with naked photographs. If she didn't comply, he threatened to expose her, letting everyone know. "I only learned of this before her death. She didn't want you to seek revenge. She knew it would cause you immense pain, and that your life would be ruined." Uncle Lee's eyes filled with despair and fear, tears streaming down his face as he murmured, "Why didn't you tell me, Xiaomei, my Xiaomei? If you had told me, I wouldn't have minded. Do you know how painful my life has been without you? You shouldn't have kept this from me." He held the letter, weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, however, Uncle Huang could no longer withstand the pressure and fainted. Uncle Lee immediately scooped him up and drove him to the hospital. Butler Zhang, battered and wounded, quickly climbed out of the pool and followed them to the hospital. Mu Qingqing and Yi Shaocheng ran after them, but they couldn't keep pace. By the time they arrived, they had already driven away. Yi Shaocheng shook his head in confusion, asking, "Qingqing, can you discern what just transpired?" Mu Qingqing rolled her eyes, baffled at how the villain's brother could be so oblivious. "Uncle Lee believes your father caused his wife's death. Today, he learned the truth and regrets having harmed you. But the real culprit will face dire consequences." Chapter 54. Living solely on hatred in the hospital, Uncle Lee anxiously watched Uncle Huang being wheeled into the operating room. He was consumed with guilt for not investigating thoroughly, nearly leading to Yi Shaocheng's demise. The death of Yi Huiqing was also tied to him, filling him with regret and anguish, yet all that regret was overshadowed by a burning rage. After several hours, the surgical doors finally opened. The doctor informed him that, fortunately, the knife had narrowly missed the heart, and there was no immediate danger to life. Only then did his anxious heart find some solace. He never intended to harm Huang Bo. After years of working together, there were still feelings involved. When he wielded the knife, he did not strike with lethal intent. Otherwise, he could have easily taken that man's life. His initial plan had been to eliminate the entire Yi family and then take his own life to reunite with Xiaomei. Upon discovery, he had also resolved to kill Yi Shaochen, followed by Yi Shaoyang. For years, he had survived solely on his hatred, and it had been excruciating. An early end would have been preferable. Yet, everything had been a deceit concocted by that instigator. He had been profoundly mistaken, utterly deluded. Regret filled his eyes as he took out his phone to compose a message. "Young master, I am sorry. The death of your parents was orchestrated by your second uncle, who used me to place a significant amount of sleeping pills in their cups, leading to their fatal accident. It is all my fault." Tears streamed down Li Bo's face, his fingers trembling. He wiped away his tears and continued to type. It is Li Bo who deserves to die, and your second uncle Yi Huixin deserves the same. He stated that today is your birthday, and that the best way to make you suffer is to kill your brother. I employed Steward Zhang to harm your brother. He is no virtuous individual either. I also stabbed your Huang Bo. Li Bo wiped away more tears, feeling he had much more to convey, perhaps without another opportunity. You must also be wary of your aunt's family. They often bully the young master. Young master, I am truly sorry. He lifted his gaze, his sorrow replaced by a fierce determination. He must avenge Xiao Mei. He would ensure that the instigator paid dearly for his transgressions.
Meanwhile,
Yi Xiaoyang had just parked his car in the courtyard. Upon hearing a notification from his phone, he glanced at it, becoming increasingly serious.
Su Shiyu,
who had just exited the vehicle, noticed his hesitation and tapped on the car window. Only then did Yi Xiaoyang regain his composure, opening the door and stepping out. His expression was grim, and he remained silent as he strode towards the living room. Su Shiyu sensed that something was amiss. Moments ago, he had been jovial with her, but now his demeanor was dark and foreboding. Entering the empty living room, he dashed upstairs and pushed open the door to Yi Xiaochen's room. Inside, Yi Xiaochen lay in bed while Mu Qingqing recounted a story. As Su Shiyu approached the doorway, she overheard Mu Qingqing's inner thoughts. You coward. You make me tell you stories. It's not like you were almost drowned or that Li Bo stabbed Huang Bo. Why are you so frightened? Su Shiyu gasped. They had been gone for only a short time, and such a dreadful incident had transpired. It was utterly shocking. Yi Xiaoyang walked to his brother's bedside, gently stroking his head and asking softly, You don't have a fever, do you? What's wrong? With wide eyes, Yi Xiaochen leaped into his embrace, tears flowing uncontrollably. Brother, I almost died today. Steward Zhang wanted to kill me, and Li Bo said Dad is a bad person. Dad is not a bad person, right?
No.
Dad is not a bad person. He is the best father in the world. Yi Xiaoyang held his brother tightly. He was his only sibling, his sole family. He could not afford anything to happen to him, especially not on his birthday. Your second uncle truly has a heart of stone. He had always believed his second uncle was on their side, yet he had not anticipated such cruelty, wishing to inflict unbearable pain upon him. Mu Qingqing set down her book, lamenting the plight of the two brothers. Su Shiyu stepped forward, grasping her hand. Qingqing, are you alright? Li Bo must be seeking revenge on Yi Xiaoyang's second uncle now. I wish I could witness the downfall of that villain, Mu Qingqing replied nonchalantly. Su Shiyu was taken aback. Yi Xiaoyang's respect for Li Bo and Huang Bo was evident from the moment he entered. Now, with both in peril, her concern for Yi Xiaoyang intensified. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyang suddenly released his brother, feeling an ominous premonition regarding Li Bo. He turned to Su Shiyu and gently asked, Shiyu, could you please watch over my brother for a while? I'll have my aunt come to take care of him. Your aunt might not be able to come.
Mu Qingqing remarked casually.
Yi Xiaoyang looked puzzled, and before she could elaborate, Yi Xiaochen chimed in. Cousin was beaten by Yi Tianfeng. And aunt hit Yi Tianfeng so hard he bled and passed out. They took him away in an ambulance. Aunt and cousin went to the police station. What a chaotic day. Everyone was causing a ruckus at his home. Yi Xiaoyang felt helpless. His birthday was indeed turning out to be quite eventful. He hesitated, worried that his brother would be frightened without anyone to care for him. They had no family left, and the nanny had just gone to the station, leaving no time to find a new one. As he pondered, Su Shiyu suggested, How about he comes to my house to play? It would be nice for him to have company with Qingqing. Shouldn't he feel scared? Yi Xiaoyang was about to decline when Yi Xiaochen, lying in bed, eagerly interjected, Really? Sister, can I go to your house to play? He was curious to meet the family Qingqing had spoken of, to see if they were as wonderful as she had described. Seeing his brother so excited, Yi Xiaoyang reluctantly nodded in agreement as he watched Yi Xiaochen happily follow Su Shiyu and the others away. He then drove to his second uncle's house. He had just called Li Bo, but there was no answer. He tried contacting his second uncle, but again, there was no response. His mood darkened. Although Li Bo had claimed that his second uncle had orchestrated the death of his parents, they were still blood brothers. What could possibly lead one to commit such a heinous act against their own kin? He drove rapidly, soon arriving at his second uncle's residence. The house was also a villa, though not as grand as his own. He had visited several times, parking in the designated space and swiftly entering. The door was slightly ajar, and he called out for his second uncle, receiving no reply. Hearing voices from the second floor, he rushed upstairs. Even from behind the door, he could hear Li Bo's furious shouts. "You're the one who caused Xiao Mei's death, aren't you? You even took naked photos of her and coerced her. Do you realize she was my wife, the love of my life? Why would you treat her this way?" The sound of slaps echoed through the air as Yi Huixin begged, "Stop hitting me. I didn't intend to sleep with her. I was drunk and thought she was Zhao Lina. I've always liked her, but why did she marry my elder brother?" Yi Xiaoyang clenched his fists, rage surging within him. Zhao Lina was his mother, and his second uncle had the audacity to covet his sister-in-law. The hurtful words continued, "It's all my brother's fault. If he hadn't married Lina, none of this would have happened. He deserves to die, but even in death, why did he have to take Lina away? You lost the woman you loved, and I have lost mine. We share the same pain. Release you?" Li Bo suddenly burst into laughter. "It was your brother who let you defile my wife, who made you take those photos. Blame everything on your brother. They were meant to be together. Your heart is dark, preventing them from finding happiness. Without you, Xiao Mei and I would have lived blissfully. You are the one who killed her. Now you want me to let you go?" Li Bo's voice turned cold as he roared, the sound of a knife plunging into flesh resonating clearly. Following that, Yi Huixin's screams for mercy filled the room. "Don't kill me, please." The horrific cries echoed chillingly within the house, while outside, Yi Xiaoyang's eyes turned crimson. Fists clenched. It was he who had caused his parents' deaths, and yet Yi Huixin was still his elder brother. No matter the reasons, he should never harm his own kin, especially not one who wished to take his sister-in-law. It was utterly inhumane. He yearned for Li Bo to end it all and release him from this torment. Yet Li Bo was also a pitiable soul. Having lost his beloved and utilized by Yi Huixin, he could not allow him to become a murderer. There were countless times when Li Bo had been by his side. Teaching him, training him, they were both mentor and friend. Yet, to think that he had a hand in his parents' demise was a profound conflict within him. Logic dictated he could not allow Yi Huixin to die unscathed. He must not allow Li Bo to bear the weight of this crime. He pounded on the door. And inside, Li Bo's voice sounded tense. "Who is it?" "It's me." Li Bo opened the door. "Please don't do anything foolish. Killing him isn't worth sacrificing yourself." Inside the room, Li Bo's eyes reddened upon hearing a voice, and he gazed intently at the door, as if he could see Yi Xiaoyang's face through it. Bound to a chair, Yi Huixin heard Yi Xiaoyang's voice and shouted desperately, "Xiaoyang, please save my uncle. He's about to be stabbed to death." Li Bo turned and glared at him fiercely. "You still remember he is your uncle? You caused his father's death, your own elder brother. How dare you ask him to save you? It would be better for me to die in a headlong rush." Yi Huixin hurried to explain, believing that Yi Xiaoyang was unaware of his deeds. He shouted towards the door, "Xiaoyang, don't listen to his nonsense. Your father is my own elder brother. How could I harm him? Please save my uncle. I'm being tortured to death. Can you bear to watch him die?" Unable to endure any longer, Li Bo plunged a knife into his thigh. Yi Huixin's face twisted in agony, and he cried out in despair. Outside the door, Yi Xiaoyang, filled with concern, knocked insistently, "Li Bo, don't kill him. Killing him will tarnish your hands. Let him face legal retribution and receive the punishment he deserves. Open the door, Li Bo. Please." Hearing this, Yi Huixin stomped his foot in anger, but the movement only intensified his pain. He inwardly cursed, "This little brat. I swear I'll deal with him once I get out." At that moment, Li Bo opened the door, brandishing a bloodied knife. Before him, Yi Huixin was tightly bound to a chair, several wounds bleeding profusely, with blood dripping onto the floor. Seeing Yi Xiaoyang in anguish, Yi Huixin cried, "Xiaoyang, please save my uncle. He realizes his mistakes and promises to change. If you save him, please don't call the police. My uncle knows a secret. If you promise me, I will tell you." He continued, "If the police are involved, he will be in prison for life, far worse than death." Li Bo, with a grim expression, approached and pressed the knife against Yi Huixin's neck. "What secret? If you don't speak, I will take your life right now." Yi Huixin regretted his hasty revelation. He should not have mentioned the secret so soon. He had forgotten the murderous intent of Li Bo. The knife edged closer, chilling his neck and bringing a twinge of pain. Yi Xiaoyang's gaze was icy as he observed the scene. Yi Huaixin felt despair creeping in but still cunningly looked at Yi Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, if I tell you, will you promise not to call the police? Just promise me, and I will reveal it. Otherwise, even in death, I want to disclose how your mother died. Yi Xiaoyang's pupils contracted, and he stepped closer, demanding, what did you say? Tell me how she died. Yi Huaixin, sensing a newfound confidence, spoke defiantly. Unless you ensure my release and refrain from calling the police, I will divulge nothing. You fool. You caused my parents' tragic deaths and still attempt to negotiate with me. Yi Xiaoyang's eyes hardened. His intent to prevent Li Bo from killing was not to save this scoundrel, but to shield him from further bloodshed. Li Bo, filled with rage, declared, Young master, if he refuses to speak, I will torture him until he does. No one will come for him. We have ample time to play with him. I'll start by severing his tendons and then gouging out his eyes. If he still refuses to speak, I'll remove his tongue, ensuring he suffers more than death. If Li Bo truly inflicted such torment, it would be a mercy to end his life swiftly. Yet, he was confident that Yi Xiaoyang would not stand idly by while he endured such suffering. He clenched his lips, determined to withstand the ordeal.
Li Bo sneered.
Let us see how long you can endure. He took a rag from the bed and stuffed it into Yi Huaixin's mouth, then swiftly brought the knife down to his ankle, blood gushing from the wound. Yi Huaixin writhed in pain, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he attempted to speak, but could only emit muffled sounds. He turned to Yi Xiaoyang for help, but in that moment, Yi Xiaoyang's gaze was chillingly devoid of compassion. He had expected a glimmer of familial affection would sway him, but he saw no sympathy, only a flicker of satisfaction. Fear gripped him, and he shook his head in denial. Li Bo smirked. What? Do you want to speak now? Yi Huaixin nodded vigorously. Why didn't you say it sooner? You could have avoided all this suffering, Li Bo said, pulling the cloth from his mouth.
Yi Huaixin hurriyetle replied.
I'll tell you everything, just take me there quickly. I feel like my blood is draining away. Li Bo brandished the knife threateningly. Speak, or I'll gouge out your eyes. Yi Huaixin trembled, his eyes wide with terror. No, please don't. I'll tell you right now. It was your Aunt Zhao Liping who poisoned your mother's cosmetics with slow-acting poison. This vile woman wanted your mother dead. When I discovered it, your mother was already gone. I was heartbroken and went to her room to pay my respects, only to find your aunt sneaking around. As I entered, she dropped a bottle of cosmetics, shattering it. Terrified, she fled, and I suspected foul play. I had the remaining cosmetics tested, and indeed, they contained slow-acting poison. I performed an autopsy on your mother, and the poison was the same. Yi Xiaoyang could hardly believe his ears, questioning, but they are sisters. Why would she poison her own sister? Do you want me to have no one trustworthy among my kin? Chapter 56. Revenge at last. Yi Huaixin shook his head vehemently. You must believe me, she is indeed the one responsible for your mother's demise. She harbors deep hatred for your mother, jealous of the love your mother received from the family and coveting your father's affection. She wished for your mother to die. Those were her very words. You must trust me. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke earnestly. Li Bo waved the knife menacingly in front of him. If you dare lie, I will not spare you. I swear, everything I say is true. She even conspired with me to seize your family's fortune. Plotting to kill your brother on your birthday to leave you in despair. This was her idea. Xiaoyang, please believe me. Yi Huaixin looked at Yi Xiaoyang with pleading eyes, his voice sincere. His relatives were his enemies. He had no one trustworthy left. In an instant, rage consumed him, his eyes ablaze with hatred as he bellowed. You are all unworthy of life. I will kill you, then go after Zhao Liping. He kicked Yi Huaixin forcefully, rushing to strike him. Seeing the fury in Yi Xiaoyang's eyes, Li Bo swiftly intervened. Xiaoyang, don't stain your hands. He deserves to die, but he should face justice in prison. Hurry and call the police. I will confess and ensure he receives his due punishment. Yi Xiaoyang, restrained, witnessed Yi Huaixin, now collapsed with the chair, weeping bitterly. In a moment of clarity, he resolved, all right, I will call the police now. He turned, retrieving his phone to dial for assistance. Yi Huaixin begged for mercy. But Yi Xiaoyang ignored him and exited the room. Li Bo, with the knife still embedded in his chest, remained motionless, and Yi Huaixin's cries faded into silence. Yi Xiaoyang rushed to Li Bo, cradling him in despair. Li Bo, why did it have to come to this? Li Bo's face was pale, blood frothing from his mouth. Yet he managed a faint smile, his voice weak. I owe your parents, and especially you, an apology. I have long wished for my own end.
Now,
I have avenged Xiao Mei, and I can depart in peace. Young master, you must live well and take care.
Yi Xiaoyan Hulet.
Clutching Li Bo's cold body in grief. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoqing sat on the sofa, holding hands with Grandma Su, as the table overflowed with desserts and fruits. Grandma Su gazed adoringly at his handsome face, frequently peeling lychees to feed him. Yi Xiaoqing smiled, his eyes narrowing into slits, and sweetly declared, Grandma is so wonderful. Xiaoqing really likes you. How I wish you were my real grandmother. A hint of sadness tinged his words, prompting Grandma Su to feel a pang of sorrow. Having learned from Su Xiyu about his lost parents, leaving him to rely solely on his brother after enduring such horrific experiences. Grandmother also likes you, otherwise, why not become her grandson? Just at the right moment. She has no grandsons. Would you like to be my grandson? Yi Xiaochen's big eyes sparkled with curiosity. Really? Su Laotai nodded emphatically, gently stroking his head. Of course, dear. Grandmother likes you and wishes for you to be my grandson. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing pouted, visibly displeased. Grandma, you're so biased. You only care about your grandson and not about me at all. Her inner voice echoed her discontent. Grandma, you do have biological grandsons. Who said you have none? You have two. Yi Xiaochen, you cannot acknowledge her as your grandmother. What will happen to how your brother pursues my cousin? Su Laotai was taken aback, realizing she indeed had grandsons, 2 of them. When did this happen? How come she was unaware? Perhaps it was the second one. She would call to inquire later. She then turned her gaze towards Su Xiyu, who was quietly munching on an apple, her face suddenly flushed. Upon noticing Su Laotai's gaze, she averted her eyes, appearing guilty. Su Laotai understood perfectly. Her eldest granddaughter had someone she fancied. At 20, it was natural for her to have feelings for someone. However, she hoped the young man would not be like her sister's choice, a scoundrel. This time, she must ensure her granddaughter does not suffer. Su Xiu shot a resentful glance at Mu Qingqing, who was sulking while eating grapes and glaring at Yi Xiaochen. Seeing Mu Qingqing upset, Yi Xiaochen, with a sorrowful expression, said, I'm sorry, Qingqing. I shouldn't have tried to take grandmother from you. I just like her so much. Mu Qingqing felt a pang of sympathy. Silly boy. From now on, my grandma is your grandma too. But I don't want you to be a god-grandson. That title sounds so odd. Really? You're not angry? That's wonderful. From now on, your grandma is my grandma too. Yi Xiaochen exclaimed joyfully, jumping up and then diving into Su Laotai's embrace. Grandma. I have a grandma now. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. He discreetly wiped them away, but Su Laotai noticed. She softly caressed his back, comforting him. From now on, you will be my good grandson. If you have any grievances, tell me, and I will take care of it for you. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaochen broke into tears, unable to hold back. Poor child, today you have narrowly escaped a calamity. Things will get better in the future. Mu Qingqing murmured as she watched him cry. Your brother will come to pick you up soon. He must have faced quite a blow today, Mu Qingqing added. Su Xiu straightened up, eager to hear more about her brother.
Oh, poor Uncle Li.
It would be best to have Yi Huaixin removed. Your aunt's fate won't be any better. The villain shouldn't he become too wicked. Otherwise, my cousin might just abandon you. Su Xiu felt concerned for Yi Xiaoyang, who was only in his 20s and already facing such hardships. How would he endure them all? Just then the doorbell rang. The maid opened the door to reveal a handsome young man standing outside. Su Laotai's inquisitive gaze fell upon him, internally praising his good looks. He resembled a movie star, tall and brimming with vitality, a fitting match for their Su girl. Upon entering, Yi Xiaoyang saw his younger brother weeping in Su Laotai's arms and grew anxious, asking, Xiaochen, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Hearing his brother's voice, Yi Xiaochen rushed to his side, joyfully exclaiming, Brother, I have a grandma now. I will never be wronged again. Yi Xiaoyang felt his heart ache at the mention of wronged. He had let his brother endure so much suffering without knowing about it. Gratefully, he glanced at Su Laodai, who waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. He is very obedient. You can bring him over to play often. I will treat him as my own grandson. Chapter 57. The Unveiling of Evil Deeds. Where have you been? Not answering your phone, and you're nowhere to be found. Don't you know I've been waiting for you? Quickly send me the footage from your living room this morning. Zhao Liping glared at Yi Xiaoyang, her face taut with anger. Yi Xiaoyang chose to ignore her, still doubting Yi Huaixin's words. Without even looking at her, he carried his brother towards the villa. Zhao Liping was furious, her anger boiling over at being ignored for the first time. She stepped in front of Yi Xiaoyang, her eyes blazing.
Yi Xiaoyan.
Have you lost your mind? You're ignoring your aunt now? Who else can look after your brother? Yi Xiaoyang struggled to suppress his fury. He didn't want his brother to know that their mother's death was partly due to his aunt. Such a harsh truth was too much for him to bear alone. Step aside, let me take my brother upstairs first. Yi Xiaochen nestled in his brother's embrace, feeling his body tremble with anger. He spoke softly, Annie, I'm really tired. Can we talk after my brother takes me upstairs? But Zhao Liping's eyes hardened as she scolded. What do you think you're doing interrupting a conversation between adults? You have no say in this. Yi Xiaochen lowered his head, tears welling in his eyes, yet he held them back, fearing that if his brother saw them, it would cause a rift with their aunt, and he might lose his only protector. Yi Xiaoyang caught sight of his brother's expression, realizing what kind of attitude Zhao Liping had towards him. Unable to contain his anger any longer, he shouted, What gives you the right to be our aunt? Don't you feel guilty for what you've done to us? While I'm still being civil with you, move aside. Otherwise what?
Yi Xiaoyan retorted.
You think you're so high and mighty now that you can treat us like this? What have you done that you feel no guilt for? My mother died while caring for your brother. Without me, could you have reached where you are today? Zhao Liping, fierce and unyielding, argued passionately as if without her, their lives would be unbearable. Yi Xiaoyang looked at her repugnant face and scoffed. Without you, my mother might still be alive. Without you, my brother might have been better off. Do you have any idea of the consequences of your actions? Zhao Liping was taken aback, frozen in place, her pupils dilating in shock. There's no way he could know that his mother's death was connected to her, unless it was Yi Huaixin. While she was lost in thought, Yi Xiaoyang had already carried Yi Xiaochen into the villa. He placed his brother on the bed, urging him to sleep quickly as he had school tomorrow. Yi Xiaochen obediently nodded. When Yi Xiaoyang came downstairs, Zhao Liping was waiting for him in the living room. Seeing him, she quickly said, Did Yi Huaixin tell you something? You can't believe his nonsense. I am your mother's closest relative. How could I harm her? In this world, anyone could harm you, but your aunt would never do such a thing. Yi Xiaoyang's icy gaze swept over her, seeing her feigned sincerity. Anyone would believe her words came from the heart. However, Yi Xiaoyang had long since outgrown his naive innocence. He was well-versed in the deceitful nature of business. Such expressions could no longer deceive him. Emotionlessly, he asked, Is that true? Because my second uncle claims you poisoned my mother, and he has evidence. If you don't admit it, he will hand the proof to the police. After all, his second uncle was already dead. No one could confront him now. Zhao Liping frowned, scrutinizing him. Indeed, Yi Huaixin had evidence of her poisoning, which was also the reason for their collusion. But why would he expose her to Yi Xiaoyang? Reading her confusion, Yi Xiaoyang continued, I promised him that I would let him manage the Yi family's production business, but it must be done alongside you. He firmly refused to allow you any involvement, which is why he told me. When the Yi family business was handed over to him, it was in a state of loss. After 2 years under his management, it not only turned a profit but also developed its own patented products. Both Yi Huaixin and his aunt had suggested helping him manage it, but it was clear they were eyeing that patent for themselves. He knew this all too well. Bringing it up now was merely a means to instill belief in her. As expected, Zhao Liping believed him. Her once fearsome visage now contorted with terror. Her complexion as pale as parchment, she trembled and stammered, If I confess to you, will he not hand over the evidence to the police? Fury surged within Yi Xiaoyang, igniting a blaze of rage that bore down on Zhao Liping, causing her to quiver uncontrollably. He had already descended into the depths of hell for his deeds. If you wish to know, seek him in the underworld, he replied coldly. He is dead. You are merely grasping at straws, are you not? He never spoke to you.
Did he?
Zhao Liping shrieked in desperation. Yi Xiaoyang's fierce gaze bore into her as he advanced step by step, causing Zhao Liping to retreat in fear, her bravado faltering. What do you intend to do? Are you going to kill me? It was not my intention to poison your mother. Who could blame me when the entire family adored her? Even your father loved her exclusively, while I was merely her shadow. What wrong is there in wanting her dead? She deserves to die. Yi Xiaoyang, thoroughly enraged, seized her by the throat, his fingers digging deep into her flesh, as though a little more pressure would snap her neck. Zhao Liping's eyes widened in terror, unable to utter a syllable, only managing to emit muffled whimpers. Suddenly, Yi Xiaocheng dashed from the hallway, clinging to his brother, sobbing, "Brother, don't kill her. If you do, you will be imprisoned, and I will be left all alone. Brother, I cannot bear solitude." Yi Xiaoyang looked down at his brother's swollen, tear-streaked eyes, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. He did not wish for his brother to bear such painful knowledge. Reluctantly, he released his grip on Zhao Liping, commanding her harshly, "Leave and do not return to my home." Zhao Liping, gasping for breath, touched her throat, her eyes wide with fear. Moments ago, she had nearly lost her life. Wanting to leave yet driven by her objective, she stammered. "Could you give me the footage from the living room this morning?" Yi Xiaoyang's eyes blazed as he gestured for her to leave. At that moment, Yi Xiaocheng interjected. "The camera was smashed by me and Qingqing. There's no video left. You can check for yourself." He pointed to the shattered camera. Zhao Liping looked up, disappointment flooding her features. Angrily, she departed, unwilling to cast another glance at the two brothers. Yi Xiaocheng clung to his brother's neck, weeping heartily, while Yi Xiaoyang could no longer contain his own tears. "Brother, do not cry. When I grow up, I will protect you too. Please do not do anything foolish in pursuit of revenge. The police are here. They will apprehend the wrongdoers." Yi Xiaoyang nodded solemnly. In that moment, his brother represented his entire world, just as he was the entirety of his brother's existence. As Zhao Liping exited the door, she was promptly taken away by the police before she could even enter her vehicle. She questioned angrily, "On what grounds are you arresting me?" Chapter 58. Additional bride price. Two policemen fastened handcuffs around her wrists, their chilling words ringing in her ears. "You are implicated in a poisoning case. And we have uncovered evidence of you poisoning Zhao Lina in the home of the deceased, Yi Huaixin, along with a recorded confession. Please accompany us for further questioning." It turned out that the police had found these incriminating pieces of evidence while searching Yi Huaixin's home. Zhao Liping appeared dazed, staring blankly at the gleaming handcuffs on her wrists, despair etched across her features. Yi Huaixin was truly dead, her deeds exposed. Her fate was sealed. Helplessly, she followed the police. Meanwhile, Yi Tianfeng had also awakened, but it seemed he had lost his memory, failing to recognize even his own mother. His mother, in a fit of rage, cursed Zhao Liping, blaming her for her son's condition, vowing she would never forgive her. While she was in the midst of her tirade, two policemen entered to inform her of Yi Huaixin's death and to take her statement. Her face drained of color, skepticism flickered in her eyes, but the solemn expressions of the policemen convinced her. With her son in such a state and her husband suddenly deceased, she despaired over how she would navigate the days ahead. Her anguished cries echoed throughout the hospital, but to no avail. If Yi Huaixin had not been so obsessed and selfish as to harm his own kin, perhaps his wife and child would not have faced such misfortune. Yet, how often do we encounter such hypotheticals? At that moment, Mu Qingqing was seated on the sofa in the Su family's living room, observing the unfolding drama as Li Jiaojiao's mother, stepfather, and younger brother arrived. The Su family was decidedly displeased, except for Su Mingho, who warmly accepted their luggage and arranged for them to stay in the guest room on the first floor. After polite exchanges, the elder Su couple settled onto the sofa, awaiting the arrival of their guests to discuss the impending marriage. However, after some time, Li Jiaojiao's mother and stepfather failed to emerge. Eventually, Su Mingho stepped out, saying, "Mom, Dad, Jiaojiao's parents mentioned they were a bit tired and would rest a while longer." Grandma Sue's expression soured, having never encountered such rudeness. At the very least, they should have come out to greet them. Yet, for the sake of her son's feelings, she refrained from voicing her irritation.
Qingqing.
Munching on fruit, internally scoffed, Uncle is so gullible, he actually believes them. If they were tired, why hasn't Li Jiaojiao come out? They are likely scheming how to extort a higher bride price from you. Poor my grandparents, having to endure this nonsense with you. Su Mingho, taken aback by the comment, felt a shift in his demeanor. Li Jiaojiao had asked him to come out first, claiming her parents were fatigued and needed rest. Yet he pondered, why had she not yet appeared? Were they truly plotting something? Grandma Su shot him a disapproving glare.
Foolish son.
Just wait and see how your fiancé plans to deceive you. Inside, Li Jiaojiao's mother, Qin Xiuwen, had been surveying the surroundings since entering the room, sitting on the soft bed repeatedly. With a smile stretching from ear to ear, she exclaimed, Jiaojiao, your in-laws are quite affluent. This grand villa must have cost a fortune. Asking for 500,000 in bride price is too little. Let me secure a higher amount for you. Their family was on the verge of bankruptcy. 500,000 was already a stretch, and she sought even more? Mom, remember, that 500,000 is what you insisted I must have as the bride price. Li Jiaojiao retorted with an eye roll, lowering her voice to avoid detection by the Su family. However, Qin Xiuwen was indignant. If they are nearly bankrupt, shouldn't they compensate my daughter more? This way, she won't suffer in her future life with their son. Rest assured, I will ensure they provide adequately. A little extra bride price is better than none. Should that 500,000 not be handed over, she could always extract more later. To the Su family, it seemed they were not potential in-laws, but rather a plump lamb ready for slaughter. Mom, please don't ruin this for me. I am counting on this money. Not a single cent can be less. If you need money in the future, I will provide it, but if this falls through, I will give you nothing. Her younger brother glared at her with irritation, retorting, if you don't give it, who cares? Once I grow up and earn money, I'll give it to Mom. I don't need your charity. He had long been displeased with her condescending tone towards their mother. It was merely a matter of giving a little money. Yet she acted as though she were the sole provider of the household. Li Jiaojiao shot her brother a disdainful glance, noting his scruffy appearance. His hair dyed in vibrant colors, a thick chain around his neck, earrings adorning his ears, and tattoos visible on his arms. He was rather handsome. Yet who would mistake him for a middle school student dressed like that? Her displeasure was palpable, and her expression hardened. Is that how you speak to your sister? If you're capable, then go earn your own money. Don't spend mine. Fine. I'll do just that, her brother replied without hesitation, marching towards the door. Yet, their mother blocked his path, saying, Li Qiao, don't act this way. Your sister is just speaking out of anger. She cares for you. Now that she is about to enter marriage, you cannot throw a tantrum and embarrass her in front of her in-laws. Qin Xiuwen forcibly pulled him back to the bed, insisting he sit down. Though Li Qiao felt disgruntled, he complied for his mother's sake. Li Jiaojiao's exquisite brows furrowed with irritation as she averted her gaze, only to find her stepfather staring at her chest with an unseemly gaze. She quickly adjusted her clothing, repulsed. Her stepfather, unfazed by her reaction, wore a sly grin as he remarked, Jiaojiao, you truly have a knack for finding such wealthy men. Even if they are on the brink of bankruptcy, we cannot settle for less in terms of bride price. 500,000 is far from sufficient. Isn't there still one inside you? Shouldn't it be doubled? What are you talking about, Jiaojiao? You are pregnant. Chen Wenxiu eagerly asked Jiaojiao. Li Jiaojiao's expression darkened as she glared at her stepfather.
Mom.
I will not keep this child. They're going bankrupt. Keeping him would be a burden. Once we receive the betrothal gifts, we will leave this place. Chen Wenxiu felt a twinge of reluctance, but chose not to speak further. She did not want to raise another child as she had done 15 years ago. She glanced at Li Qiao in silence. However, her stepfather retorted, No, you must give birth to this child. Chen Wenxiu looked at him in bewilderment and questioned, Li Haiguan. The child is not yours. By what right do you insist she must give birth? Jiaojiao, it is your decision whether to keep the child or not. Do not listen to him.
Li Jiaojiao nuda.
Her stepfather, Li Haiguan, clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to tell her that he was the child's father and that his word was law. But he could not say that now, revealing it would likely ruin everything. So he forced a smile and said, "Wen Xiao, what nonsense are you talking about? I am merely concerned that Jiao Jiao is at an age where terminating the pregnancy could harm her health. Let's first see how much the Su family offers as a betrothal gift." Chen Wenxiu nodded. "Then we shall negotiate with the Su family." They left the room and sat on the sofa opposite the Su family. As soon as Chen Wenxiu sat down, she got straight to the point. "In-laws, let us discuss the betrothal gifts for the child." Old Lady Su, expecting to exchange pleasantries, was taken aback by this direct approach. She shot several sharp glances at Su Mingho, worrying about how her daughter would fare with such a money-driven mother-in-law. "Jiao Jiao's mother, how much do you think is an appropriate betrothal gift from our side?" Chen Wenxiu sized up Old Lady Su, perceiving her as simple and soft-spoken, likely an easy target. "I believe my daughter deserves at least 10 million. Chapter 59. The foolish and the wealthy. Old Lady Su thought she misheard and asked again, "Jiao Jiao's mother, how much did you say the betrothal gift is?" 10 million, Chen Wenxiu reiterated firmly. At that moment, not only the Su family but even Li Jiao Jiao widened her eyes in disbelief at her mother's audacity. Old Man Su, furious, struck the ground with his cane, startling Su Mingho, who dared not breathe. He exchanged glances with Li Jiao Jiao, who was equally bewildered. 10 million was far too much. Had her mother lost her mind? Wasn't it agreed upon to be 5 million? She nudged her mother with her elbow, hoping she would retract her statement. But Chen Wenxiu, ignoring her, remained focused on Old Lady Su's reaction. Just then, Mu Qingqing's inner voice reached her ears. "Wow, 10 million. She truly dares to ask for that much. Are they selling their daughter? Is she worth that much? Alas, there's nothing to be done. My third uncle is foolish and wealthy. Consider it a lesson learned." Mu Qingqing shook her head and sighed. The Su family members exchanged knowing glances towards Su Mingho. Su Mingze, sitting closely, scrutinized him, seemingly trying to determine if his younger brother was indeed the naive and wealthy fool. Su Mingho felt a chill run down his spine. He had decided that if the Su family disagreed, he would secretly give Jiao Jiao the money, ensuring they could marry and live a happy life together as a family of 3. With Jiao Jiao expecting his child, he did not want them to suffer. However, Qingqing's words lingered in his mind, suggesting that Jiao Jiao might take the money and run away. He did not believe it. Moments ago, he had seen Jiao Jiao's shocked expression upon hearing her mother ask for 10 million. Had they reached an agreement, she would not have looked so surprised. His confidence solidified as he deliberately avoided the gazes of the Su family. Old Lady Su, seeing her son's expression, felt a surge of anger. Was her son bewitched by Li Jiao Jiao? Why did he not even murmur a protest against such unreasonable demands? Did he truly intend to secretly comply? Who would know? In the end, they would still host the wedding. She suppressed her fury and said, "Jiao Jiao's mother, we have a custom. The groom's family must provide a betrothal gift, while the bride's family must contribute half in dowry. It is also a way to express parents' love for their daughter and respect for the groom's family." "What? Isn't the betrothal gift solely the groom's responsibility? When did the bride's family start contributing half in dowry? If your family pays us 10 million, then ours must provide 5 million in dowry. My goodness! You might as well kill me. Where would I find 5 million? Chen Wenxiu exclaimed in indignation. "In-laws, this custom is unreasonable. Our family will not contribute. We are marrying off our daughter. Why should we provide half of the groom's dowry? Besides, I have a son. Even if there is money, it cannot all go to our daughter." Old Man Su was equally perplexed, wondering when such customs had developed. Lu Mingho felt that his mother was deliberately making things difficult. The Jiao family was not wealthy. How could they possibly produce such a sum? He wanted to speak out, but his older brother interjected, "Mingho, after so many years in the country, you should know that in our wealthy circle, there is an unwritten rule. When marrying, the bride's family must provide half of the betrothal gift. Otherwise, it reflects poorly on both sides." Chen Wenxiu, with a cold expression, suddenly remarked, "Isn't your Su family on the brink of bankruptcy? If you are no longer part of the wealthy circle, why worry about the ridicule? We will take the 10 million while you are still solvent. It will benefit your grandson in the future." The room fell silent. No one expected such words to come from her lips. Old Man Su suddenly stood up, filled with rage. Su Mingho, come with me. With that, he leaned on his cane and ascended the stairs, leaving Su Mingho anxious and flustered in his wake. As he passed by Li Jiao, he cast her a reassuring glance. Chen Wenxiu noticed that no one responded to her remarks. The Su family looked as if they had lost a loved one. What does it mean for my in-laws to take my son away? Shouldn't the two individuals getting married be the ones discussing matters together? Old Lady Su, seeing her son ascend the stairs, could no longer suppress her anger. Do not call me in-laws. My son is not yet your son-in-law. The betrothal gift has not been settled, so do not speak carelessly. If it falls through, we cannot entangle relationships haphazardly. Besides, my family has not gone bankrupt. Why do you wish for our downfall? In-laws, please do not misunderstand. How could I wish for your family's downfall? If your family remains intact, my daughter can still become a wealthy lady. If you go bankrupt, she will have nothing, Chen Wenxiu said with a smile, though inwardly she cursed. She had thought old Lady Su was easy to manipulate, only to be outmaneuvered. If this marriage fell through, how would her daughter support her in the future? She turned to her daughter, only to find Li Jiao glaring at her in fury. Her heart raced, and she dared not speak further. Aunt, my mother speaks plainly. Please do not take offense. How about this? You first provide me with 10 million as a betrothal gift, and I will persuade my mother to gather 5 million for the dowry? Can it be done this way? It's utterly ridiculous. Giving her 10 million up front is like throwing money into the void. Let her first bring the 5 million dowry to the table and see how she manages. Mu Qingqing thought, biting into a slice of watermelon. She kept her thoughts to herself, but had plenty of internal commentary. Old Lady Su, observing Mu Qingqing, nodded, her anger dissipating somewhat. What Jiao said is right. Your mother is not incorrect either. Our Su family is on the brink of bankruptcy. We must gather that 10 million. Your family's 5 million is not a small amount either. How about we wait until we gather enough before proceeding with your wedding? Chen Wenxiu quickly retorted, no, your family must first provide my daughter with the 10 million. Once we have that, we will take 5 million from it for the dowry. Old Lady Su had encountered many people, but never had she met someone so shameless. Talking reason with her felt like casting pearls before swine. She turned to Li Jiao. Jiao, do you agree with this? Li Jiao appeared distressed, wearing a look of helplessness. Aunt, I cannot make decisions for my mother. At that moment, Lu Mingho limped down the stairs, his complexion pale and his eyes slightly red, as if he had been crying. Upon reaching the bottom, he sorrowfully addressed Li Jiao, saying, Jiao, let us part ways. This statement struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Li Jiao in a state of disbelief as she stared at Su Mingho, unable to fathom that such words had escaped his lips. Her lips parted slightly, and with a trembling voice, she inquired, You wish to break up with me? Although she did not harbor love for Su Mingho, his enduring gentleness and unwavering compliance had long accustomed her to his presence. Had his family not faced bankruptcy, perhaps she would have considered a future with him. Yet, she had never anticipated that he would suddenly declare their separation, leaving her unable to process the news. Su Mingho's gaze fell upon her tear-streaked face, and his heart ached. However, recalling the words of the old Master Su within the confines of their home, he closed his eyes momentarily and added, Jiao, let us take a moment to calm down. Our Su family has not yet gone bankrupt. We still hold a place among the wealthy. If we were to offer 1 million, your family cannot demand half that amount as a dowry, as my parents cannot afford to lose face. If your mother insists, Old Lady Su was incredulous. She could hardly believe her son had uttered such words. She stared at him in disbelief. Mu Qingqing could not contain her amusement, quipping, My third uncle has finally come to his senses. Perhaps a good beating from my grandfather knocked some sense into him. It seems more punishment is in order for clarity of mind. The Su family nodded silently in agreement. Chen Wenxiu, rising indignantly, pointed an accusatory finger at Su Mingho and scolded, You little rascal! You got my daughter pregnant, and now you wish to abandon her? Are you even a man? She carries your child. Su Mingho's face flushed with embarrassment. The revelation of his shameful secret had left him feeling mortified. Now he was being accused of lacking manhood. He knew that mentioning their breakup given Jiao's condition was indeed inappropriate. Yet, he felt resentful. who was to blame for the sudden increase in the dowry from 500,000 to 1 million. This had incited old Master Su's wrath, leading to him striking Su Mingho with his cane, forcing him to kneel in pain. The Su family had always been devoted to filial piety, and Su Mingho was no exception. Raised under the belief that all virtues stem from filial duty, he knelt and endured the old man's fury. His father was genuinely angry, and during his tirade, the cane struck him once more. He was not afraid of the physical punishment, but he feared for his father's health. His father confiscated his last 2 bank cards, fearing he might clandestinely offer a dowry. "Aunt, my family is on the brink of bankruptcy. We simply do not have that kind of money. 1 million is a substantial amount. Why not sell this villa instead? It must be worth several million. And if we wait until we truly go bankrupt, we will recover nothing. Are you truly willing to see your daughter terminate her pregnancy?" Su Mingho's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. As an acclaimed actor, he had his temper, and while he loved Li Jiaojiao and considered her family his own, her words stung. Old Master Su was furious because she had alluded to their impending financial ruin, now demanding they sell their villa for her dowry. He did not wish to continue this charade, and with a flash of anger, he addressed her. "Aunt, we are prepared to offer 1 million. Is it unreasonable for your family to contribute 500,000? If our family sells the villa, what will your family sell to make up that 500,000? Jiaojiao has previously mentioned that you treat her as a cash cow, constantly demanding money. Now you treat her as a mere commodity?" Chen Wenxiu was so enraged, she struggled to find her voice, stammering, "She is my daughter. Whatever I decide is final. The dowry must be given. If not, you shall not marry her." Li Jiaojiao, tearful and distressed, grasped her mother's arm, pleading, "Mom, please let us be. I love Mingho, and I am carrying his child. You cannot bear to see me terminate this pregnancy, can you? Could we not lower the dowry? Love my third uncle? I believe you love his money more." Mu Qingqing muttered angrily. "And the child in your womb is not even his. How can you say such things? How embarrassing." Su Mingho surveyed the faces of the men present, his gaze settling on Li Jiaojiao's stepfather. At that moment, he looked visibly troubled, his brow furrowed, veins bulging, and fists clenched as if suppressing a torrent of anger. Could he be? Li Haiguan, noticing Su Mingho's intense stare, instinctively averted his gaze and gently grasped Chen Wenxiu's arm, saying, "Wenxiu, do not be so agitated. Jiaojiao is carrying his child. Do not demand such an exorbitant dowry. Allow them to marry. Only then can the child have a complete family." Amidst tears, Li Jiaojiao cast a desperate glance at her mother, who, not wishing to escalate the situation, understood the gravity of the matter. She could not bear the thought of her daughter being abandoned and, with a heavy heart, remarked, "Jiaojiao, my dear, how could I ever treat you as a mere source of wealth? I only wish for you to have a better future, one devoid of the hardships I endured."
Shen Banxiu abraça Li Jiaojiao, shubing shurofuli.
Su Mingho felt a twinge of compassion. He recognized the struggles Jiaojiao's family faced and desired to support them after their marriage. However, the dowry demanded was exorbitant, and with his own finances in disarray, he could not discreetly assist them. Old Lady Su observed the unfolding drama with little desire to intervene, silently watching the mother-daughter performance. Unable to remain seated any longer, Su Mingho hastily reassured, "Aunt, we are willing to provide a dowry. We simply find 1 million excessive. Could we not negotiate a lesser amount?" Mu Qingqing, exasperated by his words, thought to herself, "My grandfather's reprimand clearly did not suffice. Perhaps he needs another good whack to clear his mind. I foresee her demanding 900,000 next, and then 800,000. The lowest she will accept is 500,000. Just engage in this endless negotiation." Su Mingho regretted his response, realizing that this could drag on indefinitely. Old Lady Su felt equally frustrated. This was beginning to resemble a mere transaction rather than a serious discussion. With a stern expression, she interjected, "Aunt, let us reach a final figure before we continue. It is growing late, and everyone is weary. Let us reconvene tomorrow." Chen Wenxiu glanced at her daughter, who nodded in agreement. Thus, she stated, "In-laws, let us discuss this further tomorrow. However, do consider that the child Jiaojiao carries is a Su family heir. Do you truly wish to see her terminate this pregnancy?" Old lady Su felt her temper flare anew at this remark, while Mu Qingqing could hardly contain her anger, exclaiming, "Old hag, you are still unaware that the child in your daughter's womb belongs to her current husband, who said my third uncle finding it difficult to have a child. He already has 2 sons. What a pity." Su Mingho, bewildered, pondered when he had ever fathered 2 sons. He was utterly unaware. He had previously dated a girl but had never progressed to the point of intimacy before parting ways. The notion that he had 2 sons was incredulous, leaving him in disbelief. Suddenly, old lady Su's eyes sparkled with restrained excitement, her lips curling into a broad smile. She had complete faith in Qingqing's words. Previously, she had doubted the origins of the children but had confirmed with the second family that they had none. To discover now that they belonged to her third son was a revelation, yet Su Mingho's expression conveyed his own astonishment. Did he not even know? She listened intently, but after a long pause, Qingqing only offered a lament, leaving her in suspense. Where were her 2 grandsons? She was eager to meet them. She longed to inquire further, but understood that such matters could only wait for another occasion. Chen Wenxiu shot a glance at old lady Su, who remained silent. With a scowl, she took her daughter by the arm and led her toward the guest room, followed closely by Li Haiquan and Li Jiao. Li Jiao wished to say something to Su Mingho but was abruptly pulled away by Chen Wenxiu. After they departed, Grandma Su wore a gloomy expression as she gazed at Su Mingho and whispered, "Third, would you dare to take a mother-in-law like this? Just look at the words spoken by people. Do you truly believe that a daughter raised by such a mother could be virtuous? Have you investigated her character?" Su Mingho replied anxiously, "Mother, you know your son well. I conducted a thorough background check during our courtship. In the film crew, her character was impeccable, and she treated her assistants and fellow actors with great kindness. I assure you, Jiao is beyond reproach." Grandma Su glanced at her youngest son and then at her eldest, Su Mingze, who nodded in affirmation. Only then did she feel a sense of relief. However, before she could fully relax, Mu Qingqing's thoughts sent shivers down their spines. "Isn't it your assistant who told you that he accepted a bribe of 200,000 from Li Jiao to speak favorably of her? She merely portrays a gentle little rabbit in front of you. In reality, she is quite tempestuous. She once threw her assistant off the highway during an argument and verbally abused her, leaving the assistant in constant fear and sleepless nights. After resigning, she even withheld her wages." Mu Qingqing, nibbling on a grape, puffed up her cheeks, all the while her thoughts flowed incessantly. The living room fell silent. Su Shiyu held back the urge to use the restroom, fearing to interrupt Mu Qingqing's stream of consciousness. Su Mingho's face turned ashen, filled with skepticism, yet he remained silent, waiting for her to unveil something shocking.
"Oh,
How do I tell you that Li Jiao changed her name? Her original name was Wang Lao'er. 2 years ago, her mother remarried, and they altered their names, erasing her past records. This pristine image is merely a facade. Wang Lao'er." Su Mingho retained this name, pulling out his phone to search. Indeed, a series of scandalous articles emerged, and he opened them one by one. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, clutching his phone as if it might warp under the pressure. He couldn't believe that the person in the videos was Li Jiao. Though her figure and voice were strikingly similar, her face was entirely different. He sprang to his feet, determined to confront Li Jiao about her name change. If it were true, he couldn't bear to contemplate it, especially with their child growing within her. Mu Qingqing seemed startled, dropping the grape she held. "Third uncle, what's wrong? You scared me." She wouldn't rush to confront Li Jiao about that, would she? It's not wise to engage in such actions while pregnant, especially since her stepfather is likely lusting after her. "She probably won't be sleeping with you tonight." Su Mingho's face turned green with rage at her words. If her stepfather dared to act inappropriately, he would break his legs. Infuriated, he knocked on the door of Chen Wenxiu's room. The door swung open, revealing Chen Wenxiu's unwelcoming expression, her eyes glinting with coldness, sending chills through Su Mingho. Yet he maintained a polite demeanor, saying, "Aunt, I wish to see Jiao." "See her? You can't even afford the bride price. Tomorrow she might be gone. Don't think you can take advantage of my daughter tonight." With a resounding slam, Chen Wenxiu shut the door, leaving Su Mingho bewildered. Wasn't this his home? Mu Qingqing mentally scoffed, while Su Mingzhe regarded his younger brother with pity, thinking him foolish for courting such a troublesome mother-in-law.
Su Mingao felt aggrieved.
He merely wanted to confirm if Li Jiao had indeed changed her name and was a bit too hasty in his approach. He suddenly pondered the likelihood of Mu Qingqing's words being true and asked, Qingqing, in a situation like this, what should third uncle do? Mu Qingqing set aside her grapes and regarded Su Mingho solemnly. Third uncle, I'm just a child. How could I possibly know the affairs of adults? Su Mingho stared at her incredulously. How could she know so much? She couldn't possibly know her stepfather, yet here she was, aware of the videos on his phone. Third uncle, based on my 2 years of experience in the world, a mother-in-law like that is someone you can dismiss without hesitation. She is undeserving of your respect. If my future partner spoke to my mother like that, I would immediately send them packing. Su Wanhua embraced her daughter, kissing her cheek. Mama's good girl. If you ever find yourself in a similar family, I will never allow you to marry into it. Even if you do, you would suffer. She turned to Su Mingho and said, Third brother, wake up. Even a child knows this. Why are you so stubborn? Do you truly love her that much?
Su Mingho's pupils contracted.
Did he really love Li Jiao that deeply? Enough to disregard his parents' objections and his family's greed? He hesitated.
Oh.
It seems I must administer a more potent remedy to third uncle and bring his 2 sons over. Let us also give Grandma a little joy. It's regrettable that her mother will be forced to marry someone else. Chapter 62. Do you still remember him? What expression is that on third uncle's face? Has he forgotten that he slept with her before going abroad? When she called him to inform him of her pregnancy, he changed his number and could not be reached.
Oh.
What a scoundrel. Mu Qingqing shot him a disdainful glance, clearly unimpressed. Su Mingho's expression stiffened in confusion, feeling increasingly bewildered by the disdain in Mu Qingqing's eyes. When had he ever slept with anyone or gotten someone pregnant? He certainly hadn't. He avoided her calls. Though unintentional, if the man in question was indeed him, he would detest himself even more. He prayed fervently that this man was not him. Yet lo and behold, what one fears often comes to pass. Mu Qingqing swiftly pulled out her phone and scrolled through it. A video popped up, and she leaped from her chair and rushed to Su Mingho. Third uncle. Look at this bride. She seems so pitiful, so beautiful, yet she must marry this old man. How could he possibly deserve such a lovely bride? Just look at how beautiful she is. Su Mingho lowered his gaze to the woman on the phone. He thought he must have misread and snatched the phone from her hands, his eyes serious. How could it be her? Wang Lao'er. How did she end up marrying an old man? Were her parents not wealthy? This man could be her father. She looks utterly dissatisfied with this marriage. Is she being forced? Did you see? This is the woman you've harmed. Although you were drunk and lost your memory, don't you recall anything? She was a virgin, bearing you 2 twin sons. Now she's being forced into marriage. If you don't save her, those 2 sons will also suffer. Grandma Su stood up in agitation and snatched the phone from Su Mingho, scrutinizing it closely. The video was uploaded just 10 minutes ago. They still had time to intervene at the wedding banquet. Fuming and anxious, she declared, Let us go to Minghai Grand Hotel. I cannot stand such forced marriages. Seeing this bride makes my heart ache. We must seek justice for her. In truth, she was frightened, unable to admit that she had heard Qingqing's thoughts. This foolish third son was not proactive. If the situation escalated, what would happen to the mother of the 2 children? Mu Qingqing celebrated inwardly. Perfect. I was just worried about how to get there. Now, with Grandma Su backing me, I have no doubt we can rescue Wang Lao'er.
Grandma Su, please.
Took Mu Qingqing's hand and strode forward, but suddenly recalled that Li Jiao's parents were still at their home. She halted and turned to old man Su, saying, You stay behind. Your legs are not fit for a confrontation. If things get physical, no one will be able to care for you. Moreover, one of us must remain with Li Jiao's parents.
Su Mingao nodded, feeling overwhelmed.
Wang Lao'er had once been his assistant in the country. How could they have developed such a relationship? He had even invited her to join him abroad as his assistant, but she had declined. How had 2 sons suddenly appeared? Helpless, he could only follow along. The 2 cars sped towards Minghai Grand Hotel. The Minghai Grand Hotel is a product of the Su style industry. On the way, Old Lady Su had already called the hotel manager to ascertain the whereabouts of the bride, Wang Xingyue, and in which private room the banquet was being held. They disembarked and made their way directly to the Sihai room on the 8th floor of the hotel. At that moment, the dining area was bustling with guests. As Old Lady Su entered, she caught sight of an elderly man with graying hair dressed in a vibrant red wedding gown. Beside him stood an extraordinarily beautiful bride, who was raising her glass to toast at a nearby table. Despite the joyous occasion, the bride's heavily applied makeup accentuated her pallor, and there was no trace of a smile on her face as she was mechanically led away by the old man. Old Lady Su's expression darkened with anger, and she rushed over to slap the old man's hand away from the bride. He immediately furrowed his brow, glaring at her and snarling, "You old hag! What do you think you're doing? Who do you think you are? Dare to strike my hand? Do you know I could have you eliminated with a single word? Given your age, I suggest you leave promptly." He attempted to grasp the bride's hand again, only to be thwarted by another slap from Old Lady Su. Rubbing his hand where he was struck, he seethed. "Who the hell are you? Today is my wedding day, and I'm not in the mood to get angry. Get lost, or I'll show you no mercy." Unfazed, Old Lady Su retorted, her gaze fierce. "I am your mother. She is my goddaughter. If you wish to marry her, you must address me as mother. However, whether you can marry her is subject to my approval." She pulled Wang Xingyue closer to her side. The bride appeared dazed, enveloped in an aura of despondency. Upon hearing someone refer to her as a godmother, she shifted her gaze towards Old Lady Su. Uncertain, yet unwilling to speak. Nothing seemed more unbearable than the thought of marrying that old man. The elderly man, scratching his bald head, looked utterly bewildered. Hadn't Wang Haiqing claimed that his parents had died 2 years ago, leaving just him and his sister? Wasn't he the one who made decisions regarding his sister? Why was there suddenly a godmother in the picture? Meanwhile, some guests had set down their chopsticks and were observing the scene with interest, murmuring among themselves, "Who is this old lady? She can't possibly be the godmother of the Wang girl. Can she? I've never seen or heard of her before. Surely she won't oppose this marriage. If she does, they should take the girl away quickly." "What? What is it?" 3 ants huddled closer, whispering. Nearby, Qingqing listened intently. Although she already knew everything from Guagua, she was curious to hear what others had to say. One ant leaned in and whispered, "I heard that Wang Haiqing found this old man, Sun, claiming that a fortune teller predicted an excellent match with his sister, assuring that if the wedding banquet were held at night, they would grow old together. Why would her brother push his sister into the fire like that?" Another asked, "Why else?" Sun promised that if someone successfully mediated the union, he would reward them with an entire building. Her brother is getting married and is in desperate need of a place. What? For a building, he would marry his sister off to that scoundrel? They say all 3 of Sun's previous wives died at his hands. The 3 ants exchanged glances, casting disdainful looks at the table full of happy diners. At that moment, Sun turned to Wang Xingyue and demanded, "Tell me, is she your godmother? If not, I won't let her off easily." Wang Xingyue's face turned pale, and she trembled at his question. She looked earnestly at Old Lady Su. Fearing she might slip up, Old Lady Su quickly pulled the third party closer and said gently, "Xingyue, do you remember him?" Wang Xingyue's gaze shifted to Su Mingho, her eyes flickering as tears began to cascade down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Chapter 63. A long-awaited reunion. Wang Xingyue's tears flowed like an unending stream down her cheeks. Su Mingho gazed at her tear-streaked face, his heart aching as if something had gripped it tightly. Once, as his assistant, she had been a source of joy, always brightening his mood and distracting him from his worries. He cherished their time together, even considering her a potential partner. Yet when he left for abroad, she had resolutely refused to accompany him. Now, the cheerful assistant had transformed into a figure of despair, and he felt a profound sense of sorrow for her plight. He gently patted her back and spoke softly, "Xingyue, don't cry. If you don't wish to marry him, Yuehao will help you resolve this." Wang Xingyue's weeping intensified, and he continued to comfort her. Sun, witnessing Su Mingho's tender gesture towards Wang Xingyue, gritted his teeth and growled, "Remove your filthy hands. She is my wife and can only be touched by me. Everyone else, stay away. If you dare to touch her again, I will have you killed." His eyes then fixed on Wang Xingyue. Wang Xingyue, are you not ashamed? You're about to become my woman, yet you're flirting with others. It seems I haven't hit you enough. With that, Sun raised his hand to strike her. Although he appeared old and frail, his hand still carried considerable force and was executed with alarming skill, indicating that he was no stranger to violence. Su Mingho, already agitated by Wang Xinyue's tears, could no longer suppress his anger at Sun's propensity for violence. He seized the old man's wrist mid-strike, delivering a resounding slap across his face. Sun had never anticipated that someone would dare to strike him, especially at his own wedding. His rage erupted, his face flushed and eyes blazing as he pointed at them. Threatening, you dare to hit me? You must want to die. When I gather my men, you'll regret it. Having had several wives who could not bear children, his temper had grown increasingly volatile, resulting in frequent abuse. When they sought divorce, he stubbornly refused, believing that his status rendered him untouchable. Those who attempted to flee suffered severe consequences. He would pay off their families to silence them, which only emboldened him and discouraged parents from marrying their daughters to him. No matter how wealthy he was. Fuming, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Chui, I've been bullied on your turf. The voice on the other end erupted with rage. Who dares to be so bold? I'll be there shortly. No one will let my brother suffer. After a brief exchange, Sun hung up, a smug expression on his face. You've got guts, stay here and wait. Su Mingho shot him a disdainful glance and retorted. Xingyue will not marry you today, no matter who arrives. Wang Xingyue felt warmed by his assertive words, her gaze fixated on his face. He remained as handsome as ever, his sharp features and deep, dark eyes filled with concern for her. She felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, realizing that he was still the same. While she had changed, she didn't wish to involve him in her troubles. Wiping away her tears with determination, she revealed the bruised marks concealed beneath her makeup. Her voice trembled as she said, Thank you all for coming to my wedding today. It is indeed a joyous occasion. You've seen my face, and the gifts have been given. Please, you should leave. Su Mingho's heart quivered at the sight of the bruises on her face, his eyes reddening. He could see that Xingyue did not wish to proceed with the marriage. Why wouldn't she leave with them? He grasped Wang Xingyue's hand firmly and assured her. Xingyue, do not be afraid. I can see you do not want to marry. I will take you away, and no one can stop me. Wang Xingyue was moved. She had no desire to marry the old man. Suddenly, a man rushed over, grabbing Wang Xingyue's hand and asserting, Xingyue, you are about to get married. You can't be pulling at others like this. If you want to leave with them, think about your 2 sons. Wang Xingyue's eyes widened in terror. Her 2 sons were her Achilles heel. She pleaded, Brother, please do not harm them. I will go through with this marriage. At this moment, Mu Qingqing's face was swollen with anger, her eyes blazing with fury. Her merciless brother had hidden her 2 sons in a dilapidated building to force her compliance. Fearing they might escape, he had tied them up with ropes and silenced them with tape, providing them with only 1 meal a day. As of now, they hadn't eaten today. How could a brother be so cruel? She fumed. If they don't get out soon, they might go into shock. Madame Su's eyes were filled with a mixture of rage and concern as she glanced at her eldest son, Su Mingze, who immediately understood her unspoken command and dashed out. Su Mingho stood there, stunned for a moment. If those 2 truly were her sons. He dared not contemplate further, his gaze sharpened, slicing through Wang Haiqing with an icy glare. Wang Haiqing met his gaze, feeling an involuntary chill creep up his spine. Yet he adopted a fierce fade, declaring, She is my sister. I am in control here. No matter who you are, get lost and do not interfere with my sister's affairs. Follow our brother Sun, and my sister will enjoy endless wealth and prosperity. With that, he shot a sycophantic glance at the old man Sunday. Su Mingho scoffed. It seems you are the one eager to bask in wealth. What joy can this old man bring to your sister? Look at her bruised face. Do you call this happiness? He pondered the devious schemes at play, believing no one else was aware of his intentions. Instead of feeling ashamed, he took pride in his disgraceful behavior. Uncle San speaks well. People like him will only indulge themselves. When his parents were alive, they were quite affluent, but he squandered it all. When his father fell ill, he used the money for treatment to gamble, ultimately leading to his father's demise due to lack of funds. His mother, unable to bear the shock, fell ill as well. You speak of going abroad, but how could she manage that? Perhaps this is fate. Fortunately, I was there for you. Otherwise, would you have ever crossed paths again? At this moment, Su Mingho felt a pang of guilt for not questioning her about why she hadn't left. He could have waited for her to go later. It seemed he had left contact details, but when he went abroad, he lost his phone along with all the information. He had settled there without bothering to replace his number back home. Suddenly, the doors to the banquet hall were forcefully pushed open. Chapter 64. You are unworthy of being my grandson. As the door swung open, all eyes turned in unison to a middle-aged man dressed impeccably in a suit, his demeanor indifferent. 2 security guards in uniforms followed closely behind him. The man approached Old Man Sun, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he surveyed the crowd. Son, who dares to bully you on my territory? Do they wish to endanger their lives? Old Man Sun beamed with pride upon seeing him, pointing at Su Mingho. It's him, causing a ruckus at the wedding and trying to snatch my bride, utterly oblivious to the consequences. The middle-aged man scrutinized Su Mingho with a piercing gaze. The young man was quite handsome, rivaling movie stars, yet he felt a vague familiarity about him that he couldn't place. Dismissing further thoughts, he fixed Su Mingho with a sharp glare. You, a mere boy, dare to cause a scene at Minghai Grand Hotel? Security, throw him out.
Dare you?
ISN, T Minghai Grand Hotel owned by the Su family? If you claim this is your territory, then what does that make the Su family? Su Mingho retorted defiantly, standing tall even as the 2 security guards advanced menacingly. The Su family? They are someone important. Do you know who I am? The middle-aged man puffed out his beer belly, brimming with arrogance. Old Man Sun sneered dismissively. This is Chen Haojia, the deputy manager of Minghai Grand Hotel. You don't even need the Su family to deal with him. My brother Chen can handle it. Su Mingho had expected a significant figure, but found the deputy manager of a hotel to be quite underwhelming. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing had learned all about Chen Haojia from Guagua. Anger boiled within her as she mentally berated him. You wasteful scoundrel, Chen Haojia. Grandmother, you must root out the parasite in the hotel. He abuses his authority to swap quality goods for inferior ones, pocketing 3 to 4 million in the process. He colludes with other hotels, leaking information that has caused Minghai Grand Hotel to lose numerous customers and suffer significant losses. Moreover, he partnered with Old Man Sun to run a kitchenware factory, selling low-quality goods to Minghai Grand Hotel at exorbitant prices. He must return the money and owes Old Man Sun 100,000. If Old Man Sun finds out, there will surely be chaos. It would be delightful if they fought. Madame Su's expression darkened further with each revelation. She cast a scrutinizing glance at Chen Haojia, confirming she did not recognize him. Her interactions had been solely with the company's manager. The deputy manager was beneath her notice. How could they allow a deputy manager to exploit the hotel to such an extent? What was the manager doing? With a cold huff, she declared, So it's you? Chen Haojia. You have embezzled company funds, substituted inferior goods, and exploited your position to betray the company's client information. Prepare to find yourself in prison. Mu Qingqing couldn't help but admire her grandmother's assertiveness. Truly, my grandmother is remarkable. She knows so much about the deputy manager's misdeeds. She must have been planning to deal with him for a long time. Madame Su felt a twinge of guilt but couldn't disclose that she knew due to her granddaughter's insights. She pretended to have heard nothing. Chen Haojia's eyes flickered with unease. How could this old woman know so much about him? He had concealed his actions so well. He glanced at Madame Su, feigning disdain. Old lady, making baseless accusations can land you in jail. Given your age, I suggest you leave promptly. I can have my brother's son overlook this matter. Madame Su's face turned a steely shade, radiating an imposing aura. How naive. This is not about letting bygones be bygones. We will pursue legal action to reclaim the hotel's misappropriated finances. Chen Haojia sensed her confidence and wondered if she possessed evidence against him. However, he knew all the hotel staff, and she was a complete stranger to him. At that moment, Old Man Sun interjected angrily, Old woman, do not disrupt my wedding with your nonsense. It is a day of joy, and I am waiting for toasts. Leave at once. Seeing that Madame Su and her family remained unmoved, He seized Wang Xinyue's arm, glaring at her. Is she your godmother? Even if she is, throw her out.
Hurry. Get them out.
Wang Xinyue almost stumbled from the force, but Su Mingho caught her just in time. Are you alright, Xinyue? Wang Xinyue hastily pushed him away, unwilling to drag him into this. He was only an actor, after all, and could not possibly contend with the deputy manager. With a cold expression, she said, I am getting married. Take your family and leave. You are not welcome here. Su Mingho remained resolute, fully aware of Xinyue's nature and that she wouldn't want to involve him, especially with her 2 sons in danger. He declared firmly, Xinyue, I will not leave today. I will take you away from here. I cannot stand by and watch you walk into the fire. Tears welled in Wang Xinyue's eyes. If only he had found her sooner. Now her 2 sons were in her brother's grasp, forcing her to comply. You should go. I will not leave with you. Su Mingho feigned ignorance, remaining steadfast as he gazed at her compassionately. Madam Su, fearing her son might leave in anger, addressed old man Sun. I heard that you and Chen Haojia have partnered to create a kitchenware factory. How is that going? However, Chen Haojia has shortchanged you 100,000. Are you aware of that? Old man Sun's brows furrowed as he directed a questioning look at Chen Haojia. 100,000 was no small sum. He had invested 70% in the company. He should be the one benefiting most. Chen Haojia, noticing old man Sun's suspicious gaze, quickly defended himself. Son, you know me well. I would never shortchange you. This old woman is merely trying to ruin our relationship. Don't believe her. Old man Sun cast a glance at him and fell silent, yet the seeds of doubt sown in his heart were not easily uprooted. At that moment, Chen Haojia, filled with fury, exclaimed, That old hag. I believe I have been too lenient. Security, escort this old woman away. Su Mingho swiftly positioned himself in front of Su old lady, shouting, If anyone dares to lay a hand on my mother, they shall be thrown out of this hotel. We are members of the Su family and the owners of this establishment. Old man Sun was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. You claim to be members of the Su family, the behind-the-scenes owners? What a joke. Brother Chen, as the deputy manager, you must have encountered members of the Su family before. Have you ever seen any of these people? Chen Haojia had indeed seen the others, but none resembled the true Su family members he recognized. In truth, the hotel had always been managed by Su Mingze, who only made an appearance during annual meetings. He rarely visited otherwise, maintaining contact primarily with the hotel manager. Thus, Chen Haojia confidently declared, If you do not leave, I shall call the police and accuse you of impersonating the Su family to swindle at Minghai Hotel. Su old lady chuckled lightly. Please, do call the police. If you don't, you shall be my grandson. No, you are not worthy to bear the Su surname, let alone be my grandson. Chen Haojia trembled with rage. Since you do not believe me, allow me to summon someone you are familiar with. Su old lady retrieved her phone and dialed, Manager Zhou. Come to the 4th room on the 8th floor immediately. Chapter 65. Is it worth it? Old man Sun watched as Su old lady pretended to make a call, scoffing. What a fine performance. This old woman is merely putting on a show, pretending to be something she is not. Hurry and leave before you embarrass yourself. He was unaware that the manager of Minghai Hotel was indeed surnamed Zhou, but Chen Haojia was not so easily fooled. He scrutinized Su old lady, attempting to discern whether she truly spoke to their manager, Zhou Xiaoman. At that moment, the door swung open, and Chen Haojia stared wide-eyed at the figure that entered. A disheveled man, his chest smeared with mud and his face caked in dirt, walked in, clearly out of breath from running. Mom, they are at the hospital. By the time I found them, they were already unconscious. Su old lady looked at her son with deep concern. Eldest, you have worked hard. Please, sit down and rest for a moment. Sun Wenxiu rushed over to her husband, distressed by his appearance, and began wiping the dirt off his face with wet wipes. Chen Haojia, mistaking the muddy figure for the manager called by Su old lady, coldly remarked, Is this the manager Zhou you summoned? Our manager Zhou would never appear in such a disgraceful state. He then turned to Su Mingze, mocking him. You only just sat down to rest. You must be exhausted from running around. Su Mingze had indeed brought 10 bodyguards to search for the 2 children. scouring every dilapidated building in the area before finally spotting the two small figures in a 5-story, abandoned structure. He rushed over, only to trip over debris and land in a puddle, but he disregarded his own mess to check on the children. They lay motionless, terrifying him until he felt their faint breaths. In a panic, he took them to the hospital, where the doctor informed him they had fainted from hunger and cold, but would be fine. Now, this man had the audacity to belittle him, suggesting he had chosen the wrong moment to be born. Fury ignited within him as he locked eyes with Chen Haojie, the weight of authority pressing down upon him. "What is your name? Let us compare the families we were born into." Chen Haojie felt a chill run down his spine under that piercing gaze, losing all confidence. Nearby, Old Man's son, witnessing the audacity of the muddy figure daring to compare himself to his dear brother Chen, sneered, "You think you can compare with my brother Chen? He is the deputy manager of Minghai Hotel. What position do you hold to challenge him?" Su Mingze chuckled, though traces of dirt still marred his face, making him difficult to recognize. He pointed at Chen Haojie and declared, "You are fired. Your title as deputy manager cannot shield you from this. You are unworthy to compete with me." Chen Haojie's expression darkened. "You think you can fire me? Our president Su and I share a strong bond. No matter whom you approach, they will not agree to my dismissal." "Who is this President Su you speak of?" Su Mingze asked, puzzled, as he had no recollection of this individual. But in truth, he was the only one who could fit that title. Chen Haojie, sensing his advantage, arrogantly replied, "You don't even know who our President Su is, yet you dare to threaten my position? Allow me to enlighten you. Our President Su is none other than Su Mingze himself." Upon hearing this name, the Su family members looked at him as if he were a fool. The very President Su was present, and he did not recognize him while claiming to have a close relationship. Su Mingze scoffed, "How could I not know you? You dare to say you are close to me? You are unworthy." Chen Haojie seethed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, feeling humiliated by the old woman's disdain and this man's ridicule. As a deputy manager, he had never endured such indignities. He pointed angrily at Su Mingze, shouting, "What makes you think you are Su Mingze? You are not even worthy to claim a corner of his clothing. Even if you share his name, it is merely a coincidence. You are nothing but filth, unworthy of changing your fate. Chen Haojie, you lack the qualifications to dine at the same table as me. Yet you dare to speak of changing fate? Perhaps you should first consider altering your own." Having never faced such humiliation since becoming deputy manager, Chen Haojie was incensed, his eyes blazing with fury, fists clenched tightly. Meanwhile, Wang Haicheng, sensing an opportunity to curry favor with the powerful, rushed towards Su Mingze and raised his hand to deliver a harsh slap. Su Mingze, caught off guard, felt the full force of the blow. Seeing her husband struck, Sun Wenxiu rushed to shield him but was shoved aside by Wang Haicheng, falling to the ground with a thud. The impact left her in pain, and Su Shiyu hurried to help her mother up, worry etched on her face. She had never expected anyone would dare to lay a hand on her parents. Furious, she attempted to confront the man, only to see her third uncle charging forward. Su Mingho, witnessing his brother and sister-in-law being attacked, felt the flames of rage ignite within him. Having performed in martial arts films and maintained a fit physique, he dashed forward and struck Wang Haicheng in the lower back. Wang Haicheng cried out in pain, only to turn around and receive a punch in the stomach from Su Mingho.
Meanwhile, Su Mingze,
still sitting in shock from the slap he had received, was enraged to see his wife pushed down. He stood up and plunged into the fray, joining the melee. The three men engaged in a chaotic brawl, and the crowd instinctively parted, none daring to intervene. Qingqing watched, exhilarated, cheering them on. The fight escalated, each punch and kick landing on Wang Haicheng, leaving him bruised and seeking help from the indifferent onlookers, Old Man's son and Chen Haojie, who merely smirked at the spectacle. Chen Haojie taunted, "Is it really necessary to gang up on just one person? Has he no brothers to stand with him? Though it seems he has a sister, perhaps." All eyes turned to Wang Xinyue, who had no desire to interject. Seeing her brother beaten brought her no sorrow, only satisfaction. If she could have beaten him herself, she would have done so long ago. Wang Haicheng, on the ground, begged for mercy, but Su Mingze ignored him, striding forward to deliver a resounding slap to Chen Haojie's face. Didn't you say that slapping someone is not worth our effort? Now, what do you think? Chapter 66. He is a fraud. Chen Haojie clutched his bruised face, his chest heaving as if he were about to unleash an infinite torrent of fury. His venomous gaze fixated on Su Mingze, and his venomous words erupted. You're finished for daring to strike me. Today you won't escape this door. Brother Sun, has Li Meng arrived? Old Sun was taken aback. Was a mere slap worth summoning him? Li, who was a seasoned enforcer on the streets, a master among masters. And his services commanded no less than 1 million. Furthermore, he would take the fall for any crime, never revealing his employer. This was why some, despite deeming him expensive, were still willing to seek his assistance. However, upon catching the dangerous glint in Chen Haojie's eyes, he pointed towards a burly man indulging in food. Yes, right there. Chen Haojie smirked as he located his target. You have the guts to wait here while I find someone to make you regret coming today. Wang Xingyue had heard of Li, whose name, and recoiled in fear. He was known for his ruthless reputation, a man who cared little for life. Terrified that Su Minghe and the others might be in danger, she broke free from Old Sun's grasp and rushed to Su Minghe's side. You need to leave quickly. Take your brother with you. That Li Meng is a thug. You can't handle him. Hurry. Su Minghe was touched by her concern. Don't worry. If he seeks enforcers, we have our own. During their arrival, Grandma Su had dispatched over a dozen bodyguards to accompany them. Just then, a mechanical voice resonated in Mu Qingqing's mind. Host, you cannot contend with Li Hu. Even your grandmother's bodyguards won't be a match for him. Mu Qingqing screamed internally. What? Not even over a dozen bodyguards can handle him? How powerful is he? How can we deal with him? The voice elaborated in vivid detail, leaving Mu Qingqing expressionless, yet internally in a frenzy.
What?
He is actually a devoted son. His mother has cancer and needs substantial funds for treatment. With no education or background, all he possesses is his martial prowess, driven to desperation by society. What a coincidence. His mother is at the Su family's private hospital, the only place with the medication she requires. Yet, he is nearly unable to afford the medical expenses. Are you suggesting we use this to entice him? The Su family members pricked up their ears, and upon hearing that even 10 bodyguards could not withstand him, Su Mingze contemplated slipping away with them. After all, it was his anger that had led to Chen Haojie's slap, and he did not wish for his pride to bring harm to his entire family.
Yet,
hearing the ensuing conversation steadied his nerves. At that moment, Chen Haojie approached, followed closely by a muscular man whose brawny arms suggested formidable strength. Chen Haojie declared with pride, Li Meng, that's him. Beat him down hard. I want him to know the consequences of crossing me. Li Meng, indifferent, glanced in the direction Chen pointed and retorted, just remember to transfer the 1 million to my account. Rest assured, once the job is done, the money will definitely be in your account. Chen Haojie assured him with a thump on his chest. Li Meng, with a stern expression devoid of any emotion, addressed Su Mingze. I'm sorry, but I need the money, so I have to hit you. As he swung a fist towards Su Mingze's face, Su Mingze shouted, Do you want to save your mother's life? The fist halted abruptly, and Su Mingze's anxious heart finally found respite. Li Meng looked at him quizzically. His mother was the person he cherished most. They had relied on each other since childhood, and only she had cared for him. When he grew up, hoping to repay her kindness, he discovered she had cancer. She wished to forego treatment, but he could not bear the thought. He needed to earn money to prolong her life. He asked, Can you cure my mother's illness? Su Mingze replied sincerely, I can arrange for the best treatment for your mother at the Su family's private hospital. While I cannot guarantee a cure, it will certainly be a significant improvement over her current situation. Really? You can truly do that? Li Meng, filled with excitement, had sought many individuals to secure better treatment for his mother, but to no avail. She was still cramped in a 6-person ward, and her light sleep often led to insomnia, leaving him in distress. The prospect of his mother receiving superior care was a beacon of hope. Yet, this glimmer was extinguished by Chen Haojie's words, Don't believe him. He is an impostor posing as Su Mingze. He is just angry because I exposed him. He is a fraud. Suppressing his anger, Su Mingze declared, Now, I shall show you that I am indeed the true Su Mingze. He retrieved his phone and dialed. Once connected, He activated the speakerphone, and an elderly voice resonated. President Su, still awake? Is there something you need me to handle? Please check which ward Li Meng's mother is in and transfer her to a better room. Organize a conference with the hospital's experts to devise the best treatment plan. Certainly, President Su. May I have your mother's name for expedited processing? My mother's name is Qin Shaoan. Did you hear that? Chun Haojia scoffed derisively. You actually found someone to play along with your charade. How shameless can you get? Still pretending, huh? I'll call the police and have you arrested. Li Meng hesitated. One claimed he could arrange better treatment for his mother, while the other promised $1 million for striking someone. He wanted to save his mother, but without money, who could help? Just then, the door was forcefully pushed open. A man with bloodied scratches on his face rushed in, scanning the room until he spotted Grandma Su and hurried towards her. Madam Su, are you all right? There was a minor incident downstairs. I went to handle it, which delayed my arrival. Chun Haojia instantly recognized this man as their manager, Zhou Xiaoman. Despite the visible marks on his face, his distinct features remained recognizable. Yet, he referred to the elderly lady as Madam Su. Could it be that she truly was? His heart sank, filled with anxiety. Grandma Su glanced at his injuries, clearly recent, as she opened her mouth to inquire. Su Mingze interjected, Manager Zhou, come here and see who I am. Manager Zhou looked up and was taken aback. What on earth happened? The madam and the president are both here. Trembling, he stammered, President Su, you are indeed our president. What is my name? Why, you are Su Mingze. Manager Zhou dared not address the president by his full name, fearing the repercussions from his piercing gaze. Upon hearing Manager Zhou's words, Chun Haojia's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing he had offended the president. He had mocked him, even suggesting that he should be reborn into a better life. What had he said? Was this the end for him? Tears welled in his eyes from fear. Chun Haojia, did you hear that? You're fired. Chun Haojia collapsed to the ground, his face drained of color. Yet, Grandma Su interjected, he cannot be dismissed. Chapter 67. A fabrication. Chun Haojia looked up, his gaze pleading and filled with hope towards Grandma Su. She cast a cold glance at him, devoid of any emotion. His heart raced, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting execution, filled with anxiety and dread. Mother, why can't he be fired? Su Mingze asked in astonishment, wondering if this scoundrel had powerful backing, even beyond the Su family's reach. Grandma Su rubbed her aching legs, having stood for too long, and sighed. Ah, age is catching up with me. Mu Qingqing, quick-witted, fetched a chair from the side. Grandma, please sit down. Grandma Su affectionately patted Mu Qingqing's head. Our Qingqing is always so considerate of Grandma. After sitting, her expression turned serious, her piercing gaze sweeping over Chun Haojia, sending chills down his spine. Your arrogance. Your imposing demeanor. Weren't you just calling me an old hag? Go on. Insult me now. Now that you know who we are, you dare not speak. It's too late. Chun Haojia was so frightened that his soul seemed to leave his body, hurriedly gesturing, Su Dongsher, I am no longer bold. Please grant me another chance. You? As a magnanimous person, could you let me off the hook with just a trivial matter? Mu Qingqing could not help but chuckle softly, thinking to herself, that's quite a fart. I reckon my grandmother would let out 100 of those. Old Lady Su struggled to maintain her serious demeanor, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifting. The Su family members stifled their laughter. Old Lady Su, after much restraint, chose not to cast another glance at Chun Haojia. Her gaze shifted to Manager Zhou. Zhou Xiaoman, how do you manage this hotel? Look at the havoc this parasite has wreaked. You didn't notice a thing. If you can't handle it, then get lost. Old Lady Su's commanding presence and steady voice sent a shiver down Manager Zhou's spine. He wondered whom he had offended. Today, he found himself in such a predicament, and now he was being admonished by Mrs. Su without understanding the reason. It would be nice to know the reason for his misery. At that moment, the scratches on his face were seeping blood, rendering him quite pitiful. Old Lady Su, feeling a twinge of compassion, inquired. Zhou Xiaoman hurriedly replied, when you called me, I was dealing with an incident at a banquet. A little girl injured her lip with our utensils. Her mother was unreasonable, insisting that our utensils were faulty. I took the utensils for inspection and even agreed to cover their medical expenses, but they refused. Later, their relatives came in droves, causing this chaos, and I ended up like this. Zhou Xiaomin looked innocently at old lady Su, expecting her to side with him. To his surprise, she retorted, "You deserve to be punished. You didn't investigate the quality of your own utensils. Even if you have an inspection report, what good is that? Were those utensils not handled by Chen Haojie?" Zhou Xiaomin, observing the trembling figure of Chen Haojie on the ground, finally realized that he had been duped by this young man. Initially, Chen had claimed that his relatives had received a batch of goods from reputable manufacturers, assuring him of their quality and low cost. Zhou thought he was merely lending a hand, never anticipating such a disaster. Yes, Chen Haojie delivered the goods along with this old fool. Zhou, failed to oversee properly. Please grant me another chance. Old man Sun, astonished that Zhou could still recognize him after all this time, attempted to diminish his presence, daring not to breathe too loudly. However, with a mere gesture from Zhou, all eyes turned toward him. He felt a wave of panic, his forehead beaded with sweat. Old lady Su shot a glare at old man Sun, deciding to deal with the hotel matters before addressing him. Manager Zhou, investigate how many items have passed through Chen Haojie's hands. Also, look into whether he has sold our client information to other hotels. This is a loss none of us can bear. If found, report it to the authorities. Manager Zhou nodded vigorously, and upon hearing the mention of the police, Chen Haojie felt his body weaken further, being dragged out of the banquet hall by 2 security guards. The guests attending the banquet, now more interested in the unfolding drama than their meals, were fixated on the scene, eager to witness the spectacle. At that moment, old man Sun dared not raise his gaze to anyone in the Su family. Wang Xinyu, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, realized that Su Mingho was indeed an acclaimed actor, yet she had never known him to be part of the Su family, possessing such formidable backing. Upon encountering Su Mingho's gaze, she felt a flutter of panic, her face flushing. Wang Haicheng, observing the exchanged glances between the two, smirked. Rubbing his stomach, he approached and softly said, "Sister, it's all my fault. I should not have forced you to marry old man Sunday. If you have someone you like, I will not oppose it." Old man Sun, suddenly agitated, exclaimed, "Wang Haicheng, you scoundrel. Your sister was sold to me. I paid a hefty sum and even provided a house. You think she can just leave for someone else?" Wang Haicheng turned, glaring at old man Sunday. "From now on, my sister will marry into the Su family. The Su family is wealthy, and I, as her older brother, am also well off." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, shouting at old man Sun, "Who said I sold my sister to you? I was forced to do so for money. I will repay you for those things. My sister now has someone she likes. At your age, you are unworthy of her." Old man Sun, enraged, struck him in the face. Wang Haicheng touched his mouth, realizing he was bleeding, and retaliated fiercely. Old man Sun, unable to withstand the assault from a strong young man, quickly fell to the ground, weeping and wailing. After striking old man Sun, Wang Haicheng cheerfully approached Wang Xinyu. "Sister, I avenged you. When you join the Su family, remember your brother's goodness. I have always treated you well." Wang Xinyu, disgusted by her brother's demeanor, turned her face away and demanded, "Where are my 2 sons? Return them to me. They are still so young and will surely be frightened." Wang Haicheng pulled her aside, patiently saying, "You are now involved with the young master of the Su family. Why bring along 2 children as burdens? Rest assured, I will take good care of them." Wang Xinyu, infuriated, shook off his hand. "There is no possibility of a future with him. I will never marry. Return my 2 sons to me. I intend to spend my life with them." Wang Haicheng's eyes filled with fury as he slapped her face, venting his frustrations. "How dare you refuse to marry? Who do you think you are? If you don't marry, how will I become a wealthy man?" Su Mingho, witnessing her being struck, rushed over and retaliated against Wang Haicheng. "If you dare to hit Xinyu again, I will not spare you." Wang Xinyu collapsed into his embrace, crying. Su Mingho looked at her face with compassion. "Rest assured, I will definitely help you find your children." Wang Xinyue's tears froze for a moment. She longed to say that they were also his children, but since he had forgotten that night, she thought it best to let him forget. Perhaps he had already married and started his own family. Old Lady Su, hearing her second son's words, gasped in anger. Where is the father of Xinyue's children? In a situation like this, shouldn't he come to help you both? Wang Xinyue bowed her head, torn inside. How could she explain? Should she lie? Finally, she said, he is dead.
What?
He is dead? Old Lady Su's eyes dimmed as she glanced at Su Mingho. Alas. It seems that this pursuit of his wife will be quite challenging. At that moment, Wang Haiqing, filled with indignation, interjected, Don't listen to her nonsense. That man is surely not dead. Once we locate him, we will send the 2 children over. My sister can then marry you and live happily. Wang Haiqing looked earnestly at Su Mingho, adding, My sister must have been coerced. That man took my virtuous sister's purity, while my mother fell ill from anger. Yet my sister stubbornly refuses to reveal who that man is. If I find out who he is, I will make him pay. His eyes burned with intensity, as if he truly intended to take vengeance on that irresponsible man. In truth, he aimed to marry his sister into a wealthy family. However, with 2 children on the way, who would want her? It was a stroke of luck to encounter Old Man Sun, followed by an even wealthier Su family. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to let go of a watermelon to chase after sesame seeds. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Su Mingho. But Wang Xinyue was enraged, her eyes ablaze, shouting, Wang Haiqing, do you even deserve to be my brother? You married me off to Old Man Sun because of his wealth. Now you have your sights set on the Su family. Do you think I am merely a commodity to be traded? Return my 2 sons to me at once, or I will fight you. Wang Haiqing's face turned ashen as he pointed at Wang Xinyue, angrily stating, Let me tell you, Wang Xinyue, I sold your 2 sons a long time ago. I found them a stable and wealthy family. Staying with you will only bring them suffering. Selling them was for your own good. At that, Wang Xinyue's face drained of color, tears streaming down her face as her body swayed unsteadily. Su Mingho swiftly supported her, gently caressing her back.
Su Mingze, litnessing her distress.
Was inclined to inform her that their 2 children were in the hospital, but was halted by a mere glance from Old Lady Su. She intended to give the second son a chance. Wang Xinyue was at her most vulnerable, and it was an opportunity for him to prove himself. After a moment of recovery, Wang Xinyue, overcome with emotion, shouted, How dare you sell my 2 sons? They are my children and they have a father. If he finds out you sold his children, he will not let you off easily. Wang Haiqing retorted with a grin, Didn't you just say they were dead? How are they alive now? If you're so capable, call him here. I'll tell him I sold his 2 sons, and let us see how he reacts. Wang Xinyue was momentarily speechless. Their father was right there, and she felt apprehensive about how to approach the subject without being accused of deceit. Su Mingho discerned that Wang Xinyue harbored unspeakable burdens and, disdainfully eyeing Wang Haiqing, demanded, Stop your nonsense and tell me where the children are, or I shall not be polite. Wang Haiqing, adopting a sycophantic tone, replied, Young Master Su, please don't be angry. I'm doing this for your benefit. Without those 2 burdens, you and my sister could be together without any family disapproval. Wang Xinyue felt a surge of shame and anger. She could no longer tolerate Wang Haiqing. Are you out of your mind? When did I ever say I wanted to be with him? I was merely his assistant. There was nothing between us. Fearing Su Mingho might misunderstand, she hastily clarified, but upon hearing her explanation, Su Mingho felt an inexplicable emptiness, a discomfort he could not articulate. Wang Haiqing, undeterred, looked at Su Mingho and asked, You really don't want to marry my sister? Or even keep her as a mistress? Su Mingho was incensed. How could a brother advocate for such a thing? You scoundrel! How could New Moon have a brother like you? Watch as I deal with you. In a fit of rage, he charged forward and landed a kick squarely in Wang Haiqing's groin, causing him to double over in pain, clutching himself and howling. Wang Xinyue, will you just stand by while your brother is being bullied? You wretched creature. If he won't marry you, then go marry that old man someday. If you dare defy me, I'll ensure you never see your 2 sons again. Wang Xinyue felt utterly defeated, lamenting the misfortune of having such a brother. Living with him was torment enough, and she was unwilling to be his puppet any longer. Yet, her sons were innocent, and her heart was heavy with worry. She gazed earnestly at Su Mingho and whispered in his ear, Our two sons are named Dodo and E. They are truly your flesh and blood. You must care for them." At that moment, Mu Qingqing suddenly shouted, "Stop her. She is going to end it all with her brother." As Wang Xingyue finished her words, she dashed to the nearest table, seized a fork, and charged at her brother. Wang Haicheng, terrified, fled, but his rotund body could not outrun the agile Wang Xingyue. She quickly caught up and kicked his calf, sending his hefty frame crashing to the ground. Before he could recover, the fork plunged into his back, eliciting agonized screams. Onlookers, seeing Wang Xinyue's tear-filled eyes and frenzied movements, hesitated to intervene as blood flowed profusely from his back. Wang Haicheng lay sprawled on the ground, feeling the searing pain. "Begging for mercy, sister. Please don't kill me. I'll tell you where the children are." Wang Xinyue, despairing, felt she would do anything for her sons. Yet, she had mapped out a path for them. Memories of their smiles flooded her mind, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she raised the fork, aiming for his head. Wang Haicheng, turning just in time, was so frightened that he wet his pants. Bystanders dared not witness such a horrific scene. A fork to the head would surely be fatal. Meanwhile, Su Mingho dashed to her side and seized her wrist, wresting the fork from her grasp. "Do not do anything foolish. I will take care of the children, but they cannot be without their mother." He was still grappling with the reality of having two sons, but he refrained from pressing the issue at that moment. Wang Xinyue seemed to have exhausted all her strength, compounded by days of inadequate nourishment, and she fainted. Su Mingho lifted her effortlessly. She felt so light, barely weighing 90 pounds at 5 feet 5 inches. He hurried out the door toward the hospital. Wang Haicheng, terrified and shaken, had narrowly escaped being killed by his sister. As someone helped him to his feet, he noticed a puddle of yellow liquid on the ground and felt a wave of shame wash over him. Thankfully, his fiancée had not come by today, otherwise, he would have lost all dignity. He gritted his teeth against the pain in his back and cursed Wang Xinyue as he left. Meanwhile, the Su family was still engaged in their celebratory feast, though it was clear the festivities could not continue. Old Lady Su shot a glance at Old Man Sun, warning, "If you ever trouble Wang Xinyue again, our Su family will ensure your downfall." Old Man Sun, visibly shaken, hurriedly assured her, "Rest assured, I will not cause her any more trouble." At that moment, Mu Qingqing tugged at her grandmother's arm, internally grumbling about her third uncle, who insisted on staying at a hotel instead of returning home, citing the softness of the Su family beds. In truth, he was trying to apply pressure on her third uncle, who was not at home, and they had been unable to contact him. Wang Mingze, concerned for his father, quickly rose from his seat. As he turned, Li Meng suddenly knelt, clasping his fists. It turned out that Wang Mingze had only recently spoken to the hospital director, who informed him they had transferred his mother to a new ward, where a new doctor was treating her with exceptional care. Wang Mingze hurried to assist Li Meng up, insisting, "You need not bow, it is merely a small favor." He smiled, "It's nothing significant. You should pursue a more respectable profession. Being a thug is not a long-term solution." Yet, Li Meng refused to rise, feeling conflicted as he had only taken up such work to pay for his mother's treatment, and he could not let go of this opportunity.
As he hesitated,
Mu Qingqing approached him with a smile. "Uncle, I want a bodyguard. Can you let him be my bodyguard? If you want a bodyguard, I can certainly provide one from my side." But as for him, Wang Mingze hesitated to voice his doubts about Li Meng's character. However, Mu Qingqing insisted, "Uncle, I don't want anyone else. I want him." With no choice but to acquiesce, Wang Mingze agreed. Mu Qingqing was overjoyed, thinking to herself, "Uncle, you truly lack vision. You don't even want him. He'll be formidable in the future, and you better not compete with me." Hearing her thoughts, Wang Mingze gazed at Li Meng, wondering if he had indeed overlooked a talent. He felt a pang of regret but resolved to honor his promise to Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing approached Li Meng, saying, "Uncle Li, from now on, you will be my bodyguard. Please rise. Our family does not require such formalities. If you kneel again, we will leave." Li Meng's expression stiffened. He had taken up this life to earn quick money for his mother's treatment, and now that he was faced with the opportunity to save her, he could not let it slip away. Without hesitation, he stood, grinning broadly. "Really? I'm going to be a bodyguard for the Su family?" Although she bore the surname Mu, not Su. He wished to become a bodyguard for the Su family, as following her would mean aligning with the Mu family. He fantasized about changing his surname to match his mother's. Wang Mingza, patting her head, said, "You are my sister's daughter. Regardless of your surname, you are family. Li Meng, from now on, you need not worry about your mother's hospitalization fees. That is the privilege of being a bodyguard for the Su family." Li Meng's rugged face broke into a wide smile. Regardless of whom he followed, his sole purpose was to provide medical treatment for his mother.
Now,
with the burden of hospital expenses lifted, he was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. A burly man, wiping his tears, expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you. I will not let you down." Before they could even step inside, the voice of Qin Wenxiu erupted. "Where have they been all this time? Do they not realize we have been waiting here for half the day? Your son still isn't answering his phone. What unsavory business could he possibly be up to?" The furious voice of old Master Su soon followed. "Li Jiaojiao, you ought to keep your mother in check. With her incessant talk of death, she ought to be careful not to meet with an accident herself. My son is not like some people who engage in disgraceful activities." He had never liked Li Jiaojiao and had hoped that his third son would not marry her. However, out of consideration for his son's feelings, he had tolerated her presence. Now, with her mother's vile behavior, he felt no need to hold back. It was better than stifling himself. "You are the one who will meet with an accident. Your entire family will be run over.
Li Jiaojiao raturta.
Let us go to the hotel now. I cannot bear to stay here any longer." Old Master Su was genuinely furious, his cane striking the ground with a rapid thud. "Let us move. No one is stopping you. I feel nauseated just by seeing you here. Hurry up and leave." Madame Su stood quietly at the entrance, listening intently as everyone held their breath. Li Jiaojiao's voice broke the silence. "Uncle, please don't be angry. My mother is just accustomed to being assertive. I apologize on her behalf. It's quite late, and being in a villa area makes it difficult to get a taxi. Could the Su family driver take us to the hotel?" Old Master Su would not allow them to leave, fearing they would devise another scheme once away. He knew that even if his third son did not openly complain, there would be a lingering rift in his heart. Madame Su's eyes darted towards Su Mingza. Even without words, he understood his mother's intent. He sent a message, and soon, several vehicles exited the villa area. Only then did Madame Su step into the living room. Seeing Li Jiaojiao and her family comfortably seated on the sofa, she feigned surprise. "Jiaojiao, isn't your mother tired? Why hasn't she gone to bed? Do you wish to sleep on the sofa? Although our sofa is large, it is not our custom to host guests this way." Li Jiaojiao was momentarily tongue-tied. She had always found Madame Su difficult, but now her words were laced with even sharper thorns. Madame Su glanced at her, realizing that if she hadn't overheard their earlier conversation, she might have believed they possessed some manners. "Well then, off to the hotel you shall go. We will cover the expenses, as it is only proper since you came because of my son." Chen Wenxiu's face lit up. "Really? How about we stay in the presidential suite at the Golden Hotel?" Madame Su frowned. The presidential suite at the Golden Hotel cost a whopping 200,000 per night. Such audacity. Although that establishment was also part of the Su family's interests, she had no intention of revealing that to them. Thankfully, she had dispatched the villa's vehicles, and given the late hour, no one would be available to take them elsewhere. Otherwise, they would have left long ago. She no longer wished to look at them and sat on the sofa, stating, "Fine, just mention our family name when you arrive at the hotel." Chen Wenxiu immediately beamed, pulling them towards the door. However, Li Jiaojiao halted. "Aunt, could we have the driver take us? At this hour, we cannot get a taxi. It's quite unfortunate. All the cars have been lent out to others. We only helped out because of this situation." Madame Su spoke softly, yet her eyes scrutinized every expression on their faces. Chen Wenxiu voiced her discontent. "Why did you lend all the cars to others? What if something were to happen to the old master? Would you leave us stranded?" Madame Su's expression darkened immediately. How dare she suggest such a thing, cursing her old master to death. She wished she could throw them out right then and there. Yet Li Jiaojiao showed no signs of encouraging her mother to relent. Fuming, she commanded, "Mingza, close the door. We will not allow them to dictate our actions." Chapter 70. How do you know? Su Mingza swiftly closed the door. He had long been intolerant of his family. finding their words not only vicious, but their hearts equally vile. Now that his mother had spoken, he would no longer hold back. They would learn that the Su family was not to be trifled with. Li Jiaojiao felt a twinge of panic. It appeared Madame Su was genuinely serious. She had heard Su Mingho mention before that their mother was a strict individual. Though usually amiable, anyone who crossed her line would feel her wrath. Moreover, with 2 bodyguards and a burly man trailing behind them, a confrontation would not bode well for them. Yet Chen Wenxiu remained oblivious, her brows furrowed. What do you Su family intend to do? Do not think you can bully us just because you have numbers on your side. This is a society governed by law. If you wish to fight us, be prepared to face the consequences. Madame Su maintained her composure, sipping her tea as she relished the moment. After being out for so long, she was quite thirsty. Chen Wenxiu, seeing that Madame Su ignored her, dashed toward the door only to be halted by the 2 bodyguards. Step aside, or I will sue you for violating our human rights. She shouted angrily, pushing against them, but the bodyguards stood firm as if they were made of iron, impervious to her attempts. Li Jiaojiao's stepfather, Li Haiquan, was now visibly frightened, glancing at Li Jiaojiao with trepidation. Jiaojiao, what do we do? They wouldn't actually harm us here, would they? Li Jiaojiao shot him an exasperated look. He was behaving like a coward. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Instead, she reassured him, do not worry, Mingho is here. I believe his family would never resort to violence against his girlfriend or child. This was clearly meant for the Su family to hear, a reminder of her connection to Su Mingho. Madame Su cast her a sidelong glance. Knowing that if her son discovered the child was not his, and that she had deceived him, he would surely abandon her. Now, tell me, what is your true intention for wanting to stay outside? I cannot believe you find our beds uncomfortable. Our beds are far more luxurious than the suite at the Golden Hotel. Chen Wenxiu scoffed. Do you expect us to believe your words? If your bed could possibly be more expensive than a presidential suite, I would rather eat excrement. Then it seems you are destined to consume it. I shall collect some from our dog's kennel for you later. Chen Wenxiu's face darkened, her anger boiling over as she charged towards Madame Su, intent on tearing her down with her words. Madame Su, taken aback, attempted to evade her advance, only to see a strong figure rushing towards Chen Wenxiu. He seized her by the collar, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. In a panic, Chen Wenxiu flailed her limbs, shouting, "Let me down, you wretched creature. If you do not release me, I will ensure you face prison time." Li Meng held her aloft, as if she were a mere child, seemingly unfazed by her furious shouts. He smiled at Madame Su, assuring her, "Rest easy, Director Su. As long as I am here, no one in the Su family will come to harm." At the banquet, Su Mingze had not hired him as a bodyguard, thinking him unaware of his capabilities. Tasking him with protecting a child seemed a waste of his talents. Eager to showcase his skills, he was determined to prove his worth. However, the other 2 bodyguards were not pleased, feeling sidelined by his assertion that no harm would come to the Su family. As Li Qiao dashed to rescue his mother, one bodyguard, fearing for Madame Su's safety, grabbed Li Qiao's back, only to tear a large piece of fabric from his shirt. Feeling a chill on his back, Li Qiao turned to see the bodyguard holding a sizable swatch of his shirt. Angered, he exclaimed, "Are you insane? Do you want to see my physique? You wouldn't dare think of doing something untoward, would you?" A rather unpleasant thought crossed his mind as he spotted a fruit knife on the coffee table. He rushed over, brandishing the knife at the bodyguard. "Do not approach. Come any closer, and I will ensure you feel the blade's sting." The bodyguard stood momentarily stunned. He was unsure of the boy's intentions. What could a grown man possibly do to a smaller one? Although there have been instances, the thoughts of both men are far from pure. Others are somewhat bewildered, wondering how things escalated to this point. Su Mingze cast a deep glance at the bodyguard. Vowing to conduct a thorough investigation after this incident, he could not allow such a person to remain by his side. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. The bodyguard, sensing the intensity of Su's gaze, was filled with dread, harboring an intense hatred for the youth before him. Yet, with a knife in hand, he dared not make the next move. Meanwhile, Chen Wenxiu, who was being held high, caught sight of her son wielding the knife and laughed. She shouted, "Li Qiao, go and take that old lady hostage. Make her open the door, and let us leave." Hearing this, Li Qiao dashed toward Su Laotai, causing everyone to gasp in shock and rush forward. Mu Qingqing, lagging behind, clearly could not catch up. In her anxious sprint, she witnessed Li Meng throw the elevated Chen Wenxiu aside. The sound of their bodies colliding echoed through the air, the knife clattering to the ground. While Li Qiao found himself pinned beneath his mother, contorting his face and emitting muffled cries. It took Chen Wenxiu a considerable amount of time to regain her composure and rise. Li Jiaojiao was rendered speechless, unable to believe that the usually gentle Su family would resort to violence against her family. She rushed to help Chen Wenxiu up, glaring at Su Laotai, demanding, "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to kill us? I will certainly tell your son and expose your true colors, ensuring he forever harbors hatred towards you." Furious, Su Laotai responded coldly, "To kill you would tarnish my hands. Do you think we are unaware of the vile deeds you have committed?" The name Wang Charan escaped her lips. Li Jiaojiao stood frozen, her expression shifting to one of terror. "How could you possibly know?"
Su Laotai scoffed.
"As long as I wish to know, there is nothing I cannot uncover. Do you need me to remind you of your own actions?" Li Jiaojiao trembled in fear, realizing he knew her previous name. She had thought she had erased it with money. Perhaps he merely guessed it. She desperately prayed he was unaware of her past. However, the words that followed from Su Laotai left her utterly dumbfounded. "You traveled to Japan to film, and as for the nature of those films, I need not elaborate. You have accumulated substantial gambling debts, and you have resorted to sleeping with directors and producers, using your body to further your acting career. Ultimately, the crucial matter is you." Li Jiaojiao's eyes widened with terror, her lips quivering as she shouted, "Stop. Please, do not say another word."
Now.
She was certain he knew everything, and her relationship with Su Mingho was over, along with any hopes of a dowry. Su Laotai's expression turned serious as she inquired, "Then tell me, whose child is it that you carry?" Li Jiaojiao looked up into Su Laotai's piercing eyes. She could not retreat now. She could not leave empty-handed. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to declare, "It belongs to Su Mingho. If you do not believe me, I can take a test." Su Laotai unwaveringly met her gaze, exuding an air of authenticity that could easily sway her heart, if not for hearing Qingqing's inner voice. She sighed, "Then go to the hospital and terminate it." However, at that moment, her stepfather, Li Haikuan, rushed in with a knife. Seizing the opportunity, while no one was paying attention, he snatched a knife from the coffee table and pressed it against Su Laotai's throat. No one can order Jiaojiao to terminate the pregnancy. That is his child, perhaps his only chance to have one. Not long ago, he had felt discomfort and visited the hospital, where the doctor informed him of severe sperm loss, indicating he might never father children. Crushed, he had married Chen Wenxiu in hopes she could bear him children, yet after 2 years of effort, they had not succeeded. And now he was told the possibility of having children was bleak. If Li Jiaojiao's child were to be lost, he would forever be raising someone else's offspring. He must have one of his own. Mu Qingqing, engrossed in her grandmother's tales, remained oblivious to Li Haichuan's actions. Internally, she cursed, "Damn Li Haikuan, daring to threaten my grandmother. Is it really necessary to demand Jiaojiao terminate the child? Does he need to be this agitated?" The mechanical sound echoed in her mind, and she let out another cry. "No wonder he is so agitated. It turns out he has become infertile. Having his own child is now impossible. But he cannot harm my grandmother." After hearing this, Su Mingze regarded him with a peculiar expression, but upon noticing the knife in his hand, he quickly stated, "As long as you do not harm my mother, rest assured, we will not allow her to terminate this child. Once born, the Su family will take good care of it. Even if it is your child, you will not get your way." He warned, "Daring to wield a knife at my mother, he should be prepared to pay the price for such folly." Li Haichuan's expression was grotesque, yet his eyes darted around calculatingly. He pressed the knife closer to Su Laotai's neck. "You can raise it, but what good will it do? This child must be raised by me. You can provide the funds. I expect no less than $1 million a year for 18 years. 18 million now." Everyone was stunned. Was this not blatant extortion? The old man Su turned red with anger, readily agreeing, "If you release him, I will procure the money right now." He hurried upstairs to gather the cash. Chen Wenxiu's smile widened with satisfaction. "Haikuan, well done. They should also cover the expenses for marriage, childbirth, and housing. 18 million is far too little. Li Haiguan shot her a glare. They were nearly bankrupt, and 18 million was already a considerable amount. He shouted, "Hurry and bring the money. Place it on the table. If you try to fool me, I will take her life." Su Laotai remained unperturbed. She had witnessed such scenarios before. She and the old man Su had built their fortune from nothing, enduring every hardship to earn money as they traveled far and wide. Once, they encountered robbers who stole 1 million from them, an amount that could have purchased several buildings in those days. The robbers then were far more ruthless than this one. Su Laotai felt no panic. She noticed Li Jiaojiao's lips curve into a slight smirk, feeling fortunate she had not agreed to her marriage with a third son. Such a daughter-in-law was not suitable for the Su family. Pretending to be flustered, she exclaimed, "Jiao Jiao, are you certain the child in your womb belongs to the Su family? You have slept with so many. I fear you do not know who the father is, which is why I suggested termination." Li Haiguan, glancing at Jiao Jiao, felt uncertain himself. How could he know if this child was indeed his? After all, he had only been with her once. What were the odds it would be his? But if not, he would be left without heirs. Despair flickered in his eyes as he demanded, "Li Jiaojiao, whose child is it that you carry?"
Li Yaosho furodet herbrol.
Her gaze evasive. She retorted, "Why are you asking about this now? Hurry and get the money so we can leave. We can discuss it outside." She had dropped her pretense. There was no future with Su Mingho for her anymore. She only sought to obtain the money and depart. However, Su Laotai pressed on, "Jiao Jiao, you truly do not know who the father of this child is, do you? If you do not know, it would be best to terminate it. Raising a child alone is arduous." Li Jiaojiao had grown weary of this topic, her annoyance flaring, "You old hag, mind your own business. Regardless of whose child it is certainly not a Su family child. Whether I terminate it or not is of no concern to you." Yet Li Haiguan would not relent.
"No.
"You must tell me now, is this child mine or not?" He feared that if the child were not his, he would have wasted his efforts. He was equally anxious that if it were his and she left and terminated it, he would be left childless. Li Jiaojiao rolled her eyes in frustration. Even now, he was fixated on the child's paternity. She dismissively replied, "It's yours. It is yours. Is that sufficient?" Chen Wenxiu and Li Qiao stood there, stupefied, unable to comprehend what they had just heard. As Li Jiaojiao finally grasped the situation, she found her mother's hateful gaze fixed upon her. She recoiled in fear, her voice trembling as she said, "Mom, listen to me. I was lying to him. I'm not carrying his child." At that moment, Li Haiguan could no longer contain his rage. He shouted angrily, "I knew it. How could it possibly be mine after just one encounter? You shameless creature, sleeping with so many men. The father of the child probably doesn't even know who he is." Chen Wenxiu, upon hearing this, realized they had indeed been intimate. "You shameless thing, daring to seduce your stepfather. You were always shameless, having a child at 18 and expecting me to raise it. I've raised you, and you don't even feel grateful while seducing your stepfather. How despicable you are." As he spoke, he struck Li Jiaojiao across the face and body. Li Jiaojiao cried out in pain, but they were oblivious to Li Qiao's expression behind them. He looked utterly shattered, staring at Li Jiaojiao in disbelief, shouting, "Impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
I cannot be my sister's child. She cannot be my mother." He rushed towards Chen Wenxiu, his eyes red with anger, demanding, "Mom, is what you said true? Are you really not my mother?" Chen Wenxiu, in her fury, struck Li Jiaojiao with brutal force, causing blood to gush from her nose. Li Jiaojiao, not to be outdone, scratched her mother's face, leaving it a bloody mess. Upon hearing Li Qiao's question, Chen Wenxiu frantically replied, "Call me Mom. I am your grandmother. She is your mother. Your mother is a worthless wretch, daring to seduce your grandfather. Watch me kill her." Li Jiaojiao, filled with fury, retorted, "Gratitude? You think you deserve my gratitude? Using the child to blackmail me for money? If it weren't for supporting you, would I have spent 3 years in Japan as an actress? Do you even know what kind of life I've led? You're never satisfied, always demanding money. Am I a cash machine?" Li Jiaojiao unleashed her grievances from the past years. Li Haiguan was stunned by the deluge of revelations, his eyes fixed on the two of them, momentarily forgetting the knife in his hand. Just then, his wrist was violently twisted and the knife clattered to the ground. Chapter 72. The butler sets the dogs loose. A scream akin to a slaughtered pig filled the air as Li Haichuan's wrist twisted grotesquely, clearly broken. The commotion startled Li Jiaojiao and Chen Wenxiu, causing them to cease their fighting and stare in shock at Li Haiquan, who lay on the ground, firmly restrained by Li Meng. Old Lady Su, witnessing the unexpected scene, turned pale. Moments ago, she had seen the knife glinting dangerously before her, sending a chill down her spine, but thankfully, no serious harm had been done. She looked gratefully at Li Meng, who was now using his shoelaces to bind Li Haichuan's hands. Once secured, he stood up, casually kicking Li Haiquan as he did so. Old Lady Su nodded. It's nothing. I owe you my life. Otherwise, I might have been in grave danger. Li Meng chuckled, scratching his head. Miss Su, with my presence, nothing bad will happen. Rest assured. I will do everything to ensure your safety. Old Lady Su smiled in acknowledgement. Su Mingzi regarded him with admiration, realizing why Qingqing had said he lacked discernment. With such skills and insight, he doubted any bodyguard he had meticulously selected could match him. He shook his head, saying, Li Jiaojiao, aren't the Su family on the brink of bankruptcy? How can you suddenly have money for 5 million dowry? Chen Wenxiu scoffed, her expression cold. Stop pretending to be something you're not. You can't even afford the dowry, yet flaunt a 5 million bonus. Do you think your family is still the wealthy dynasty it once was? If you had money, you would have arranged your son's wedding long ago instead of dragging your feet over this meager dowry. She looked down her nose at Su Mingzi, his domineering aura evident. When has the Su family ever been on the verge of bankruptcy? With so many profitable enterprises, we earn at least 100 million a day. How could we go bankrupt? We merely let you believe that. Li Jiaojiao's expression twisted in disbelief. You deceived me. I will tell Brother Mingho and have him stand up for me. If you want to see him, I will grant you that wish, Su Mingzi said, pulling out the phone he had been holding. He turned it towards Li Jiaojiao. See? My brother has been watching your performance the entire time. Even if you lie, you cannot change the filthy truth. On the screen, Su Mingho's face was grim as he declared, Li Jiaojiao, we are finished. Take your family and leave my home. Your stepfather threatening my mother with a knife must be punished, and you are no exception. I will not forgive a woman who toyed with me. My third uncle has finally awakened. It's not too late for him to regain his senses. Whether Wang Xinyue can forgive him will depend on her sincerity. Mu Qingqing reflected as she watched her third uncle on the screen. Li Jiaojiao's lips trembled as she screamed hysterically. Why did you lie to me about your family going bankrupt and trick my parents into coming here? If you didn't want to marry me, you could have just told me directly. Why deceive me? Su Mingho, you're not a saint either. As an actor, I refuse to believe you are free of scandals. Don't think that just because I am tainted, you are any better. Su Mingho finally saw through Li Jiaojiao's true nature, expressing his disappointment. Do you really think I would bother to deceive you? What do you have that I could possibly covet? Your wealth pales in comparison to mine. How dare you accuse me of deceit? Brother, I don't want to see them anymore. You deal with the aftermath. He had initially wanted to show some compassion, hoping his brother would not pursue the matter with them, but given Li Jiaojiao's current state, he felt no need to be overly sentimental or interfere in their affairs. Li Jiaojiao was utterly despondent. Once she calmed down, she realized how irrational she had been, but it was too late for regret. Su Mingho would never see her again. Su Mingzi regarded them with a sidelong glance. Chen Wenxiu no longer dared to act arrogantly, her head bowed, unable to meet the gaze of the Su family. Li Qiao appeared lost, grappling with the reality that his mother had become his grandmother and his sister had turned into his mother. Such a transition was surely difficult to accept. Yet, none of this was his concern. They had been brazen in the Su household, and now, upon realizing the Su family had not gone bankrupt, they were frightened. The Su family was not to be disrespected. He coldly stated, aren't you all complaining about the discomfort of sleeping in the Su household? Tonight, I will find you a more comfortable place. Li Meng, take them to the police station. Let them spend a comfortable night in jail. Li Jiaojiao pleaded for mercy. But the Su family was uninterested in her cries. Although it was Li Meng's first task for the Su family, he was no stranger to such matters and was quite pleased to carry out Su Mingzi's orders, which affirmed the Su family's recognition of him. After Li Jiaojiao and the others were taken away, Old Master Su eagerly inquired about Su Mingho's 2 children, eager to see his grandchildren. Old Lady Su recounted the events from the banquet, and Old Master Su finally felt at ease. As long as they are safe. Tomorrow we shall go visit the children and their mother. I wonder if our 3rd son will be able to keep them in the Su family. Old Lady Su wore a worried expression. A sleepless night ensued. Early the next morning, the Su family had not yet risen when the mechanical sound jolted Mu Qingqing awake. Upon hearing it, she sprang up, exclaiming, "What? That old hag is blocking the Su family's entrance." Her loud voice nearly roused everyone from their slumber. Old Master Su and Old Lady Su, who had been lightly sleeping, found their drowsiness immediately vanishing at her outcry. "Qingqing, were you having a nightmare? Who is that old hag?" Old Lady Su, unable to recall, tried to lie back down for a bit more rest. However, outside, an elderly voice was shouting. Old Lady Su could no longer sleep, straining to hear but unable to discern the words. Frustrated, she dressed quickly, only to hear Qingqing's thoughts again. That old hag. Arriving so early at 5 o'clock to block my mother. Oh no. Our peaceful days are about to end. Enraged, Old Lady Su rushed to the front door, where the butler and a bodyguard stood. Outside, an elderly woman, heavily made up, her face as pale as flour, was shouting, "Su Wanhua, come out. You think you can hide from me? Su Wanhua, come out." She recognized the person and spoke angrily. "The housekeeper, release the dog. Anyone barking at our doorstep shall be met with our fierce companion, Wang Kai. If injured, the Su family can afford the consequences." The housekeeper obeyed and went to fetch Wang Kai. Upon hearing this, Wang Suaping, terrified, shouted at her, "In-law, it's me. I am Su Wanhua's mother-in-law and Mu Hongda's mother." Old Lady Su turned her head, her voice icy. "I know it's you, which is why I am letting Wang Kai bite you. Even dogs know who treats them well and wag their tails in gratitude. Your family is even beneath a dog. My daughter marrying your son has indeed brought misfortune. In-law, please don't say that. My son acknowledges his mistakes. Grant him another chance," Wang Suaping pleaded, gripping the iron gate. At that moment, the housekeeper brought Wang Kai to the entrance. Old Lady Su cast her a glance. "Are you leaving? If not, I shall unleash the dog." "In-law, how can you treat a guest this way? I am still Su Wanhua's mother-in-law." Old Lady Su's gaze turned fierce. Had it not been for this mother-in-law and that son, her daughter would not have suffered so greatly. And Qingqing would not have endured those 2 years of hardship. "Do not call me in-law. My daughter will divorce your son. I ask you once more, will you leave or not?" Wang Suaping, seeing the imposing Tibetan mastiff before her, felt a chill but relied on her status as Su Wanhua's mother-in-law. Believing Old Lady Su would not let the dog bite her, she continued to shout for Su Wanhua to come out. Old Lady Su's face darkened with anger. "Housekeeper, unleash the dog." The housekeeper opened the door and Wang Kai charged out. Chapter 73. Finding a handsome and wealthy stepfather, the housekeeper opened the gate, leading Wang Kai outside. The dog instinctively sensed the presence of a stranger, its glossy black eyes radiating a fierce glare at Wang Suaping. Seeing the imposing Tibetan mastiff, as large and powerful as a calf, fixate on her with a low growl emanating from its throat, she swallowed hard, trembling uncontrollably. Feigning composure, she looked at Old Lady Su, her lips quivering. "In-law, do you not consider your daughter as feelings? After all, I am still her mother-in-law. She pursued my son with relentless determination. Do you not feel any compassion?" For years, Su Wanhua had obeyed her son, enduring her mother-in-law's disdain. Even if her son had erred, once he was discharged from the hospital and appeased her, she would surely forgive him. The Su family, despite their affluence, should also take her daughter's feelings into account. Disrespecting her as a mother-in-law would make future encounters awkward for her son. As she pondered this, her confidence grew, her eyes gleaming with arrogance, even in the presence of the dog. Old Lady Su scoffed. "Compassion? If your son had any for my daughter, he would not have transferred all her assets away, nor attempted to harm her or even his own child. Do such people deserve to speak of compassion?" Wang Suaping's face turned ashen, her fists clenched tightly. She had never lost an argument before, yet now she found herself speechless. At that moment Su Wanhua, concerned that her obstinate mother-in-law might provoke old lady Su, rushed towards the door. Wang Lao'er caught sight of her and shouted, "Wanhua, you must save your mother-in-law. Your mother intends to unleash the dog on me. Let me in. I am here to apologize." Hongda realizes his mistakes. He promised to treat you both well. Her face filled with hope as she ran towards the gate, only to be halted by Wang Kai's fierce growl. She looked eagerly at Su Wanhua approaching her, pleading, "Wanhua, let me in. We are family. Let us resolve this peacefully instead of resorting to legal battles." Then she noticed the small figure of Mu Qingqing appearing behind Su Wanhua, and bitterly remarked, "Surely you don't want Qingqing to have a father in prison? It wouldn't reflect well on her, and she might resent you for it." Su Wanhua gazed at her daughter, feeling a pang of guilt. If Mu Hongda were imprisoned, people would undoubtedly gossip about Qingqing, possibly subjecting her to future disdain from in-laws. Yet, to spare him from imprisonment seemed unjust given his misdeeds. Mu Qingqing, catching on to Wang Lao'er's insinuations, calmly responded, "Mu Hongda is unworthy of being my father. If my mother finds a wealthy and handsome husband, I shall take his surname instead. No one can mock us. However, you're different. People will say you have a son in prison." Wang Lao'er's face contorted with rage. "You ungrateful girl, he is your only father. You wish to break them apart while hoping your mother finds a new husband? Who would want her? No one would dare marry her if she puts your father in jail. She dreams of finding a wealthy and handsome man. Who is more handsome than my son? Your mother simply does not appreciate him, dragging you along as a burden." Mu Qingqing felt repulsed by her words, while old lady Su could no longer contain her anger, declaring, "Housekeeper, unleash the dog." Wang Lao'er, seeing the housekeeper release the leash, looked to Su Wanhua for help, but the disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. Terrified, she fled, but Wang Kai, as if given a command, dashed towards her. The ensuing chase was chaotic, with Wang Kai swiftly overtaking her. Wang Lao'er, her legs moving like the wind, could not outrun the four-legged beast. In no time, she was pinned down by Wang Kai, the dog's weight pressing against her back, drool cascading down her neck. Overcome with fear, she screamed, "Don't eat me, don't eat me. My flesh is too old and tough." Wang Kai merely stood atop her back, growling without any intention to bite. At that moment, old lady Su approached. "Wang Lao'er, should you ever dare to appear at our Su family's doorstep again, I shall unleash the dog to kill you. Consider this a warning." Wang Kai returned to the housekeeper. Following the command, Wang Kai leaped off Wang Lao'er and ran towards the housekeeper. Trained specifically for obedience, Wang Kai would never disobey commands to attack. Wang Lao'er, still shaken, watched as the dog ran away before tremblingly rising to her feet. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented, "Are you all trying to kill me? That dog is an animal. What if it bites me to death? Can you afford the consequences? How unfortunate am I to have such an ungrateful daughter-in-law. You Su family have no compassion, allowing a dog to attack me. Can you bear to see an elderly woman begging for your forgiveness?" Her cries echoed, audible to passers-by. A few older residents approached, curious about the commotion. Su Wanhua felt a sense of helplessness. She did not wish for the Su family to become a subject of ridicule. She wanted to expel Wang Lao'er quickly. "Leave. No matter what you say, I shall never forgive him. His actions warrant punishment. Depart immediately. I do not wish to see you for another moment." Wang Lao'er, sitting on the ground and noticing the gathering crowd, cried louder, "Everyone, please judge this situation. I am her mother-in-law, yet they let a dog attack me. Look at the paw prints on my back. Is there a daughter-in-law so heartless?" Su Wanhua glanced at the four onlookers, pointing and whispering. They were residents of the villa community she recognized, often seen jogging in the mornings. If this matter were not handled properly, it would surely spread like wildfire among the wealthy circles. Old Lady Su was furious, contemplating unleashing the dog once more. At that moment, Mu Qingqing rushed to Wang Lao'er, kneeling before her and crying, "Grandma, please spare my mother and me. Are you determined to drive us to our deaths?" As she cried, the onlookers stepped closer, drawn by her sorrowful pleas. Mu Qingqing, noticing their interest, continued, "Grandma, your son is your flesh and blood, yet you choose to pressure us. He has transferred all my mother's assets away, and you do nothing. He keeps a mistress and has a love child, and you ignore that. He abandoned me in the mountains to fend for myself, and yet you come to threaten us. How can we ever forgive him? Grandparents, do you think my mother and I can forgive this? As the four individuals approached, their gaze swiftly shifted to Wang Lao'er, their eyes brimming with contempt as if they wished to strike her. An elderly woman stepped forward to assist Qingqing, helping her to her feet, declaring that with such a grandmother, she was unworthy of kneeling. Another voiced her indignation, exclaiming that if her daughter were to have such a mother-in-law, unleashing dogs upon her would be a mild response, asserting that if the elderly woman was so ungracious, her son must be equally unsavory. The four elderly folk fervently chastised Wang Lao'er. She had intended to use public opinion to condemn the Su family, but found herself inadvertently harming her own cause. Defeated, she fled the scene. Madame Su graciously invited the four concerned elders into her home for tea. Upon entering, they were greeted by Qingqing's exuberant exclamation, "The stepfather I desire has arrived. It's as if what I wished for has materialized. Mother, you must seize this opportunity." Chapter 74. Matchmaking in truth. Madame Su merely intended to engage in polite conversation, as they were not well acquainted. Yet, the four seemed to disregard formalities entirely. Madame Su warmly urged them to take a seat on the sofa and instructed the housekeeper to bring forth a platter of fruit, encouraging them to make themselves comfortable. Upon hearing Qingqing's enthusiastic shout, she turned her gaze towards the only man among them, wondering if he was indeed the attractive and affluent stepfather Qingqing had mentioned. However, his age raised concerns. He could easily be her grandfather. Su Wanhua wore a look of displeasure, contemplating the necessity of securing this elderly gentleman's favor. She pondered that, at this stage, she might as well become a nun, as she had yet to finalize her divorce. The prospect of seeking a new partner seemed increasingly unlikely, and it appeared Qingqing's hopes of finding a wealthy and handsome father figure might be dashed. The elderly man sensed their scrutiny and felt a touch self-conscious. Could they have discerned that he was Li Jiahao, the second wealthiest person in the world? Surely not. He had only recently settled back home after spending 6 months abroad. Typically, he was not one to frequent others' homes, yet today, for reasons unknown, he had followed the 3 elderly women inside. One of the elderly women, dignified and robust yet kind-hearted, approached Madame Su with gentle words. "Madame Su, please do not trouble yourself. We are merely here out of idle curiosity, visiting from the Wang family villa nearby. I am not here to pry into your affairs, but I notice that woman causing quite a stir, and I fear she will bring you considerable trouble." Madame Su responded courteously, "Indeed, my daughter has endured much misfortune by aligning herself with such a family. It nearly cost her life." Her voice quivered with emotion. The elderly woman quickly patted her back, reassuring her, "Do not be disheartened, Madame Su. Your daughter is clearly destined for greater things. They lack the fortune to keep her. I heard from your niece that your mother is seeking a wealthy and handsome match. Truth be told, I have a divorced son without children, handsome, indeed." Madame Su's eyes widened in disbelief at the sudden turn of conversation. Had they come to her home with matchmaking intentions for her daughter? Another elderly woman interjected, "I have a son as well, from the Sun family behind you. He is quite handsome and affluent, just recently divorced. He would be a splendid match for your daughter." The last elderly woman, eager not to be left out, chimed in, "Do not solely listen to them. Consider my son too. He is a striking gentleman." Madame Su was overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, while Su Wanhua frowned, concerned about the implications of such introductions before her divorce was finalized. Just then, Su Mingze helped the elderly Mr. Su down the stairs, who stumbled and fell to the floor in a moment of unsteady footing. Thankfully, Su Mingze and his wife rushed to his aid, knowing he would take a considerable time to recover from such a fall. As he surveyed the 4 unfamiliar, yet vaguely recognizable figures on the sofa, he noted that in their affluent neighborhood, the residents were not inclined to meddle in one another's affairs, often exchanging mere nods of acknowledgement. Su Mingze scrutinized the 4 elders, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the elderly gentleman, but unable to place him. At that moment, the elderly man spoke, "Madame Su, I too have a son. He is 32 years old, a hardworking individual who has never been married. He is both handsome and wealthy, perfectly suited to be a father to this young lady." Li Jiahao's elder son had long been managing their affairs abroad, while his younger son had taken over the domestic enterprises a few years prior. The elder son's life was stable, leaving him little to worry about, but he fretted over his younger son, who, at 32, remained single despite his insistence on being too busy for relationships. As the three elderly women eagerly promoted their sons, Li Jiahao felt compelled to present his own. Though he had a daughter, he was uncertain when his son might provide him with a granddaughter. Observing how intelligent and charming Qingqing was, he thought she would make a delightful granddaughter. Qingqing's eyes sparkled as she looked at the elderly gentleman. Grandpa Li, I think your son is wonderful. Mother, please choose Grandpa Li's son to be my father. Hurry, before this opportunity slips away. After all, he is the second wealthiest man in the world, and his son has been secretly in love with you for quite some time. Su Wanhua was at a loss for words. The idea of choosing a partner seemed absurd given that her divorce was not yet finalized. Furthermore, she doubted such a wealthy individual would be interested in her, let alone harbor feelings for her. She had never even met him and felt a strong urge to leave the room immediately. Su Mingzi couldn't help but chuckle at his sister's predicament, recalling how she had stubbornly married against everyone's advice years ago.
Now,
her own daughter was attempting to orchestrate a match for her. He had a project in mind for collaboration with domestic enterprises, and if he could gain the elder's favor, it might facilitate matters. Just as he was about to rise to shake hands with Li Jiahao, he heard his sister say, I apologize, dear uncles and aunts, but I am not presently considering remarriage. I am still in the process of divorce, and may not wish to remarry at all. Thank you, but I must decline your kind offers. With that, she ascended the stairs, mindful that it was Monday and she had an important meeting to attend. The four elders exchanged glances, one of them remarking, Madam Su, we apologize for intruding. We shall take our leave, as it is nearly time for work, and we do not wish to impose further. As they stood to depart, Qingqing piped up, Grandparents, let us add each other as friends. If my mother ever decides to remarry, I will message you to arrange a meeting. If all goes well, it will be a joyous occasion for everyone. Li Jiahao found Qingqing's mature demeanor amusing and endearing. Qingqing, you are quite astute. Your mother, being so stubborn, may find it challenging to secure a stepfather for you. Qingqing, unfazed, replied with a smile, whether my mother finds a new husband is of little consequence to me. I simply wish to prevent her from feeling sorrow over that scoundrel, Mu Hongda. Finding someone new would merely distract her. My mother is already burdened with managing her own company, so a romantic relationship might not be such a bad idea. Wouldn't you agree, uncle? Su Mingzi was taken aback by the depth of thought from such a young child. His sister was fortunate to have such a wonderful daughter. Just then, Su Wanhua descended the stairs, overhearing the conversation, and her eyes glistened with tears. Madame Su, too, felt a wave of emotion, but before she could express her thoughts, her phone rang, interrupting the moment. Mom, Wang Xinyu is missing. Chapter 75. Are you really my father? Madame Su was thrown into a panic. How could she be missing? Were you not keeping watch over her? What about the two children? The voice on the other end was laden with sorrow. The two children truly are mine. I have wronged her. The sound of weeping followed. Just wait there. We are on our way. Eldest son, come with me. Wanhua, please take Qingqing to school. You have work obligations to attend to. I will go with your elder brother. However, Qingqing protested, Grandmother, with Uncle Sand in such a state, how can I possibly focus on school? I want to go too. Unless you take me with you, I will not reveal where Wang Xinyu has gone. Su old lady glared at Qingqing, feeling threatened. Su Wanhua, worried about her third brother, attempted to ease the tension. Mother, let us go too.
The more help we have,
the better chance we have of finding Wang Xinyu. Thus, Su old lady led her eldest son and his wife, along with Su Wanhua and her daughter, to the hospital. Su Xiu stayed home to care for Su old man. As much as she wished to join them, she felt compelled to remain home after observing her grandfather's condition. In the car, Su old lady repeatedly lamented the whereabouts of Wang Xinyu, while Qingqing remained silent, her thoughts elsewhere. Absorbed in what Guagua was narrating about the impending events, she was deeply engrossed, hardly registering Su old lady's words. The vehicle sped along, and soon they arrived at the hospital. The members of the Su family disembarked, where an elderly gentleman in a white coat and glasses escorted them to find Su Mingho. In the hospital corridor, Su old lady inquired, "Director Gao, how are my two grandsons faring?" She had long wished to visit, but hesitated the previous evening, fearing to disturb their rest. Today, however, she was thrilled to finally see them. She resolved to ensure her grandsons received every nutritious meal possible, though uncertainty lingered in her heart regarding whether they would accept her as their grandmother. Director Gao gestured towards a room, indicating it was the one they sought. Peering through the glass window, Su old lady observed two frail little boys earnestly asking Su Mingho where their mother was. At that moment, Su old lady pushed open the door, and the Su family entered. The room, despite its occupancy, did not feel crowded. One bold boy spoke up, "Who are you? Where's my mother? Don't use us to threaten her. I know you want her to marry that old man. He's far too old. He could be our grandfather. Please, let our mother go." Tears streamed down his face. The other boy chimed in, "I will bow to you if you let our mother go. Please, return her to us." He knelt on the bed, preparing to bow, but Su Mingho quickly stopped him. As he restrained one boy, the other dropped to his knees as well, prompting Su old lady to rush forward, tears streaming down her face, to prevent him from bowing. In the past, their uncle had coerced their mother into compliance, threatening her with their well-being whenever she resisted. The two boys, so young and helpless, could do nothing but plead, bowing to their uncle in hopes of sparing their mother from harm. Over time, this had become their only means of seeking her safety. Su old lady, overwhelmed with emotion, wept as she watched her grandsons cry, her heart aching for them. Su Mingho, holding one of the sobbing boys, felt a profound sadness. Why had it taken him so long to realize the extent of their suffering? The rest of the Su family could not help but wipe away their tears. Noticing that the adults were crying harder than they were, the boys paused, their innocent voices trembled. "Why are you crying so sadly? Is something wrong with our mother?" Their faces, gaunt and worried, turned to Su old lady and Su Mingho. Su old lady quickly wiped her tears and reassured them, "No, your mother is fine. She told your father a while ago about your existence, and we have come to find you." The boys gazed at her with confusion, asking in unison, "Where is our father?" Su Mingho, stifling his tears, replied, "I'm sorry. I truly did not know of your existence until now. You may blame me if you wish, but all I ask is that you do not leave me again. Are you really our father?" The boy in his arms asked timidly.
Su Mingho nodded emphatically.
The boy scrutinized his father's face and then looked at his sibling. He really looks like you. Do you think he could truly be our father?" Replied, "Haven't we been deceived by our uncle enough times? If we call him father, our uncle will force mother to marry him. If she wants to marry him, then I will recognize him as my father." Su Mingho looked at "This time it's different. Your uncle will no longer dare to force your mother into marriage. I am your biological father, and I will care for both of you and your mother." Remained skeptical, his large eyes wide with uncertainty. "Then how can you prove you are our father?" Su Mingho produced a paternity test for them, but frowned, "I don't know how to read." Su Mingho realized he had overlooked their young age. How could they possibly understand such documents? He was at a loss for how to prove his paternity. Su old lady was equally perplexed. Qingqing observed noting that he was not easily deceived. The other boy would have already called their uncle father. She approached gently taking his small hand. "Hello, I am Qingqing. Let us go find your mother, so she can tell you who your true father is, shall we?" E's face brightened with a smile. "Really? You will take me to find mother?" "Of course, but we must play a game first." "What game?" Outside the hospital, the two little boys sat on the steps, their heads buried in their arms, weeping, with no one nearby. The Su family hid in a corner, waiting for Wang Lao'er to appear. Yet, as a quarter of an hour passed, she remained absent. "She's here." Chapter 76. Luring her out at the entrance. The boys continued their charade of crying. Qingqing instructed them that if they pretended to cry at the door, their mother would come to find them. The boys hesitated, but they had no other options. Despite their youth, they had endured much and could not rely on the comforts that other children enjoyed. Their mother loved them, but she was also burdened with the need to earn a living, leaving them to care for themselves. Resigned to their fate, they accepted their circumstances. Unlike other children who could seek solace in adult affection, their pleas were met with harsh punishment from their uncle. As they feigned tears, they conspired, "Daodu, when mother comes, we will run to her together. I think that uncle wants to marry her, and she ran away because she doesn't want to. I find that uncle rather nice. Having him as our father wouldn't be bad either. Did you not see how sad he was?"
Sad?
If he wants to be with mother, he should come to her. Otherwise, he can stay here with that uncle. No, don't leave me. Daodu nearly burst into tears. Just then, a frail woman wearing a mask approached the children. Upon seeing her, the boys' faces lit up with joy, and they rushed toward her. The woman grasped their hands and attempted to flee, but the bodyguards, prearranged by the Su family, intercepted them. The Su family emerged from the hospital.
Qingqing stepped forward.
Gazing intently at the masked woman, she knew, "This is all my fault. I did not realize what I had done to you. You may hit or scold me, but please grant me one opportunity to make amends for you and the children." Wang Xinyu angrily removed her mask. "You want a chance? This is how you ask for it. Letting your two sons sit at the hospital entrance, crying so pitifully? Even if I were destitute, I would never treat my children in such a manner. Since you refuse to acknowledge them, I will take them away." She turned to leave, but the bodyguards would not allow her to pass. She spun around, her voice sharp. "What do you intend to do? If you fear we will disturb your life, I assure you, my children and I will never appear in your sight again. Let us go. Don't leave, please." "Allow me to explain," Su Mingho implored. Yet Wang Xinyu, overwhelmed by emotion, could not absorb his words. Who would not feel heartbroken seeing their two children weeping at the door, abandoned by their biological father? Fortunately, she had waited nearby, otherwise, the children might have cried indefinitely. She felt she had made a grave mistake. Gripping her children's hands tightly, she was determined to leave, denying Su Mingho any chance to explain. In a state of desperation, he rushed forward and grasped her hands, kneeling before her. Suddenly, he heard Mu Qingqing's loud thoughts. "Ah, my third uncle is really going for it. Isn't it said that a man should kneel before heaven, earth, and his parents? Now kneeling before his wife and children is only natural. Be brave, third uncle, I support you." Hearing Mu Qingqing's thoughts made Su Mingho's face flush crimson. But he could hardly concern himself with that. The most pressing matter was to keep his wife and children with him. "Xinyu, please let me explain," he urged. The children, wide-eyed, gazed at the man who was their uncle, or rather, their father, who was kneeling before their mother. It was quite astonishing to see an adult behaving like a child, kneeling. Wang Xinyu was taken aback, witnessing such a proud man kneeling in front of her. She quickly urged him to rise, but he persisted in his kneeling position. The children insisted that he prove he was their father, yet being illiterate, they could not comprehend a paternity test, leaving him no choice but to find her. "I knew you must not have gone far, but they were fake crying. If you don't believe me, you can ask the two boys," Su Mingho said earnestly while kneeling. Wang Xinyu turned to the children for confirmation, and they looked at her with their bright, expressive eyes, nodding vigorously. Do especially nodded earnestly, as if to clarify for his father. Wang Xinyu's expression softened, but what was she to do in this situation?
Qingqing continued, "Xinyu, I truly did not understand what happened back then.
I was a beast for treating you that way. I deserve to be punished. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had to endure so much suffering with the children." As he spoke, he began to slap himself across the face, the sound echoing sharply. Wang Xinyu was taken aback by his self-inflicted punishment, her heart aching as she tried to stop him. The past could not solely be blamed on him. Back when she was Su Mingho's assistant, during a business trip, he had stumbled into her room, disoriented and flushed, repeatedly complaining of feeling hot. She had laid him on the bed, intending to fetch him some water to cool him down. However, he had turned over and pressed himself against her, leading to a night of passion. When he awoke the next morning, surprised to find himself in a room that was not his own, he had asked calmly, as if he had forgotten everything from the previous night, and she had told a white lie. It was only later that she discovered he had been heavily intoxicated, and someone had taken advantage of that by drugging his drink. It was possible he had forgotten entirely. She had harbored feelings for him and did not want to burden him, wishing to bury that night deep within her heart. However, months later, as her belly grew. A hospital visit revealed she was over 3 months pregnant without any symptoms. The doctor informed her it was twins, both developing well, and terminating the pregnancy would have future repercussions on her fertility. After much hesitation, she had sought out Su Mingho, only to find he had gone abroad and was unreachable by phone. Ultimately, she decided to give birth and raise the children alone. Yet now, Su Mingho still seemed oblivious to that fateful night. As he continued to chastise himself, old Madame Su could no longer bear to watch. Questioning how such a leading man could survive in the entertainment industry with such self-punishment. She stepped forward, her eyes filled with hope, grasping Wang Xinyue's hand.
Xinyue,
I know you have suffered. Were I in your position, I would not forgive him either. He is an irresponsible man. However, the children are innocent. They have been without a father for so many years, and the absence of paternal love must be accounted for. Trust me, I will ensure he is held accountable. Let us return home to discuss this properly, shall we? Wang Xinyue, observing the esteemed old Madame Su lowering herself to negotiate with her, hesitated. Looking at her 2 children, who had endured so much, her heart ached. She recognized the Su family's wealth and influence. Her children would lack nothing with them. Yet Su Mingho at his age could not possibly be single. What if his wife or child rejected them? She hesitated, asking, what if your wife does not accept them? Chapter 77. Dodo and Yi returned to the Su family. Both old Madame Su and Su Mingho were momentarily stunned, realizing her true concern.
Su Mingao,
Kneeling on the ground, his face alight with joy, declared, Xinyue, I am not married. If you agree, I will marry you immediately, and our family of 4 can be together. I promise to be a good father and husband. Please grant me this chance. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, affirming the sincerity of his words. Had he met them a moment later, he might have already been married, and she could have been forced into marriage with that old man, leading to a far different outcome. The thought filled him with dread. Old Madame Su did not allow Wang Xinyue to hesitate any longer, scooping up one grandchild in delight. Grandma has prepared many wonderful toys for you.
Come.
Let us go home and play. She carried Dodo, who had longed for toys but hesitated to ask his mother, knowing how hard she worked for money. He felt guilty about her spending on toys, fearing a beating if he asked his uncle for anything. His eyes sparkled with hope as he looked at old Madame Su, who held him affectionately. Su Mingho and Su Wanqing approached, offering their encouragement. Seeing Wang Xinyue not opposing, Su Mingho eagerly lifted the other child and stood, coaxing her onto the vehicle. They did not all fit in one car. Old Madame Su held Dodo, while Su Mingho embraced Yi in the back seat, with Su Mingza occupying the front passenger seat. Su Wanqing and Sun Wenxiu helped Wang Xinyue into another car, with Mu Qingqing also present. The 2 little ones, experiencing such luxury for the first time, looked around in wonder. Old Madame Su, filled with tenderness, observed them closely. They were too thin. Their small hands felt like skin stretched over bone, marked with numerous scars. What happened to your hands? She asked, her heart aching. With no mother in sight, Dodo replied, it was my uncle who hit me. We didn't dare tell Mom, fearing it would upset her. Dodo, didn't I tell you not to share that with anyone? Yi glared at Dodo. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Dodo lowered his head, afraid to say more. Old Madame Su gently caressed Dodo's small face. I am not just anyone. I am your grandmother. Seeing your injuries pains me more than if I were the one hurt. If anyone dares to hit you, tell me, and I will ensure they are taught a lesson. Can you go teach my uncle a lesson? He keeps bullying my mom, taking all her money for gambling, and even trying to sell her. I hate him so much. Right, Yi? Dodo's eyes reflected fear as he worried about saying the wrong thing again. Yi clenched her small fists, her gaze intense with rage. If he dares to bully Mom again, I'll stab him with a knife. Feeling the little one in his arms tremble, Su Mingho wrapped him tightly, unsure if it was due to recalling something painful. It is all my fault. If I had known sooner, your mother would not have suffered, and you would not have been bullied. The little one suddenly began to struggle, and as Yi cried passionately, her small hands pounded against Su Mingho. He too wept, not from the pain of her blows, but from the anguish of hearing their suffering. Rest assured, with your father here, no one will dare to bully your mother again. Do not speak of stabbing anyone. While I am around, such things shall not occur. I genuinely wish to make amends. Will you give your father a chance? Su Mingho gazed at his two sons. Dodo was sobbing in old Madame Su's embrace, yearning for a father, yet fearful that Yi might reject him. Yi wiped her tears, her small face flushed with emotion. Although my mother did not directly acknowledge you as our father, I am certain that you are indeed our biological dad. However, my mother cannot forgive you, and we cannot recognize you as our father. But do you wish for father? Of course, we do. I dream of having a father. With a father, my mother would not have to struggle so much, and we would no longer be bullied by others. Once, Dodo eagerly expressed his feelings, only to be silenced by a scornful glance from Yi. Su Minghao noticed that in this sibling duo, Yi was the one in charge. He looked at Yi, who sought sincerity in his gaze. Though merely 6 years old, he possessed a remarkable cunning. Each time his uncle lied to them, he could discern the truth with remarkable accuracy. Can you promise to be devoted to only my mother? I can, of course. I swear before heaven that I will marry Wang Xingyue for life. Su Minghao sincerely vowed. Su Mingze, seated in the front row, couldn't help but smile. For the sake of his two sons, his third brother was truly earnest, even going so far as to swear an oath. Very well. In light of your sincerity, I will assist you this once. However, you must heed our words in the future. The car soon arrived at the Su residence, where Su Minghao and the children engaged in lively conversation. In contrast, Su Wanhua and Wang Xingyue sat in the car, enveloped in silence, exchanging only simple words. Mu Qingqing sat quietly, observing Wang Xingyue, without uttering a word. As the car came to a halt, the children were captivated by the grandeur of the villa, their eyes wide with wonder. Wang Xingyue was equally astonished. This was the kind of place she had only seen on television. The reality of it left her feeling out of place, as if she belonged to an entirely different world from Su Minghao. Upon entering the living room, the elderly Su patriarch, with a slight limp, approached his two grandsons, his eyes sparkling with delight. Yi and Dodo politely greeted, "Hello, Grandpa." Wang Xingyue, pulled by Su Wanhua, sat on the sofa, feeling awkward and unsure of what to say. At that moment, the old man retrieved a bank card from his pocket, just as Mu Qingqing's inner voice echoed. So, my grandfather is indeed the troublemaker. You intended to offer her a gift, but she misinterpreted your kindness as an insult, believing you were trying to buy her children's affection. In her anger, she left without a word, leading my third uncle to chase after her for 3 years. Upon hearing this, the old man quickly clenched the card in his palm. Su Minghao's gaze fixated on his grandfather's hand, fearing he might present it to Wang Xingyue. Once he saw the old man clutching it, he finally relaxed. At this moment, a caregiver placed various fruits on the coffee table, and the children stared eagerly, but did not reach for any. Su old lady felt a surge of pride, appreciating how well Wang Xingyue had raised the children. She picked 2 bright red cherries and handed them to the children, encouraging them to eat. The cherries rested in their palms, untouched, as their eyes sought Wang Xingyue. How obedient these children are, Su old lady thought, feeling quite pleased with Wang Xingyue as her potential daughter-in-law. She picked up a few more cherries and placed them in Wang Xingyue's hands. "Xingyue, you should eat as well. Please, make yourself at home. Don't hesitate. If you don't eat, your sons won't dare to either." Su old lady joked, while Wang Xingyue felt a bit embarrassed as she noticed the children's eager gazes. She felt a pang of guilt, realizing they had never tasted cherries before. It was all her fault for being such an inadequate mother. With tears in her eyes, she urged, "Go ahead, eat. They're from your grandmother." Her intention was to return the children to their father, and seeing them treated well eased her worries. With permission granted, the children carefully placed the cherries in their mouths, their faces lighting up with joy. Mu Qingqing leaned closer, peeling a lychee and offering it to Dodo. "Try this. This lychee is delicious. Just remember to spit out the seed." Dodo opened his mouth and took a bite, the juice bursting with sweetness, bringing a smile to his face. Seeing him enjoy it, Mu Qingqing peeled another lychee for Yi. Yi chewed with a puffed-up face, showing little expression, though his eyes sparkled with delight. Mu Qingqing, observing his demeanor, couldn't help but think, at such a young age, he already knows how to mask his feelings. He will surely become an extraordinary person as he grows up. Too bad for his mother, who insists on leaving this place. Your uncle has borrowed so much money. He tells those creditors that your mother will pay them back, and they have taken her away. Watching Mu Qingqing peel the lychee, recalled something he had just heard. Yet his mouth remained shut. Where had that voice come from? He glanced at Dodo, whose expression mirrored his own confusion. Apparently, he was not the only one who could hear that voice. At that moment, Wang Xinyu gently caressed the heads of and Dodo, saying, "From now on, you two will live with your father. He will take good care of you. While your mother is not by your side, you must be strong." Su Mingzhe immediately added, "Xinyu, this will be your home as well. You cannot leave the children behind. Will you marry me so we can always be together?" Wang Xinyue's gaze dimmed. Did she deserve to reside in such a luxurious villa? She had a brother like that, and if he learned she was living in a villa, he would surely bring trouble upon them. She didn't care for herself, but she couldn't let her children suffer because of her. Resolutely, she declared, "I cannot marry you. I do not love you. Just take good care of your two sons. I am exhausted and cannot care for them any longer. I need to live for myself as well." Rising to leave, immediately grasped her arm. "Mom, if you're going, we will go with you. Wherever you go, we will follow. We will never be separated from you." Dodo soon joined in, crying as he clung to his mother's leg. "Mom, please don't go. Dodo can't live without you. I'm scared at night. Mom, don't leave." Tears began to flow from Wang Xinyue as she was pulled. Yet she had made her decision. She forcefully pushed them away and dashed towards the door. But before she could make much progress, Su Minghao caught her in his arms. "Where do you think you're going? To your brother's house? So he can continue to exploit you? Or have you earned money to pay off his debts? What will happen to your two sons if something were to happen to you? They have already lost a father. Do you want them to lose their mother as well?" Wang Xinyue looked into his eyes, breaking down in tears. She felt wronged, but what could she do? She also longed for the four of them to live together, but her brother would never allow her to have a good life. He would gain nothing from it. She didn't want to bring trouble to them. The two children clung to Wang Xinyue, refusing to let her go. Their family of four embraced, weeping together. Su, old lady, wanted to intervene but felt lost. Her son had wronged the girl, and it was understandable that she could not forgive him. Yet, Qingqing warned that if she left, she would be kidnapped, and that certainly could not be allowed. Even if it meant binding her to the Su family, she would do so. She arranged for bodyguards to stand at the door, ensuring she could not leave. Then she approached Wang Xinyue and said, "Xinyue, the doctor mentioned that the two children are somewhat frail and may faint at any moment. They need more love and attention. We cannot allow them to be too upset, or it may trigger new ailments. You see, this is our first meeting, and the children need you so much. Would you consider staying for now? Let us see if they improve before making any decisions about leaving." Wang Xinyue looked at the children with concern, fearing they might faint. At that moment, appearing pained and weak, said, "Mom, I feel so dizzy. I can't take it anymore." He closed his eyes, causing Dodo to cry out, urging to wake up quickly. Furrowed his brow, discreetly pinching Dodo's hand. Suddenly, Dodo understood, ceasing his cries and feigning weakness. "Mom, I feel dizzy too. I feel so faint. Grandma, they're both playing along with you." Madame Su gazed steadily at the two children, and indeed, one of Dodo's eyes was still half open. A smile graced her lips, recognizing the cleverness of these little rascals. "Minghao, quickly take the children to your room. I will summon Dr. Wang to examine them once more," she instructed. Su Minghao and Wang Xinyue each picked up a child and hurried upstairs, allowing Madame Su to finally breathe a sigh of relief. They had managed to keep the children safe, but how long they would remain was contingent upon Su Minghao. At that moment, Mu Qingqing was murmuring, "What kind of fate does my third uncle have? The situation at home is not yet resolved. And now there's trouble at the door." Chapter 79. Settling scores. Upon hearing Mu Qingqing's thoughts, the others' expressions turned tense. Could the commotion outside be caused by Li Jiaojiu? Just as Madame Su was about to rush upstairs, she hesitated. The elder Mr. Su was already quite frail and had been seated on the sofa for some time. The remaining members of the Su family had no intention of going upstairs. The family of four was in a moment of bonding, and they did not wish to intrude. At that moment, the butler rushed into the living room, flustered. Madam, Li Jiaojiao and her mother are causing a scene at the door, demanding to see the third young master. How should we handle this? Madame Su's expression darkened. How dare that woman come seeking her son? Didn't she have any awareness of her own actions? How could she show her face to them after all she had done? She retorted angrily, "Let them leave. They are not worthy of entering the Su family home. My son is not someone just anyone can meet." The butler sighed. "I told them to leave, but they refuse." Li Jiaojiao's mother threatened to expose the third young master's scandals if they are not allowed in.
Madame Su's ungestroyed.
And the atmosphere among the Su family members grew tense. Su Mingze abruptly stood up, fuming. "I want to see what scandal they could possibly have about my third brother." He had never thought highly of Li Jiaojiao, and now that they had broken up, she still sought to use scandal to threaten him. The Su family was not to be trifled with. The others shared in this indignation, eager to confront Li Jiaojiao and her mother. However, Mu Qingqing grasped Su Wanhua's hand, pleading, "Mom, can we not go? It's pointless to argue outside. The teacher said we should avoid conflicts. Li Jiaojiao is waiting for you. There are reporters outside. Whatever is said will be maliciously edited and sensationalized. Soon, the internet will be buzzing with stories of the wealthy Su family bullying a pitiful mother and daughter. My third uncle's career will undoubtedly be affected. When the time comes, saving my third uncle's career will require appeasing Li Jiaojiao and her mother. And she will not ask for little. Qingqing, you are right. We must heed the teacher's advice and not engage in disputes. Call the police and report that there are disturbances at the Su family entrance." The butler immediately turned to carry out her instructions. "Ha! My eldest uncle must have some shadow cast by the teacher to be so obedient. But calling the police is only a temporary measure. Her gambling debts are already being pursued, and she fears for her life. If she discovers my third uncle has two such large sons, she will surely create even more trouble." As Mu Qingqing nibbled on her grapes, her mind raced. Madame Su's expression darkened further. Anyone who sought to harm her son would face her wrath. Su Mingho had developed his career in the entertainment industry without ever publicly promoting his connection to the Su family. He had risen to the status of a film emperor through his own efforts. How could she tolerate this woman attempting to ruin him? "Brother, investigate the background of Li Jiaojiao's debt collectors. If they dare to come again, we shall summon them and see who truly fears whom." Su Mingze smirked. "Mother, that is a splendid idea, fighting fire with fire. I will also gather some reporters to expose their disgraceful acts." Meanwhile, outside the main gate, the police were preparing to escort Li Jiaojiao and her mother away, while Chen Wenxiu shouted and clung to the iron gate, refusing to leave. The police, left with no choice, resorted to force, dragging her to the police car. On the second floor, Wang Xinyu peeked out the window and called, "Ming Hao, there are police at your doorstep. Aren't you going to check?" Su Mingho approached the window and caught sight of a familiar figure, a flicker of hatred crossing his eyes. How dare she bring her family here to cause a disturbance? He regretted ever thinking her pure and adorable for having chosen such a girlfriend. "No need. My mother and the others have not gone. It must not be anything serious." However, this scene did not escape Li Jiaojiao's notice. Her gaze fixed on Su Mingho's room on the second floor. Upon seeing Wang Xinyue's face, her anger flared. They had just broken up, and another woman appeared in his room. He was indeed a scoundrel. How foolish she had been to feel guilt over using such methods against him. As she was shoved into the police car, her heart brimmed with resentment. On the second floor, Dodo quietly opened his eyes. Wang Xinyue immediately inquired with concern, "Dodo, you're awake. Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Dodo glanced at Yi, still pretending to be unconscious, and regretted having opened his eyes. He touched his head, pitifully saying, "Mommy, my head hurts. I don't want to go to Uncle's house. He always scolds us and hits us. If only we had a father. Uncle wouldn't dare to hit us anymore." Yi could no longer hold back and open her eyes, glaring at Dodo. "Didn't we tell you not to tell Mommy that Uncle hits us? If she knows, she will be sad." Wang Xinyue observed her son speaking so loudly upon awakening, showing no signs of weakness, and felt deceived. Yet hearing his words filled her heart with both pain and warmth. "Dodo, don't listen to Yi. Tell me how your uncle hits you." Dodo, under Yi's fierce gaze, reluctantly lifted his shirt, revealing burn marks from cigarette butts and several scars on his tender belly. Wang Xinyue could hardly believe her eyes, tears streaming down her face as she reached out to touch the pockmarked skin. The burn marks were fresh, some inflamed and oozing pus, and others left glaring scars on his delicate skin. She shouted in rage, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? That beast has harmed you like this." Dodo, frightened by her expression, began to cry, saying, "Uncle said if we told you, he would drive us away. Yi said you were already struggling and didn't he want to burden you?" Wang Xinyue wept inconsolably. She never imagined her own brother could inflict such cruelty on her son. Was this something a human could do? Su Mingho, upon seeing the scars on his son's body, felt his nails dig into his flesh. After listening to Dodo's account, he stormed out of the room, his face ashen with fury. Wang Xinyue sensed something was amiss and chased after him. "Minghao, don't act impulsively. My brother is quite formidable. You won't be able to defeat him alone." But Su Mingho was beyond listening. Seeing his child so tormented drove him nearly to madness. He rushed into the living room, where Madame Su called out to him, "What are you doing? What happened? I am going to kill Wang Haicheng." Su Mingho's eyes were filled with rage. Su Mingze immediately stood up, blocking his path. "Minghao, calm down. Tell me what happened. Let us think of a solution together." Wang Xinyue had also come down from upstairs, her eyes swollen from crying.
Shu Minggao,
In his grief, cried out, "Elder brother, go upstairs and see what has happened to my two sons." Madame Su, sensing something was off with her youngest son, hurried upstairs. When she descended, her eyes blazed, her face twisted with anger. "Eldest, gather all the bodyguards we have. We are going to confront Wang Haicheng." Chapter 80. Unexpected gains. Madame Su was genuinely furious this time. Su Mingze had never witnessed such an expression on his mother's face. Fearing that his younger brother might go upstairs to check, he could already deduce what had transpired. He dialed a number, summoning all the capable bodyguards. Within moments, 3 black Mercedes-Benz vans arrived at the Su family estate. Madame Su gazed at Wang Xinyue, suppressing her fury, and said, "Xinyue, you should stay home and care for the children. You've witnessed how your elder brother treats your 2 sons. Shall we go teach him a lesson? Do you have any objections?" Wang Xinyue had long harbored intense resentment towards her elder brother. If not for the lack of a place to go and the fact that her children were still too young, she would not have tolerated him. Thinking he could occasionally provide some care at home, she never anticipated such cruelty from him. Understanding Madame Su's inquiry, she realized it was her brother who sought her opinion. She was not one to be oblivious to the situation. Witnessing the furious expressions on the faces of the Su family members, she knew that regardless of whether she pleaded for mercy or not, her brother would face severe consequences. Furthermore, she would not advocate for him. It was acceptable for him to mistreat her, but it was absolutely intolerable to do so to her children. With a dimmed gaze, she replied, "I have no objections." She turned and ascended the stairs to tend to her 2 sons. Madame Su watched her retreating figure with satisfaction. If she could not discern familial loyalties, it would be difficult for her to remain within the Su family. Su Wanhua, Sun Wenxiu, and Su Xiu nodded in acknowledgement. They understood what Madame Su intended to do and had no desire to witness the ensuing confrontation. However, Mu Qingqing grasped Madame Su's hand, exclaiming, "Grandma, I want to go with you. I wish to avenge my 2 younger brothers. Perhaps we may encounter unexpected gains in our endeavor," Madame Su replied, her expression growing more somber. Upon hearing the mention of unexpected gains, she nodded, instructing, "Qingqing, you must stay close to Grandma and behave."
Mu Qingqing nodded vigorously.
Madame Su led the way out, with Su Mingze and Su Mingho following closely behind. Once they departed, Su Wanhua took Su Xiu and her mother upstairs to check on the children. Soon, a luxurious Rolls-Royce, followed by 3 business-class Mercedes, arrived at Wang Haicheng's residence. A group of elderly men and women sat chatting leisurely beneath the aging apartment building, their attention piqued by the sudden arrival of 4 luxury vehicles. Following Madame Su, Mu Qingqing exited the car, and the elderly onlookers began to chatter excitedly. Ignoring them, Madame Su inquired of Su Mingze, "Which building does Wang Haicheng reside in?" At that moment, Li Meng emerged and said, "Old lady, I know where he lives. I'll take you there." Having grown up in the area, Li Meng was familiar with everyone's residence. As he passed by the group of elderly individuals, one of the women stopped him and asked Li Meng, "Why are you all looking for Wang Haiqing?" Li Meng glanced at her and replied, "Auntie, I'm not sure. Just mind your own business." The occupants of the 3 vehicles disembarked, 6 individuals from one car, all clad in matching black suits, resembling a gang of mobsters. Madame Su and Mu Qingqing led the way, with the others trailing behind. The elderly spectators watched, astonished, their eyes nearly popping out as they engaged in animated discussions. Some even followed to see the commotion. "Is he not at home?" Shu Minggao questioned. Li Meng knocked on the door several times with no response. Shu Ming remarked, Qingqing, "Do you think Wang Haiqing is at home?" "Of course he is. He is hiding under the bed, terrified you are here to collect a debt," came the reply. Hearing Mu Qingqing's thoughts, Su Mingho swiftly kicked the door, but his strength was insufficient to break it down. Angrily, he shouted, "Who can kick this door down for me? I'll give them 500,000. Upon hearing this, several men in black rushed forward, each delivering a powerful kick that shattered the door.
Su Minggao stormed in.
Heading straight for the bed. The apartment was over 100 square meters, consisting of 3 bedrooms and a living room, with furniture clearly showing years of use. He opened one door, revealing a clean room furnished simply, with only a table and 2 large boxes on the floor, the tops covered in children's clothing. A bed was crammed with 3 quilts and 3 pillows. Was this Wang Xinyue's and her children's room? His eyes reddened at the thought. Not finding anyone under the bed, he surveyed the room for a moment before attempting to twist another doorknob, which wouldn't budge. He decided against it and opened another door instead. This room was significantly larger, featuring a spacious double bed and new furniture. Suddenly, he noticed the bed covers quivering slightly. He yanked them off to reveal a trembling figure lying there, too frightened to raise their head. He shouted, "Wang Haiqing, come out now." But Wang Haiqing dared not emerge, terrified of the loan sharks. Su Mingho was not about to let him remain hidden. He called for a few bodyguards, and they swiftly dragged Wang Haiqing from beneath the bed. Wang Haiqing, overwhelmed with fear, cried out for mercy. Upon seeing his face, Su Mingho could no longer contain his rage and began to pummel him relentlessly. "You scoundrel! Do you still think you deserve to be called an uncle? And Dodo are your nephews, and you dare burn them with a cigarette? Are you even human?" Wang Haiqing, restrained by the bodyguards, could only endure the blows passively. Blood trickled from his mouth and nose, revealing the extent of Su Mingho's fury. Madame Su intervened, holding back the 3rd son. Fearing Wang Haiqing would be beaten to death, she angrily demanded, "Wang Haiqing, are you even human? How can you treat your own nephews so cruelly? Do you have any conscience left?" Wang Haiqing hung his head, blood flowing down his neck, his face swollen beyond recognition. Upon realizing that those present were not the loan sharks, he felt a modicum of relief. Looking at Madame Su, he lamented, "It's not that I'm cruel to them. They were just too mischievous, and I lost my temper. Besides, they aren't even my real nephews." Chapter 81. Is it justifiable? Madame Su was taken aback and pressed. "What did you just say? They aren't your real nephews?" Su Mingho also stared at him, eager to hear his explanation. Wang Haiqing, thinking they were angry on behalf of Wang Xinyue's children, hurried to defend himself, saying, "They aren't my real nephews. Wang Xinyue isn't my real sister. She was adopted by my mother. She lives in my house with her 2 children, and they annoy me every day. Isn't it reasonable for me to scold them a bit?" Wang Haiqing spoke as if it were a matter of course, as if allowing them to stay in his home was already a favor. Su Mingho slapped him across the face, exclaiming, "Just because they aren't your real nephews, you think it's acceptable to burn them with a cigarette? They are living, breathing beings. They are so young, with delicate skin. Do you know how painful it is to burn them?" Wang Haiqing felt no remorse, his eyes devoid of regret, yet he pleaded, "I only burned them 12 times. Not that many." Su Mingho's eyes darkened, indicating the bodyguards to act. They produced a cigarette, igniting it until the tip glowed red, then pressed it against Wang Haiqing's bare skin. A blood-curdling scream erupted in the room. The onlooking elderly were taken aback, retreating several steps at the sound, but as they peered in, they found the bodyguards blocking their view, leaving them only to speculate about the commotion inside. Wang Haiqing's forehead glistened with sweat as he continued to plead for mercy, but the hatred in Su Mingho's eyes remained undiminished. He was determined that Wang Haiqing should feel the same pain he had inflicted upon his two sons. Do you now understand how painful it is to be burned with a cigarette? You had no qualms doing this to 6-year-old children with such delicate skin. You burned them at least 20 times, and today I shall return the favor with 40. No, I only did it 12 times. It wasn't that many. Wang Haiqing protested desperately. Su Mingho shot him a fierce glare, signaling the bodyguards to proceed. The bodyguards ignited the cigarette again, waiting until the tip was glowing bright red before pressing it onto Wang Haiqing's abdomen, filling the room with his anguished cries. Su Mingho cast a glance at him, picking up a pair of foul-smelling socks from under the bed and stuffing them into his mouth. Su Lao'er stood behind with Mu Qingqing, covering her eyes. Qingqing, don't look, it's too gruesome. Otherwise, you'll have nightmares tonight. Mu Qingqing pushed aside Su Lao'er's hand, refusing to be frightened. Nor would she suffer from nightmares. She had only seen such scenes on television, and now that she witnessed it firsthand, she was determined to take it all in.
Grandma.
I'm not afraid. I want to see the consequences of bullying my little brother. I want to avenge them. All of this is Wang Haiqing's fault. If he had informed Wang Xinyue that she was adopted and taken that pendant to recognize her kin, he wouldn't be in such a humiliating predicament today. Her biological father is a wealthy man, comparable to the Su family. Alas, poor little brothers, having to suffer alongside him. They are so adorable. How could he bear to harm them? He deserves this outcome. Su Mingho's gaze turned even more fierce as he looked at Wang Haiqing, regarding him as a fool. He could have led a prosperous life through his sister, yet he chose to bind her to himself, enduring the same suffering. Selfish people eventually lack the fortune they seek. At that moment, Wang Haiqing writhed in pain, his mouth stuffed and emitting muffled pleas for mercy, tears mingling with sweat rolling down his face. The bodyguard deftly lit a cigarette. As the ember glowed red, he pressed it against Wang Haiqing's abdomen, leaving a vivid scar mingled with ashes on his skin. In no time, his once smooth belly was dotted with crimson marks, a sight to behold. The bodyguard paused, counting the cigarette burn marks, exactly 40. They stepped aside, leaving a few to continue restraining Wang Haiqing. Su Mingho approached, glancing at the nearly fainting Wang Haiqing. How does it feel, Wang Haiqing? Is the burn pleasant? With a heart as black as yours, I wish I could end your life. He pulled the stinking socks from Wang Haiqing's mouth, who gasped for air, looking utterly wretched. How could he not? Being gagged with those socks for so long must be unbearable. Yet it was well-deserved. Wang Haiqing's face turned pale as he pleaded, "Young Master Su, please let me go. You vented your anger. After all, Wang Xinyue was raised by my parents. For the sake of my parents, please spare me." Su Mingho's expression darkened further, his tone more sinister. Your parents? They told you that Xinyue was adopted, yet they didn't tell her. Did they intend for you to exploit her for your own benefit? Wang Haiqing hastily refuted, excitement causing him to wince in pain. No. It's not that my parents didn't tell her. They passed away too suddenly. My mother told me to give her childhood belongings before she died. I feared she would forget me if she recognized someone else, so I didn't tell her. Don't blame my parents. Su Mingho raised his hand, almost wanting to strike him again, but seeing his filthy state, he couldn't bring himself to touch him. Where are Xinyue's childhood belongings? In that locked room. I was afraid she would discover them, so I hid them. Wang Haiqing pointed toward the locked house, his gaze evasive, fearing Su Mingho would hit him again. Su Mingho ordered the bodyguard to kick open the door, revealing a chaotic room. The bodyguard restrained Wang Haiqing while searching, retrieving a box from beneath an old wardrobe. He handed it to Su Mingho, who opened it to find a pristine pink dress and a peculiar stone pendant, though it was of little monetary value. Likely untouched for years. Is this all? Su Mingho asked Wang Haiqing for confirmation. Wang Haiqing nodded vigorously. Su Mingho took the box and approached Su Lao'er. Mom, let us go. Seeing Wang Haiqing's pitiful state, Su Lao'er felt it was a form of vengeance for her two grandsons. She nodded but heard Mu Qingqing inwardly complain. Letting Wang Haiqing off just like this is too lenient. Once he recovers, he will likely conspire with that old man against Wang Xinyue again. He should be locked away. Ideally imprisoned. Chapter 82. Truly adopted. Su Lao'er glanced at Wang Haiqing again, suddenly feeling he wasn't as miserable as she had thought. Just as Mu Qingqing suggested, letting him go seemed too lenient. Mingho, he is Xinyue's nominal elder brother after all. We can't just abandon him here. What if something happens? Xinyue will have a heavy heart. Let us send him to our private hospital for proper care. Upon hearing this, Wang Haiqing's eyes lit up with joy. Though they had beaten him severely, being sent to such a luxurious hospital was far better than being left to fend for himself. Yet, Su Mingho was puzzled as to why they would send him to their hospital. If we treat him, will he continue to scheme against Xinyue? He wanted to argue, but Su Laotai silenced him with a glance. Song Mingze patted his shoulder, saying, "You still don't understand Mom's character. Rest assured." At that moment, Su Laotai instructed several bodyguards to take Wang Haiqing to the hospital, ensuring they stayed to protect his safety. Wang Haiqing cast a grateful look at Su Laotai, who couldn't be bothered to respond. Su Mingho, however, was even angrier, watching Wang Haiqing leave with a face resembling that of a pig, his lips pressed tightly, fists clenched, wishing he could strike him a few more times. Elderly onlookers at the entrance discussed Wang Haiqing's battered face, noting how he had been heavily beaten. Previously, his sister had protected him, but now she was nowhere to be found, implying he would be unable to repay his gambling debts. Wang Haiqing is no good. He used his sister to gamble for money. Marrying that old man was just a ploy to exploit his own sister. What's worse? You've probably heard, he even intended to sell those two nephews of his. It was only when Wang Xinyue nearly cut him with a knife that he backed down. As Su Mingho descended the stairs, the old folks' words echoed in his ears, inciting him to rush forward and strike Wang Haiqing again. Wang Haiqing, frightened, attempted to evade but was restrained by the bodyguards, forced to endure the blows.
Su Laotai intervine,
instructing the bodyguards to separate them and send Wang Haiqing to their private hospital. Su Mingze pulled Su Mingho into the car, and once they were seated, Su Laotai remarked, "Sending him to our private hospital allows for better monitoring. Once he recovers, we cannot guarantee when he might seek trouble with Wang Xinyue. Keeping him under our watch will ensure we know exactly where he goes." Su Mingho's eyes flickered. Indeed, his mother was more astute than he realized. However, confining him to the hospital was not a permanent solution. This issue needed resolution, or Xinyue's life would remain disturbed. "Mom, you're right. But we can't keep him in the hospital forever, can we?" Su Laotai patted her foolish son, and he nodded in silent agreement. Mu Qingqing regarded her third uncle with newfound admiration. "Third uncle, go for it. Your determination to avenge your little brothers is truly impressive. Wang Xinyue loves you too, but she fears her identity doesn't match yours. However, once she learns her true identity, she won't feel inferior." Su Mingho felt elated, stroking Qingqing's soft hair. "Qingqing, do you think I heard you correctly? Did you just say you want a gift?" Seeing her third uncle's earnest expression, her lips curled into a radiant smile. "Third uncle, do you really want to give me a gift?"
Su Mingao nodded sincerely.
"Then, since I'm still young and lack nothing, but my mother is short on money, I could use some. Why not give me a card worth a few million?" "A few million?"
Su Mingao exclaimed in surprise.
As though she believed such a sum was effortlessly attainable. All his money was with Su Laotai and his grandfather, plus another 100 million with his elder brother. He currently had little to no funds. Embarrassed, he admitted, "I have no money at the moment. It's all with your uncle and your grandfather." Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Mingze smirked cunningly. In the past, his third brother was always lamenting about his misfortunes. Now that someone was targeting him, of course, he had to play along. His smile was wide and unabashed. Su Mingho glanced at his elder brother, casting a gentle gaze at Mu Qingqing, while Su Mingze gave Su Mingho a thumbs up. Mu Qingqing clapped her hands in delight, and finally, old lady Su's face broke into a smile of approval. However, Su Mingho wore a troubled expression. This casual banter had cost him $1 million. Yet, seeing the joyful faces of old lady Su and his elder brother, he couldn't help but feel that the expense was worth it. The car sped swiftly towards the Su residence. Su Mingho quickly opened the car door and rushed towards the villa, clutching a wooden box in his hands. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Wang Xinyue smiling brightly. Su Xiu was happily playing with two children and their toys. However, the moment she saw Su Mingho enter, Wang Xinyue's smile faded. Even Yi and Dodo stared at him with wide eyes. Su Mingho suddenly felt as if he had arrived at an inopportune moment. Feeling somewhat awkward, He looked at the wooden box in his hands and said, Xinhua, I have something to tell you, but please don't be shocked. Your elder brother claims you are not your parents' biological daughter. You were found by them. This is something from your childhood, told to your brother by your mother before she passed away, and he was instructed to inform you. Wang Xinhua was taken aback by this sudden revelation. The thought that she was not her parents' biological daughter was incomprehensible to her. They treated her so well that it seemed impossible. Her face displayed disbelief as she stammered. Is this really what my brother said? How could I not be? Su Mingho presented the wooden box before her. This is the clothing your adoptive mother found you in, along with a pendant. Perhaps this could lead you to your biological parents. With trembling hands, Wang Xinhua accepted it and opened the box. The clothes and pendant were entirely unfamiliar to her. As she pulled out the clothing, a letter fell from within. She picked it up from the floor. The blank envelope contained a letter, which she opened to read. The letter bore several lines of text. Once she finished reading, tears welled up in her eyes. It turned out that she truly had been abandoned. This was a letter written by her adoptive mother. It recounted how, after losing her own child, she had fortuitously found Wang Xinhua and assumed she had been discarded by someone, raising her as her own. However, they had never mustered the courage to inform her of her origins, acknowledging their selfishness in the letter and offering heartfelt apologies. Overcome with emotion, Wang Xinhua buried her face in her hands and wept. Su Mingho embraced her, comforting her. Xinhua, please don't cry. Regardless of whether they are your biological parents or not, you still have me and our 2 sons. We will always be by your side. Wang Xinhua cried even harder. Yi and Dodo, seeing their mother in distress, rushed over to hold her tightly. Chapter 83. Kidnapping Old Lady Su held hands with Mu Qingqing, followed closely by Su Mingze as they entered the living room. Upon entering, they heard the sound of crying from upstairs, and the 3 of them quietly settled on the sofa. Old Lady Su sighed, Eldest, please help Wang Xinhua investigate her biological parents. If they are genuinely seeking their daughter and are from a good family, let her know. However, if they are not, even if they are wealthy, we shouldn't tell Xinhua to avoid further distress. Su Mingze nodded in agreement. Upstairs, Wang Xinhua sobbed heart-wrenchingly. Her voice choked as she said, Mingho, thank you for all your help. Since they abandoned me, I no longer wish to seek them out. After all these years, even if I find them, there may be no emotional connection, so it might be better not to pursue it. Su Mingho contemplated urging her to search for her biological parents, as Mu Qingqing mentioned that they were on par with the Su family and that their circumstances were undoubtedly favorable. This could help Xinhua feel less inferior. However, seeing her resolute expression, he refrained from insisting further. Su Wanhu and Sun Wenxiu approached to comfort her. Having spent some time together, the 3 of them had grown familiar with one another. After some comforting, Wang Xinhua gradually ceased her tears. Whether or not you seek your biological parents, this is your home. You are our family, and once you marry my 3rd brother, I shall call you 3rd sister-in-law. Wang Xinhua's ears flushed with warmth, and her face turned crimson as she lowered her gaze, feeling too shy to meet anyone's eyes. Seizing the moment, Su Mingho boldly declared, Xinhua, let us get married. If you don't wish to stay in the country after our marriage, we can live abroad. Wang Xinhua looked up at him, then glanced at the 2 children. Although she harbored feelings for Su Mingho, she knew that her elder brother would surely create trouble if he learned of their marriage, which would inevitably implicate Su Mingho. Noticing her conflict, Su Mingho reassured her. I will handle matters with your brother promptly. I will ensure he doesn't trouble you again. Just wait peacefully to marry me. Wang Xinhua silently nodded, her eyes glimmering with hope. Su Mingho could hardly contain his joy. She had finally acquiesced, and their 2 children could now openly call him father. He eagerly encouraged Yi and Dodo to address him as such. Dodo, unable to restrain his excitement, sweetly called out Daddy. Yi, seeking confirmation from Wang Xinhua, noticed her nod and, somewhat awkwardly, whispered Daddy. Lost in his elation, Su Mingho's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he swiped to answer. A familiar female voice erupted from the other end. Su Mingho, you are nothing but a scoundrel. I thought I had wronged you, but it turns out you have been keeping a mistress. You owe me at least 10 million for the loss of my youth. Otherwise, I will ensure you never have a peaceful day. Su Mingho's expression darkened, his grip on the phone tightening as veins bulged on his forehead. Noticing his distress, Dodo anxiously asked, "Daddy, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" Hearing the child's voice only fueled her rage further. "Su Mingho, you actually have children. Why did you still propose to marry me and deceive my parents? You are toying with me, aren't you? I will not let you off easily." Su Mingho wanted to explain but found it impossible. He was just as shocked upon learning the truth, and it was Li Jiaojiao who had wronged him. Why should he be subjected to her accusations and demands for compensation? The fury from the other end of the line continued unabated. Not wishing to hear any more, Su Mingho quickly hung up. Once he regained his composure, he reassured Wang Xinyue, "It's nothing. Just some issues from work that I need to handle." He preferred not to disclose the situation with Li Jiaojiao to her, fearing it would lead to unnecessary worries. Yet, Wang Xinyue, with her keen intuition, had already sensed something amiss. From the moment she arrived in this house, she had noticed signs that a woman had lived there. She merely wished for him to be honest, but he did not. Perhaps it was not worth it. Perhaps the wounds were too deep to broach without pain. She pondered over many things, but seeing her two sons so eagerly desire a father, she decided to cast aside her worries. As long as he could be a good father, she would not dare to hope for more as a husband. Meanwhile, Li Jiaojiao was situated in a cheap motel. Her face twisted with rage as she continued to curse Su Mingho. After rummaging through her phone for a while, she retrieved a number from her blacklist and dialed it. Her eyes were dark and filled with hatred. Before long, a burly man knocked on her door. Li Jiaojiao quickly tidied her hair and adjusted her clothing before opening the door, only to have the man push her onto the bed. After a tumultuous encounter, Li Jiaojiao whispered something in his ear. The man smirked, "I'll help you get what you want, but you must accompany me for a month." Li Jiaojiao playfully wrapped her arms around his chest, her sultry voice softening his resolve. "All right, if you help me, I'll be yours for the month." The two succumbed once more to their desires, their intimate whispers filling the room. After dinner at the Su residence, Old Lady Su and Old Master Su embraced their two grandsons, laughing heartily. Wang Xinyue chatted with Su Wanhu and her sister-in-law, Sun Wenxiu. The family was enveloped in warmth and joy. Mu Qingqing sat on the sofa, peeling fruit and feeding it to Yi and Dodo. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. "Host, Li Jiaojiao has sent someone to kidnap Yi and Dodo. They are waiting at the door. They will take the opportunity to abduct them as soon as they step outside." Mu Qingqing gazed at her two adorable younger brothers, who had already endured so much suffering. Why were there still people wishing them harm? She clenched her small fists tightly. "How many of them are there?" "Just one," Mu Qingqing chuckled. "Just one dares to come to the Su family to kidnap someone. They must want to end their own life. Host, please do not act recklessly. This person has killed before and is ruthless." "Killed someone? Then such a hidden danger must not be allowed to exist. If we capture him directly, without substantial evidence, the police will have no recourse. We can only lure him out." She suddenly stood up. The Su family members, except for Wang Xinyue, stared wide-eyed at Mu Qingqing. What did she just say about someone having killed? Su Wanhua felt increasingly uneasy, fearing for her daughter's safety. She approached Mu Qingqing and asked, "Qingqing, what are you going to do?" Mu Qingqing did not want them to worry and prevent her from taking risks. But she could not bear the thought of her two younger brothers being in danger. "Mom, I want to step out for a bit to buy an eraser. Mine is too worn out. Then I'll go with you." Su Wanhua was already anxious, fearing what might happen if her daughter truly encountered danger. Mu Qingqing immediately retorted. And before Su Wanhua could respond, she dashed out of the living room, followed quietly by Li Meng. Su Wanhua wanted to follow but was called back by old Madame Su. She summoned the butler and instructed the bodyguards to discreetly follow Qingqing and the others. She sensed that Qingqing was definitely up to something, yet she trusted her, an inexplicable trust. Mu Qingqing told Li Meng, "If you see me being kidnapped, don't intervene. Just follow closely. Find out who is behind this and alert the police."
Limang nudda.
Watching such a small person speak of kidnapping with such nonchalance, he couldn't help but admire her courage. As Mu Qingqing opened the door and walked while playing, she remained vigilant about her surroundings, deliberately walking into an alley that was seldom traversed. Suddenly, a burly man appeared. Chapter 84. Identity exposed. Mu Qingqing feigned fear, timidly asking, "Who are you?" "I am a member of the Su family. If you harm me, my family will not spare you." Zhao Chong, with his face covered, made it impossible to discern his features, but his chilling laughter sent shivers down her spine. Li Jiaojiao had instructed him to kidnap a child from the Su family. This was indeed a Su family child. Without uttering a word, he pulled out a pre-prepared sedative and covered Mu Qingqing's mouth and nose. Mu Qingqing felt a bit intimidated. After all, in her 8-year-old body, she had no means to fight back against such a robust man. However, for the sake of her 2 younger brothers, she had no choice but to comply. She pretended to struggle, holding her breath. Yet, some of the sedatives still entered her system, causing her to faint. Seeing that she had stopped moving, Zhao Chong picked her up and placed her in a van. Li Meng, watching intently, was fearful of missing anything. Once the van drove off, he followed closely behind. The van entered an abandoned factory. Zhao Chong got out, carried Mu Qingqing, and bound her hands to a dilapidated chair. At that moment, Mu Qingqing felt dizzy, her mind filled with the incessant voice of Guagua. "Host, wake up quickly. Li Jiaojiao is coming. You must wake up. If she sees you, she will surely torment you. Hurry and wake up, host. If you die, I cannot survive either. Guagua has not finished eating the melon yet." Whoa. Mu Qingqing was nearly driven mad by Guagua's incessant chattering. She furrowed her brow, trying hard to open her eyes, but they simply would not budge. Just then, a woman's voice rang out. "Chongo, you are truly capable. You captured her so quickly." She stepped closer. "Why is it this wretched girl?" Zhao Chong was astonished. "This child? She claims to be from the Su family. How many children are there in the Su family?" Li Jiaojiao, with her face covered but her piercing eyes visible, scrutinized her carefully. She can be considered a member of the Su family, but she is not that person's child. Nevertheless, it does not matter. She can still bring in money. She took out her phone and snapped several pictures of Mu Qingqing tied to the chair, then dialed Su Mingho's number. As he was the only contact she had from the Su family, Su Mingho, seeing another unfamiliar number, answered quickly. Li Jiaojiao altered her voice, making it unrecognizable.
"Shu Minggao.
If you want to save your Qingqing, bring 2 million. Otherwise, you can only see her corpse. I will give you 5 minutes to transfer the money to my account." Su Mingho was bewildered. "Are you crazy? When was Qingqing captured by you?" "I don't believe you. I need to verify." "All right, I will send you a photo. Let's see if you believe it." Li Jiaojiao promptly hung up and sent the photos to Su Mingho, along with a bank account for the transfer. Fearing that Su Mingho might not believe her, she instructed Zhao Chong to wake Mu Qingqing. Seeing a plastic bottle of water nearby, Zhao Chong picked it up and splashed it on her face. Mu Qingqing felt a chill across her face and body, slowly opening her eyes. Before her stood Li Jiaojiao, her face covered, but her voluptuous figure was unmistakable and Mu Qingqing recognized her immediately. However, she still pretended to be terrified. "Who are you?
Why have you captured me?"
Li Jiaojiao did not want her to recognize her voice, fearing future complications. In a low voice, she said, "Mu Qingqing, you were so proud before. Why are you scared now? Haven't you bullied enough people? Today, I will be their representative and teach you a good lesson." She picked up a wooden stick from the ground and struck Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing cried out, "Don't hit me. I can tell you every secret of the Su family.
"Please don't hit me."
She knew Li Jiaojiao would not show her mercy. She said this to pique Li Jiaojiao's interest and avoid being struck. As expected, Li Jiaojiao paused, asking, "What secrets does Su Mingho have? Was he hiding a mistress and has a child?" Mu Qingqing calmly replied, "At the Su family." Su Mingho received the photos of Mu Qingqing tied to the chair. He hurried downstairs to show old Madame Su, fearing that Su Wanhua would see them and lose control. Complicating matters further, the others, along with Li Meng, were aware that Miss Mu Qingqing had instructed them not to take action until she was kidnapped, at which point they would alert the police. Old Madame Su was enraged, her eyes filled with fury. "Nonsense. Are you all going to listen to what an 8-year-old child says? Send a car. We are going immediately." The butler quickly went out to make arrangements. Su Mingze was also summoned. The 3 of them took a car to the location where Mu Qingqing had been abducted. Meanwhile, Li Jiaojiao was astonished. "Are you lying to me? 5 years ago, he did that to that woman and he didn't even know it himself? You must be joking."
Mu Qingqing protested.
What I said is all true. My third uncle genuinely does not know. If he had known, he would have brought the child to his side long ago. And there would not be a Li Jiaojiao now. So, do you think Li Jiaojiao is more beautiful than this one? Mu Qingqing looked at Li Jiaojiao, contemplating the significance of such a question. Regardless of who it was, without my third uncle, she would not be chosen. She noticed a figure stealthily approaching from the entrance and deliberately provoked Li Jiaojiao to divert their attention. Of course, it's this one. Not only is she beautiful and graceful, but she's also gentle and lovely. Most importantly, she doesn't go out to fool around. Li Jiaojiao's body is filthy, and her heart is wicked. She only wants our Su family's money. Fortunately, her scheme was exposed. Otherwise, if she married my third uncle, his life would be ruined. Li Jiaojiao's eyes glinted with malice as she struck Mu Qingqing fiercely with the wooden stick. Mu Qingqing felt a sharp pain in her thigh. She pretended to cry, wailing for mercy while her hands, bound to the chair, were constantly working to untie the knots. Li Jiaojiao, unsatisfied, struck several more blows, and Mu Qingqing cried out desperately. Zhao Chong, annoyed by the noise, approached to persuade her to ease up. However, he did not notice that someone had already arrived behind him, grabbing his arm and twisting it backward while simultaneously kicking the back of his knee. Zhao Chong fell to one knee, pinned to the ground by Li Meng.
Li Jiaojiao,
Frightened and confused, saw the small figure and hurriedly grabbed Mu Qingqing by the neck, threatening, "Let go of Changge, or I will strangle her. Hurry and release him." Li Meng gazed at Mu Qingqing, struck by the tranquility in her eyes. Was this the gaze one would expect from an 8-year-old child?
Mu Qingqing,
Despite being held by Li Jiaojiao by the throat, was undeterred. Her hands were in constant motion, and she finally managed to free herself. A smirk curled at the corners of her lips. Li Jiaojiao, if you're going to kidnap someone, at least do it discreetly. With those delicate hands of yours. You think you can choke me? You might struggle against a burly man, but dealing with a tender woman like me is no challenge at all. She seized Li Jiaojiao's wrist and twisted it with force, resulting in a resounding crack as the wrist dislocated. At that moment, the door swung open, and a contingent of bodyguards alongside several police officers entered. Chapter 85. She should be in prison. Li Jiaojiao, seeing the police at the entrance, was filled with dread. Ignoring her physical pain, she hastily retreated into the abandoned factory. She had never anticipated being caught. She merely sought some money. If apprehended, it would mean imprisonment for her. Terrified, she dashed inside, hoping to find an escape route. However, the pursuing officers, noticing her attempt to flee, quickly apprehended her. In no time, 2 officers emerged, escorting Li Jiaojiao out, her eyes brimming with regret, though she was not the only one feeling remorseful. Zhao Chong had just been released from prison, and now he faced another incarceration. He cursed himself for being seduced by beauty, leading to such dire consequences. Tears streamed down his face as he knelt, pleading for mercy. Li Meng had witnessed him incapacitate Mu Qingqing and toss her into the vehicle. His heart had been heavy with worry. If anything happened to her, he would no longer be welcome in the Su family. Now, seeing him as the instigator, he unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches upon Zhao Chong. Just then, the door swung open again, and 3 figures walked in. Upon spotting Mu Qingqing, Su Mingho and Su Mingze rushed over, inspecting her for injuries before finally breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming her well-being. Breathless, Su Lao Tai rushed over and, upon seeing that Mu Qingqing was unharmed, admonished her sternly, "Qingqing, why didn't you let the bodyguards save you? Next time, if you act recklessly, I'll show you how to deal with it." Fearing their concern, Mu Qingqing smiled playfully. "Grandma, I'm fine. See, I'm all right." She twirled around, taking a few steps. But the movement aggravated the injury on her thigh, causing her to wince in pain.
"Ah!
Li Jiaojiao, you scoundrel, you struck me so hard. My thigh hurts terribly." Yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to complain further. Su Mingze, pained to see her discomfort, scooped her up, preventing her from moving any more. Upon hearing Li Jiaojiao's name, Su Mingho turned to the masked woman and yanked off her mask. Indeed, it was Li Jiaojiao. A surge of fury welled within him, and he slapped her across the face.
Li Jiaojiao, in tears, pleaded, "I am sorry, Minggao.
I was jealous that you found someone else and abandoned me." It was a moment of jealousy. Please don't report me. I beg you, let me go this time, and I promise I won't trouble you again. Su Mingho's expression turned cold. How could he have been so blind to have treated such a vile woman kindly for so long?
Li Jiao Jiao.
I've long since ended things with you. You have wronged me time and again, and even sought revenge. Expecting my forgiveness is a pipe dream. You attempted to kidnap Qingqing. You are heartless. Off to prison you go. She wasn't trying to kidnap me. She aimed to abduct your son. A person like her deserves to languish in prison, to prevent her from harming others. Su Mingho's gaze hardened further. He could tolerate her malice towards him. But targeting his children was something he would never allow. Several police officers surveyed the scene and escorted Li Jiaojiao and Zhao Chong to the police vehicle. Su Mingze carried Mu Qingqing into the car, and they rushed to the hospital for a thorough examination of her injuries. The doctor applied ointment to her wounds, revealing several areas that had bled, indicating the severity of the assault. Su Lao Tai, witnessing the injuries, scolded Li Jiaojiao furiously, noting the bruising and swelling on Mu Qingqing's arm, which tugged at her heartstrings. Mu Qingqing, still comforting Su Lao Tai, reassured her it's nothing, just superficial injuries. I'll be fine in a couple of days. If my two younger brothers had been harmed, she would be even more distressed. After all, I'm tough. Dealing with this will ensure their safety in the future. Su Mingho suddenly felt an urge to cry. As a father, he had not provided for his sons to the same extent Mu Qingqing had shown for them.
Qingqing, I am sorry.
It's my fault for misjudging people and putting you in danger. Mu Qingqing patted her uncle's head, grinning slyly. Uncle, it's all right. This little trouble is nothing. Just bring me some gifts. Su Mingho abruptly raised his head, wide-eyed, feeling the pinch of his wallet. Su Mingze could no longer contain his laughter. Third brother. Our Qingqing is in need of funds. You can't skimp on her gifts. It should be at least 10 million, maybe 20 million. Su Mingho's expression darkened, clutching his chest in feigned pain. Teaching someone to fish is better than just giving them fish. I've decided to make our Qingqing a child star. She'll earn plenty of money and never lack for anything. What do you think, Qingqing? Su Mingze looked astonished, while Su Mingho quickly countered, realizing how happy he felt being with his family. Having such wonderful relatives lifted his spirits, and his two sons were gradually warming up to him. With so many family members loving them, their happiness was assured. Yet, what touched him most was Mu Qingqing, whom he cherished like a daughter. Su Lao Tai was particularly moved, nodding vigorously at Su Mingho. Over the years, he had not shown enough care for his parents, leaving him feeling indebted. Once the doctor finished tending to Mu Qingqing's wounds, he gently lifted her into the car. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Wenhua had been waiting anxiously at the entrance, her worry escalating as she couldn't find Mu Qingqing. She had looked for her mother, elder brother, and third brother, but they were all absent, making her feel something must be amiss. As soon as she saw Mu Qingqing being carried from the car, she rushed over, horrified to see the bruising on her arm. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Where have you been? How did you get hurt? Are you in any discomfort?
Mom, I am fine.
Grandma took me to the hospital for treatment, and I'm already okay. I'll be better in a couple of days. Su Wenhua remained concerned, thoroughly examining Mu Qingqing as they entered the villa. Sister, how did this happen? Did someone hurt you? If anyone lays a hand on you, you must call for us. We will definitely take revenge for you. He scrutinized her, adopting a serious demeanor. Sister, are you sure you're not hurt anywhere else? Next time, take a few bodyguards with you. It's dangerous outside. You must protect yourself, or we will all worry about you. Mu Qingqing patted her younger brothers on the head, smiling. All right, next time I go out, I will definitely bring several bodyguards to keep myself safe, so you won't have to worry. Having two younger brothers is truly wonderful. My third uncle is fortunate to have such understanding sons. But how could he have been so blind in the past to fall for someone like Li Jiaojiao? Chapter 86. Taking the blame for him, Su Mingho did not wish to hear Mu Qingqing lamenting Li Jiaojiao's name, and he quickly interrupted. Qingqing, this time we owe it all to you. Dodo, you should be grateful to your sister for taking such risks on your behalf. It's the fault of us fathers. We almost put you in danger. His eyes were red, and he struggled to contain his emotions. Encountering a woman like Li Jiaojiao was misfortune enough, but her audacity to resort to kidnapping was beyond comprehension. Regaining his composure, he turned to Su Wenhua. Wenhua, How is your company? If you need funds, your third brother is willing to invest. He had heard from Mu Qingqing that her mother was in need, and he thought investing would be a far more beneficial gift for Qingqing. Su Wanhua was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden proposal to invest in her company. She did not want her family to worry about her business, and she declined. "No, I appreciate the offer, but I can manage on my own."
Shu Minggao.
Unsure of how to persuade her, could only nod in acknowledgement. Upon hearing the name Mu Hongda, Su Lao'er became irate. Her wonderful daughter had been hurt by that scoundrel. From the beginning, she had vehemently opposed their marriage, but Su Wanhua had insisted, and now she, as a mother, could not remain indifferent. She exclaimed in anger, "Wanhua, have you found a lawyer? Get a good one so that Mu Hongda can spend his entire life in prison. He has harmed my daughter and niece. Our Su family will not let him off the hook." Su Wanhua nodded. "I've already found one. The best lawyer from the firm my brother recommended. The trial is in a few days. He will surely be imprisoned. Mu Hongda, this scoundrel, is unworthy of being a father. He abandoned Qingqing in the mountains, causing my daughter to suffer for 2 years." Su Wanhua's eyes brimmed with tears as she embraced Qingqing, heartbroken. Qingqing could only feel hatred towards Mu Hongda. She was never truly their daughter. Her soul transformed without a trace of affection. Moreover, after what he had done, she felt no warmth towards him. "Mom, don't cry. When I grow up, I'll protect you. But you must take a bodyguard when you go out, all right? If anything happens to you, I will be all alone. That scoundrel of a father is plotting to harm you. With the trial approaching, he is terrified of prison. He will make his mother, Wang Lao'er, plead with you again. If you refuse, they will try to prevent you from attending the court." Qingqing looked at Su Wanhua with concern. Her eyes filled with sympathy for her mother and loathing for that despicable man who was truly ruthless. Su Wanhua could hardly believe that Mu Hongda, with whom she had shared a bed for many years, would resort to such tactics, attempting to prevent her from attending court. Was he planning a car accident or something worse? She listened quietly, but Qingqing did not elaborate further. At that moment, Guagua was frantically sending messages. "Your scoundrel father intends to use you to threaten your mother into reconciling with him. You must not go to school these days. Your grandmother will be waiting for you outside the school gate, hoping to take you away as soon as classes end." Qingqing was furious, her small face scrunched up. "I will go to school tomorrow. Let's see who can take whom away." Guagua responded with concern. "Host, your injuries have not yet healed. Do not confront them head-on. Do not worry, I will take a few bodyguards to live stream and expose them. If they wish to do harm, they must be prepared for the consequences. Host, I will assist you, but I must also share some unwelcome news. Lu Xiaoxiao will be at school tomorrow. Wang Lao'er is bringing her old lover along, and then..." Qingqing listened intently, completely oblivious to Su Wanhua's worried gaze upon her. When she finally regained her composure, Su Wanhua looked at her solemnly. "Qingqing, do not go to school tomorrow. Your injuries are not yet healed. Wait a few days until you feel better. Mom, please let me go tomorrow. The injury is nothing. I cannot fall behind in my studies. If I do, I will lag behind my classmates." Qingqing clung to Su Wanhua, trying to charm her way. Yet inside, she felt a surge of frustration for her mother. Lu Xiaoxiao is going to school, and Lu Yuelon has agreed to take all the blame for her daughter. My scoundrel father is preparing for both outcomes, trying to bully my mother again. It is infuriating. Su Wanhua felt a pang in her heart as she absorbed her daughter's complaints. She had spent so many years with the beast, and he was now using their child to coerce a mother. He truly lacked a conscience. After all, she was his daughter. Although she harbored hatred for Lu Yuelon, her animosity towards Mu Hongda was far greater. He committed wrongs and expected others to bear the brunt of the consequences. Lu Yuelon must be regretting her decision to become his mistress by now. At that moment, Lu Yuelon was in her hospital room, secretly wiping away tears, not from physical pain, but from fear. She was terrified of going to prison and not being able to see her daughter. She feared that after a long sentence, everything would change. She was afraid of many things, but if she did not comply, Mu Hongda would neglect their daughter, forcing her to live in an orphanage. Her eyes were red from crying, filled with regret. Had she not sought wealth and luxury, she might not have ended up in this predicament. The next morning, Qingqing rose early, ready to attend school. She felt significantly stronger than the day before. Previously, Even walking had caused her pain, but now she felt little discomfort. Guagua remarked, "Host, I shared the last bit of my energy with you. I may need to rest for a few days."
No.
"I need you now, Guagua." After finishing her morning routine and having a light breakfast, she left with Su Wanhua, who had borrowed several bodyguards from her brother to ensure Qingqing's safety on her way to school. Upon arriving at school, Qingqing was escorted by the bodyguards as she stepped out of the car, and only then did the bodyguards park the vehicle aside. Once inside the classroom, Qingqing noticed Lu Xiaoxiao sitting at the desk behind her. She calmly approached, but Lu Xiaoxiao looked up with anger, her eyes filled with fury. Upon noticing the bruises on Qingqing's arm, she sneered. "What happened, Qingqing? Did the Su family beat you? They must really dislike you to hurt you this badly. Look at that arm. It must hurt a lot." Qingqing observed her expression, which reeked of schadenfreude, and thought it remarkable that an 8-year-old could exhibit such a range of emotions. "You should be more concerned about yourself. Your mother is willing to take the blame for Mu Hongda, but if she bears all the charges, she will likely spend her life in prison." Qingqing smiled sweetly at her after delivering the remark. Lu Xiaoxiao's face turned incredulous as she puffed up in anger. "That's impossible. You are just envious of the love I receive from my father, while you receive nothing. My father treats my mother very well. He wouldn't let her take the blame." Qingqing chose to ignore her and placed her backpack on the desk. Lu Xiaoxiao glared at her, but doubt crept into her mind regarding Qingqing's claims. As Chapter 87 unfolds, Knight Xiaochen entered the classroom and spotted his deskmate, Qingqing, whose face lit up with 2 charming dimples. He hurried over, placed his backpack on the desk, and cheerfully asked, "Qingqing, why weren't you here yesterday? How have you been? There were some matters at home yesterday. How about you?" Knight Xiaochen replied quietly, "Not bad, but my brother has been too busy lately, and I hardly see him. Ever since that incident, we have cut ties with my aunt's family. My brother hired a nanny to keep me company. She is much better than the previous one. You should come over to play sometime." Qingqing nodded with a smile. "Maybe when I have time. My family is a bit busy right now." Lu Xiaoxiao, sitting behind them, watched the two interact with familiarity and felt a surge of anger as she kicked Qingqing's chair. The sudden impact caused Qingqing to bump her thigh against the desk, where she had been injured the day before, and her face twisted in pain. Knight Xiaochen, witnessing her expression, stood up in anger, demanding, "Lu Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? Don't you know kicking someone else's chair can hurt them?" He then turned to Qingqing with concern. Lu Xiaoxiao, irritated, glared at Qingqing and mumbled, "I'm sorry, Qingqing. I didn't mean to kick your chair. You should be fine, right?" Qingqing turned to see her smug expression and, in a fit of anger, shoved the desk in front of Lu Xiaoxiao. The desk toppled onto Lu Xiaoxiao, who barely managed to brace herself against the desk behind her, nearly toppling over. She screamed in fright, and other students rushed over, some helping to lift the desk while others assisted her. Tearfully, she exclaimed, "Qingqing, I didn't mean to kick your chair. Why are you bullying me? When the teacher arrives, I will definitely tell them." Other students glared at Lu Xiaoxiao, displeased at her predicament. Lu Xiaoxiao continued to cry, drawing sympathy from her classmates. Qingqing, observing her exaggerated expressions, rolled up her pant leg to reveal her injury. Her fair thigh was covered in bruises, red and swollen, with traces of blood. The other students gasped in shock and sympathy. Supporting herself against the desk, Qingqing forced a pained expression and said, "Why are you still crying? Look what you did to me. I didn't even cry, and yet you have the audacity to complain. Not everyone who weeps is justified in their sorrow. If you claim it was unintentional, how could my injury have manifested in such a manner?" The classmates attempting to comfort Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly perceived her tears as exaggerated. Yi Xiaocheng hastily instructed her to take a seat on the bench, expressing his ire towards Lu Xiaoxiao, accusing her of deliberate malice. If it weren't intentional, could the injury be this severe? Lu Xiaoxiao, gazing at Mu Qingqing's wound, retorted, "That scar is clearly from her past actions. I did not touch her. Do not slander me. Even if it is an old injury, if you had not kicked my bench, would I have sustained a second injury? This space is ample. And with your short legs, you could not have reached me, unless it was premeditated."
Moving defti dismantlet her feble ekuses.
At that moment, the school bell rang, and the teacher entered. Upon witnessing the altercation and Mu Qingqing's injury, she was taken aback. Qingqing, quickly head to the infirmary for treatment. Xiao Xiao, are you injured as well? If so, hurry to the infirmary. Lu Xiaoxiao, with tear-filled eyes, shook her head and lamented, "Teacher, my back hurts terribly after she pushed me. I was frightened. I did not mean to kick her bench. The injury on her leg is self-inflicted." Mu Qingqing, unwilling to further argue, addressed the teacher, "I am fine. This leg injury is from yesterday, but she deliberately kicked my bench, causing it to bleed again. Teacher, her legs are far too long. Could you please assign her a different seat?" The teacher nodded and arranged for Lu Xiaoxiao to relocate, leaving her fuming. She contemplated reporting that Mu Qingqing had pushed her desk, but was interrupted by Mu Qingqing, who declared, "Teacher, my leg hurts. I wish to go to the infirmary for treatment." "Teacher, my back is also painful. I need to go," Lu Xiaoxiao insisted, adding, "You have an injury. And so do I. My back was hurt because of you. We should let the teacher examine it." Noticing the blood oozing from Mu Qingqing's leg, the teacher swiftly carried her to the infirmary. Lu Xiaoxiao followed closely, her expression dark, her eyes blazing with fury. Upon arriving at the infirmary, Mu Qingqing was just receiving treatment on her thigh, while Lu Xiaoxiao was crying out about her back pain. The teacher, concerned for her discomfort, lifted her shirt to allow the medical staff to treat her, but they found no significant injury, just a faint red mark. The medical personnel, displaying impatience, remarked, "This does not require treatment. If it truly hurts, we can call your parents to assess the situation." Upon hearing the mention of her parents, Lu Xiaoxiao's expression dimmed. Her mother was still in the hospital, and her father had not been particularly fond of her lately. "Teacher, it doesn't hurt as much anymore. There's no need to call my parents." At noon, as classes concluded, the teacher kindly assisted her to the school gate. At that moment, Wang Lao'er spotted Mu Qingqing and hurried over. "Qingqing, Grandma is here to pick you up. Your father misses you. Come along with Grandma." As she reached for Mu Qingqing's hand, Mu Qingqing quickly hid behind the teacher. The teacher, suspecting Wang Lao'er was lying, inquired, "Are you Qingqing's guardian?
If not,
You are not permitted to take her." As the teacher pulled out her phone to call Qingqing's mother, Wang Lao'er hastily snatched it away, exclaiming, "I am her grandmother. Why would you need to call her mother? Qingqing, do you not recognize your grandmother? Call her, so the teacher can hear," Wang Lao'er urged, attempting to grab Mu Qingqing's hand playfully, but Mu Qingqing feigned fear and hid behind the teacher. Seeing Mu Qingqing ignoring her, Wang Lao'er, losing patience, shouted at an elderly man named Guodong, "Go and bring her to me. Acting this way at such a young age is unacceptable. Your father is eager to see you. Let us go meet him." Guodong approached Mu Qingqing, reaching out to grab her, only to be obstructed by a muscular man. Wang Lao'er, irritated by an unfamiliar man interfering, attempted to shove him aside, but he stood firm like a wall. Fearful, Mu Qingqing stood before the muscular man and said, "Grandma, my father abandoned me in the mountains. He does not care for me at all. You need not deceive me. I only have my mother. My father does not love me." Upon hearing her call Wang Lao'er grandma, the teacher looked perplexed. "You see, she acknowledges me as her grandmother. Can I take her now?" Chapter 88. Just undressing. The teacher, caught in a dilemma, glanced at Mu Qingqing, who replied nonchalantly, "What does my father want from me? Did he not deceive my mother out of her money? Now he seeks to coerce my mother by using me as leverage?" Mu Qingqing observed her with an unwavering gaze, refusing to be misled by childish trickery. Knowing full well that he was her biological father, he still cast her away into the mountains. What lengths would they not go to achieve their goals? Noticing Lu Xiaoxiao standing nearby, Mu Qingqing took note of her flushed face as she overheard Mu Qingqing publicly declaring her mother to be a mistress. Lu Xiaoxiao, with a red face, glared at her classmates who regarded her with disdain. In a fit of anger, she retorted, "My mother is not a mistress. Your mother is the one who stole love. My father has always loved my mother. Your family took advantage of wealth to steal my father away. My parents truly loved each other." A faint smile graced Mu Qingqing's lips. Indeed, children are easily provoked into revealing their naivety. "You still defend your mother's actions as justifiable? I am curious to see whether those present here laugh at you or at me," she said, turning to Wang Lao'er with a feigned expression of distress. "Grandma, do you believe her? Is my mother the one who stole love? My mother married my father, while her mother is the one who intruded. Grandma, did you not say that my father longs for me, or is it for her?" Wang Lao'er, perceiving Lu Xiaoxiao's pitiful gaze, felt compelled to offer comfort. However, her primary intention was to take Mu Qingqing with her, leading her to respond coldly, "Qingqing, how could your father not love your mother? Do not listen to her nonsense. Your father misses you, or else he would not have sent me to pick you up." As Wang Lao'er reached out for Mu Qingqing's hand once more, Mu Qingqing quickly dodged, her eyes brimming with tears as she pointed at Lu Xiaoxiao and demanded, "Then tell me, is her mother a mistress? Did her mother break up my parents? If you do not tell me, I will not accompany you." Hastily, Wang Lao'er, eager to take her away amidst the throngs of onlookers, feigned, "Yes, her mother is indeed a mistress. It is all her fault for breaking up your parents." Having said that, she hoped to leave without further delay. Lu Xiaoxiao, hearing this, could no longer hold back her tears as she fled from the crowd. Humiliated by her classmates' scornful stares, Mu Qingqing sought refuge behind Li Meng, avoiding Wang Lao'er's touch. "Grandma, since you admit there was a mistress who disrupted my parents' marriage, I have lived solely with my mother. My father has never shown me kindness. Do you truly believe that now, when he claims to miss me, I would take him at his word?" Wang Lao'er, momentarily speechless, attempted to counter, "You are his biological daughter. How could a father not long for his daughter? Come with us." Mu Qingqing, unwilling to prolong the charade, replied, "Grandma, I know exactly what you're plotting. The court is approaching, and my father is anxious to use me as a pawn to coerce my mother. Your plans will not succeed. Li Meng, shall we depart?" Li Meng led the way, flanked by several bodyguards in uniform who escorted Mu Qingqing to the car as it drove away. Wang Lao'er's eyes glinted with malice, but with so many bodyguards present, she could only relent. Meanwhile, Guodong observed the departing vehicle and inquired, "Should we leave?" "Yes, or we will be left here to face the wind." Wang Lao'er replied curtly, casting him an exasperated glance. Inside the car, Mu Qingqing watched the video recorded by the bodyguards, a smile gracing her lips. "My grandmother is truly wonderful. She has secured evidence of my father's infidelity during his marriage." Surrounded by bodyguards during school hours, Mu Qingqing arrived in class to find Lu Xiaoxiao's desk empty, presumably out of shame. As class time approached, Lu Xiaoxiao still had not returned. It seemed she felt embarrassed to attend school as the daughter of a mistress. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, a faint, pitiful voice echoed in her mind. She disregarded the teacher in class and dashed outside, while Yi Xiaocheng was unable to stop her. Upon exiting the school gate, she saw Li Meng and immediately got into the car without a word. A grave expression clouded her face, and an aura of anger permeated the vehicle. "To Qingqing Hotel," she commanded. Earlier, Guagua had managed to convey a fragment of energy to inform her that Su Wanhua had been deceived by Mu Xiaoyao and rendered unconscious. The latter had found a man to frame her for infidelity, intending to use photographs to blackmail her mother. Mu Hongda was indeed desperate enough to resort to anything. Unable to target her directly, he had shifted his focus onto her mother. Mu Qingqing pulled out her phone and called her uncle, urging him to rush to Qingqing Hotel. She anxiously watched the scenery outside, repeatedly urging the driver to speed up. The driver, however, felt helpless as they were already traveling at the car's maximum speed. At last, they arrived, and she instructed the bodyguards to follow her. In the hotel lobby, a little girl sprinted ahead, pursued by several burly men, creating the illusion that the men were chasing the girl. The manager, frightened, hurried to call the police, fearing a commotion. After reporting, he rushed over, sweating nervously at the thought of something happening in his hotel. Mu Qingqing spotted room 125 and kicked the door. However, her small foot merely caused a loud thud. Li Meng, seeing her action, followed suit, and the door shattered. Mu Qingqing rushed inside, only to find Su Wanhua lying quietly on the large bed, while Mu Xiaoyao was in the process of removing her clothing, leaving only her bra. Had they arrived even a moment later, her mother would have been exposed. Nearby, a man was removing his own clothes, left with only a pair of shorts, his layers of belly fat making him appear repulsive. Upon seeing so many people enter, he hurriedly grabbed his clothes to cover himself. Mu Qingqing furrowed her brows and charged forward, landing a punch on Mu Xiaoyao's face, causing blood to immediately seep from her lips. As Mu Xiaoyao attempted to retaliate, Li Meng seized her wrist and pinned her down on the bed, rendering her immobile. Mu Qingqing covered her mother with clothing and whispered urgently in her ear. Su Wanhua appeared to hear her daughter's voice, her drowsy eyes fluttering as she attempted to open them, yet her body remained paralyzed. At that moment, Su Mingze also arrived, and upon seeing his sister on the bed, he instantly comprehended the situation. Veins bulged on his forehead as he shouted angrily, "You dare to take advantage of my sister?" He unleashed a barrage of punches onto the man's face. The man, terrified at the sight of the numerous bodyguards, cowered and cried, "I hadn't even taken advantage of your sister before you arrived. I didn't do anything. I was just in the process of taking off my clothes. You can ask her. You haven't taken advantage yet, but you were about to. Watch as I beat you to death." Su Mingze roared, his fists flying wildly and landing blows upon the man, who screamed in agony. The hotel manager stood in shock, initially believing it was a case of several men abducting a child, only to realize it was an attempt at infidelity. He stepped forward to intervene, saying, "Sir, please stop. I've already called the police, and they will handle this when they arrive. You should take your loved one to safety." The manager, arriving late, had missed Su Mingze's revelation of who had harmed his sister. Su Mingze halted his assault and glared at him angrily. "Who said she was my lover? She is my sister. If you dare to bully my sister, I will not let you live." He kicked the man several times, demanding, "Who sent you to bully my sister?" The man, clutching his head, pointed tremblingly at Mu Xiuyao. "She said it would be free for me to have a taste. That's why I came." Su Mingze, infuriated, kicked him once more. "You really dared to come here, thinking it was free? Soon I'll make you a eunuch." The man shivered in fear, casting a pleading glance at the manager, who remained silent, intimidated by the imposing bodyguards. Su Mingze approached the bed and helped Su Wanhua put her top back on. Su Wanhua's eyelids fluttered open slightly, but she still felt weak. Su Mingze, concerned, asked, "How are you? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" She attempted to speak, but no sound emerged. Heartbroken, he propped her against the headboard and glared fiercely at Mu Xiuyao. "It was Mu Hongda who sent you to drug my sister. Does she even have the right to call herself a man? My sister is still his wife." The manager was taken aback by this revelation, realizing it was not merely a case of infidelity, but rather a drugging and persecution. He hoped it had nothing to do with his hotel. Mu Xiuyao, held down by Li Meng, remained silent, her eyes filled with defiance. Mu Qingqing, seeing her attitude, was enraged. How could she still be so arrogant after harming her mother? She slapped Mu Xiuyao across the face. "You wretched girl! How dare you strike your aunt? You are so disrespectful!"
Mu Xiuyao exclaimed angrily.
Before Mu Qingqing could retort, Su Mingze delivered another stinging slap across her face. "Do you deserve to be called her aunt? Do you even have the face to utter those words?" He commanded Li Meng, "Slap her hard. I want to see who gives her the courage to bully my sister." Li Meng complied, landing slap after slap on her face with tremendous force. One blow knocked out a tooth, leaving her mouth bloodied. Crying, she begged, "I was wrong. I was wrong. My brother made me do this. He said this would ensure you drop the charges, and he wouldn't have to go to prison. I only did it out of concern for my brother. Please spare me." She looked at Su Wanhua, pleading, "Sister-in-law, please let them go. I was misled. I shouldn't have treated you this way." Su Wanhua felt a pang of heartache. She had once treated this sister-in-law well. Though aware of her sharp tongue, she never anticipated such betrayal. Turning her gaze away, she refused to look at her. Su Mingze, filled with rage, retorted, "Spare you? Do you understand that your actions have ruined my sister's future? A woman like you deserves to be trampled by that man." The man crouched on the ground, hearing Su Mingze's words, cast a deep glance at Mu Xiuyao and muttered, "Even if it's free, shouldn't I at least have been asked for my opinion?" Su Mingze was speechless, incredulous at the man's audacity. "What? You have an opinion?" The man, still trembling from the beating, stammered, "That woman is too fierce. She is not suitable for me. You have so many bodyguards, just pick one to deal with her." What a peculiar man he was. Su Mingze thought. "My bodyguards are all carefully selected. Not one of them is worthy of her." Mu Qingqing observed Mu Xiuyao, her face turning pale with rage, bloodied from the slaps. Yet her eyes were filled with venom. Noticing Mu Xiuyao's lack of remorse, Mu Qingqing couldn't help but mock. "A woman like her deserves to be a mistress. Last time, I saw her being beaten by the legitimate wife, nearly losing her hair. Does that bald man still fancy you, Or has he left you too?
Muxueyao.
Struck at her sore spot, retorted furiously Mu Qingqing, you are also a member of the Mu family. If your father goes to prison, you will be in a bad position too. People will say you have a father in prison, and you won't be able to hold your head high. Mu Qingqing smiled at her. Don't worry. It can't get worse than you. When your brother goes to prison, I wonder how your family will survive. You can't expect your mother to resort to infidelity for a living, can you? Mu Qingqing, how old are you to speak of infidelity so casually? Mu Shuiyao shot back. Since your family can do such things, why fear others speaking about it? At that moment, the police entered. Mu Shuiyao fell silent, terrified. The police took statements from everyone, leading the man and Mu Shuiyao away. Once Su Wanhua regained some strength, Su Mingze assisted her out of the hotel. Upon returning home, Su Laotai was heartbroken to learn that her daughter had nearly been violated. Su Wanhua had completely lost hope in Mu Hongda, who had driven her to this point. She sighed, elder brother, let us do as you previously suggested. Send Mu Hongda to prison, let him reflect on his actions there. Su Mingze nodded and said, rest assured. You must not show mercy to such men. Their family lacks any compassion. While you devote yourself to them, they only seek to harm you. Su Wanhua's eyes glistened with tears. Had it not been for her daughter coming to her rescue today, she genuinely could not fathom how she would confront life ahead. Perhaps she would have resorted to suicide, or lived in silence, threatened by others for a lifetime, or even sought to perish alongside Mu Hongda. Regardless, none of these outcomes would involve her daughter, Mu Qingqing. Lost in her thoughts, tears streamed down her face. At last, the court proceedings commenced. That day, Mu Qingqing had to attend school and was absent. Su Wanhua remarked, your father has been sentenced to 4 years, while Louis Wellon attempted to bear the blame alone. However, evidence proved her inability to embezzle company funds, resulting in her receiving a 2-year sentence. Does that mean Lu Xiaoxiao will be without both parents for 2 years? How unfortunate.
Mu Qingqing sighed.
Su Mingze responded, Mu Qingqing suddenly found wisdom in her uncle's words. Do not waste your sympathy on those unworthy of it. At that moment, the familiar voice of Guagua echoed in her mind. Host, I have been fully revived. Oh, my Guagua, how wonderful. I have missed you dearly. Chapter 90. Reunion. Host, Guagua has missed you too. Now that I've been away for a few days, you must realize the value of having me around. Mu Qingqing nodded vigorously in agreement. Guagua continued, the Su family is about to receive an unexpected visitor. This situation seems rather bitter.
Mu Qingqing listened intently.
And soon a series of shrieks ensued, as every member of the Su family perked up to eavesdrop. What? Oh no. This is too unfortunate. What should we do? This is infuriating. As expected, what was meant to come has arrived. The Su family instantly became alert, curious about what was unfolding. At that moment, the butler entered, announcing, Madam, the young master of the Zhou family has come to visit with his wife and sister. The Zhou family had little interaction with the Su family, making their sudden visit surprising. Nevertheless, they must extend hospitality. Thus, Su Laotai instructed, please let them in. Those 3 rascals from the Zhou family are nothing but trouble. Humph. No wonder their company has been in debt. The butler graciously led the trio into the living room. Su Mingze rose to greet them. He had no business dealings with the Zhou family, as their industries did not overlap, leaving him relatively uninformed about their circumstances. However, both families were equal in financial prowess, and maintaining decorum was essential. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they settled onto the sofa. Su Laotai warmly inquired, what brings you to the Su family today? Zhou Xiaobo, with a serious expression, replied, Aunt Su, I must apologize for our abrupt visit. I heard that Su Ge is seeking the biological parents of Wang Xinyue. To be candid, I have a sister who was secretly taken away shortly after her birth. My mother has been heartbroken, searching for any information that could lead us to her. As he spoke, his eyes reflected deep sorrow, as if he mourned his lost sister profoundly. If only she could be found. I wonder what connection she might have with your family? She is a good friend of my 3rd son and a former colleague. Knowing her plight, I wish to assist her. He deliberately omitted the true nature of their connection to Wang Xinyue, wishing to avoid entangling her in potential troubles if their intentions were not genuine. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaobo's expression relaxed somewhat, and with a hint of mockery, he remarked, well, It's fortunate that she has a friend like your son. Could you arrange for her to meet us? The Su family's expressions grew tense as they scrutinized the trio from the Zhou family. Zhou Xiaobo smiled, but his grin did not reach his eyes. Beside him, his wife appeared delicate and demure, yet her keen eyes betrayed a striking contrast to her demeanor. The sister sitting nearby surveyed the room with her alluring eyes, seemingly searching for something. Upon closer inspection, she bore a striking resemblance to Wang Xingyue. Could they truly be family? Noticing the Su family's silence, Zhou Mimi pressed. Is Wang Xingyue not here? If she is indeed my sister, we could take her to meet my mother, sparing her further inconvenience. Su Laotai's expression darkened, as if Wang Xinyue's presence was nothing but a bother to them. She replied curtly, she is upstairs, taking care of her 2 sons. Wan Hua, please check if Xinyue is willing to meet her biological parents. If she is, let her come down. Zhou Mimi was taken aback. She has 2 sons? But she isn't married.
How could she have 2 children?
At that moment, Zhou Xiaobo's wife tugged at her, and with a glance, Zhou Mimi immediately fell silent, though her expression remained grave. Yet, Wang Xinyue descended the stairs, with Su Mingho following closely behind her. Zhou Mimi looked up and saw Su Mingho, tall and handsome, with striking features reminiscent of a movie star. Her gaze seemed transfixed as he moved, causing her cheeks to flush. Oh no, my third uncle's charm is undeniable. He has stolen yet another woman's heart. However, I must avoid this troublesome romance. It is both prickly and clingy.
Shu Minggao,
Feeling the weight of Zhou Xiaobo's 2 female companions' intense stares, squirmed uncomfortably. He averted his gaze, filled with distaste, recalling similar glances he had received during his time on set, often leading him to have his agent send such individuals away.
Zhou Xiaobo,
Clearly excited at the sight of Wang Xinyue, exclaimed, You must be Xinyue. You bear a striking resemblance to my 3rd sister. You must indeed be my 2nd sister. Sister, do you not see how much you look alike? Zhou Mimi shifted her focus onto Wang Xinyue's face. Wang Xinyue observed Zhou Mimi, who appeared to be in her late 20s, dressed in a revealing white off-the-shoulder dress that accentuated her alluring figure. Her fair complexion and beauty suggested she came from a wealthy family. In contrast, Wang Xinyue wore simple attire, and years of hardship had taken a toll on her skin. While they bore a resemblance, Wang Xinyue felt a profound sense of inferiority and fear. She could not fathom having such affluent relatives. Zhou Mimi interjected. There is no need for a paternity test. We look so alike. You must be my sister. Sister, look at this. She pulled out a stone pendant from her pocket. Wang Xinyue stood up, approached, and examined it closely, asking, You have one too? Mother said my sister wore one when she was taken away. It was made by her. She insisted I always wear it, hoping that one day we might reunite. Zhou Mimi's words were tinged with melancholy. Wang Xinyue gazed at the pendant, her eyes welling with tears. It dawned on her that her family had been searching for her all along. She had not been abandoned. A bunch of liars. Your mother knows nothing, yet you fear her knowing. How could she bring you to meet her? Alas. This brother is a true brother, but the feelings are fabricated. Chapter 91. The Zhou family's scheme. Qingqing's inner thoughts were lost on Wang Xinyue. Meanwhile, the Su family's expressions darkened, particularly Su Mingho's. He had just pulled Wang Xinyue from the depths of despair. There was no way he would allow her to leap into another abyss. He grasped Wang Xinyue's hand tightly, saying, Xinyue, there is no rush to meet Zhou Bomu. Let us first conduct a paternity test. If it turns out not to be the case, it would be quite the misunderstanding, wouldn't it? Zhou Ge, would you agree? Zhou Xiaobo, being older, was addressed politely as Zhou Ge. Although Su Mingho yearned to expel the trio, he had to consider Wang Xinyue's feelings. Zhou Xiaobo looked at Wang Xinyue with feigned sincerity. Oh, the warmth. I feel nauseous. A sister who has shared her life would surely care for her, and we cannot sacrifice another sister. Su Mingho's expression turned grave, flames of indignation surging within him. Wang Xinyue sensed his grip tightening on her hand. She glanced at him, noticing his distressing countenance. Was he fearful that she might acknowledge her family and take her children away? In recent days, the Su family has shown great kindness towards the trio of mother and sons. She can sense that her 2 sons have taken a liking to the Su household. Had it not been for the Zhou family's intervention, she would not have sought out her biological parents. Observing Zhou Xiaobo, she finds his exuberance rather excessive. Does he truly not fear that she may not be their biological sister? Brother Zhou, she suggests, to confirm my identity as your true sister. Perhaps we should conduct a paternity test before visiting your home. I dread the thought of Auntie being disappointed. While Wang Xinyue intends to decline the proposal, Zhou Mimi grows anxious, insisting, "You are undoubtedly my sister. This stone is no ordinary rock. It is a meteorite that our mother painstakingly found years ago." She mentioned that only 2 of these stones exist in the world. Zhou Xiaobo concurs, "Xinyue, mother endured great hardship to acquire the stone, which led to your premature birth. She crafted this precious stone into a pendant as a keepsake, only for it to be stolen from you. This remains a source of sorrow for mother. Please accompany us. If you are not truly one of us, we shall return you." Zhou Mimi watches the tightly clasped hands of the others with resentment and a flicker of jealousy in her eyes. Su Laotai finds the situation perplexing. Is it customary to urge someone to confirm their familial ties in such a manner? Shouldn't a paternity test be conducted first, especially if their mother is unwell? Immediately bringing her home only heightens her suspicion regarding their motives. "Xinyue, you should go. If your mother is indeed ill with a yearning for you, it is only right that you check on her." At this moment, Wang Xinyue is caught in a dilemma. Upon hearing Su Laotai's endorsement, she nods in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Mingho is visibly upset, gripping Wang Xinyue's hand tightly. Mu Qingqing approaches, grasping her grandmother's hand. "Grandmother, if Auntie Xinyue goes, who will care for the 2 little brothers?" Su Laotai pats her hand reassuringly. "Wanhua, sure you 2 stay and look after them. Xinyue, now you can rest easy." Mu Qingqing, filled with discontent, remarks, "Grandmother, can't you see the scheme of these 3? The Zhou family is eagerly awaiting to marry off a daughter. Wang Xinyue going along is merely pushing her towards marriage." Zhou Xiaobo wears a knowing smile, while Zhou Mimi exhales deeply, her joy evident. She takes Wang Xinyue by the hand and leads her out of the living room. As the group arrives at the Su family's parking area, Zhou Xiaobo beams, "Since we are aware of your mother's illness, it is only fitting that we visit her and accompany Xinyue to our home." However, the plan to marry off his sister must also consider the Su family's agreement. Su Mingho's previously sullen expression transforms into delight as he pulls Wang Xinyue closer. "Xinyue, come, let us get in the car. We cannot visit the Su family empty-handed. I will take you to buy some gifts." Zhou Mimi's eyes blaze with fury. Zhou Xiaobo stands momentarily stunned, until his wife, Yu Man, nudges him. Su Laotai does not wish to wait for another opportunity. Who knows what excuses they may concoct then? Whether they agree or not, it is still their family. "If we are to go, let us not show fear. Xinyue, we must see your mother. The more people who visit, the more serious her condition may become. We should summon the best doctors from our hospital to attend to her," Zhou Xiaobo suggests. "You all can drive ahead, and we will follow." Su Mingze, grinning, says,
"Zhou Xiao, hurry and drive."
Auntie is at home waiting. With the pressure mounting, Zhou Xiaobo, feeling cornered, reluctantly enters the vehicle.
"Su Laotai smiles."
Guiding the mischievous Mu Qingqing into the Su family vehicle, while a business-class Mercedes follows behind. Inside the car, Zhou Mimi, in a fit of anger, hurls her bag to the floor, causing several pink diamonds to scatter. Her enchanting eyes are filled with resentment as she exclaims, "Sister-in-law, what should we do? They are waiting at home. I refuse to marry that divorced man. I am not yet married, and he comes with children." Yu Man soothes Zhou Mimi's back, her gaze calculating. Zhou Xiaobo reassures her, "Yes, let her go. After all, she has children. She is well suited for that older man." But what if the Su family assists her? Zhou Mimi's expression darkens at the thought of Su Mingho holding Wang Xinyue's hand. She is consumed with a desire to sever that connection. In her heart, Wang Xinyue, despite their blood ties, feels no closer than a stranger, perhaps even less than that. Yu Man nonchalantly remarks, "The Su family is still an outsider. Since Wang Xinyue has entered our Zhou family, she must bear her responsibilities. After all, she is the second sister of the Zhou family." Chapter 92. Who to marry off? What a splendid second sister of the Zhou family. Wang Xinyue has not enjoyed a single day of the Zhou family's fortune yet is already burdened with their responsibilities. Zhou Xiaobo's eyes darken as he resolves to proceed with his plans. The Zhou family has long been in the jade and gold business. During his father's lifetime, Their family's enterprises flourished nationwide. However, since his father's passing, the business has suffered, and now they face a financial crisis, seeking to marry off a daughter for aid. Yet, how can he bear to make his beloved sister a sacrificial pawn of the family? He inadvertently learns that the Su family is searching for a woman named Wang Xingyue, along with a photograph of a stone pendant she wore as a child. Recognizing it as the meteorite pendant crafted by his mother, he conceives the idea of a substitute bride. However, it seems the Su family holds Wang Xingyue in high regard. After all, she has children. Su Minghe would not marry her. Yet, their closeness suggests otherwise, but given the Su family's status, they would certainly not welcome a woman with children into their home. As Zhou Xiaobo contemplates this, they soon arrive at the Zhou family's entrance. The three descend from the car, ushering the Su family and Wang Xingyue inside. Upon witnessing the luxurious villa, Wang Xingyue cannot help but marvel. Is this truly my home? Is my mother genuinely searching for me? Do I truly deserve such wealthy parents? As she wanders along the bluestone path, her emotions are tumultuous. Following Zhou Xiaobo into the living room, they find three elderly individuals and a middle-aged man seated. One elderly woman, upon seeing the Zhou siblings, adopts a stern expression and rebukes, "Where have you three been? Do you not realize we are here to present the Zhao family's young master for a potential match?"
Come.
Mimi, come forward. Look at how impressive the young master of the Zhao family is. He is a perfect match for you. Grandma Feng Guizhi beams at the middle-aged man seated before them. Zhou Mimi, following her gaze, nearly retches. What impressive stature. He is merely a mound of flesh. His face a disarray of flab. Hesitating, she is met with Grandma Feng's displeasure, urging, "Why are you not moving? He has been waiting for you." The Su family observes the scene, clearly understanding the old woman's intent to marry her granddaughter to this middle-aged man. It is no wonder Zhou Mimi is reluctant. Any woman would find such a match unappealing. Silence envelopes the Su family, yet Zhou Mimi pulls Wang Xingyue by the hand toward Grandma Feng. "Grandma, look. She is my second sister, whom we just found today. Do we resemble each other? Besides, my sister is not yet married. How can you allow a sister to marry before her?" Grandma Feng scrutinizes Wang Xingyue, recognizing the resemblance to Zhou Mimi, yet her attire leaves much to be desired. With a dismissive scoff, she displays her disdain. Even if she is the long-lost second daughter the family has searched for, someone must be married off today. Otherwise, the Zhou family will face ruin. She casts one last glance at Wang Xingyue before turning to the Zhao family's young master, ingratiatingly asking, "Which of my two granddaughters do you prefer?" Wang Xinyue's expression shifts. To be thrust into a marriage proposal on her first visit is beyond her imagination. If this is what family means, she would rather not have any at all. As she was about to erupt, Zhou Mimi grasped her tightly. "Sister, I understand that you have endured much hardship outside. But I, as your younger sister, have not enjoyed any luxury at home either. Now that our Zhou family is in trouble, you cannot simply stand by and do nothing. I believe you and young Master Zhou are a perfect match. You clearly possess the qualities of a diligent and frugal homemaker, and I am certain that you would manage the Zhao household splendidly. Moreover, with the strength of the Zhou family, no one would dare to bully you again." Zhao Baochai gazed deeply at Wang Xingyue, his eyes narrowing into slits as he declared, "Mother, I want her. A woman with such ample proportions is bound to bear children easily. If I marry her, I can always take another wife if she dies during childbirth." The elderly matriarch of the Zhao family, seeing her son's interest, was equally pleased and softly stated, "Then it is settled." The Su family was taken aback. "What do you mean it is settled? Has anyone consulted Wang Xingyue about this?" Zhou Mimi, however, smiled and took Wang Xinyue's hand. "Congratulations, sister. You will enjoy boundless wealth and splendor once you marry into the Zhao family." Wang Xinyue flung her hand away. "To hell with your wealth and splendor. If it were so wonderful, why don't you marry him? Do you think I am a fool to be tricked into marrying him? Whoever wants to marry can do so. I certainly will not. If you believe there is endless wealth to be had, then you should marry him yourself." "Sister, how can you say that? What is wrong with young Master Zhao? He is just a bit overweight and older. But he is caring, and marrying him would certainly not be a loss," Zhou Mimi retorted. "I cannot bear to watch this any longer." "What do you mean a bit overweight? He is 300 pounds of flesh. And being older by more than a decade is hardly a bit older. As for being caring, his previous wife was beaten to death by him. If he is so wonderful, why don't you marry him yourself? Su Mingho could no longer contain himself and pulled Wang Xingyue to his side. Your Zhou family is far too overbearing. You just found your daughter and want her to marry someone like this. You cannot bear to part with the daughter you raised. Yet you are willing to push a stray child into the situation. Do you even have a heart? Feng Guizhi, incensed by his reproach of the Zhou family, retorted, "Who are you to meddle in our Zhou family affairs? Get this wild brat out of here." At that moment, a sharply dressed man stepped forward. "Sir, please cooperate and leave the Zhou family, or I will have to call the police." Madame Su, filled with rage, stepped forward. They had never encountered such an expulsion while visiting anyone from the Su family. From behind the crowd, she observed a few people seated on the sofa, none of whom noticed her. She recognized the elderly matriarch of the Zhao family, having crossed paths with her at banquets in her youth, but after so many years, she was unsure if she would still be recognized. "Madame Zhao, I fear there has been a misunderstanding. Our Su family has come to accompany Xingyue to meet her mother, whom she has never seen before. We are not here for you to choose a bride for your son." Madame Zhao furrowed her brow. "Which Su family are you referring to?" She seldom attended gatherings of the wealthy and was not familiar with anyone.
Madame Thao observed Madame Zhou closely,
her expression transforming into delight as she stood up from the sofa and approached Madame Su. "Madame Su, is it truly you?
It has been years since we last met.
I never expected to see you here today. Please come and sit." "I dare not. The Zhou family is threatening to call the police on my son." Madame Su replied sternly. Madame Zhao, with warmth, took her hand and guided her to the sofa. "This girl is related to your family. If you are unhappy with her, I can have my son choose another." In Chapter 93, the issue of childbearing arose. For the Zhao family, selecting a bride was merely about adding another tool for procreation. In commercial marriages, genuine affection was non-existent. It was all about mutual exploitation. Moreover, both of them shared similar appearances, and Zhao Baochai had always held an indifferent attitude toward women. Upon hearing Madame Zhao's words, Zhao Baochai merely glanced at his mother and Madame Su, saying nothing. Zhou Mimi, however, was anxious. She could not marry this hefty man, fearing she would be crushed in bed. "Aunt, my health is fragile. The doctor has said it would be difficult for me to have children, and I fear that marrying into the Zhao family would hinder their lineage. My sister is different. She has already given birth and would surely provide you with a robust child. I don't want her. She cannot bear children. She is no better than a hen that cannot lay eggs." Zhao Baochai exclaimed angrily, pointing at Zhou Mimi. Faced with such an insult, Zhou Mimi felt no sorrow. Instead, a smirk curled at her lips. Madame Zhao frowned. Their union was intended to bring heirs to the Zhao family, and it was unacceptable for her to be unable to bear children. She glanced helplessly at Madame Su. Madame Su, ever astute, realized that Zhou Mimi's words were intended to push the Zhou family to select Wang Xingyue. She caught a glimpse of the self-satisfied Zhou Mimi and took Madame Zhao's hand. Being fragile does not mean one cannot bear children. Some who believe they are frail may not be so. Our hospital's best doctor will be here shortly to examine Zhou Mimi and see how we can facilitate her conceiving." Zhou Mimi trembled with rage. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Madame Su. She had almost convinced the Zhao family to choose Wang Xingyue, but this old hag had interrupted her plans. Madame Su, noticing her fury, remained unfazed. To deceive her future daughter-in-law, she needed to see if Zhou Mimi would agree. Madame Zhao beamed with a smile. "I have heard that the doctors from your Su family hospital are experts in the medical field, and it takes days just to get an appointment. Which doctor is here this time?" "The last time I went, I had to rely on connections to see Dr. Zhang Yu, and even then, I had to wait for days." "How fortunate. The doctor we have brought this time is indeed Dr. Zhang Yu." Young Master Zhou mentioned that his mother becomes more ill when she is around many people. To ease Xinyue's worries, I thought it best to bring the doctor along. "Madame Zhou, how is young Master Zhou's mother faring?" Madame Su directed her gaze toward the bewildered Madame Zhou. At that moment, Madame Zhou looked at Zhou Shaober, uncertain of when his mother had fallen ill, as she had not been informed. Wasn't she away on a business trip to discuss cooperation? Zhou Shaober lowered his head, hesitant to argue. In front of his grandmother, he was cautious. She had never thought highly of him, often favoring his uncle's children instead. Even in this marriage arrangement, his uncle's family had a daughter who was unmarried and older than Zhou Mimi by a year. Yet the choice was still Zhou Mimi. He had opposed it, but his grandmother insisted he could not manage the company unless he complied. How could he relinquish it? It was his father's legacy, and he would never give it up. Madame Zhou shot him a glare. Your mother has only a minor ailment and is currently away on business. It is unfortunate that my grandson lacks the capability. Otherwise, a woman of over 50 would not have to negotiate on behalf of the family. Madame Zhou showed no mercy toward Zhou Lao'er. She completely disregarded him, seeing him as lacking in both talent and assertiveness, especially compared to her second son's offspring. Yet, he clung to the company's management rights. The complexity of the Zhou family's dynamics weighed heavily on Madame Su, who sighed, realizing that Wang Xinyue's quest for familial recognition might not proceed smoothly. Madame Su turned to Zhou Lao'er. Why do you curse your mother with illness and deceive Wang Xinyue into visiting her? You are pained by the thought of your sister, who grew up alongside you, marrying into the Zhao family. But remember, Xinyue is also your biological sister. Have you ever considered how she has fared all these years on her own? Zhou Lao'er lowered his head, glancing briefly at Wang Xinyue. But that fleeting look held no trace of affection. Wang Xinyue's heart sank completely. Madame Zhou observed the interaction between Madame Zhao and Madame Su, realizing that forging a good relationship with the Su family could prove advantageous, especially given the difficulty of securing appointments at their hospital. She declared sternly, Zhou Lao'er. Is it because Zhou Mimi does not wish to marry into the Zhao family that you are seeking another sister to marry in her place? You have a cruel heart. Zhou Mimi has been raised in your home, enjoying the best of everything. And yet, look at your other sister. Where is your compassion as an older brother? Zhou Lao'er remained silent, bearing the weight of his frustration. Madame Zhou, seeing his demeanor, was even more incensed.
Today,
I will take it upon myself to ensure that Zhou Mimi marries into the Zhao family. She is so frail, yet consumes such expensive food daily. Her complexion is rosy, and still she appears weak. I believe it's merely your intention to provoke and dissuade her from marriage. Even if she is weak, with proper care, she can certainly bear children. Zhou Mimi, filled with pent-up fury, could no longer contain herself and coldly shouted, Grandmother, am I truly your granddaughter? Why must you force me to marry him? Just look at him. He resembles a pig, lacking any semblance of humanity. He is over a decade older than I. Yet you insist I marry him. Why not let my cousin Meiwan marry him instead? Why must it be me? She turned, glaring fiercely at Wang Xinyue. What's wrong with me suggesting that she take my place in marriage? As an elder sister, I should care for my younger sister. Look at her pitiful appearance. Perhaps she is drawn to the Zhao family's wealth. Why must it be me who marries? If marriage is to happen, it should be her. I refuse to wed. Grandma Zhou, observing Zhou Mimi's venomous words, stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap. No younger generation dared to defy her, especially with such audacity. Zhou Mimi, I believe the Zhou family has been exceedingly kind to you. Today, you will accompany the Zhao family, and the wedding will be arranged once you conceive. Zhou Mimi, nearly driven to madness, thought, finally, I have spoken my mind. It seems that in moments of rage, one speaks without restraint. But I will pay dearly for my words. Humph, how I wish to see her suffer for her malicious heart. The Su family watched quietly, equally anticipating Zhou Mimi's punishment. Wang Xinyue, hearing Zhou Mimi call her sister yet demanding she marry that man, felt revulsion and could not bear to look at her again. Zhao Baokai sat on the sofa, his expression dark. He could tolerate being called fat, but being told he resembled a beast was intolerable. Did they think he was so eager to marry? Chapter 94, a repulsive family. Grandma Zhou, growing weary of the commotion, commanded the steward, take her to her room and silence her. I no longer wish to hear her voice. The steward approached, and Zhou Mimi, frightened, called for her brother to assist her. Zhou Xiaobo stood in front of the steward, protesting, do not touch my sister. Grandmother, must you truly force her into despair? There is another option. Why must it be Mimi? At that moment, Wang Xinyue understood his implication. That option was indeed her. A bitter smile crossed her lips. What significance did blood relations hold? if it served merely as an excuse for exploitation? She longed to escape the Zhou family, weary of their pretentiousness. Turning to Su Mingho, who had been by her side, she said softly, "Mingho, let us leave. I shall no longer acknowledge this kinship." Indeed, what meaning did this kinship hold? They merely regarded her as a tool for their own advantage, devoid of any familial affection. It was better to sever ties and live freely. At that moment, Zhou Mimi rushed forward, kneeling before Wang Xingyue. "Sister, please do not leave. Help me marry him. I have someone I love. I cannot wed him. If you assist me this time, I will forever be grateful." Zhou Mimi looked at Wang Xingyue with pleading eyes, while Zhou Xiaoba, seeing his sister kneeling, hurried over to help her up. "I will not rise unless my sister agrees. Please, sister, say yes." Zhou Xiaoba turned to Wang Xingyue, reproaching her. "Is it too much to grant this simple request? It is merely a marriage. What difficulty is there? When night falls, everyone sleeps alike. How can you be so cruel? Do you find joy in pushing your own sister to despair?" The Su family absorbed this shocking revelation, their worldview shattered. To sacrifice one sister for the sake of a false one was unfathomable. Su Mingho clenched his fists, overwhelmed with anger at the injustice. Wang Xingyue, astonished and disgusted, questioned how one could sacrifice another's happiness for their own. The utter hypocrisy of calling her sister while inflicting such pain was unbearable. "I shall not agree. I too have someone I love," she declared, casting a glance at Su Mingho, who beamed at her response, taking her hand and moving away from the chaos. Zhou Mimi, witnessing their closeness, felt a surge of malice. "Sister, cease your foolish dreams. The Su family will never allow a woman with a child to marry into their ranks. Who else would want you besides the Zhao family? You both have children, a perfect match, and he is so large he wouldn't mind your condition. You best confront reality." Zhao Baokai, his eyes narrowed to slits, approached Zhou Mimi, his towering and hefty frame casting a shadow of intimidation. He grasped her hair and, with the swing of his arm, delivered 2 sharp slaps. The onlookers were stunned, and as Zhou Xiaobo reacted, Zhou Mimi's face was bloodied, her hair disheveled. A strand caught in Zhao Baokai's grip. Without pausing, he swung again. Zhou Xiaobo grasped his arm, trying to halt the assault, but he underestimated Zhao Baokai's strength. The latter turned to him, eyes reddened, a chilling smile crossing his lips that sent shivers down Zhou Xiaobo's spine. Before he could react, Zhao Baocai's fist met him with a dull thud, the sound of his ribs cracking echoing in the air. Zhou Xiaobo fell, blood trickling from his mouth, his body collapsing as he slid from Zhao Baocai's grasp. Zhao Baocai glanced at him and scoffed. "You can't take a hit? One punch and you're down? Pathetic. How dare you mock my weight? Next time, let us see if you dare to speak again." Zhou Xiaobo lay on the ground, pain washing over him. Yet his mind remained clear. "I want to speak of your weight again. Please, let me go." Zhao Baocai grunted, delivering a tick that sent Zhou Xiaobo sprawling. The latter felt as if his spine had shattered, lying utterly still, casting a desperate look towards his grandmother. Yet she averted her gaze, feigning ignorance. She was troubled, pondering how to strip him of control over the family business. This turn of events was fortuitous for her plans. Zhao Baocai turned back to Zhou Mimi, his face a mask of terror. "Zhou Mimi, it is a privilege for you to marry me. Should you refuse, I shall ensure you regret it. If you dare to flee, I will merely strike you softer, saving the real punishment for after our wedding to prolong the enjoyment." Zhou Mimi, terrified, attempted to flee, but Zhao Baocai's long arm caught her hair. "Dare to run? I will go easy on you. After our wedding I will take my time, so as not to kill the fun." Zhou Mimi cried out for mercy, yet none among the crowd intervened. Grandma Zhou, observing the scene, finally spoke.
"Baokai, enough.
If you continue, who will bear you children in the future? Come, take a break." In the past, when he had struck his ex-wife, he had been even more brutal. She, as a mother, had merely advised him to be gentler, fearing he might kill her. Yet he had lost control, and she had hastily buried the evidence, further enabling his violent tendencies. The Su family was left in shock, grappling with the reality that a mother could condone such violence, concerned only about future offspring. It was as if in their eyes, women existed solely to endure punishment and bear children. And Grandma Zhou, watching in silence, was seemingly unfazed. These were her own grandchildren. After all, even devoid of affection, how could she stand by and witness such brutality? Yet, in a strange twist, she smiled and said, "You must be tired, Zhao. My granddaughter is rather thoughtless. Please take time to educate her. Once she marries into your family, her spoiled demeanor must be tempered." Is this grandmother truly real? Such a matriarch incites a desire to strike her down. She is not a grandmother, but a wicked witch. Zhou Mimi is both pitiable and detestable. Yet her grandmother deserves far worse. The scene unfolded with a palpable sense of revulsion, as the Su family exchanged knowing glances. Fully aware of the despicable nature of the Zhou family. On the floor lay Zhou Xiaobo, writhing in pain and drenched in sweat, yet his cries for help fell on deaf ears. "You man, come quickly. Call an ambulance. I'm in excruciating pain." As his wife, Yu Man should have rushed to his side, but instead, she stood at a distance, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. Chapter 95. The farce of familial affection. Zhou Xiaobo's face contorted with rage as he called out to her, "You wretched woman! Why are you just standing there? Hurry and help me. Are you waiting to see me perish?"
Oh, dear.
What a motley crew the Zhou family is. Yu Man inwardly relished the thought of his demise, for it would grant her the freedom to pursue true love. Yet, she was acutely aware that true love was often a treacherous affair, as she reflected on her own plight as a woman who had been used. The Su family members were all ears, eager to uncover the latest scandal involving the Zhou family. Curiosity piqued as they anticipated the revelation of this so-called true love. Zhou Xiaobo continued to wail on the floor, while the matriarch of the Zhou family, her face ashen, admonished him. "Enough of your shouting. Is it truly that painful? You've merely received a punch. I've already called for an ambulance. Just be patient." Zhou Xiaobo's eyes brimmed with venomous hatred as he glared at her, wishing he could rise to strangle her. What a farce of familial love. Look at how your grandson is suffering, yet you dismiss it as just a punch. If it's not serious, then let her experience it herself. At that moment, the door swung open, and a tall woman donned in a white coat entered, carrying a meticulously crafted medical box. Upon spotting the matriarch of the Su family, she hurried over. "Madam Su, are you feeling unwell?" Zhang Yu approached, ready to conduct a medical examination. "Zhang Yu, it's not me," the matriarch interjected. "It's Zhou Mei. She claims she is unwell and unable to conceive. I need you to examine her." Originally, she intended for Zhang Yu to attend to Wang Xianyu, but fate had other plans.
Zhang Yu scanned the room. "Where is Zhou Mei?
Why is there someone lying on the floor, seemingly conscious? Yet, the matriarch did not grant her permission to investigate further. So she remained seated obediently. Glancing at Zhou Mei, whose face was bruised and tear-streaked, the matriarch urged, "Zhou Mei, our finest doctor is here to help you. This is your good fortune. Come quickly." Terrified, Zhou Mei recoiled, adamant about avoiding the examination. She was not unwell. If it were discovered that she could conceive, it would mean an impending marriage to that monster. She shifted her pained body backward, trying to distance herself from the impending examination, but the matriarch was relentless, instructing the butler to bring her forth. Zhou Mei screamed and cried, yet she was forcefully brought before Zhang Yu. Even in her predicament, she obstinately resisted the examination. Zhao Baokai glared at her, fists clenched, ready to unleash his wrath. "If you dare resist again, I'll teach you a lesson."
Friktened, Zhou Mei jurlet up.
Shielding her head, observing her lack of movement, Zhang Yu retrieved a pulse pillow and placed her wrist upon it to check her pulse. An esteemed expert in both Western and traditional Chinese medicine, Zhang Yu had over 20 years of clinical experience. As she felt Zhou Mei's pulse, her brow furrowed with concern, prompting her to check the other wrist attentively. Silence enveloped the room. Even Zhou Xiaobo, lying on the floor, dared not disturb the proceedings. Finally, Zhang Yu sighed heavily. "Madam Su, she is not incapable of conceiving due to weakness." Before she could elaborate, the matriarch of the Zhao family erupted in fury. "Zhou Mei, do you truly wish to avoid marrying my son? How dare you cast aspersions upon yourself? Dr. Zhang has stated you are not weak. Therefore you can conceive. We shall have her." Hearing this, the matriarch of the Zhou family forced a smile and nodded in agreement. Zhang Yu, feeling exasperated, interjected, "Ladies, allow me to clarify, once more. It is not because she is weak that she cannot conceive, but rather due to previous injuries that have rendered her fallopian tubes obstructed, resulting in blood stasis following miscarriages. What? She truly cannot conceive? How many times has she miscarried to render her incapable? The matriarch of the Zhao family railed against Zhou Meimei, who was labeled a harlot unworthy of their family. Zhao Bao Kai's fists tightened in anger. The matriarch of the Zhou family lamented the misfortunes of their household, while Zhou Xiaobai, lying on the floor, grew increasingly pale and despondent. Despite taking precautions, why had they faced such tragedy? Tears streamed down his face. Emotions he knew he should suppress overwhelmed him. He longed to possess her, yet felt utterly powerless to provide her with anything. His heart ached with guilt and regret as his gaze inadvertently fell upon Zhou Meimei. At that moment, she curled into herself, her disheveled hair obscuring her face. Yet, beneath the veil of hair, a smile graced her lips. For she realized she would not have to endure the torment of marrying into the Zhao family. Even if she could not conceive, it was far better than suffering at their hands. However, before joy could settle in her heart, dread gripped her throat. Zhang Yu, unwilling to let them demean a patient, spoke up. In truth, with proper care, conceiving is still a possibility. If not, there is always the option of in vitro fertilization. Zhou Meimei suddenly grasped Zhang Yu's hand, fervently declaring, "I will never have children. I have lost 10 pregnancies. How could I possibly conceive again? Please, doctor, examine me once more and assure them that I cannot conceive." Taken aback, Zhang Yu looked at her face in shock. "What happened to you? Did someone beat you?" 2 dark circles adorned her eyes, while her cheeks bore the vivid marks of fingers, swollen and bruised. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, painting a tragic picture. With a heavy heart, Zhang Yu replied, "Indeed, it would be exceedingly difficult to conceive."
Zhou Meimei chuckled, a chilling sound.
"Did you hear that? I cannot conceive. You Zhao family, I cannot marry into your clan. Isn't there another woman who can? If you wish to marry, choose her instead." She gestured toward Wang Xianyu. "Madame Zhou, why not consider her instead? This Zhou Meimei will never be accepted by your family." A glimmer of mirth danced across Zhou Meimei's face, but the Su family regarded her with discontent. Thankfully, they had accompanied her. Had Wang Xianyu come alone, the ramifications would be unfathomable. Just as the matriarch of the Zhou family prepared to respond, Wang Xianyu interjected, "I fear you are mistaken. I am not a member of the Zhou family. I am here merely to acknowledge kinship, a decision I have yet to make regarding my future. My marital fate is not for you to dictate." Chapter 96. Send him away. Wang Xianyu had long been displeased with their presumption, believing that mere age granted them the authority to dictate the marriages of the younger generation. What was the difference between their coercion and her brother's threats regarding children? They were all guilty of using familial ties as a pretext to impose their will upon others. In a fit of rage, the matriarch of the Zhou family trembled, pointing accusingly at Wang Xianyu. "How ludicrous! You have never nurtured her, yet you demand her sacrifice for the Zhou family. This abduction of familial affection is beyond shameful. To share your bloodline is a sin in itself. If you wish to shed blood, you might as well kill her outright. It infuriates me. Someone, enlighten me about the life experiences of this matriarch of the Zhao family. I shall expose her to the world." The Su family was eager to unearth her past, to scrutinize whether she had ever been willing to sacrifice her own marriage for the sake of preserving their bloodline. At that moment, Mu Qingqing's inner voice echoed in the ears of the Su family.
"Ah."
It is no wonder such harsh words were spoken. It appears to be a hereditary trait. She was coerced by her family into marrying the elderly Mr. Zhou, who is over a decade her senior, reluctant to elope with her boyfriend. She now disregards her own feelings when it comes to her granddaughter. The Su family truly embodies a legacy of generational cruelty. Fortunately, Wang Xinyue was not raised within that household. Otherwise, she too would have become a victim of the family's machinations. The Su family could not help but feel relieved for Wang Xinyue, yet her current expression of anger stirred their compassion. Unable to contain himself any longer, Su Mingho erupted in outrage, exclaiming, "What do you mean? Has the Zhou family provided her with sustenance or water? Just because you gave birth to her, do you presume to dictate whom she should marry? I assure you, Xinyue will not be going over there. Come on, Xinyue, let us leave." With that, He seized Wang Xingyue and headed toward the door. Madame Zhou's eyes widened in fury, her chest heaving as she gritted her teeth and commanded the butler. Have the bodyguard stop them. No one leaves the Zhou family without my consent. Madame Su rose, her expression shifting dramatically, her gaze piercing with an icy light. If the Zhou family sought to retain the Su family, they must first prove they possessed the strength to do so. Her demeanor exuded the confidence of one in a position of power. In her youth, Madame Su had been decisive and resolute, having weathered many storms. Now, faced with such a situation, she calmly instructed, "Eldest, call the bodyguards in from outside. Anyone who dares to obstruct the Su family shall be dealt with severely." Seeing Madame Su's demeanor, Madame Zhou felt a twinge of fear. She had heard of the Su family, which stood on similar ground as her own. Yet her family was currently in a state of turmoil. To offend the Su family further would only exacerbate their troubles. She forced a smile, saying, "Madame Su, please do not take offense. I merely spoke in haste. The Su family is free to leave at any time. It is our Zhou family that cannot be permitted to depart." "Who constitutes your Zhou family? Has Wang Xingyue ever acknowledged herself as one of you?" "She has merely come to reconnect with her roots. Without a paternity test, it remains uncertain if she even shares your bloodline," Madame Su retorted with conviction. Madame Zhou stammered. "Wang Xingyue resembles our Zhou Mimi so closely that she must be one of us. Besides, she has no substantial ties to your Su family, does she? Surely, the Su family would not jeopardize their standing over a mere Wang Xingyue." Madame Su shot a cold glance at Madame Zhou. "You cannot impose your own suffering upon the younger generation simply because you were forced into marriage. Are you intent on having your descendants experience the same hardships you endured? Or is it simply because they are not your chosen ones that they can be so easily trampled upon?" Taken aback, Madame Zhou staggered back, her face paling. After all these years, how could she possibly know what Madame Su had uncovered? A wave of trepidation washed over her as she glanced at Madame Su, whose smile only deepened. "Madame Zhou, shall I continue?" Madame Su inquired, her tone laced with an enigmatic challenge. Understanding dawned upon Madame Zhou, and she slumped onto the sofa.
Defeated.
"You may all leave," she muttered weakly. Madame Zhou, observing the shift in Madame Zhou's demeanor, was filled with curiosity, sensing there were secrets yet to be uncovered. However, she could not allow Wang Xingyue to depart unimpeded. If she left, who would marry into their family? She had no desire for Zhou Mimi, that worthless creature.
No.
"Madame Zhou, you cannot let Wang Xingyue go. Who would marry into our family otherwise? We cannot accept Zhou Mimi." Madame Zhou, caught in a dilemma, feared that Madame Su would unveil her secrets, while also worrying about losing the support of Madame Zhao and her allies. She looked at Zhao Baochai, whose fists were clenched in anger, glaring at Zhou Mimi, and felt a pang of anxiety. "Here's what we shall do. Madame Zhao, let us collaborate. I will relinquish some profit to ensure Zhou Mimi is wed off. Dr. Zhang Yu has indicated that she can still bear children after some recuperation, if necessary. We can resort to IVF. Besides, Zhao Xiao has endured enough. He can simply marry another after her." Leaning closer to Madame Zhao, she whispered, "Moreover, Zhao Xiao has suffered sufficiently. Another marriage would suffice." Upon hearing this, a broad smile spread across Madame Zhao's face, her eyes gleaming with delight. "Very well.
So?
You shall marry Zhou Mimi. It may not be so bad. After a few years of hardship, you can always find another." Zhao Baochai nodded, eagerly eyeing Zhou Mimi, who trembled in fear, sobbing softly. "What have I just heard? Is this how one should speak? I will expose her secrets and make her a spectacle."
Qingqing,
fuming with indignation, clenched her small fists, her mind racing with thoughts. No wonder Zhao Baochai is so corpulent. He must consume enough to rival a bull each day. Madame Zhao even claims he is underfed. She certainly spoils her son to a twisted extent, believing that merely feeding him is sufficient. Her former daughter-in-law was also an uncherished heiress who faced a similar fate, leading to their family's split. She even incited her son to take her daughter-in-law's life. That mother-in-law is indeed ruthless.
What?
It can be played this way? The old Master Zhao, entranced by beauty, even spent lavishly to hire over 20 lovely women to attend to Madame Zhao day and night, and before long, he was sent packing. The Su family. Such talent. To exploit someone's weaknesses in such a manner, it seems that once a person's vulnerabilities are exposed, their life may be forfeit. Madame Su cast a glance at the two people engrossed in their conversation, her disinterest evident. This place was truly beneath her dignity. She turned to exit, when suddenly, the front door swung open. A woman in her 50s rushed in, her face streaked with tears. "Where is my daughter? Where is she?" Chapter 97. The transfer of company management rights. Zhou Mimi, upon seeing the newcomer, sprang to her feet and rushed over. Her voice choked with sorrow as she brushed her hair aside, revealing a bruised face. "Did he do this to you?" Jiang Huiru, filled with rage, gazed at her daughter's face, her heart wrenching. She had been away on business, seeking partners to alleviate the company's crisis. To her dismay, her mother-in-law intended to marry her daughter to the Zhao family for the sake of collaboration. But what sort of people were they? Had she not done any background check? The Zhao family was nothing but a pack of insatiable wolves. Her mother-in-law was courting disaster. If collaboration were to happen, it would be too late once they had bitten her. Supporting Zhou Mimi, she noticed Zhou Xiaoba on the floor, sobbing pitifully like a child. She rushed to help him up, her voice thick with indignation. "Xiaoba, what happened? Who did this to you?" "Mother, I think my back is broken. I cannot move. It hurts so much. No one cares for me. It's all Zhao Baochai's fault. He did this to me. Grandmother wants to marry my sister to him. He is a beast, and she must not marry him." Zhou Xiaoba lamented, nestled in Jiang Huiru's embrace, weeping for his beloved sister, imploring her not to marry into that family. It appears to be true love. No matter how many times she has miscarried, it matters not if they are not his children. Blood ties cannot compare to the affection of the heart, Mu Qingqing mused. Madame Zhou cast a glance at them, her voice cold. "Jiang Huiru, do not be swayed by Xiaobao's words." Young Master Zhao merely gave him a light punch, and he fell to the ground, feigning injury. "I believe he simply does not want his sister to marry." Jiang Huiru's eyes reddened with fury as she glared at Madame Zhou, questioning, "Mother, no matter how much you disdain your grandson, shouldn't you take him to the hospital or at least have a doctor check on him? If he is genuinely injured, failing to treat him promptly could ruin his life." She was acutely aware that Madame Zhou had never favored her two children, even when her husband was alive. Her mother-in-law had shown more affection for the second family. Now, her disdain only deepened. Such alarmist rhetoric, as if the situation were dire, Madame Zhou scoffed, dismissing her daughter-in-law's concerns. "We have a doctor here. If you doubt it, let her examine him." Madame Zhou's expression darkened as she faced the public reprimand from her daughter-in-law, igniting her fury. She had assumed Zhou Xiaoba was merely putting on an act for show, believing that one punch could not possibly cause such distress. At that moment, Dr. Zhang Yu felt a fiery gaze directed towards her. Turning to follow the gaze, she saw Jiang Huiru rushing towards her. "Are you a doctor? Could you please take a look at my son? He seems to be in a serious condition." Zhang Yu glanced at Old Lady Zhou, who nodded in response. Old Lady Zhou had initially intended to leave, but upon hearing Zhou Mimi call out "Mom," she paused. She looked towards Wang Xinyue, her eyes following Jiang Huiru, perhaps pondering whether she was indeed her biological mother. Seeing Old Lady Zhou nod, Zhang Yu approached with her medical kit. She gently touched Zhou Xiaoba's waist, her expression instantly turning serious. "Do not move him. His lumbar vertebrae are misaligned, showing signs of fracture. Any movement could result in secondary injuries." "Didn't you call for an ambulance? Why hasn't it arrived yet?" Hearing Old Lady Zhou claim that the ambulance had been called, Zhang Yu cast a questioning look towards her. At that moment, Old Lady Zhou's gaze faltered, her expression betraying her guilt. "I didn't even have my phone. I asked the butler to call. Who knows if he actually did or not?" The butler, looking bewildered, wondered when she had instructed him to call for an ambulance. Nevertheless, in order to keep his position, he humbly replied, "I'm sorry. I forgot to make the call. I will do so right away." "No need, I will call myself." Jiang Huiru picked up her phone and dialed immediately. She understood that this situation had nothing to do with the butler. It was entirely Old Lady Zhou's doing. She could not bear to see Zhou Xiaoba hold on to control of the company management, yet he was also her own grandson. How could she be so heartless? But what kindness could she expect from her mother-in-law? After her father-in-law's death, The family assets were divided between the two families. She had chosen to live with her younger son's family, while most of Zhou's company was handed over to the second son, leaving them with a nearly bankrupt small company. Faced with her mother-in-law's injustice, her husband was powerless to act. All he could do was strive to rebuild the company. Finally, heaven rewarded their diligence, and they transformed a failing enterprise into a thriving one, larger than it had been during the late Mr. Zhou's lifetime.
Yet,
The second branch squandered their inheritance due to poor management. Unable to bear it any longer, old Lady Zhou came to the eldest son's side, insisting that he grant his brother half of the company's shares. The couple staunchly refused to comply. Tragically, during a business trip, the eldest son was killed in a car accident. Old Lady Zhou, leveraging her status as a mother, demanded shares in the company. To preserve her husband's hard work, she agreed to give the second son half of the profits from the company each year, which ultimately saved the business. To validate her suspicions, she suppressed her anger and said, "Mom, if I were to transfer the company's shares to manage to the second family, wouldn't Mimi be spared from marrying into the Zhao family?" Zhou Xiaoba, lying on the ground, urgently tugged at his mother's pant leg, exclaiming in anguish, "Mom, no. I disagree. The company is mine. It was left to me by Dad. We cannot hand it over to them. If we do, what will we do in the future? Mom, please don't give it to them." Old Lady Zhou, her face contorted with rage, scolded Zhou Xiaoba. "Just as I suspected, you are exactly like her. Your mother is insatiable. But what about the company's debts? Are we supposed to let Meiwan marry into their family?" With a grim expression, old Lady Zhou glared at her. "For all these years, the second family has already received half of the company's profits, which should be sufficient to cover the debts. There is no need to marry Meiwan off. What nonsense! How could Meiwan, so delicate and precious, marry him? She deserves someone better. As for the debts, if you relinquish management, you won't have to worry about it. What a double standard. The loved ones are expected to seek better, while those who are not cherished are left to suffer." Jiang Qiru is indeed a pitiable figure. The company she fought so hard to build is coveted by her mother-in-law, who allows her son to mismanage it, forcing this mother to clean up the mess. Chapter 98. Unsavory matters. The Su family silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, the elder is greedy and the younger is incompetent, leaving only her to suffer and endure. The Su family cast sympathetic glances toward her. "Qiru, you should have realized by now. Your son is not cut out for running a company. If you hand it over to him, it will surely fail." Old Lady Zhou said triumphantly. Lying on the ground, Zhou Xiaoba shouted fiercely, "Mom, I disagree. You cannot hand it over. Grandma is biased towards my uncle. Hasn't he already squandered Grandpa's estate? Why should it be entrusted to them? Once you hand it over, we will have nothing left." He continued to argue. But Zhou Mimi interjected tearfully, "Brother, if you don't relinquish control of the company, are you really going to let me marry Zhao Baokai? Can you bear to see me go there and be beaten to death?" Zhou Xiaoba's gaze shifted to the weeping Zhou Mimi, and his heart softened, revealing a struggle on his face. "No, Mimi, how could I let you suffer? But if he relinquished the company's shares, they would have nothing." Zhou Mimi, in frustration, cried out, "Do you want me to die? Do you think I'm not your child because I had a miscarriage? Do you want me to die? Please, just give up the shares." Everyone present, except for the Su family, was in shock. Were they not siblings? How could she speak of a miscarriage as if it were not his? Had they, siblings, engaged in an incestuous relationship? Old Lady Zhou's face twisted in fury as she glared at them. "You are siblings. Have you two been rolling in the sheets together? You are bringing disgrace to our Zhou family. You are a shameful pair. If this is shameful, what about the things you have done that would be even more disgraceful if revealed? Truly, the elder is engaged in unsavory affairs while criticizing the younger. Alas, what a misfortune for the family. Both the old and the young are a bunch of sordid individuals, and none can cast stones at the other." She had always raised this child as if she were her own daughter, yet to her astonishment, the two siblings. "Mimi, tell me this is not true. You and Xiaoba are together? You are siblings." Jiang Qiru pounded her chest in despair, tears streaming down her face. But Zhou Mimi, in a fit of fury, retorted, "He is not my real brother. So what if we are together? You have never treated me as your own daughter. You only care about that lost child. Have you ever shown me concern or love?" Jiang Huiru could hardly believe this was her carefully nurtured daughter. Had her care and affection not been enough? She had tried to fulfill her every desire, providing her with the best education and a comfortable life. Do not look at me with such disdain. Ask yourself, have you ever regarded me as your real daughter? You were never home, seeking your lost daughter. It was always Dad who accompanied me. In your heart, there is only your lost child. I am merely a substitute, a pretense of care. Zhou Mimi glared at Jiang Huiru, her eyes filled with venomous resentment. Jiang Huiru felt her heart shatter. It was apparent that in her adopted daughter's eyes, she was so utterly wretched. It was as if all her genuine affection had been fed to the dogs. The thought of her heartfelt devotion being perceived this way made her scoff bitterly. So you are free to be with my son? Zhou Mimi seemed unrestrained, pouring out all her pent-up grievances. As for your son, he told me I was not your biological child. I feared you would cast me out of the Zhou family, so I acquiesced to him. It was merely a physical liaison. He would never marry me. He is already wed to you, man, and still entangles with me. Is that my fault? Jiang Huiru turned her gaze towards Zhou Xiaoba, who lay on the ground, gritting her teeth in rage. Didn't I tell you not to reveal to your sister that she is not your biological sibling? Why would you tell her and degrade her? Are you even human? Zhou Xiaoba lay there in agony, muttering apologies. But Zhou Mimi looked at his expression with derision. Xiaoba, now that everything is out in the open, I am no longer a member of your Zhou family. I need not fear being cast out, nor must I marry Zhao Baokai. I will let you in on a secret. Every time we sleep together, I find it revolting. Zhou Mimi looked at him, her expression one of mockery. Zhou Xiaoba felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. He could hardly believe that the person before him was the same woman who had sweetly whispered affectionate words and snuggled in his embrace. Zhou Mimi leaned closer to his ear, and he thought she might be regretting her earlier words. With a gaze full of longing, he looked at her, only to be met with a shocking revelation. Actually, your wife man finds you repulsive too. She has someone she adores. Can you guess who it is? Zhou Xiaoba's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her. You can't figure it out, can you? Let me enlighten you. It's Zhou Muyang from your second uncle's family. She often meets him in secret when you're away. That green hat you've been wearing has been on for quite some time, Zhou Mimi proclaimed, laughing maniacally. Zhou Xiaoba turned his head, his eyes filled with venomous rage, fixating on Yu Man as if he wished to devour her whole. Yu Man trembled under his gaze, too frightened to meet his eyes again. At that moment, old Madame Zhou, pointing at the seemingly deranged Zhou Mimi, commanded, "Butler, take her away. She is not fit to remain in the Zhou family." The butler signaled to two bodyguards, who seized Zhou Mimi by the arms and began to drag her out. Despite being restrained, Zhou Mimi shouted, "Let go of me. I can walk by myself. Staying in this filthy place is nauseating. Jiang Huiru, don't you claim to care for me, treating me like your own daughter? Then why don't you let them release me? Now you think I'm not your own, huh? Ha ha ha. But even your real daughter wouldn't acknowledge you. Accepting her means marrying into the Zhao family and relinquishing control of the company, which Zhou Xiaoba would never agree to. I'm keen to see how you will choose." Zhou Mimi screamed as she was dragged away, her voice fading as she exited. Jiang Huiru felt a pang of sorrow, yet Zhou Mimi had become a treacherous ingrate, breaking her heart. She would not waste her emotions on someone so heartless. With trembling limbs, she approached Wang Xingyue, saying, "Daughter, you truly are my child. Mother has finally found you." Choking back tears, she reached Wang Xinyue's side, but Wang Xinyue recoiled in fear. Worried that this biological mother might pressure her into marrying into the Zhao family, like that grandmother, she replied coolly, "I am not your daughter. I cannot bear the Zhou family's bloodline. Mingho, let us go." Jiang Huiru, understanding her fears, quickly reassured her, "Rest assured. I will not let you marry into the Zhao family, nor will I transfer the management rights of the company to anyone else. I shall hand the company over to you." Chapter 99. A fair balance. Jiang Huiru spoke with sincerity. Wang Xinyue, incredulous, pondered whether her words about transferring the company were a jest. Just as she was about to refuse, a stern voice echoed, "Jiang Huiru, have you lost your mind? How can a wild child like her comprehend anything? If you hand the company to her, are you hoping for its swift demise? Transfer the management rights. And I assure you that I will not allow Wang Xinyue to marry into the Zhao family. Otherwise, prepare for the company's downfall." Madame Zhao, seated on the sofa, abruptly stood up. They had come to negotiate who would marry into their family, and now with Zhou Mimi expelled, even Wang Xingyue was being promised to remain unwed. Her eyes glinted like daggers as she questioned, Madame Zhou, are you no longer interested in cooperating with us? Your change of heart is quite swift. Madame Zhou, with a soothing smile, replied, Madame Zhou, do not be angry. We will certainly cooperate. Marriage will indeed occur. Let me settle my family matters first before discussing our affairs. She had already schemed that once she obtained control of the company, she would marry Wang Xingyue off to a suitable match, not wishing to sever ties with the Zhao family. Meanwhile, Zhang Huiru released Wang Xinyue's hand and regarded Madame Zhou with solemnity. Mother, I am fully aware of your schemes. I once believed in maintaining family harmony and refrained from holding grudges, but your appetite has grown insatiable. You wish to claim the entire company. Do you think the second branch can withstand such a burden? Madame Zhou's face turned pale with rage, her voice trembling as she pointed at Zhang Huiru, cursing, Damn you. Zhang Huiru, you caused my son's death, and now wish to kill your mother-in-law with anger. If you do not relinquish the management rights today, I will end my life right here. This was a familiar tactic. Whenever they opposed her, she would resort to such threats. After her son passed away, Zhang Huiru had reluctantly acquiesced to her demands, considering it a filial duty. But now, her requests had become outrageous. What obligation did her daughter-in-law have to endure such unreasonable behavior? Zhang Huiru looked at Madame Zhou with a calm demeanor. If you wish to die, no one will stop you. Do not think to use death as leverage against me. I am not your son. I do not share your blood. She had often used the argument that her husband's blood ran through him, thus he must obey her commands, or else she would reclaim her flesh and blood. How unfortunate it was to have such a mother. You unfilial daughter-in-law. You wish to drive your mother-in-law to her grave, don't you? My son is dead. I have a rightful claim to the company he left behind, and you owe me my share. Zhang Huiru could not help but scoff. So you want to dredge up old grievances, do you? Very well, let us examine the past. Every year, we have given you half of the company as profits, approximately 1 billion, totaling 5 billion over the past 5 years. I will now file a lawsuit to determine your rightful support payments, and your younger brother cannot be excluded either. I live with your younger brother. What do they provide? Old Madame Su glared at her fiercely. Zhang Huiru retorted with a cold smile. The money they give to their mother likely supports your younger brother's family. Why should it be only us who bear the burden? I live with them. Don't they serve me without charge? And I am supposed to endure your unreasonable demands? Madame Zhou spoke with audacious confidence. The old woman was indeed biased to the core. Even Madame Zhao beside her could not help but scoff at her, disapproving of her behavior. With 2 sons, how could there be such an imbalance of fairness? Zhang Huiru was disinclined to argue with such a stubborn and unreasonable mother-in-law. No matter how much she explained, Madame Zhou would always have her own rationale. Await the court summons. Whatever the court orders me to pay in support, I will give you every last cent. As for anything more, you shall not receive a single extra penny from me. Old Madame Zhou's face twisted with rage as she seized a cup from the coffee table and hurled it at Zhang Huiru's feet. Zhang Huiru quickly pulled Wang Xingyue behind her, fearing that shards of glass might harm her. The cup shattered on the floor, glass fragments scattering everywhere. Zhang Huiru shielded her daughter, several shards embedding in her thigh, blood flowing freely. Seemingly oblivious to the pain, she turned to Wang Xingyue. Thank goodness, you are unhurt. I am sorry, dear. I lost you, causing you so much suffering over the years. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. You've injured your leg. Let us tend to it quickly. At that moment, 2 doctors clad in white coats entered, carrying a stretcher. Zhang Huiru, disregarding the blood streaming from her own leg, assisted the medical staff in lifting Zhou Xiaobo. Zhou Xiaobo grasped his mother's hand, filled with sorrow and indignation. Zhang Huiru, relinquishing the company to anyone will displease others. If this son were capable of managing the company well, we would not be in such dire straits. Ultimately, it is she who will clean up the mess. She had long recognized that Zhou Xiaobo was not cut out for business. She was growing older and could only assist him for a few more years. The business world was a battlefield. One misstep could plunge the company into bankruptcy and insurmountable debts. Instead of squabbling endlessly, it would be wiser. At that moment, old Madame Zhou smirked coldly. Zhang Huiru, whether you hand the management rights to your son or daughter, they will not be satisfied. Why not concede them to me? I will offer you 1 billion, and that will alleviate your worries. How does that sound? 1 billion? How audacious of her to even suggest it. Previously, she had sought half of the annual profits to claim full control of the company. She wouldn't agree unless she were foolish or utterly devoid of sense. Zhang Huiru looked at old Madame Zhou as if she were a fool. Do not harbor such delusions. I will not sell the management rights to you. Old Lady Zhou contorted her face and chased after them, cursing, if you don't hand it over to me, I will create a scene at your company every day, making sure you have no peace. We'll see then if you sell or not. She had already devised her plan. If her demands were not met, she would stir up chaos at the company, hoping to disrupt operations entirely. She intended to see how long it would take for them to relent. Can one be so disrespectful in their old age? I feel embarrassed for her, I thought, anticipating the moment when Zhang Huiru would announce her decision. Old Lady Zhou would surely be devastated. It seemed that Wang Xinyue's biological mother genuinely cared for her. Su Mingho couldn't help but feel a sense of relief as he clasped Wang Xinyue's hand. At last, someone in her family cared about her. Turning her gaze towards Old Lady Zhou, Zhang Huiru appeared unfazed, as if she no longer cared about her threats. You think you can employ the same tactics on me as before? Rest assured, I shall never grant you that opportunity again. I will sell the company entirely, dividing the proceeds between my 2 children. As for your support, let your younger son handle it. After saying this, Zhang Huiru turned and hurried after the medical staff. Sitting in the ambulance, she gazed longingly at Wang Xinyue, saying, Xinyue, I will take your brother to the hospital and then come to find you. Mother truly misses you and desires to make up for the years of maternal love you have been deprived of. Please grant me this chance. She had even hired several individuals to assist her in searching for her daughter, ready to act on any leads, having invested significant effort over the years to no avail. Her eyes were filled with sorrow as she looked at Su Mingho, who was accompanying her. You must be young Master Su. Please take good care of her. I will visit her at the Su residence in a few days. Rest assured, I will look after Xinyue well, Su Mingho assured, nodding firmly. Even if his future mother-in-law had not requested it, he would still take good care of Wang Xinyue. At that moment, the ambulance doors closed and sped away. Old Lady Zhou, still furious, shouted angrily after them. The Su family regarded her as one would a mere clown. Old Lady Zhou emerged with Zhao Baochai, her face long as if someone owed her millions. Approaching Old Lady Su, she delivered a resounding slap. It had become clear to her that Old Lady Zhou was merely toying with them. With the company's management rights not in her hands, how could there be talk of cooperation? Now that the Zhao family had gained nothing, it was only natural for them to vent their anger on Old Lady Zhou. Stunned and holding her face, Old Lady Zhou's eyes burned with fury. She had been pushed to the brink by Zhang Huiru, and now this slap was intolerable. On what grounds do you strike me, Old Lady Zhou? You are being excessively unreasonable, she retorted, raising her hand to retaliate, only to be confronted by the imposing figure of Zhao Baochai, who towered over her, his gaze fierce and intimidating. Old Lady Zhou, cowed, stammered, Madame Zhao, you misunderstand. I understand your anger. It is all my fault for not arranging things properly. You have my word. I will provide you with an explanation in due time. Old Lady Zhao huffed. I hope you keep your word. If you dare to deceive the Zhao family again, you will not be spared. Baochai, let us go. As they departed, Old Lady Zhao exchanged pleasantries with Old Lady Su, maintaining a facade of civility. Why did they leave without giving Old Lady Zhou a proper beating? Just looking at her makes my teeth itch with resentment. But her future does not seem bright either. I truly wish to witness how she fares at the hands of her beloved second son. Indeed, they too were eager to see the downfall of that malevolent matriarch. Each member of the Su family harbored such anticipation in their hearts. Ignoring Old Lady Zhao, they climbed into their vehicle and left the Zhou residence, leaving Old Lady Zhou to rave and curse in solitude. For several consecutive days, the Su household remained tranquil, with Zhang Huiru making no attempt to visit Wang Xinyue. Wang Xinyue, having lost all hope for her mother, concluded that Zhang Huiru would not seek her out again. On Sunday morning, both Su Mingze and Su Wanhua went to the company. Even on weekends, the bosses did not rest. Sun Wenxiu and Su Xiu were also out. while Mu Qingqing happily entertained Do Do and Yi. Su Mingho suggested a trip to the amusement park, as he had yet to take the children there. Mu Qingqing was the first to agree, and Do Do and Yi beamed with joy. Having heard their neighbors talk about going to the amusement park with their parents, they felt envious. Now, they too would have that opportunity. Descending the stairs together, they found Old Lady Su and Old Master Su seated on the sofa below. Upon seeing them, Old Master Su lamented, "Mingho, are you all going out? Take me with you. Your mother treats me like a useless person, forbidding me from doing anything, not even letting me walk." At his age, he had the spirit of a child, wanting to do everything he was told not to do, convinced of his vitality. Old Lady Su shot him a sharp glance. "You all go about your business, and don't mind your father. He is just bored. I had hoped to wait until he recovered to arrange your marriages. If he doesn't improve, let him sit in a wheelchair." Wang Xingyue felt her face flush at Old Lady Su's remarks, while Su Mingho wore a delighted expression. "Dad, you must recover quickly. The longer you take, the more you delay your son's lifelong happiness. Your well-being is crucial for your son's future." Old Master Su glanced at his legs, pretending to be irked as he playfully swatted at Su Mingho. "You rascal, hurry along. Take good care of them. Does Xingyue have money? I have a card. Buy them some good food and drinks." He rummaged through his pocket and produced a card, handing it to Wang Xingyue. However, she refused to take it, prompting Su Mingho to snatch it from her and place it in her hand. "This is from my father. You should accept it. It is also his heartfelt gesture, and it would be rude to decline." Looking at the card in her hand, Wang Xingyue softly thanked Old Master Su. "How many cards does my grandfather have? Why does he always give them out? How many has the family issued?"
Mu Qingqing wondered internally.
Old Master Su paused, pondering whether he had given out too many cards. It seemed he had not. He pulled out over a dozen cards from his pocket. "Look, I have a total of 12 cards. They're just pocket money. My goodness. My grandfather is quite wealthy. No wonder he loves giving out cards. I wonder if I could get a few too." Mu Qingqing thought, her eyes sparkling. Old Master Su's expression shifted as he realized he had overly boasted. Apparently, this little girl wanted some of his cards. Old Lady Su could not help but chuckle as Old Master Su presented 3 cards. "Qingqing, Do, Yi. Here is one for each of you. Your pocket money. Take them to buy what you like." Do and Yi hesitated to take them, but Mu Qingqing had no such reservations, having done so several times before. She swiftly took the 3 cards, distributing one to each of them, and keeping one for herself. "Grandpa, this is for you. You all keep it. When you grow up, you can buy what you like." Only then did Do and Yi joyfully thank their grandfather. The group, with smiles on their faces and cards in hand, had just stepped out when they were met with a sudden commotion. Why did she have to come now of all times? "Our trip to the amusement park is ruined. Jiang Huiru has arrived."
Mu Qingqing lamented internally.
Su Mingho's expression darkened as he stared at the entrance. Wang Xingyue, noticing his displeasure, felt perplexed. He had seemed so joyful just moments ago. She was unaware of Mu Qingqing's thoughts and the impending chaos. Glancing down at the 2 boys, she noticed their once cheerful faces had fallen. They too had heard Mu Qingqing's thoughts. Su Mingho discreetly warned them, "Whatever you do, don't reveal your sister's thoughts, or she could be taken away." They were determined not to let their beloved sister be captured. Their faces scrunched in displeasure as they faced the prospect of their first visit to the amusement park being thwarted. At that moment, a car pulled up at the entrance, and a woman in her 50s stepped out, striding towards the door. Upon seeing Wang Xingyue standing in front of the villa, she joyfully exclaimed, Xingyue, Mother has come to find you. Everything has been arranged, and from now on, Mother can stay by your side." As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly choked with emotion. Wang Xingyue, upon noticing her at the gate, felt a jolt of surprise. She had truly come. Her mind blanked, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. And she stood there, motionless. Su Mingho rushed over, eagerly opening the door and warmly ushering her inside. After all, she was Xinyue's biological mother and his future mother-in-law. How fortunate Uncle San is, blessed with 2 fine sons, and now a mother-in-law bringing money, no small sum either, with several zeros. How frustrating. Why am I not blessed with such a grandmother? Mine would probably be crying poor and selling her sorrow somewhere. Meanwhile, an elderly woman, accompanied by a ragged little girl covered in dirt, obstructed a vehicle, wailing for compensation. The driver had turned the corner when the little girl suddenly dashed out and fell to the ground. The driver distinctly remembered not having hit the child, yet she had fallen nonetheless. The old woman clung to her, demanding a payment of 10,000 yuan to settle the matter. The little girl cried bitterly, her arm scraped. The driver, glancing from inside the car without exiting, rolled down the window and tossed out 500 yuan, declaring it as compensation for the child. Please refrain from engaging in such deceitful acts with your granddaughter. Accumulate some virtue for the sake of future generations. With that, the driver pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving the old woman behind, furiously cursing and occasionally twisting the little girl's arm. The girl wept even more sorrowfully. If Mu Qingqing were to see them, she would undoubtedly recognize her beloved grandmother, Wang Lao'er, and the little girl, Lu Xiaoxiao. Ever since Mu Hongda and Lu Yuelon were imprisoned, Lu Xiaoxiao had been living with Wang Lao'er. However, life here was a stark contrast to what it had been before. Her grandmother had heard tales of people profiting from staged accidents and had ceased sending her to school, instead bringing her here daily to deliberately collide with luxury cars. On several occasions, she nearly lost her life, yet they received considerable compensation. Wang Lao'er, having earned tens of thousands in just a few days, encouraged her to be even more persistent in her collisions. Most people around were aware of their schemes and refused to pay, sometimes even retaliating. When Wang Lao'er was beaten, she would vent her frustrations on Lu Xiaoxiao. The girl regretted her situation, thinking that even an orphanage would be preferable to this. The thought made her cry even louder, prompting Wang Lao'er to strike her in anger. At the Su residence, Su Mingho brought Jiang Huiru into the living room, just in time to hear Mu Qingqing's heartfelt thoughts. His eyes sparkled with joy, and a broad smile graced his lips as he looked at Jiang Huiru with newfound warmth. Jiang Huiru held Wang Xinyue's hand tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Wang Xinyue stood there, dazed by her grip. The hardships of life had instilled in her a fear of revealing her true emotions in front of anyone. She longed for a mother's love, yet was apprehensive that such affection might carry ulterior motives. Furthermore, if she truly belonged to the Zhou family, she could hardly contend with someone like Zhou's grandmother. Seeing Jiang Huiru enter, Su old lady was not surprised and warmly invited her to sit, instructing the maid to serve the finest tea. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang old lady grasped Wang Xinyue's hand and produced a stone pendant and a piece of paper from her pocket. Xinyue, it is my fault. While I was pregnant with you, I sought better materials, and after bringing you into this world, I failed to care for you properly, allowing you to be taken away and suffer so much. She was moved to tears upon learning from several people about the hardships Wang Xinyue had endured over the years. This is a paternity test report. It is evidence of our connection, taken from your clothing when we met. I feared you might not wish to acknowledge me or that it would be another false hope, but you are indeed my daughter. Wang Xinyue glanced at the document, saying nothing, yet her heart raced with excitement. She was truly her daughter,